On a storm-ravaged night, Dylan, along with two battered foreign women, made a perilous escape from an operating table on a medical ship adrift in international waters. They plunged into the icy, tumultuous sea, piloting a speedboat laden with organs out of the storm, only to become lost in the vast, azure ocean. With food and fresh water in severe scarcity, Dylan relied on his extraordinary maritime survival skills, managing to drift with the two women for 13 days before finally reaching a subtropical Ilean island of lost souls. Chapter 1. The medical ship Indian Ocean. A medical vessel, displacing thousands of tons, lay anchored upon the dark and turbulent waters, its searchlights swinging in the hellish storm like the eye of a demon, casting a watchful gaze over the swaying and drenched main deck. On the deck, 8 fully armed mercenaries, clad in heavy black raincoats, struggled against the relentless downpour, gripping the ship's railing as they moved with difficulty. Their rifles barked sporadically at the inky sky, the cacophony of gunfire merging with the thunder, as if to voice their disdain for the brutal weather. In truth, they were searching for me, attempting to intimidate my battered spirit with their roaring gunfire. Meanwhile, I lay sprawled atop a corpse on the lookout tower platform. My frozen hands, driven by the instinct to survive, quickly shed the raincoat from the lifeless body beneath me. It would provide me with a modicum of warmth and conceal my naked form against the rain-soaked deck. I lacked the strength to push the corpse overboard, allowing the blood spurting from its neck to mingle with the icy rain as it cascaded across the deck. I could only pray that the mercenaries, preoccupied with their carnal pursuits, would lose patience amid the tempest and overlook such details. I could not remain on this ship for another second. I had to escape this medical vessel in a race against time. For it was a ship engaged in the trafficking of human organs. I knew all too well that if they captured me again, the once vibrant organs within me would soon pulsate within a dying elder in some Indonesian hospital mere hours later. For the sake of organ viability, the surgeries were conducted without anesthesia. They would drain 1/5 of the patient's blood, inducing a state of semi-shock to prevent movement on the operating table. Moreover, they bound the patient's body with bandages and tape, ensuring the procedure proceeded without interruption. My survival was a mere stroke of fortune, entirely due to the unexpected tempest. The storm had rendered the ship's operations untenable. In that fleeting moment when 2 black-clad doctors stepped outside the operating room for a smoke and idle chatter, I seized a small scalpel, severing the bandages and multiple layers of tape that restrained me, thus freeing myself from the cold operating table. I felt utterly weak. Though once a formidable mercenary and agent in the underworld, having endured conflicts in Syria and Donbass with an iron will, I now resembled a gravely ill patient, struggling even to stand. I could only briefly rise before collapsing onto the operating room floor, ensuring that blood flowed to my brain to avoid fainting and jeopardizing my escape plans. Maintaining the last vestiges of conscious survival was the limit of my tenacious resolve. During that brief moment of standing, I discovered 2 blood bags from the low-temperature storage beside the operating table. These bags contained blood that had originally been drawn from my own body, brought here to prevent excessive blood loss during surgery, which would hinder their progress. I located my clavicle, pinpointing the upper vena cava below, and swiftly inserted the transfusion needle. Administering blood from this location would ensure the swiftest delivery to my heart. Essentially, I was forcing blood directly into my atrium. Of course, this method bore considerable risks, such as severe vascular constriction, joint pain, vascular edema, and even the possibility of acute heart failure due to excessive strain. Yet, I had no choice. I needed to urgently restore my strength and mobility to escape. Otherwise, I would rather sever my own artery and quietly perish in this merciless operating room. As the icy blood was methodically infused into my body, my heart rate began to quicken. However, I still dared not stand, fearing insufficient blood flow to my brain. Moreover, I was acutely aware that my movements might attract the attention of the doctors outside, who were akin to death itself in their indifference. A mere glance from them could drag me back into the depths of hell, extinguishing my last flicker of hope. Chapter 2. A desperate escape. The first blood bag surged into my heart, quickly followed by the second. The debilitating weakness was swiftly dissipating. I knew this was still far from restoring me to peak condition, not even a fraction of it. Once the second bag was fully transfused, I felt as if I were no longer a terminally ill being. I resembled an athlete who had just completed a marathon, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. I then tore down a bag of glucose from the force stand, using the scalpel to create a V-shaped opening in the plastic bottle, and greedily drank as if I were a parched traveler discovering an oasis. Having quenched a significant portion of my thirst from blood loss, I contemplated injecting saline into my body as well, but the Grim Reaper's fleeting presence afforded me no such luxury of time. I still did not stand. Instead, I rolled my body to the rear of the door, striving to grant myself ample recovery time. Leaning against the wall, I sat up, attuning to my body's state of recovery, gripping the sharp scalpel tightly, testing the strength of my fingers. I practiced swift, powerful slashes against the wall to adapt to my current physical state, ensuring I wouldn't misjudge my capabilities during an assault and commit a fatal error. I began to take slow, deep breaths to accelerate the oxygen content in my bloodstream. After approximately 3 minutes, one of the doctors left for some reason. The remaining doctor, perhaps bored, squatted outside to light another cigarette, then stood and peered through the operating room window at the empty table. Alarmed, he rushed inside upon realizing I was no longer on the operating table. He opened the door without noticing me concealed in the corner behind it. In a swift motion, I brandished the sharp titanium scalpel, severing his Achilles tendon from behind, causing his bulky body to collapse forward, instantly robbing him of his ability to stand. This was my sole opportunity to escape the clutches of death, and I could not allow it to slip away. In that instant, my fighting spirit ignited, a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, and I pounced upon him like a ravenous wolf, pinning him down. The glinting scalpel flashed as it plunged into his carotid artery and throat. Hot blood gushed forth, splattering across my hands and face. I refrained from any superfluous motions, not even casting a final glance at the black-clad doctor, for the arterial blood would soon run dry, and the severed throat would draw in copious amounts of blood into his lungs through his labored breaths, leaving him no opportunity to cry out or flee. Bare and vulnerable, I staggered out of the operating room, racing towards the deck. All I desired was to plunge into the embrace of the sea. Even if it were a boiling cauldron at that moment, I would not mind. To perish in the depths of the sea is far preferable to succumbing upon a grimy operating table. At least there would be no despair stemming from the realization that one's destiny, which ought to be equal among all, is manipulated by fellow humans. However, the alarm aboard the ship soon blared, likely triggered by the return of the mercenary who had departed earlier, only to discover his comrade lying in a pool of blood. The mercenaries, stationed long-term on the medical vessel, reacted to the alarm with a primal excitement akin to that of a beast released from captivity, scouring the ship with fervor. In my weakened state, I stood no chance against them. I could only retreat into another chamber, one that housed other unfortunate human pigs awaiting their grim fate. There, I encountered a young girl from South Korea and a female politician from Country M, a victim of political strife. In truth, her arrival here was intricately linked to my own circumstances. I was, after all, a covert agent trained at great expense by her political adversary, having disrupted her numerous political endeavors and inverted situations that were once favorable to her. Yet, I never anticipated that I would ultimately be betrayed by the politician, who, upon ascending to power, would swiftly eradicate any elements of his past that could be deemed unfavorable, including his opponents. A thirst for vengeance coursed through me, ensuring her survival would bolster my own hopes. Thus, I strategically utilized the bloodstains to lure the mercenaries to the main deck, creating an opportunity for them to leap into the sea and board the speedboat designated for organ transport. Of course, I had prepared a contingency plan. Should they escape in the speedboat alone, it would undoubtedly attract the firepower of the mercenaries aboard. In that moment, I would seize the opportunity to lower the lifeboat and make my escape from the opposite side. Chapter 3. Immersed in the ocean as an undercover agent, I am capable of undertaking any clandestine endeavors, yet I would never act foolishly, such as entrusting my life to others. Therefore, I harbor no apprehension regarding their potential to abscond with the speedboat. They must heed my directives if we are to escape this maritime vessel rife with bloodshed and sordid dealings. The mercenaries, drawn by the blood I deliberately spilled, stationed themselves at the rail, scanning the surface of the dark waters. The speedboat bobbed like a leaf caught in a torrential stream, incessantly crashing against the hull of the larger vessel, producing a dull thud that mingled with the rhythmic lapping of the waves, akin to death's scythe incessantly striking human skulls. Damn it! He hasn't jumped into the sea to be swept away by the waves, has he? That would certainly diminish the thrill. This fellow possesses some skill to have escaped pre-operation. The Zero Killer of the Wolf Clan must have some merit. After all, I hadn't anticipated that such a feeble individual could elude capture. In such a tempest, his frailty would surely lead to a fatal plunge. But I digress. I concealed myself behind the anchor winch, eavesdropping on their conversation. It was evident they were aware of my identity, cognizant that I had been betrayed by politicians and delivered to this wretched place. By all that is holy, If I return alive, I shall slit that accursed politician's throat. They soon lost their patience, and, finding the situation dull, retreated back into the warm cabin. My weakened form finally awaited their departure from the deck. A crucial part of my plan. I swiftly approached the rail and glanced down at the tethered speedboat below. The women had yet to arrive. Yet, without hesitation, I leaped into the icy, surging waters. The cold sea enveloped me instantly. The life jacket from the deceased sailor, which I had donned earlier, swiftly pulled me from the bitter depths. To avoid being dragged beneath the vessel by the waves or colliding with its hard surface, I seized the rope at the edge of the speedboat as soon as I surfaced, summoning every ounce of strength to hoist myself from the water and tumble onto the wildly swaying craft. I had no time to catch my breath. Immediately retrieving the life-saving scalpel to sever the line connecting us to the medical ship. I had previously instructed those two women to reach the second deck corridor within the designated time frame, then find an opportunity to leap into the sea or ascend to the yacht's deck. Should they fail to arrive, I would not wait for them a single second longer. The slender thread of hope I had fought so hard to secure would not be squandered for anyone. At the moment I severed the last rope, the two naked women, akin to eels, splashed into the sea with a resounding thud. The jump from the second-floor corridor was not particularly high. Ensuring they would not be immediately swept away by the waves, their heads soon bobbed to the surface. I promptly discarded the rope, allowing them to grasp it. They had not yet bled out. Their weakness stemmed merely from hunger, and driven by the instinct to survive, they swiftly clambered aboard the speedboat. "Quick, take your seats," I called out, and immediately started the speedboat. Amidst the roaring sound, the vessel swiftly vanished beneath the tumultuous waves of the night. Moments later, a fleeting flash of lightning illuminated the contours of the speedboat atop the crests, akin to jagged rocks emerging from a rain-soaked island. I could easily envision the furious scene that would unfold when they discovered the absence of all aboard. However, I wager they would not risk their lives in pursuit of three individuals, even with the aid of the lifeboat. Even if they possessed such courage, the rubber dinghy would lack the capacity. Having escaped, I felt no sense of relief, for the true trial was just beginning. I was uncertain of the precise location of the medical ship, but from the climate and temperature, I surmised we were near the latitude of the Tropic of Capricorn, likely close to the islands of Australia and Southeast Asia. The heart, being the most fragile of vital organs, can only survive 4 hours outside the body in a cooled, anoxic environment with the infusion of an electrolyte solution. Beyond this window, the chance of successful transplantation diminishes significantly. Hence, the vessel would not be more than a 4-hour journey from land. Chapter 4. Adrift at sea. In fact, it could reach the nearest coast within 3 hours. There, an illegal patient would be lying on the operating table, awaiting a healthy heart for immediate suturing. At the speed of the speedboat, which could reach a maximum of 60 knots, but typically operated at 55, 3 hours would cover approximately 165 nautical miles, equating to about 305 kilometers. Yet, amidst the torrential rain and the darkness of the sea, I could not discern the direction. Keeping the speedboat from capsizing in the surging waves was already a monumental challenge. Furthermore, my body was exceedingly weak, on the verge of fainting at any moment. Thus, after distancing ourselves from the medical ship, I promptly handed the helm to Catherine. "Mr. Dillon, are you all right?" In the pitch blackness, we could not see one another, but when Catherine grasped my hand, she sensed my frailty. "I need a rest. Just keep driving forward, and do not stop until we break free from the storm," I called weakly, pressing her hand against the steering wheel before collapsing into the waterlogged seat behind. I could scarcely afford to care. My body felt as heavy as lead, and I lay back without hesitation. Although there was a canopy, its windows offered no protection, merely framing the openings like those of an Indian auto rickshaw. However, the top was secured with a robust plastic panel, far sturdier than the makeshift covers of the rickshaws. Rainwater and seawater cascaded in with relentless force. The Korean girl cradled my head on her pale thigh, lifting it away from the pooling seawater below, while her petite frame shielded me from the deluge streaming through the window. Curled up, her body shielded me from much of the incoming water, my face nearly resting against her gentle embrace. Reclining, I felt the throbbing pain in my head diminish significantly. I yearned to avoid slipping into unconsciousness, yet my body had slipped beyond my control, and I succumbed to a deep slumber in the embrace of a young girl. In my dreams, I heard voices calling my name incessantly. Upon awakening, I found the speedboat adrift on the ocean, the once thundering roar of the engine now a distant memory. It was evident that the vessel had depleted its fuel reserves, yet we remained far from the shore. The water within the cabin had been cleared away, and sunlight streamed through the windows, providing a modicum of warmth. The seats in the cabin were fully reclined, resembling a makeshift bed. 2 women lay beside me, one on either side. They, too, appeared to have endured a long night, their pallid faces devoid of color, their bare bodies marred with numerous bruises. Catherine, renowned in the media as a stunning political figure, possessed an extraordinary physique and beauty, her sensuality a quintessential representation of the allure often attributed to Western women. Conversely, the young girl, Julia, was frail, yet her skin bore few bruises. It was apparent that prior to being seized and brought aboard, she had not been held captive or tortured for long. At this moment, I felt no inclination towards either of them, not due to their mistreatment at the hands of mercenaries, a matter of little concern to me, but rather because I was overwhelmingly weak. Even if thoughts crossed my mind, they could elicit no response. My body was consumed by a physiological thirst, desperately in need of fresh water and sustenance. Warmth had become inconsequential, as long as I was not submerged in seawater. The coastal region was pleasantly warm during the day, even sweltering. After Catherine braved the storm, she likely steered us toward the equator. Provided the winds and waves had not swept us too far off course, we should be situated within the Tropic of Capricorn. However, such a realization offered little solace, for we had undoubtedly entered the south equatorial current, being carried toward the African port of Lewis. Here, the likelihood of encountering an island was extremely slim. There were shipping lanes, yet fortune would not favor us with a chance encounter, even if we did cross paths. The sailors aboard those vessels would not be inclined to scan the horizon for stranded souls, rendering us invisible. This speedboat itself was illicit, lacking any crew or radio equipment. Communicating with a freighter-esque bridge was utterly impossible. Of course, to ascertain our precise location, I would need to observe further and record my findings in a maritime log. Chapter 5. The Beggar Woman. With great effort, I sat up from my seat, the fatigue that had once enveloped me dissipating significantly, though I still felt somewhat out of sorts. The discomfort of the life jacket and raincoat compelled me to discard them, casting them aside onto the seat. At that moment, I was akin to the 2 women. We were all destined for the operating table, devoid of any superfluous garments. The women, in particular, likely had already lost any semblance of modest clothing before their arrival here, as the men would have stripped them bare prior to their delivery. After all, these 2 women are unparalleled beauties in the metropolis, undeniably prime targets for the unscrupulous mercenaries lurking in the shadows. In the vastness of international waters, the malevolence of humanity is magnified infinitely. To those who have been trafficked here, we are merely swine masquerading as human beings, devoid of any semblance of dignity. I harbor a profound loathing for that politician on the stage, yet at this moment, even the will to survive is in jeopardy. My desire for vengeance is akin to withered wild grass, unable to take root and flourish without nourishment, much like a patient languishing in agony on a hospital bed, yearning only for relief from their afflictions, devoid of any fanciful notions. Humanity is inherently fragile. Even the act of harboring hatred requires strength and breath. My movements stirred the 2 women from their slumber. With weary eyes, they regarded me, struggling to maintain my balance at the entrance of the awning. I glanced back at them, and there was no hint of embarrassment among us. In such dire circumstances, our sense of shame had long since vanished. As for the luxury of carnal desire, it pales in comparison to the primal need for survival. We resembled 3 beleaguered primitives, propping up our fatigued bodies as we sought a glimmer of hope in the boundless expanse of the sea. "What shall we do?" Catherine inquired, her stunning azure eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, gazing at me with a hint of expectation. Our lips were severely chapped, and speaking would only hasten our dehydration. Thus, I remained silent and opened the storage compartment beneath the foredeck. Upon spotting the red plastic casing of the emergency rescue kit within, a surge of excitement welled up inside me, accompanied by a flicker of gratitude towards those demons for equipping this vessel with such a kit. I laboriously dragged it out. Upon opening it, I discovered that most of the emergency supplies remained intact, including survival tools and a first aid kit, all untouched. There was even a 2-way radio. However, Its batteries had long expired, rendering it useless. Most importantly, the kit contained food and 2 bottles of drinking water, 2 packs of energy bars, and a bag of raisins. Presumably the captain's personal stock rather than a standard inclusion in the kit, as such items can easily spoil if not preserved properly. The raisins held additional potential for me, and given their inferior nutritional value compared to the energy bars, I decided to set them aside. These energy bars could provide the majority of essential nutrients for our bodies, but the quantity was clearly insufficient to sustain the 3 of us for many days, especially with only 2 bottles of water, each holding a mere 500 milliliters. Observing the sky, it was evident that rain would not grace us in the coming days. Thus, these bottles represented the lifeblood for all of us. The rainwater mixed with seawater on the deck was utterly undrinkable. Water, Catherine and Julia uttered in unison, their eyes turning towards me, voicing a singular word. I immediately shot them a fierce glare. If we were to survive, the allocation of food and water would rest solely in my hands. Without further ado, I addressed them, my voice hoarse and feeble, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The 2 women nodded, acutely aware that had it not been for me, they would still be aboard that medical vessel on the high seas, awaiting their turn on the operating table. I instructed them to approach, kneeling with their heads raised to gaze at me, and offered them water to drink. The 2 women, devoid of any resistance, obediently knelt before me like frogs on their hind legs, their parched mouths agape, looking up at me with eyes yearning for divine providence. Struggling, I twisted off the bottle cap and took a long, refreshing sip. The cool, clear water revitalized my parched mouth and throat, bestowing upon me a sense of rebirth. My thirst had never been so intense, an instinct compelling me to consume the entire bottle. Yet reason cautioned me that to finish it would mean certain death. Thus, in this battle against instinct, rationality ultimately triumphed. I slowly poured a few milliliters of water into each woman's mouth, the stream as fine as a thread, trickling into their eager mouths. They, fearing the waste of even a single drop of precious water, cautiously extended their tongues to catch it. This reminded me of the alluring women I had encountered in the Netherlands, who, for a mere handful of euros, would gladly accommodate one in any desired manner upon the warmth of a hotel bed. I secured the bottle cap once more. Upon witnessing this, the 2 women looked at me with pitiful eyes, their gazes pleading for me to bestow upon them more water to soothe their throats. Chapter 6. Dire circumstances clearly. I could not comply. Even if they were willing to barter their bodies, I would categorically refuse. I explained to them that my reluctance to provide more water stemmed from the necessity to conserve our dwindling freshwater supply, thereby extending our chances of survival. As for the energy bars, I allocated 1 to each woman, instructing them to merely nibble a small piece, allowing it to dissolve in their mouths like candy, rather than chewing and swallowing it whole, as digesting food would deplete our precious water reserves, exacerbating the crisis of dehydration. I warned them that failure to adhere to my instructions would result in my withholding any further drinking water. I understood that, in a state of extreme thirst, it is challenging to regulate one's intake of food and water, thus necessitating a tone of threat in my discourse. The rapid onset of dehydration was entirely due to the inadequate freshwater supply aboard the medical vessel. The 2 women appeared to possess a degree of rationality. Under my admonition, they instinctively retreated to the side, lying down to rest and conserve their energy. I retrieved the compass and sextant from the rescue kit, dragging my weary body out from beneath the sunshade to the aft deck of the speedboat. Utilizing the compass, I determined our course. As I had surmised, we were drifting westward, caught within the south equatorial current. I then employed the sextant to measure the solar altitude. Then, I retrieved the astronomical almanac from the rescue box to ascertain today's declination, which represents the latitude of the sun's zenith. By employing the formula for solar altitude, I could directly calculate our current latitude. This method could be repeatedly utilized for maritime records, thus determining our latitudinal displacement at sea. From the calculations, it became evident that we were situated approximately 50 nautical miles north of the Tropic of Capricorn. However, the longitude remained elusive, plunging me into despair. Without longitude, I could not accurately discern the distance we had traversed. The northern current of the south equatorial current flows from east to west, and given our considerable distance from the African continent, drifting westward would render our chances of survival nearly 100% fatal. Yet, we were unable to row eastward. as doing so would be contrary to the oceanic current, not to mention our lack of strength. Even if we possessed it, we could not possibly counteract the current's speed with mere human effort. Had I known the longitude, I would have precisely pinpointed our coordinates, thus leveraging my knowledge of the Indian Ocean to steer our drifting vessel towards land, preserving a glimmer of hope for a safe arrival. At present, we resembled a seagull with clipped wings, stranded atop a floating piece of decaying wood, entrusting our fate to the currents and the winds. "What is our location?" inquired the young girl, Julia, observing my scribbles and sketches. I exhaled heavily, burdened by the weight of our predicament. We could only surrender our lives to the whims of fate and strive to conserve our strength. If rain were to grace us before our freshwater supply was exhausted, we might endure, for sustenance could be gleaned from the vast ocean, a concern I chose not to share with her. For if we were to drift aimlessly in the sea, we would never reach land. Even without circling, drifting to Madagascar in Africa would take a year. No matter how resolute our spirits, our bodies might not withstand the ordeal. Relying on oceanic food and rainwater for survival would gradually deplete vital nutrients over time, particularly the essential vitamins. Additionally, a diet heavy in dried fish or sashimi could expose us to parasitic infections. It was imperative to prepare mentally and physically for a prolonged drift. I instructed them to heed my guidance, for survival in such extreme conditions would be arduous without proper organization. The two women were utterly ignorant of nautical knowledge. Thus, upon witnessing my survival skills, they realized I was the sole beacon of hope aboard this vessel. Following my commands was paramount, and if necessary, they might even need to appease me through their actions or demeanor. Chapter 7. The girl's curiosity. I laid the thick black canvas raincoat upon the foredeck and retrieved the climbing rope from the rescue box. Then, I fashioned a water sail from the rope and raincoat, akin to a kite, securing the four corners with ropes tied to the central main line. Then I cast it approximately 5 meters to the bow of the boat, where the surging currents would strike directly against the sail, propelling the speedboat forward with greater swiftness and stability than if the currents were to impact the vessel itself. Subsequently, I merely needed to secure the helm hard to starboard, enabling the ship to navigate precisely in a northwestern direction. Should winds or waves arise, I could simply make continual adjustments using the compass. Theoretically, as long as we managed to endure, within a year, the vessel would undoubtedly land somewhere in East Africa or the southeastern region of the Middle East. Naturally, my hope is to reach waters near multiple islands rather than the position a year hence. After accomplishing this, my body was utterly fatigued. Clearly, under such conditions, a complete recovery would prove exceedingly challenging. I must devise a means to bolster my nutrition. Otherwise, before we could reach shore, I might succumb to malnutrition, low blood pressure, and dangerously low blood sugar levels aboard the ship. Thus, I replenished some fluids and consumed an energy bar. The food entered my empty stomach, prompting the release of gastric acid and intensifying my hunger. In fact, that single energy bar was sufficient to sustain my body in a low consumption state for an extended period. The hunger signals transmitted to my brain were merely physiological responses. If I could endure, there would not be substantial issues. The primary challenge lay in the psychological realm. Experiments have demonstrated that extreme hunger not only jeopardizes physical health, but severely impacts one's cognition and mentality. For me, the sensations of hunger and the accompanying negative psychological effects are surmountable. During my service at the base, I underwent a hunger training exercise. The torment of that experience is indelibly etched in my memory, akin to an imprint on steel that can never be erased. Even the recollection of it still evokes trepidation. However, that arduous training forged my extraordinary willpower. Yet, the situation becomes dire with two women involved. As time progresses, hunger would torment their minds, leading them to lose their senses and become restless, fearful, and increasingly aggressive. My task was to isolate everything that could potentially serve as a weapon from them. If we could endure the first 7 days, the first 5 days, the severity of the situation would diminish. For once regular meals are reintroduced, both the stomach and the brain would swiftly adapt to this extreme dietary adjustment, optimizing physical condition and maximizing our chances of survival. These 5 to 7 days would truly test their resolve. I concealed myself beneath the awning to avoid sun exposure while positioning my body near the exit to the forward deck, preventing them from sneaking off to pilfer food while I slumbered. Having lost considerable blood, I felt exceedingly weak and required ample rest. I urged them to remain vigilant, observing passing vessels, nearby islands, the seabirds in the sky, and the mushroom-shaped cumulus clouds, all of which could offer us hope. If we missed these signs, our chances of survival and fortune would swiftly dwindle. I imparted this message to the two women with utmost seriousness. The two women, upon hearing my words, perked up with renewed vigor. I was acutely aware that their limits had not yet been reached. It was merely that their bodies had lingered in a state of comfort for too long, prompting them to signal fatigue in extreme conditions, urging rest to restore their optimal state. Much like overcoming the habitual avoidance of afternoon naps, when their overextended state becomes the norm, their endurance will greatly increase. Why does a mushroom-shaped cumulus cloud inspire hope within us? Julia inquired, her parched throat betraying her thirst for knowledge. Clearly, her curiosity had intensified, or perhaps her instinct for survival had begun to manifest. During the day, the temperature on the island's land rises, surpassing that of the sea. The surrounding air, laden with water vapor, flows towards the land and ascends to form clouds. Most islands are irregularly circular in shape, hence the formation of such clouds above. I barely moved my lips, merely parting them slightly to provide a concise explanation. The girl's eyes brightened my words. Aside from what you just mentioned, are there other methods to identify land? I was aware of a technique involving seabirds. At dusk, these birds return to the island to rest, so following them would suffice. You are quite clever, I remarked, a sense of satisfaction washing over me, and I generously continued. You can also discern the presence of land by observing impurities in the seawater and even the types of fish near the shore. How can we identify the impurities in the seawater? The girl, though parched, could not help but ask, and I entrusted her with the task of observation. Thus, I intended to impart more survival knowledge. Perhaps my small measure of patience at this moment would ultimately save us all in the future. Chapter 8. Concealed crucial survival knowledge. I informed Julia that if she spotted floating debris like decaying leaves, seaweed, or twigs on the water surface, or if the seawater turned brown, it would indicate our proximity to the shore. But what about at night? She pressed. At night, we cannot see anything. How can we know if land is nearby? Julia was meticulous and her thoughts were sharp. There is no need for concern at night, if we are near land. Mosquitoes will appear, attracted by the heat emanating from our bodies. Once we notice mosquitoes, we must observe closely. I elaborated. However, there were more complex identification methods that I refrained from disclosing, as some required experience. Furthermore, I could not reveal how to find the exact direction of land after discovering such information. I had to retain a degree of discretion. I cannot place absolute trust in them. Without my guidance, even if they stumbled upon such signs, locating land would prove challenging. Thus, when Julia asked how to accurately determine the direction of land, I withheld that information, instead instructing her to pay attention to the signs nature provided. Leaving the rest to me, Catherine listened quietly from the side, absorbing much survival knowledge as well. With the two of them observing the environment, I felt secure enough to rest, slumbering until noon, when the blazing sun hung almost directly overhead. Now, as we find ourselves in the early days of winter, the sun hovers almost directly above the Tropic of Capricorn, casting its rays directly overhead at noon. Without the aid of a sextant, we can ascertain our latitude by observing the sun's position and the surrounding temperature, or by gazing at the stars. For instance, in the northern hemisphere, one might observe the North Star. The angle between it and the horizon reveals one's latitude. Conversely, in the southern hemisphere, we can rely on the position of the Southern Cross to ascertain the same. I ventured to the storage compartment on the foredeck, retrieving a packet of energy bars and a bottle of water. I had refrained from carrying these items with me continuously for fear that the two women might pilfer them while I slept. Upon returning to the shade, I found the two women eagerly awaiting the provisions in my hands. I distributed a greater quantity of water than I had in the morning, recognizing that they required more hydration and calories at noon. We needed to minimize our exertion to prevent further depletion of our bodily fluids. With great effort, I parted my cracked and parched lips to speak. The two women nodded, their strength waning, rendering them unable to utter any words. After drinking, they refrained from sprawling out against the shade, aware that their movements were necessary to avoid the wounds adhering together, a consequence inflicted by the brutish men aboard the vessel. Earlier that morning, they had lain with their legs crossed, and any movement would invite the painful tugging of their injuries. I could not waste the precious fresh water to cleanse their wounds. Yet the torrential rains of the previous night had provided some relief, washing away impurities that could have worsened their condition. I retrieved a bottle of potassium permanganate from the medical kit, along with a few cotton swabs. Understanding my intentions, the women willingly parted their legs, revealing their wounds to me, as they could not view the entirety of their injuries themselves. I dipped the cotton swabs into the potassium permanganate solution and carefully disinfected their wounds. The two women bit their lower lips, silently enduring the sting. Given the hidden nature of their injuries, I had to insert the saturated swab delicately to ensure that all lacerations were treated. The women showed no signs of embarrassment. After all, what could be more humiliating than their current plight? Once I had tended to their wounds, I returned the potassium permanganate solution to the medical kit. Securing it properly, the women gradually recovered from the sharp pain, exhaling deeply. I advised them that exposing their wounds to sunlight would hasten healing, and once the scabs formed, we could immerse ourselves in the sea for a refreshing respite by noon the following day. They nodded in eager anticipation. The midday heat was indeed oppressive, compounded by our lack of fresh water. Enduring such conditions daily could easily lead to heat exhaustion. I abstained from entering the water, wary of the presence of sharks in the vicinity. Due to our limited water intake, I found my need to urinate greatly diminished, and the same was true for the two women. Although urine contains a degree of moisture, we lack a suitable container for collection unless we completely consume the water from a bottle. It is imperative that our precious freshwater remains untainted by urine. Even a mere drop would be an affront, for that minuscule sip would quench our thirst far more effectively than an entire vessel of urine. Drinking urine is a last resort, as it comprises numerous other components that would exacerbate the burdens on our kidneys and liver, thus depleting more water. Moreover, due to insufficient water intake, the urine is highly concentrated, rendering it more distressing to consume than abstaining entirely. The risk of vomiting looms, propelling us toward the abyss of mortality. Chapter 9. The first day of torment, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Above, the sky remains an immaculate blue, devoid of any sound save for the rhythmic crashing of waves and the whisper of the sea breeze. Within my field of vision, only the azure expanse of sky and ocean prevails, alongside our solitary vessel adrift in the vast sea. This can evoke a sense of unreality, as humanity relies on feedback from the external environment to perceive its existence objectively. The scant information our surroundings currently provide contributes to a growing sense of disconnection. Akin to dreaming, this psychological experience, reminiscent of sensory deprivation, can plunge a normally perceptive individual into despair and other negative emotions. Should these emotions accumulate excessively, one's mental landscape may collapse. Even if rescue were to occur, it could lead to lifelong psychological afflictions. At present, we have merely floated for a single day. Yet, as time stretches onward, the despair and suffering we endure will escalate exponentially. The most tormenting aspect is thirst. It will assail our minds and bodies repeatedly over the next 5 days, much like a drug addict's withdrawal symptoms. The trial of survival has only just commenced. I must bolster the spirits of the two women, supporting them through the impending 5 days. Time drags agonizingly slowly. The sunlight reflecting off the sea is blindingly intense, prompting me to recline rather than sit up, vacantly gazing at the top of the awning. The light spots, refracted by the seawater, resemble peculiar, animated, distorted shadows. We idly observe them, imagining them as magnified cells or as a fantastical realm inhabited by beings from other dimensions. Each minute and second is a torment. These light patterns serve to distract us, allowing us to momentarily forget our thirst and the interminable passage of time. Although we are parched, bored, uncomfortable, and fatigued, our minds remain in a state of heightened alertness. This prevents us from sleeping for extended periods. Perhaps our brains are striving to extricate us from this predicament, akin to a mouse trapped in a cage, frantically scurrying in search of an escape. It is only when it comprehends that this cage has no exit, or when its strength is utterly depleted, that it will cease this futile and agitated state. This sensation is not unfamiliar to me. I have encountered it before during my hunger training exercises. In the dim confines of the training room, I would often find myself reclining on the damp floor, gazing vacantly at the palm-sized skylight above. Daydreaming serves as one of the human psyche's protective mechanisms, akin to a computer entering standby mode. allowing our thoughts to dissipate as we navigate through the protracted, tedious, and agonizing hours. It is imperative to restrain the periods of cerebral overactivity, for they can induce restlessness and elevate bodily heat, leading to a significant depletion of energy and hydration. While I manage to cope with this, the two women find it considerably more challenging, particularly the young girl Jia, whose heightened mental state renders her as restless as a caged mouse. Causing her to break into a sweat, I instruct her to divert her attention, calming her mind to adapt to our survival environment. Catherine listens intently from nearby, putting my advice into practice. At last, we endure until evening. However, no favorable survival signals have appeared, and we continue to drift in solitude. I once again distribute equal rations of water and food, encouraging them with the assurance that if we can endure these 5 days, our bodies will acclimatize. If it rains in the coming days, we shall have an ample supply of fresh water, enabling us to satiate our hunger and thirst. Meanwhile, I begin to strategize for fishing. The daytime heat makes fishing an energy-consuming endeavor that I cannot afford. Moreover, any fish caught cannot be consumed immediately. They are primarily intended for drying, to be saved for when we have sufficient water to sustain ourselves. Otherwise, dehydration may render our bodies incapable of digesting food, leading to severe gastric cramps, pain that is unbearable for most, and sweating from such agony would further sap our water and strength. We must meticulously and frugally account for every ounce of our bodily resources, lest we find ourselves lacking that crucial bit of energy when hope finally arrives, potentially missing our last chance for survival. On the foredeck, I arrange the fishing line and lures retrieved from the rescue box. Then, I return to the aft deck, scraping barnacles from the propeller blades, using a small hammer from the rescue box to shatter them, extracting the soft flesh from a pile of shellfish to serve as bait. Chapter 10. The Toothless Shark. I rose on the aft deck, the light streaming from the bow of the ship, allowing me to discern the underwater environment to a certain depth. To my astonishment, we had entered a coral reef area. This region teems with aquatic life, resulting in an abundance of fish. The prospects appear promising, yet such richness is often accompanied by hidden dangers. The coral reef, thriving with food, serves as a hunting ground for various marine creatures, and in the harsh reality of natural selection, many fish have evolved formidable self-preservation mechanisms, including toxins. Even mollusks can be venomous, should one inadvertently catch such creatures without understanding their toxicity. Succumbing to the joy of the catch and recklessly attempting to grasp them barehanded would be tantamount to courting death, leaving no need for arrangements for the aftermath. The cool sea breeze caressed the face of this frail, old angler as I cast my baited hook into the water. As the vessel drifted, the bait sank far behind. I carefully secured the fishing rod in a designated spot on the aft deck, taking precautionary measures to tether it to the gunwale with a rope, lest this essential tool of sustenance be yanked away by a fish. Glancing back at the two women beneath the awning, I noticed they too had abandoned their repose, leaning against the window to savor the evening's maritime breeze. The expressions on Catherine and Joya's faces, with their beautiful eyes, were filled with a blend of uncertainty, concern, and a flicker of hope. Adversity had not extinguished their yearning for survival. Their resilience surpassed my expectations. Had they been ordinary urban women, they might have succumbed to frenzy, scrambling for food and fresh water by now. I had some understanding of Catherine. As a female politician, often referred to as a beautiful politician by the outside world, she possessed a strength that belied her appearance. Numerous political tribulations had failed to bring her down. Not even the harrowing experience of being kidnapped and taken to a medical ship on the high seas for organ harvesting could shatter her spirit, earning my quiet admiration. Had I not been aligned with the opposing political faction at that time, perhaps her fate would have been more favorable, even leading to her election. Yet, such musings are futile now. If we could escape this peril, she might yet reclaim her agency. Our enemies were common, and rescuing her would amplify my chances for vengeance. I smashed the barnacle meat with a hammer, the pungent aroma dispersing into the seawater, soon to attract a swarm of fish. Though I could not discern the species, the fishing line suddenly tightened, indicating that a fish had taken the bait. Without a moment's hesitation, I began to reel it in. One hand grasped the bending rod while the other swiftly turned the reel. I felt the tremendous force pulling at the other end of the line. It was unmistakably a large fish, My heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Every muscle in my body tensed as I leaned back, trying to avoid being dragged into the ocean along with the rod. The two women under the awning, witnessing my taut posture and intense effort, hastened to my side. Catherine immediately assisted in hauling the rod, with Joya joining in to lend her support. All three of us channeled our strength into the fishing rod. My adrenaline surged, oblivious to fatigue as I cranked the reel. "Oh God, this must be a sizable catch," Catherine exclaimed, her hands gripping the rod in a low stance, revealing a rare glimmer of joy. Young Joya was equally exhilarated, for this promised a substantial meal ahead. Within a mere 10 seconds, the line was reduced to a mere 2 meters, revealing the colossal creature beneath the waves. "Is it a tuna?" Joya inquired, her round eyes fixated on the gray behemoth in the water. "No, hold steady." I had little time to speak. Gripping the fixed-axis reel, I shouted and swiftly drew out the small dagger from the rescue box. I had long tucked that knife under my arm, and the moment had come for its use. With a rope tied around my body, I flipped over the gunwale, clutching the dagger as one would an ice pick, and swiftly aimed it at the formidable gray creature in the water. It was a gray thresher shark. Theoretically, it should have no interest in my bait, which was far too inconspicuous. I merely sought to catch a small fish. This behemoth weighed at least 60 pounds. Fortunately, this species of shark does not typically hunt in packs. Otherwise, the blood spilling from this thresher would inevitably attract more sharks, leading them to mercilessly snatch our hard-earned catch. I lost count of how many times I stabbed the creature. My other hand was on the verge of slipping from the gunwale, and in a moment of exhaustion, I managed to roll back onto the deck. I then resumed, cranking the reel. The thresher shark was quickly dragged from the water, the fishing rod bending like a bow. Yet it had not reached the breaking point. Catherine attempted to tug on the line to reel the shark in. "Do not be reckless. The taut fishing line is as sharp as a blade." I immediately cautioned Catherine, extending my arm to plunge the dagger into the heart of the thresher shark. This time, it finally ceased its vigorous thrashing. With a twist of my wrist, I hooked the dagger and pulled it onto the deck, finally bringing the creature aboard. The two women beamed with rare smiles, and Julia even erupted in cheers. I too felt elated, astonished that on the first day of our escape, my first fishing endeavor yielded such a significant result. I recognized this was sheer luck. Had we not been in these shallow coral waters, we would not have experienced such swift success. I sank down, gasping for breath. As none of us were clothed, I cautioned everyone to keep their distance from the thresher shark to avoid bites or injuries from its fins. Particularly for me, as a man, squatting down exposed me to grave danger. A careless strike could lead to my exposed parts being pierced or caught by a fin, and the consequences would be dire. Chapter 11. The dire freshwater crisis. The thresher shark was not yet lifeless. Its body still writhed occasionally. Its tenacity would sustain its struggle for a considerable time, so I did not rush to dissect it, allowing it to thrash in the pool of blood on the aft deck. The rear deck was a sunken area with fishing spots on either side, clearly indicating that its previous owner was an adept angler. The scent of blood that had just seeped into the sea would surely attract more sharks to this spot, so I warned the two women not to approach the gunwale. After resting for a while and drinking some water, I finally began to dissect the unfortunate thresher shark. Within its belly lay a coral fish, the very bait it had devoured. It seemed that the struggle of the coral fish had lured the thresher shark, which ultimately led to my substantial catch. To facilitate drying, I had to slice it patiently into fillets. A small portion, measuring approximately 5 millimeters in thickness, is accompanied by larger, thicker cuts of fish. The thinner section can be completely air-dried by tonight, allowing it to be swiftly sun-dried and ready for consumption by tomorrow. For the thicker portions, I meticulously unraveled a rope and divided it into numerous thin strands, suspending them from the steel framework of the awning. The sea breeze that flows in through the window will thoroughly dry them within 2 days. Additionally, I have carefully prepared and arranged the highly nutritious fish liver and fat on the foredeck. These nutrient-rich foods will replenish our bodies with a plethora of vitamins and are also a favorite among seabirds. Should any seabirds be flying overhead, they will undoubtedly be attracted to our provisions, drawing our attention to the avian life above. As for the inedible, foul-smelling fish entrails, I refrain from tossing them into the sea. Once dried, they can serve as bait for future use. However, I harbor a strong aversion to shark meat, as their blood contains a significant amount of urea, resulting in a higher osmotic pressure than seawater. Consequently, seawater continuously permeates their gill membranes, allowing sharks to maintain their acid-base balance. Thus, both shark flesh and blood are distinctly salty. Reluctantly, I would only resort to consuming it if absolutely necessary. Yet since it is aboard, I shall not let it go to waste. By the time I finished dissecting the blunt-nosed shark, the moon had already risen high in the sky. Exhausted, I lay on the foredeck, panting and gazing at the vast expanse of stars, experiencing a fleeting moment of tranquility. To reward the crew for their efforts, I decided to allocate some extra water and energy bars this evening. One bottle of water has been consumed, leaving us with a final bottle that we must ration until it rains. Thus, we must continue to reduce our water intake tomorrow. I shared this grim news with the two women, their faces instantly clouded with worry. Today's water consumption has already reached their limits, and the prospect of further reductions is truly daunting. Each of us harbors a sense of dread in the face of such circumstances. With only one bottle of water remaining, we find ourselves bargaining with death. Without it, we lose all leverage and are left with nothing. Of course, a desperate gambler always finds a way to acquire more chips. Should we finish this last bottle, and before succumbing to severe dehydration, I would not hesitate to draw blood from one of them, draining it entirely. While blood may not quench thirst like water, in such a dire environment, fresh blood could indeed provide me with nourishment and hydration. In the face of survival, humanity and morality recede to secondary or even tertiary concerns. In that scenario, no one would feel guilt. Remorse is a luxury afforded only to those who have survived. In the depths of despair, a human becomes indistinguishable from a beast. No crocodile or lion feels guilt when it devours another creature out of hunger. Human civilization flourishes in abundance, while hunger and desolation are often accompanied by violence and bloodshed. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. Certainly, consuming human blood is a last resort. However, I have devised another method to procure fresh water, albeit in limited quantities, which is certainly preferable to having none at all. It is not a distillation method, as we lack the requisite tools. I made my way to the foredeck and retrieved the raisins I had previously stored, gradually filling a bottle until it was 2/3 full. I then topped the bottle with the bitter seawater. "What are you doing?" Julia inquired, perplexed by my actions, mistakenly believing I was washing the raisins. Yet, how could one wash them with seawater? Moreover, in such an environment, does one truly need to be so meticulous? The skin and fibrous interior of the raisins can filter the seawater. Once they are sufficiently saturated, I shall consume them, I explained succinctly. Julia's expression shifted to one of understanding. Could we not repeatedly employ this method? Catherine chimed in. After the first extraction of moisture, the fibrous structure of the raisins is compromised. Consequently, the subsequent absorption would predominantly consist of seawater, rendering reuse unfeasible, I replied. Catherine and Julia's faces momentarily reflected disappointment. Had they known I was prepared to resort to drinking their blood, their disappointment would likely have deepened. I must once again fish to obtain some fish blood to quench my thirst. However, I cannot fish here, as this area is rife with sharks. There is a significant risk that the next catch could be a shark itself, potentially swallowing the hook hole. Although the likelihood of this occurring is minimal, I am unwilling to take that risk. After all, this is our sole fishing hook. Chapter 12. The Glimmer of God at Night. Upon the unpolluted ocean, the stars twinkled with exceptional clarity. We pushed open the door to the foredeck, allowing everyone to lean out and gaze at the starry sky, relishing the cool sea breeze. During the day, we would gaze vacantly at the play of light on the water. At night, we found solace in the cosmos. Compared to our time on the medical ship, this fleeting tranquility and freedom is invaluable. However, our physical endurance would not sustain us for long, and soon, we retreated to the awning to resume our slumber. I too closed my eyes, listening to the howling wind and the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the hull. Gradually succumbing to a deep sleep, I continued to rest at the entrance of the foredeck, with the solitary bottle of water nestled by my side, wedged between my waist and the small steps leading to the foredeck. The women, driven by their insatiable thirst, would find it impossible to procure the water without disturbing my slumber in the darkness. Exhausted in both body and spirit, we quickly succumbed to sleep. Throughout the night, we awoke several times due to hunger, yet we curled up to alleviate our discomfort and drifted back into slumber. By the time dawn broke, we were already awake. A thick fog enveloped the sea, and as the sun ascended, The mist evaporated at a visible pace. Damn it! Watching the vanishing fog, I was tormented internally. For this was precious fresh water. What method would I employ to collect this fog by tomorrow night? A net with very fine mesh would be ideal for collection. However, on this resource-deprived speedboat, acquiring such a net is utterly impossible. Perhaps I could utilize the raincoat, yet its directional properties are also of paramount importance. Collecting water with a raincoat overnight would yield only a meager amount, and it could lead to disorientation or veering off course, resulting in a dead end. As I gazed at the mist, my heart was filled with anxiety. However, when my eyes fell upon the arched awning, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. This awning, crafted from plastic, bore numerous neatly arranged hemispherical protrusions, reminiscent of a massage board. It was affixed to the vessel's body with screws, and after enduring a night of misty baptism, it was damp yet unable to gather water, resembling droplets sprayed upon a surface, moist, yet incapable of quenching our thirst. Yet, my heart brimmed with excitement. These small, bulging hemispheres, perhaps intended for decorative purposes or other impractical uses by the designer, were now offering me a second chance at survival. They resembled the backs of the fog-basking beetles from a Namib desert along Africa's west coast, whose exoskeletons are adorned with numerous protrusions that catch the humid air at night, allowing the mist to flow down into their mouths. I merely needed to unscrew one side of the awning's top, allowing it to tilt, enabling those protrusions to collect a substantial amount of mist. The pressing question now was how to gather this mist effectively. Directly sliding it into the cabin was impractical. The plastic chairs would obstruct the process, and any collected water would quickly evaporate on the cabin deck, not to mention the potential for contamination. Yet, this challenge did not daunt me. The rescue box served as an excellent vessel for water collection. All I needed to do tonight was empty its contents, transforming it into a mist catcher. Of course, I would have to unscrew 3 corners of the awning's top cover, positioning the box at the lowest corner to ensure optimal collection. With just one night, we could accumulate enough water for the 3 of us for an entire day. Furthermore, to enhance collection efficiency, I planned to smear the wax from the 2 candles within the rescue box onto the top cover, thereby improving its hydrophobic properties. When I shared this brilliant idea with Catherine and Julia, their previously vacant gazes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. In the sea, mist was not scarce, especially during this tropical season. Winds from both hemispheres converged towards the tropics, coupled with direct sunlight, evaporating vast amounts of seawater. As temperatures dropped at night, the humid air could not ascend, resulting in mist rather than rain. On this ocean, where evaporation was immense, a day devoid of mist could very well herald impending rain. Thus, before the rain arrived, we would have access to a steady supply of fresh water. While it may not be abundant, it would suffice by dawn. We could potentially collect 1 to 2 liters of water. The women, upon hearing my reliable plan, could hardly contain their excitement. Julia, in her exuberance, threw her arms around me and planted a kiss on my cheek. Her soft, supple form brushed against my sturdy chest, stirring a sensation within me. However, my energy was exceedingly limited, rendering any action implausible. Catherine, teary-eyed, gazed at the heavens with her hands clasped in prayer at her heart, as if expressing gratitude for the divine spark of survival bestowed upon me. I am an atheist, yet in the face of despair. The yearning for miracles serves as a final act of self-deception, perhaps even a source of motivation. At the very least, in death, one may be filled with joy and gratitude, believing they shall finally return to the embrace of the divine, unlike atheists who meet their end in profound anguish and resentment. In this world, whether a deity truly exists remains an open question. After all, the existence of humanity and the universe itself is an immense enigma, with the realms of the unknown remaining vastly unexplored, be it the god of the West or the Shiva of the East, as long as they enable our survival. I would not hesitate to silently offer a prayer or 2. For now, let us endure today. My spirits were lifted, yet I remained vigilant, reminding the 2 women to check on the grapes we had soaked the previous night. Chapter 13. Assessing our bounty, Zhu yet exhibited remarkable enthusiasm as she ventured into the shade, retrieving the bottle of grapes placed at the edge of the seat. I instructed her to pour them directly onto the life jacket, which was preferable to spilling them on the deck. Julia seated herself with legs apart on the reclined chair, the life jacket spread before her. She twisted the cap off, pouring out the seawater before carefully emptying the water-soaked raisins onto the life jacket. Catherine and I, seated nearby, could scarcely contain our eagerness and promptly popped a raisin into our mouths. The slight saltiness on the surface of the raisin could not compete with the sweet, fresh water within. With a single bite, it was akin to breaking through a sugary orb. The dry, fragrant sweetness of the grape instantaneously delighted my taste buds, provoking a rush of saliva that quenched my thirst exquisitely. It was not cloyingly sweet like saccharin, but rather perfectly balanced. I retrieved gauze from the first aid kit, instructing the two women to place the raisins on it to absorb any residual seawater, thereby avoiding unnecessary intake. Once the surface of the raisins was dried, the three of us sat in joyful camaraderie beneath the shade, portioning the raisins fairly. Naturally, my share was the largest, and the women had no objections, aware that without my efforts, they would not have access to these water-laden treasures. These raisins became our breakfast. Julia tasted one and was immediately overcome with emotion. She exclaimed that she had never imagined raisins could be so delectable. Catherine echoed her sentiment, her face aglow with happiness. Joy suddenly felt so simple, and we each found it astonishing. After we finished, I stuffed the remaining raisins from yesterday back into the bottle, once more filling it with seawater, anticipating a delightful repast by evening. The remaining bottle of water requires merely 100 milliliters for our needs today. Although we have devised a method to collect fresh water, until we achieve that, none of us dares to deplete the contents of the bottle. We continue to exercise stringent control over our intake of fresh water. After breakfast, we recline in a state of semi-slumber beneath the shade, striving to minimize our expenditure of energy. As noon approaches, marking the peak of the day's heat, we still feel the oppressive warmth within the shelter, with only hot air circulating around us. To our dismay, we are devoid of any clothing, our exposed skin sticky with perspiration. In an effort to mitigate sweating and the consequent loss of moisture, as well as to avoid heat stroke, we plunge into the ocean, gripping the ropes at the edge of the speedboat as we drift along. Although the air above the water is sweltering, the embrace of the sea provides a refreshing respite, the vastness of the ocean effortlessly dissipating the sun's heat. We even submerge our heads, allowing our bodies to become thoroughly soaked. Reluctant to emerge from the water, we find ourselves enveloped in an unparalleled comfort, a rare moment that allows us to forget our hunger and thirst. Our spirits are notably elevated, likely due to the consumption of raisins. After all, we have replenished our sugar levels and are spared the dizziness of hypoglycemia. The woman's intimate wound from last night has healed, and soaking in the seawater poses no issues, particularly since the injury was not severe. Yet, the question arises, could there be sharks in these waters? After a while, Catherine and Julia expressed their concerns, prompting me to reassure them. This area is predominantly deep sea, where sharks are generally found in shallower waters near coastal reefs. There exists a species known as the six-gill shark, which prowls all tropical waters. However, there is no need for alarm, as they tend to swim close to the surface and would not launch an attack from beneath us. Should we spot one, we would have ample time to board the vessel. My explanation alleviates their fears, and they relish the coolness of the moment. After an hour of reveling in the water, we plan to return to the boat for a brief respite, only to plunge back into the sea when the heat becomes unbearable once more. Thus, we repeat this cycle until dusk descends. Once on board, while there is still a hint of twilight, I dismantle 3 corners of the canopy, allowing it to tilt, and then proceed to coat it with a layer of wax to enhance its water-repellent properties, as per our plan. Next, I empty the contents of the rescue box onto the cabin deck, leaving the red plastic box vacant and positioned at the lowest corner. I hope to collect a sufficient amount of dew tonight. Both women brim with anticipation. However, with the canopy collapsed, the space beneath has significantly diminished, forcing the 3 of us to huddle together for sleep. The nighttime temperature remains quite refreshing, with mist gently enveloping us. Even in our close quarters, we do not feel overheated, though the physical contact and friction do exert a psychological impact on me, a reality that the 2 women are aware is beyond our control. After all, the current state of everyone has improved significantly compared to the moment we first escaped from the medical ship. It is entirely natural to exhibit some reactions. Catherine even expressed a desire to assist me. I firmly declined her offer, as I was far too weak to endure any exertion, especially after losing so much blood, which would require an extensive period for my vitality to be restored. Tonight, Much like last night, there were no significant disturbances. After consuming some water and energy bars, we began to rest. The raisins had already been soaked, but we decided to save them for tomorrow, as they represented our only source of plant sustenance. If our demise were to occur in the coming days, we hoped to pass with these raisins in our mouths. I awoke once in the middle of the night, reaching out to touch the sunshade, which felt damp, and I peacefully drifted back to sleep, anticipating the bountiful harvest of the following day. That night, I experienced a delightful dream. I envisioned ourselves landing on an island abundant with endless sweet, clear streams, where two women and I joyfully bathed in the cool waters, subsequently catching numerous dragonfish. However, upon awakening in the morning, the ship continued to sway upon the sea. The sky remained devoid of clouds, and no islands were visible in the vicinity. I was not surprised, as this area is characterized by its scarcity of islands. All my hopes rested within that rescue box. Chapter 14. Coexistence of Hope and Despair on the Morning Sea. Visibility was less than 30 meters, and the temperature was pleasantly cool. However, the comfort of the environment lasted only for the first hour after sunrise. I quickly made my way to the location of the rescue box, and when I observed the shimmering reflection of water at the bottom of the box, I could hardly contain my excitement and immediately crouched down to inspect the water level. When I extended my finger to the bottom of the tank, I was astonished to find that the collected moisture had surpassed the length of my first knuckle. I tilted the box to estimate the water volume. It must be at least 15 liters. Overwhelmed with joy, I called out to Catherine and Julia with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Hey, wake up. We have gathered water." My exuberant voice startled the two women from their slumber. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they recognized my fervent expression and knew there must be good news. They hurried over. Julia, with her parched lips, inquired, "Uncle, is there water?" "Indeed, approximately 15 liters. If we use this method to collect more moisture, even without rain, we will have a means to survive," I replied excitedly, unable to resist reaching into the box to scoop out a mouthful of water, which I instantly consumed. The cool sweetness flooded my parched mouth, sending a delightful sensation coursing through my entire being. Witnessing this, Catherine and Julia, too, were filled with exhilaration, mimicking my actions to drink the collected moisture. Our cracked lips, previously peeling, softened with the water and regained their fullness and rosy hue. I did not restrict their intake, for all our bodies required replenishment. Saving is essential for survival. If the body succumbs to ailments, even an abundance of fresh water in the future may not restore its health. Therefore, such frugality is utterly futile. It is imperative to allocate fresh water judiciously to ensure the well-being of our bodies. The three of us consumed 500 milliliters of water. While this quantity is not particularly large, we have all learned restraint and nearly ceased our actions. They too fear returning to the days of dehydration, so there was no need for reminders. They instinctively practiced moderation. I felt a sense of relief. I entrusted the task of preparing the raisins to Julia once more. She executed her duties with greater finesse this time, swiftly pouring out the water-saturated raisins and using a cloth to absorb the seawater from their surface. She then conscientiously divided the raisins into 3 portions. Sitting on the foredeck, we cherished each precious raisin, reluctant to consume them too quickly, for they resembled gemstones in their value. However, we needed the calories and sugar, and since they had already been soaked, it was imperative to eat them before they spoiled. Thus, we consumed them one by one, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Having previously lived in a bustling metropolis, we had never truly appreciated the food around us. Even if we had, it was merely a superficial awareness, lacking profound intellectual enlightenment. "Delicious," Julia remarked, licking her lips as if savoring a culinary delight of the earthly realm, while Catherine swallowed hard, clearly wanting more. We strive to persevere, believing that more delectable treasures await us in the future. I encouraged the two women, noting that their spirits were evidently more buoyant than before, as evidenced by the determination reflected in their eyes. Nonetheless, we still had a considerable journey ahead before achieving satiety. I rose to reattach the sunshade, planning to dismantle it again in the evening. Today was akin to yesterday, with one notable difference. We began consuming dried shark meat. The nutrients and fiber from the energy bars are exceedingly difficult to obtain from the sea, necessitating careful distribution of these energy bars, while the staple shifted to shark meat. Although somewhat salty, our fresh water was no longer in dire scarcity, Thus, we needed to consider nutritional balance. In the afternoon, after soaking in the sea, I planned to fish around 4 o'clock when the sun was less harsh. We were fortunate not to encounter any large fish or sharks. Instead, we caught several pomfret and snapper, which are quite common and often appear in schools. Whenever we encountered them, we could generally catch one or two, sufficient for producing a good supply of fish jerky. Thus, we drifted aimlessly at sea for 5 tedious days. Catherine and her group were fortunate. They did not endure the severe hunger of the first 5 days and had both water and ample food. My body, too, gradually regained its strength during this time. Certainly, there remains a considerable disparity from a state of normalcy. However, I find contentment in our current circumstances. As we continue to navigate through these days, I firmly believe that the 3 of us shall persevere. On the 6th day, I compared the data from our nautical records. Our latitude has scarcely changed, seemingly fluctuating around the Tropic of Capricorn. The occurrence of such a situation is not entirely surprising, as we are situated in the heart of the South Equatorial Current, where the direction of oceanic currents is not as pronounced as in the northern and southern regions. Changes in wind direction can also alter the flow. My greatest concern is whether the speedboat is merely circling within the South Equatorial Current. If that is indeed the case, we may drift for months without escaping this vast sea. Moreover, based on my observations over the past few days, it appears that this is precisely what is happening. A sense of despair washes over me like an overwhelming wave, causing immense discomfort. Although we currently do not lack food and water, prolonged drifting at sea and a monotonous diet will inevitably lead to significant physical and psychological issues. Mr. Dillon, how are you? Catherine inquired with concern, noticing my silence. Chapter 15. Drifting. Day 7. I glanced at Catherine. Her complexion had improved considerably since the previous days. However, seeing my silence only deepened her worry. Yet, within a few seconds, her expression transformed into one of determination as she turned to me and said, "Mr. Dillon, please speak your mind. We can endure whatever you have to say. Nothing could be worse than being on a medical ship." "Indeed, Uncle," Julia added, "regardless of what lies ahead, we must hold on until the very end. We shall not surrender until the final moment." Julia, too, discerned the unfavorable outcome reflected in my somber demeanor. Their unwavering optimism and strength greatly moved me. Indeed, nothing is more vital than survival. In a dire struggle for existence, losing faith equates to losing the will to live. This is not mere platitude, but a profound truth of survival skills. One can be both psychologically defeated and miraculously empowered by their own mental suggestions, as exemplified by psychologist McGuire Gardner's experiment with death row inmates, wherein prisoners were informed they would undergo a bleeding torture. They were then bound to a frame, blindfolded, and ice cubes were scraped across their wrists to simulate the sensation of a blade cutting through flesh. Warm water was continuously dripped to mimic the flow of blood, ultimately leading to the actual death of the inmate. This illustrates how psychological suggestion can elicit physiological responses. In truth, this phenomenon is not confined to the psychological realm. The inmate, convinced of their impending demise due to blood loss, combined with the warm water and the sound of dripping, continuously stimulated and reinforced this suggestion, resulting in overwhelming fear. This, in turn, triggered extreme physiological reactions, increasing adrenaline secretion, which reduces blood supply to certain areas of the body while ensuring muscles receive adequate blood flow, thereby enhancing physical performance during life-threatening situations. However, such conditions are not sustainable. Yet, the condemned remained ensnared in such dire circumstances. Due to diminished blood supply, the oxygen transported by red blood cells correspondingly decreased. Once the capillaries were deprived of oxygen, plasma would seep into the surrounding tissues, resulting in a reduction of blood flow and dangerously low blood pressure, ultimately impairing the function of organs relying on proper circulation, leading inexorably towards death, a vicious cycle. The psyche directly influences the physiological realm. This is an irrefutable truth. Indeed, we must strive with all our might to survive, and I firmly believe that we shall endure. I inhaled deeply, my gaze resolutely fixed upon them. In this environment, we constantly encouraged one another, and it indeed bore fruit. "Mr. Dillon, can you tell us what has transpired?" Catherine inquired earnestly. I conveyed the truth to them. We are likely situated in the very heart of the Indian Ocean, isolated, with no village in sight, nor any store nearby. If fortune favors us, we may drift westward for approximately a year to reach Port Louis, heading northwest. We might arrive at the British Indian Ocean Territory, specifically the Chagos Islands, in about 6 months. This, of course, is the optimistic scenario. I delivered this heavy news to them, and their optimism swiftly evaporated. Clearly, they had not anticipated the severity of our predicament. They could envision the worst-case scenario as merely drifting for a month or two, and under conditions of adequate water and food, the average person nearing their limits after such a duration. Misfortune seems to favor the afflicted, and I felt this truth profoundly in that moment. The Grim Reaper would not relent until it seized our very fate. Do not lose heart. Perhaps we may encounter 1 or 2 diminutive islands, so small they may not be charted, but they could grant us greater space for survival. It was my turn to offer them solace. I realized that their resolve and optimism stemmed from ignorance. I should not have burdened them with such a disheartening report, having overestimated their capacity for endurance. But those islands cannot be very elevated. Will we even be able to see them? Julia queried, her concern palpable. I nodded, assuring Julia that as long as they lay within 5 kilometers, there remained a chance to glimpse them. Moreover, such islands typically hosted seabirds, promising abundant sustenance, though they also bore the risk of inundation. The waters of lagoons on these islands would primarily be saline, yet there was no cause for excessive worry. Reaching an island would provide greater opportunities for fresh water. I painted for them a vibrant vision of a flourishing future, akin to quenching thirst with the sight of plums. This rekindled a semblance of hope within them. In truth, I alone understood that such probabilities were as rare as a leaf being washed onto a small rock in the middle of a river. Thus, buoyed by this exceedingly slender hope, we endured for another 2 days. The spirit of the group grew increasingly despondent. On the 7th day of drifting at sea, the night sky was less than clear. Like the previous 2 days, it bore a considerable number of cumulus clouds. Yet, there had been no rain. Or perhaps it fell in distant places that we simply missed. After all, precipitation in tropical waters is quite a common occurrence. The water we have managed to collect is substantial. Even without rain, our situation is not dire, though a light shower would certainly be preferable. What we dread most is a tempest. Our small vessel cannot withstand rough seas. Should it capsize, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to right it. At that point, we would be left clinging to the hull, adrift, facing the peril of slipping into the sea while exposed to the scorching sun, and simultaneously, we would lose the ability to gather fresh water. In such a scenario, the path to our demise would be alarmingly near. I cannot fathom that a divine being would await us along the way with a few bottles of spring water and a lavish feast. Look, just as Catherine and I languidly reclined on the deck, Julia, who had been perched at the edge, suddenly exclaimed, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 16. The storm at this hour of the night. It is impossible to see any islands. Nevertheless, the exuberance in the young girl's voice stirred us, prompting us to rise from the deck. Look, the sea is glowing. All around us, Julia exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the luminescent waters surrounding our boat. Beneath the surface, vast expanses of blue luminescence danced. This was my first encounter with such a wondrous sight, were it not for the knowledge in my mind explaining the phenomenon. I might have believed, like the 2 women, that I had entered paradise. The glowing entities in the sea are jellyfish. We must have entered a shallow marine area. And with the oppressive heat in the air and signs of impending rain, these jellyfish have risen to the surface. Their radiant glow illuminates the otherwise somber waters, creating this breathtaking spectacle. Ignorance indeed breeds happiness. This truth was evident, yet I could not experience the same childlike delight as Julia upon witnessing this phenomenon. Nevertheless, I felt a flicker of awareness within me, as jellyfish are known to exhibit behavior indicative of seeking fresh water. If there are islands nearby, these jellyfish will swim toward land before the rain falls. This explains why large numbers of jellyfish can be found along the shore after a downpour. However, glancing at the sky, I surmised that this rain would not be heavy. These jellyfish might simply be surfacing for a drizzle. I cautioned the 2 women to refrain from dipping their feet into the water to avoid being stung by jellyfish. Simultaneously, I began to secure the canopy once more, lest a strong wind come and sweep away our only means of survival. Any loss at this juncture would be unbearable for us. as fragile as a fraying rope hanging by a single strand. Any slight external force could cause it to snap. In less than 15 minutes, the sky opened up, and rain began to fall. The droplets splashed against our faces, a sensation both cool and exhilarating. We utilized the rescue box to collect the rainwater. As I had anticipated, it was merely a moderate shower, and by the time it ceased, we had gathered approximately 1 liter of rainwater. Had I not secured the canopy, we might have collected even more. However, we need not take such risks, for we have prudently stored ample fresh water. No one can guarantee that the rain will not be accompanied by sudden storms. Thus, retracting the canopy is a reasonable precaution. After the rain, the sea surface is adorned with an abundance of jellyfish. The luminous blue jellyfish evoke a sense of entering a fantastical fairy tale. The women, having recently emerged from the rain, have grown less frail in these past few days of adaptation. Their spirits are brighter than before. Witnessing such a spectacle invigorates them. As if they are on the brink of salvation, their faces aglow with smiles. They continually express their gratitude to the divine. Perhaps, during these days of drifting, they have begun to believe in an invisible deity, interpreting this as a sign from God. On the 8th day of our drifting at midday, we consumed a few pieces of dried fish and an energy bar, along with the seaweed we had gathered from the shallow waters, which we dried and then soaked in fresh water, kneading it into a ball to chew. This seaweed is rich in vitamins and minerals such as calcium, iron, magnesium, selenium, and iodine. Additionally, it contains protein, cellulose, various amino acids, and polysaccharides, and is abundant in chlorophyll, which aids in detoxifying the body and combating free radical damage. It can be said that this is one of the few foods that help maintain our nutritional balance during our days adrift at sea. Whenever we encounter seaweed, we make sure to seize the opportunity. To enhance our foraging efforts, I fashioned nets from the ropes on either side of the boat and cast them into the sea, ensuring we would collect some seaweed by day's end. When nearing shallow waters, I would even dare to dive beneath the surface to gather more. As I chewed the briny seaweed, I stepped out from under the sunshade onto the foredeck, where a strong sea breeze blew in from the west, instilling within me a sense of foreboding. I gazed out toward the western horizon, where a thick, enormous cumulus cloud loomed. This colossal cloud, resembling grayish ink on a blue canvas, dominated much of the sky ahead, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The base of the cloud was pitch black, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. How could such weather arise so suddenly? The conditions at sea are indeed capricious. The two women were equally astonished by the meteorological marvel, hardly able to believe their eyes. However, I could not share in their wonder. Above us, the sky was clear and sunny, a blissful brightness that dulled our senses. Damn it! I cursed aloud, swiftly retrieving the net I had cast into the sea and quickly untangling the knots to restore it to its original form. What is wrong? Catherine and Julia inquired in unison. Hurry, bring in the water sail. There is an eye of the storm approaching us. I shouted, and it was then that they grasped the gravity of the situation. Julia promptly pulled in the water sail, while Catherine gathered the supplies from below deck and stored them in the forward storage compartment. I secured the ropes I had detached using exceptionally safe bowline knots, evenly distributing them across the starboard side. In total, I fashioned 5 bindings. The ends of 3 ropes were tied to my person. I utilized these knots to secure my waist and the base of my legs, forming a triangular safety knot. The bowline knot S structure ensures that it will not constrict under varying forces, thereby safeguarding our bodies effectively. Regardless of how fierce the storm may become, it will absolutely prevent my separation from the vessel. Simultaneously, I tethered the remaining 2 ropes to Catherine and Julia, creating a single waist knot for each of them. Although this knot does not possess the same level of security as my triangular knot, it nonetheless offers them a measure of protection. After all, the length of rope at my disposal is finite, and I must prioritize my own safety. As long as I am alive, their chances of survival increase significantly. Conversely, if either of them survive alone, it will not suffice to save the other 2. When the storm arrives, we must concentrate ourselves in the center of the boat. Should the vessel capsize, we are to swim out immediately, tightly gripping the ropes and avoiding being thrown off. We must not attempt to pull ourselves closer to the speedboat, as the tumultuous waves will continuously toss it about. If we come too close, our bodies risk being struck and rendered unconscious by the hull. Do you understand? All I can do now is to remind them as best as I can. Once the storm descends, no matter how loudly I shout, they will not hear me. When faced with any adversity, they will have to rely on their own resilience. Chapter 17. Survival in the storm. The waves swelled increasingly, causing our vessel to rise and fall with the tumultuous sea, akin to a capsule adrift upon the water's surface. Seated beneath the awning, we clutched the handles on either side, our hearts racing with urgency. None of us succumbed to seasickness, perhaps due to our acclimatization to the vessel's swaying motion. Or perhaps our anxious minds had enabled our bodies to overcome the sensation of dizziness. The wind that surged into the awning carried with it torrents of rain, the deluge striking our faces with the sting of icy pellets. I observed the colossal storm, its dark clouds resembling a vast, menacing tornado, seemingly housing an incomprehensible dragon at its core, swirling ominously. Of course, such a gigantic creature could not possibly exist. It must be the eye of the storm. We appeared as helpless, diminutive organisms clinging to a floating object, gazing at the ominous, storm-laden sky and ocean that enveloped us. The waves crashed relentlessly, and in an instant, the sea surged over the bow, flooding into the cabin. We were abruptly submerged in seawater. The boat did not sink after a wave passed. The water that had poured in through the awning's side windows drained out, and we struggled like gophers, emerging from the deluge to gulp in air, bracing ourselves for the next wave's intrusion. Within mere seconds, the agonizing cycle repeated itself. We were like tiny figures trapped in a jar, overwhelmed by the torrent unleashed by a giant. Before we could expel the previous influx of seawater, yet another wave crashed in. We clutched the handles tightly, stretching our necks towards the top of the sunshade, striving to bring our mouths and noses into contact with the air as swiftly as possible. Just a single breath in, and we immediately felt the vessel plummeting downward at an alarming rate. Indeed, it was akin to the sensation of falling over a waterfall. We understood that this was not a true fall, but rather a moment spent at the bottom of a colossal wave. With our experience, we knew another massive wave would soon crash upon us, and thus, we steeled ourselves mentally. We braced ourselves against the storm's torment with a resolve that seemed resigned to death, harboring but one wish. May the ship not sink, should it succumb to the depths. Our demise would be imminent, although I had tied 5 ropes to the starboard side, allowing for the possibility of righting the vessel after it capsized. This could only be accomplished once the storm had passed. The pressing question remained: would we endure until the tempest subsided after the ship had overturned? Our spirits and bodies were under tremendous strain at this moment. In the face of nature's caprice, we possessed no means of resistance, akin to ants desperately clinging to a leaf, attempting to survive in a furious current, praying for the storm to relent. Only then could we live on. Yet, it seemed that the divine had no intention of sparing the 3 of us, the unfortunate survivors, as if to test our will after an agonizing hour of endurance. Another colossal wave surged towards us. This time, fortune was not on our side. The vessel found itself caught in the midst of the wave's undulating surface, with a towering crest above us and an abyss-like trough below. Our small capsule was suddenly enveloped by the oncoming wave, the entire ship spiraling violently beneath the surface. Countless frothy bubbles erupted around the hull, surging upwards. It felt as though we had been tossed into a washing machine, and within the confines of the ship, we were left disoriented, akin to passengers ejected from a vehicle during a crash for failing to fasten their seatbelts, the sole awareness being the desperate effort to remain conscious. It took a full 10 seconds to resurface from the depths. At that moment, my spinning mind could grasp nothing. Torrents of seawater choked my nostrils, and my body felt as though it were being torn apart. I believed our demise was inevitable. My heart cried out, "Oh God, spare us. Let us suffer less. We are willing to submit to you, to prostrate ourselves at your feet, to kiss your toes, and become your devoted followers." Yet, it seemed that the divine was not finished with us. As the vessel was swept away, it yanked us from the sea, almost hurling us above the surface. We then endured the whims of the waves. Had it not been for the ropes around us, no matter how fervently we swam, we would not have surfaced from the turbulent depths. It was the ropes that saved our lives. The girl beside me, sputtered as she choked on water, while Catherine, with her robust physique and familiarity with the water, gasped for air after surfacing. Observing Gia, struggling even to tread water. I removed the only life jacket I had and offered it to her. Originally, these were the belongings I salvaged while escaping from the medical ship. I withheld them from the others, and naturally, they had no grounds for complaint. I'm not heartless. I simply refuse to be responsible for their lives at the expense of my own. However, in this moment, I must lend support to Juya, helping her regain her composure. Clad in the life jacket I provided, her pained visage bore eyes, reddened from the choke of despair, which glimmered with gratitude under the dim light. Hang in there. We shall soon be hurled from this tempest. I grasped Juya's hair, lifting her face to shout at her emphatically. The storm would not calm in response to our prayers. It continued to torment us relentlessly. We clung to one another tightly, battling the merciless sea together. Internally, I cursed, "Damn you, God, we shall not submit to you, nor shall we become your devout followers. You are a mere hollow idol, a coward." Yet, the storm neither intensified nor abated in response to our vitriol. We were like insignificant motes of dust, carelessly dropped into the water, inconsequential before the vast ocean. We lost track of how long we had resisted the storm or how many times we had been submerged. The very act of breathing felt like an indulgence, engulfing us in despair. Our strength had long since waned, and as the storm began to subside, we summoned our remaining energy to grasp the edge of the capsized vessel. The speedboat resembled a colossal gourd, bobbing incessantly in the sea. We could not tell how long this struggle lasted until the gray clouds on the horizon were pierced by the radiant glow of the setting sun, cascading like divine light upon the roiling, dark waters, illuminating our glimmer of hope. "We must right the boat," I declared, laboriously climbing atop the hull before flipping over to the other side. Catherine and Juya followed suit. We positioned ourselves on the opposite side of the hull, causing that side to sink as we leaned and pulled the rope, reminiscent of hoisting a sail. With the momentum of the waves, we exerted our combined strength, and miraculously, the speedboat righted itself. Overcome with exhilaration, we summoned our last vestiges of strength to clamber onto the damp deck. We lay on the aft deck, gasping for breath, savoring this precious air. We were unsure how long we rested. Nonetheless, the fatigue clung to us, while the vessel continued to sway, lulling us into a stupor. Once we regained a semblance of energy, we discovered that our makeshift shelter had been claimed by the tempest, leaving only 6 broken plastic poles, starkly erect on either side of the hull. Chapter 18. The longing for death. I disregarded my exhaustion and immediately crawled to the foredeck, where I spotted the intact, small hatch of the storage compartment. A flicker of relief washed over me. The fresh water in the rescue kit had already been depleted before the storm, as we needed to replenish the survival supplies. Thus, fresh water has now become our greatest crisis. The water collected in the central deck is predominantly seawater, rendering it undrinkable. Taking advantage of the ongoing rain, I hastily opened the storeroom, retrieving the raincoat previously used as a water sail. I spread the raincoat and hung it on the broken support beam, creating a new canopy. Rainwater cascaded onto the raincoat, gradually pooling in the center. The outer layer of the raincoat is waterproof, while the inner layer consists of durable canvas. Previously utilized in water, it remained unscathed, though the inner canvas was encrusted with seaweed and barnacles, making it resemble a piece of clothing long submerged in the ocean. The 2 women gazed at the sky, weeping. This time, I refrained from stifling their emotional release. Surviving the catastrophe, each individual was engulfed by a whirlwind of complex emotions. And on each of our faces, there was no trace of joy in surviving. The reason being, this existence is not truly life. We have merely weathered a storm. As long as we remain adrift, countless such tribulations may await us, and ultimately, we shall perish in the vast sea. Negative emotions, like the shadow of death, began to shroud each soul. As evening fell, the rain ceased, and the tempest had receded far behind us. I poured the collected rainwater back into the emptied rescue box. The 2 women, utterly spent, lay resting beneath the raincoat. Their faces were as pale as corpses, lips tinged with white creases. Although their bare skin had not been overly exposed to the sun, the prolonged time adrift had darkened them somewhat. I too was exhausted, devoid of the strength for any further endeavors, and thus lay down between the 2 women to rest. When I awoke, it was already midnight. With no way to ascertain the exact time, I was overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst and hunger, prompting me to begin distributing food and water. Without a canopy, Our means of collecting moisture relied solely on the raincoat, which could gather only a meager amount. Moreover, without the water sail, our movement solely depended on the ocean currents, which was exceedingly slow. Converting the raincoat into a sail was futile due to its insufficient size. The constricted conditions thrust us back into a predicament. Gazing at the now clear night sky, I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Physically and mentally drained, I resembled a dying elder, reminiscing about my past, pondering the origins and meaning of life, and daydreaming about the cosmos and what lies beyond our Earth. Such reflections serve merely as a psychological defense mechanism, seeking solace in the face of death, allowing the body to believe in a continued existence in another form post-mortem. I stared at the starry sky. For the first time, my thoughts broke free from the mundane and the pressing survival crisis, soaring into this vast and tranquil universe, a serene calmness enveloping me like never before. It was a form of liberation. I recognized this feeling as an emotional release from my psyche's self-protection mechanism, enabling me to confront death without fear, even developing a yearning for it. Such musings may diminish our will to survive. However, who can truly attest that one does not venture to another realm after death? If the law of conservation of energy is indeed infallible, then one might argue that a human, as an embodiment of energy, persists beyond demise, existing in an alternate form of energy. Should this not evoke a sense of wonder? From a solitary cell, a being can evolve into a complex organism within a mere 10 months. When viewed from a microscopic perspective, the process of life's development resembles an epic cosmic struggle in evolution. With such a convoluted genesis, can it be that life holds no significance whatsoever? Is it so easily extinguished in this desolate ocean? I close my eyes, striving to reclaim the scattered thoughts that drifted away. I endeavor to concentrate, confronting the immediate crisis, rather than allowing these musings to drag me into an abyss from which I may never emerge. I rise and adjust the rainfly of the shelter, angling it so that one side is elevated while the other dips, creating a 45-degree slope. This configuration allows the moisture collected during the night to gather at the lower end. The two women, having recently consumed water and an energy bar, lack the vitality they once exhibited. They lie there, akin to two salted fish, motionless, their eyes wide open and vacantly gazing at the night sky. I surmise they share my earlier sentiments, perhaps even more profoundly. They murmur incessantly about the existence of deities, the notion that the earthly realm is hell, and the possibility of reaching a blissful afterlife. Upon voicing these thoughts, a sense of relief and enlightenment washes over them. In light of our dire circumstances, it is the psychological torment that proves most lethal. The wind has ceased, and the pitch-black ocean lies in tranquil silence, devoid of even the whispers of waves or the rustle of the breeze. I ponder how a normal person's dreams should not be so insubstantial. With no environmental stimuli to provide feedback, a profound sense of loneliness and dread envelopes our hearts. The feeling is surreal, akin to a dream, and begins to re-emerge within our minds. This sensation is terrifying, especially after drifting for so long. It leads us to question whether we have long since perished, with our current existence merely a soul adrift upon the sea. Whenever such thoughts arise, I find myself caressing the skin, lips, and features of the two women, attuning myself to their breath. These tangible sensations feed back to my brain, invoking physiological responses that affirm my own existence. At that moment, something collided with our vessel, producing a faint sound on the starboard side. It was certainly not a fish, for the sound was too distinct, not emanating from beneath the water, but rather from some floating object. I promptly moved to the right side to investigate. Chapter 19. The first half of my life, I traced the source of the sound, and in the darkness, I beheld a feathered object adrift. This could not possibly be seaweed or other debris, as such items would not produce a sound upon impact. My instinct immediately directed me to consider the possibility of a bird's carcass. He immediately reached down, grasping its soft feathers, and pulled it from sea. What could it be? Julia and Catherine leaned closer, their curiosity piqued, completely oblivious to the nudity of their bodies pressed against my arms. I disregarded the intimate sensation of skin against skin and tossed the creature onto the deck, where it landed with a dull thud. Under the clear moonlight, we finally discerned its form. It It was a magnificent bird. The striking red throat pouch revealed that this creature, comparable in size to a wild chicken, was a male frigate bird. It's a bird, a seabird. Uncle, didn't you say that if we saw a bird, we could find an island? Julia exclaimed excitedly. Catherine's face mirrored her enthusiasm, her previously vacant expression now alight with hope. Clearly, this bird had rekindled their spirits. I examined the frigate bird closely and found no wounds on its body. My heart sank, for the worst outcome had indeed come to pass. This was a frigate bird that had succumbed to exhaustion. Frigate birds are remarkably powerful flyers that typically inhabit the vicinity of islands. Unlike other seabirds that can plunge into the water at high speeds to catch fish, they have adapted to survive by stealing food from the beaks of other seabirds, earning them the moniker of avian pirates. This behavior stems from their feathers lacking sufficient oil, making them difficult to dry once wet. Hence, I surmised two possibilities. 1. This frigate bird had become isolated, its feathers drenched by rain, leading it to collapse before it could return to its roost. 2. After becoming separated, the bird had completely lost its way. The former scenario was the more favorable outcome, as it indicated that islands indeed exist nearby. If it were the latter, it would imply that there were no islands within at least 500 nautical miles. Yes, this confirmed the presence of islands in the vicinity. I refrained from sharing the most disheartening possibility with the two hopeful women, lest it extinguish their will to survive. Wonderful. Let us take turns on watch to ensure we don't miss the island. Julia proposed. Catherine nodded in agreement. All right, we'll do 2 shifts. You two can start first. What do you think? I knew they would be unable to sleep now, so it was better to let them take the first watch. Catherine and Julia readily consented. As I returned to the cabin, my heart heavy with complexity, I lay down to rest, though slumber eluded me once more. Like the previous days, I found myself lost in contemplation. Adrift at sea, time was abundant, allowing me to reflect on the journey of my life, even down to the sensation of my first kiss with my first love. This almost death-like replay of memories compelled one to continually introspect and ponder the fulfillment of one's existence. If one is not a person of considerable experience, a mere day suffices to render memories devoid of value, much like the majority of urban dwellers who lead a mechanical and numb existence, which has long since extinguished the intrinsic meaning of life. Their recollections at the brink of death are often blank. Such individuals frequently harbor profound regrets in their final moments, feeling as though their lives have mirrored that of mere livestock. However, I do not share this remorse, for I have long placed life and death beyond my concerns. My life has been punctuated by countless brushes with death, each survival I perceive as a bonus bestowed by the Grim Reaper. Thus, akin to other mercenaries on the battlefield, I revel in the reprieve from war, embracing life with fervor and in ways that leave no room for regret. I am a mixed-race individual of Chinese and Mexican heritage. My mother, as a youthful girl, clandestinely boarded a train heading north with her father to cross the border into the United States, only to become separated from a group of undocumented immigrants upon entry. The lost girls stumbled into a hotel inhabited by Chinese merchants, one of whom was my father. He offered her some dollars and advised her to return to Mexico, for this land was not a paradise, at least not for those like her. Yet, my mother insisted that all properties in Mexico had been sold to gangs, and with her family having crossed over, returning would only lead to a life of exploitation in the streets. Out of compassion, my father could not abandon the young girl. He arranged for her to rent a basement in Houston, covering 6 months of rent and leaving her with some living expenses. Naturally, my father's kindness was met with fervent gratitude from the girl. Upon his return 6 months later, he found her a frail, pregnant woman, visibly distressed by her condition. My father took her back to Mexico, purchased property, and arranged for her care until I was born. In an effort to reunite my mother and me with life in China, my father married her a few years later. From the ages of 7 to 18, I was educated and raised in China. At 18, I pursued studies in Russia, where youthful arrogance led to a fatal altercation with a bully, resulting in his death. I spent the ages of 19 to 23 in a Russian prison. In a bid for early release, I enlisted as a mercenary at 23, leveraging my robust physique to gain entry into the Wagner Group. Subsequently, I participated in the Syrian War for 2 years and the Donbass War for 3, remaining active across numerous nations, including the Central African Republic, Libya, Mali, and Venezuela, until I successfully reduced my sentence and retired. Upon leaving Wagner, As I prepared to return home, I was intercepted by American operatives who whisked me from the train and onto a plane bound for indigenous territory. I was taken to a clandestine base where I underwent 6 months of training, with the safety of my family threatened. I served them for a year until the politician achieved success. Thereafter, I was taken aboard a medical ship. Reflecting upon the past, my heart remains tumultuous, burdened with longing for my father, mother, and 2 sisters. It has been an entire 13 years since we last met. My sisters must have graduated from university by now, and my parents undoubtedly think of me constantly. The deepest regret of my life stems from the incident of unintentional manslaughter in Russia, an event that irrevocably altered my existence and that of my parents. I should have followed the conventional path of life, marrying and raising a family, embracing happiness until the end. Contemplating these thoughts, even a man of iron like myself sheds tears of remorse. Chapter 20. Heading north in the early morning. A cool sea breeze caressed the tranquil waters, brushing against my face. The dawn light seeped through my eyelids, revealing a vivid crimson glow. Instinctively, I shielded my eyes, gradually opening them. The parched sensation in my mouth was unbearable, and as I sat up, I noticed Gia lying beside me. Catherine was seated on the aft deck, clutching the support of the awning, her weary gaze surveying the surrounding sea and sky. "Let us eat something and rest. I shall go fishing," I said, patting Catherine on the shoulder. Upon realizing I had awakened, she smiled and nodded. We still had a package of energy bars containing 10 pieces, along with some dried fish hidden in the storeroom. These provisions would last us for about 10 days. The rainwater in the rescue box would also suffice for a similar duration. In tropical waters, one need not worry excessively about the scarcity of rain, though we have been rather unfortunate in missing the rain-laden areas in recent days. I divided an energy bar into 3 portions. It resembled a large piece of chocolate, with each share roughly the size of 2 joined fingers. Gia continued to rest, so I refrained from waking her. Sleep is the least taxing, and it would be far more gratifying for her to eat upon awakening from hunger. I plucked the feathers from a booby bird, then skinned it, selecting a piece to use as bait, and commenced my fishing endeavors for the day. As was my custom, I stared into the fish's swim bladder, maintaining my mental and physical strength through this meditative state while also passing the time. By midday, Gia awoke, and upon seeing that I had caught several fish, which I had already cleaned and hung to dry, she offered to assist with other tasks. Soon after, Catherine also stirred, the heat becoming unbearable. We, as before, leaped into the sea, securing ourselves with ropes tied to the boat, reveling in the refreshing coolness of the water. Thus, we endured another 5 days of torment. We have drifted upon the sea for 13 days now, a span that feels like the longest in our lives. Our bodies have withered. The skin of the 2 women has taken on a bronze hue. The innate delicacy and vibrancy once present in them have diminished significantly. We 3 resemble war refugees, disheveled after traversing hundreds of kilometers. My stubble has grown half an inch long, and my hair is as wild as that of a savage. My entire being is sun-darkened, and my hands, already coarse from toil, now bear fingertips cracked like tree bark. What is transpiring over there? Julia leaned over the side of the boat, pointing towards the northern horizon, where the water's surface erupted in a frothy cascade, reminiscent of countless small stones cascading from the heavens onto the tranquil sea. Soon, those billowing waves began to advance towards us, accompanied by a cacophony of splashing sounds. It was then that I discerned the source, a school of flying fish. "Quick, get on the boat," I shouted, hastily scrambling aboard and reaching out to pull Julia and Catherine up with me. In an instant, the flying fish surged towards us, colliding with the hull, our raincoats, and the supporting beams like bullets. The chorus of impacts resonated in our ears. We 3 huddled inside the cabin, using the elevated edges of the boat as a shield, narrowly avoiding that wave of onslaught. As that surge subsided, a chorus of cooing birds filled the air above us. We looked up to find a flock of bonxies and frigate birds. These bonxies swept over our heads and, like arrows, dove en masse towards the water's surface, hunting for fish beneath the waves. Meanwhile, the frigate birds circled above, unable to dive, attacking the flying fish instead. The splashes we had witnessed earlier were a result of the flying fish leaping from the water and the bonxies plunging in. The collective flight of the fish indicated that there were marine predators beneath, pursuing them. As anticipated, Pods of orcas swiftly glided across the visible sea, in hot pursuit of the fleeing fish. "Is that a seagull?" Julia and Catherine exclaimed in unison. "No, it's a bonksy," I replied, just as a group of orcas breached the surface, crashing back into the ocean. "Those are orcas." I recognized the white patches behind their eyes and on their bellies. Julia exclaimed excitedly. Catherine, too, recognized the orcas. These members of the dolphin family are remarkably intelligent. Though not large, they're formidable enough to outmatch blue whales and sharks. Their presence thrilled me, not merely for the flying fish they heralded, but because the habits of orcas and bonksies are typically coastal and near islands, indicating the likely proximity of land. However, with dawn still breaking, we could not follow their course in search of an island, which put us at a disadvantage. Had it been evening, they would have headed directly towards the coast, and pursuing them would have significantly increased our chances of finding land. In daylight, although they had emerged from an island, we could not ascertain how many directions they had veered. Thus, it was crucial not to blindly venture in the opposite direction of their flight in search of land, as this would squander our energy and opportunities. I relayed this information to the two women, who displayed even greater excitement than I, their weary bodies suddenly infused with renewed vitality. I promptly retrieved my sextant and began measuring the angle of the sun. 22 degrees south latitude, I announced. This measurement did not surprise me. During this period, my readings had consistently ranged between 18 and 22 degrees. The storm had pushed us southward by 2 or 3 degrees. Regrettably, without longitude, I am unable to ascertain our precise location. Even a timepiece with accurate measurements would allow me to calculate the longitude, thus revealing the nearest land or island's exact direction. Yet, I remain undeterred. Regardless, I am prepared to take a chance. I retrieved the emergency plastic or secured to the interior bottom of the boat and handed a portion to Catherine. Let us proceed northward. Chapter 21. Instruments on the hilltop, must be utilized at the most critical juncture, for our physical stamina is exceedingly limited. This is precisely why I had refrained from employing it until now. However, it has become necessary as dawn has just broken, and this flock of terns should not stray too far. Even if they alter their flight path multiple times, we need only row for 5 or 6 kilometers to likely spot an island in our vicinity. Encouraging the two women, I rowed vigorously. The boat wobbled as it advanced northward. I instructed Julia to grasp the compass firmly to ensure we maintained our northern course, while also urging her to stand and scan for nearby islands. As the sun gradually ascended, our surroundings became increasingly visible. The outlines of islands could be discerned with the naked eye, extending 5 or 6 kilometers away, which boded well for us. "Uncle, I can't see any islands. Should we chase after the clouds to find one?" Julia inquired anxiously. "That will not suffice. It is morning, and the land's temperature remains quite low. The sea breeze from last night has already blown the clouds away from the shore. Observing clouds would only yield results in the evening," I explained. "However, keep a keen eye on the darker edges of the distant horizon. Some islands are too low in elevation to be easily spotted." As Catherine and I rowed, we remained vigilant of our surroundings. Although only a few minutes had passed, for us, the severely fatigued survivors, it was an arduous task. Sweat poured from our bodies, and our limbs began to weaken. Catherine struggled more than the rest, her hands rapidly losing strength. Yet we pressed on, rowing mechanically through sheer willpower. When Catherine could no longer continue, Julia took over, rowing in her stead. Surprisingly, Julia, with her slender arms and legs, summoned an astonishing resolve. After several minutes, we exchanged once more, with Catherine resuming her oar. My endurance far surpassed that of the others, and with a deft understanding of rowing techniques, I persisted. Approximately 20 minutes later, we finally spotted another flock of birds. Following the direction of their flight, we beheld a long, dark line floating upon the sea's surface. "An island! It is an island!" we simultaneously exclaimed, the rush of hope igniting our adrenaline, granting us newfound strength. The island lay roughly 5 kilometers away. We resolved to consume all our fresh water and deplete our food supplies, even though our bodies were still digesting the provisions. Despite this, we felt invigorated, rowing with relentless determination. However, our pace is not particularly swift. We merely surpass the speed of human walking by a slight margin. To traverse the distance of 5 kilometers, we require at least an hour. Fortunately, we did not discover this island after nightfall, Otherwise, if we failed to reach its vicinity before sunset, we would be left helplessly watching the opportunity for survival slip away. For now, we need only to fix our gaze upon the island and propel ourselves forward with determination. Were it not for the urgent need to land, we could leisurely row while resting, taking 2 or 3 hours to arrive. Yet, after 13 days adrift, each one of us is fervently yearning to set foot on solid ground. Even if we are utterly exhausted, we are compelled to command our numb hands to paddle, scarcely daring to divert our eyes from the silhouette of the island, fearful that in the blink of an eye, it might vanish from view. Emotion and hope intertwine, surging through our battered bodies and minds, igniting an unimaginable will to survive. As we draw nearer, we observe countless birds soaring across the azure sky. These flocks, symbols of hope, appear so welcoming and beautiful, illuminating our souls, which have been ensnared in desolation. We disregard the fatigue and numbness in our muscles, our hands tirelessly propelling the oars. The boat wobbles forward, advancing toward our destination, toward our hope. In this fervor for survival, a tenacious life force radiates across the vast ocean. Even if we are as insignificant as ants riding a leaf in the current of a great river, we too may attract the favor of fortune and the gaze of the divine. Along the way, I passed the oars to Julia and replenished our supplies of food and fresh water. As the outline of the land became increasingly distinct, we no longer needed to conserve our provisions. After finishing my share of food, I resumed rowing. Although the numbness in my muscles and the pain in my palms persisted, they could not deter our resolve to advance. With approximately 300 meters remaining to the island, we were all utterly exhausted. Yet, gazing upon the lush greenery of the island's forest and the golden sands of the beach, as well as the rugged rocks jutting from the shore, a profound excitement surged within us. It felt as if God had extended a hand to pull us from the abyss of despair. The island presented itself in a southern-facing profile, stretching around 3 kilometers in length, but its full expanse remained a mystery. I could discern a mountain rising approximately 100 meters in elevation, shrouded in mist and cloaked in hues of gray and white, making it difficult to perceive from a distance. As we approached, I faintly glimpsed what appeared to be a radar-like structure atop the mountain peak. At this distance, its size seemed no larger than a fingernail, yet its true magnitude must be immense. It was certainly not a radar or satellite antenna. It could well be a radio telescope. The first thought that sprang to my mind was that this might very well be a military base or an astronomical observatory. There are people on the island. We are saved. Julia and Catherine also spotted the device. Julia, in her excitement, pointed at it and shouted, "Hey, look! There must be someone on the island." Chapter 22. Firing the signal flare, only 50 meters to go. I estimated the distance and shouted out in exhilaration. Our exhausted bodies were on the verge of collapse, our vision blurring and our heads spinning. With the last remnants of our strength, we mechanically paddled forward. We could clearly hear the waves crashing against the rocks. The seemingly tranquil sea had waves that soared over 2 meters high upon striking the rocks, revealing the ferocity of the currents beneath the surface. I cautioned the 2 women not to leap from the speedboat until it was securely docked, to avoid being swept away by the undercurrents or colliding with submerged reefs. The risks of injury on this island, devoid of medical facilities, were unfathomable. The 2 women nodded vigorously, their faces radiating the joy of surviving a calamity. Their once dull eyes sparkled with newfound hope. At last, propelled by the waves, the vessel crashed onto the sandy beach beside the rocks. We could hardly contain our eagerness as we dragged our weary bodies from the front deck onto the soft sands. Due to our prolonged swaying on the boat, as we landed on the beach, we felt dizzy and our legs weakened, causing us to collapse onto the sand. Oh God, we are finally saved. The 2 women, after falling, were eager to rise but found themselves once again on the ground. I did not stifle their joy, but allowed them to revel in the ecstasy of their survival. I quietly lay on the damp beach, gasping for breath, half my face pressed into the soft sand. I closed my eyes, stretched my arms wide to embrace the earth, feeling its solid presence, greedily inhaling the scent of the grains. My hands grasped the sand, letting it slip through my fingers repeatedly, relishing the tangible connection to the ground. The moist sand clung to my hands, sparkling like unpolished diamonds in the sunlight, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. I had never realized how captivating these grains could be. The 2 women reclined on the beach, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, striving to absorb the sense of security that the earth provided them. We were utterly exhausted and eventually succumbed to slumber. When I awoke, it was already noon, and the scorching sun had left my back aching. My strength had been partially restored, so I rose from the ground. I glanced at the two women, still asleep on the beach, the tide lapping at their feet. The sand beneath them was saturated, thick and solid, offering a cool and comfortable respite as they lay on their sides. I steadied myself against a nearby rock and stood up, securing the speedboat to a protruding reef. Then, I returned to the boat to retrieve the rescue box. The survival supplies within would prove invaluable on the island, including a dagger, ropes, a chainsaw, flint, waterproof matches, and a signal gun, in addition to the essential first aid supplies within the medical kit, including potassium permanganate tablets, potassium permanganate solution, cotton swabs, gauze, antibiotics, water purification tablets, needles, and threads. I carried the box to the shade beneath a coconut tree and cast a glance at the dense forest behind me. The forest exuded a unique and refreshing aroma. Yet I was acutely aware that the tropical island's wilderness harbored dangers not from animals, but from a myriad of venomous insects. As of now, I remained uncertain about the island's expanse. However, it was evident that if it were not as vast as Madagascar, the wildlife would undoubtedly be limited. Therefore, should we intend to reside here for an extended period, our staple diet would consist of dried fish, coconuts, and other seafood. Naturally, I had no intention of making this my permanent abode. It was clear that the island was inhabited, as evidenced by the large instrument atop the peak, which undoubtedly required soldiers for its surveillance and maintenance. Regular supply shipments would arrive, allowing the three of us to depart alongside their vessels and return to the civilized world. I retrieved the signal pistol and immediately fired a round into the sky. With a resounding bang, the signal flare erupted above. Magnesium and aluminum ignited in the presence of the oxidizer barium nitrate, emitting a brilliant light, while strontium oxide released a crimson glow at high temperatures. A small parachute unfurled, allowing the red light and smoke to descend slowly from the heavens. The two women, stirred by the sound of the flare, approached me with palpable excitement. "Uncle, will someone come to rescue us soon?" one exclaimed. Julia, having also spotted the instrument on the peak, approached with a beaming expression and inquired eagerly. Catherine, too, was elated, exclaiming that there must be people on the island, given the presence of modern facilities. I resolved to procure some coconuts to sustain us, ensuring we would have the strength to travel when the rescue arrived. The mountaintop was not far from our location, and I was confident that if they spotted the signal flare, they would reach us within 3 hours. Thus, there was no necessity to construct a shelter. Erecting a refuge demanded ample energy and spirit, which, evidently, our frail group of survivors lacked on this day. Should rescue fail to materialize, we could simply spend the night aboard the speedboat. As the tide rose, we could maneuver the boat higher onto the shore, preventing any further swaying. This way, we would be able to rest peacefully, though we would still need to guard against mosquitoes. A bonfire on the beach would be essential. I retrieved the chainsaw and gazed at the plump coconuts hanging from the tree, my hunger and thirst becoming almost unbearable. Chapter 23. The satisfying coconut with considerable effort. I finally managed to fell the coconut tree using the chainsaw. With a resounding crack, the towering tree collapsed onto the beach, scattering clusters of coconuts across the sand. I drew my dagger and swiftly prepared one of the coconuts. Its shell was still tender, allowing my dagger to pierce it effortlessly. I raised it to my lips and drank deeply. The sweet coconut water was simply exquisite, revitalizing me tenfold with each mouthful. Two women, filled with anticipation, incessantly swallowed their parched throats. Their greedy expressions evoked a sense of humor in me. It is only when one reaches the limits of endurance that the significance of sustenance becomes truly apparent. The bounties of nature are splendid. They allow us to feel the gentle touch of Lady Luck. At this moment, life appears to have reached an unprecedented elevation. A genuine sensation of having survived a catastrophe washes over me, akin to a crystal-clear spring that sweetens the very essence of my being. This fervent dedication to life and longing for beauty are indeed the roots of our indomitable spirit. In this instant, we realize just how fortunate we are. I cherish the wind, the sea, the sunlight, this beautiful beach, and the surrounding woods. Surviving this ordeal even makes me profoundly moved by the sight of an ant foraging for food. This encapsulates the essence of life. I then handed the dagger to Catherine, advising her to exercise caution in its use, lest she cut herself. Now, we merely awaited to discover whether this island harbored other souls. After satiating our hunger and thirst on the beach, we rested in the shade of a coconut tree, rejuvenating our spirits. With our bellies full, we found the energy to engage in conversation, expressing the joy of our survival. Julia cheerfully declared that upon returning to the civilized world, she intended to pen a survival novel, as she herself was the embodiment of survival, envisioning a substantial profit that would cover her university tuition and pocket money. She imagined herself besieged by journalists and admirers alike, painting her future with vibrant words, as if she were already a celebrated author. Her exuberance brought laughter to both Catherine and me. Curious, I inquired about her journey to the ship, and at that moment, tears welled up in her eyes. She recounted how she had initially traveled to Thailand, but was deceived by a rogue taxi, which transported her to Myanmar, where she was coerced into participating in scams. Lacking the ability to deceive, she suffered abuse at their hands. Eventually, they discovered her rare blood type and sent her to a medical ship, awaiting a suitable recipient for organ transplantation, whereupon they intended to harvest her organs. The recollection sent shivers down her spine, torturing her like a nightmare. Thankfully, her resilience has kept her afloat. Otherwise, she would not have endured to this point. This harrowing experience may cast a shadow over her life, yet if she perseveres, it could transform into the most magnificent chapter of her existence, fortifying her against any future adversity, for she has faced far darker realities. Julia, that innocent and endearing girl, has endured so much suffering, evoking deep empathy. Yet, after finishing her tale, she quickly wiped away her tears, adopting a tense demeanor. Fear not, for I am akin to an indomitable cockroach. They cannot extinguish me. The merciless sea shall not claim my life either, and thus I shall never be defeated. They are the darkest denizens of this world, mere rats thriving in the sewers, while I stand tall as a university student with a promising future. They shall never destroy me. Julia, with tears shimmering in her eyes, expressed her heartfelt sentiments with remarkable composure. She was not only encouraging us, but also uplifting herself. Chapter 24. Into the jungle, I gently stroked Julia's head, this resilient young girl, evoking an overwhelming sense of affection. I reassured her that her dreams would undoubtedly come to fruition. The entire world would bear witness to her extraordinary journey, thereby influencing the lives of those wretched creatures dwelling in the shadowy underbelly, engaged in nefarious deeds. Upon hearing my encouragement, Julia's innocent face blossomed into a radiant smile. Thank you for your encouragement, Uncle. I will support you too. Once I return alive, I shall also become the center of attention in the world, and I will ensure the downfall of those in power, Catherine added supportively. Aunt Catherine, you must win. Судья implode. We must triumph. With Mr. Dillon's assistance, I am certain I will not falter, Catherine declared, casting a glance in my direction, clearly eager to discern my thoughts. Rest assured, he is also my adversary. We are united in this struggle. Once we return alive, I shall not spare him, I promise Catherine. She nodded, visibly reassured. As we engaged in light conversation, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Our strength had nearly been restored, yet we had not seen any sign of rescue. This perplexed us. Could it be that they had failed to notice the flare I had launched? Yet that seemed improbable. They resided atop the mountain, which was of modest height, merely around 100 meters. The sound and bright light of the flare should have captured their attention. Uncle, could it be that there is no one on this island? Julia inquired, her concern evident. Regardless of whether anyone is present, this island boasts modern amenities, indicating it was once inhabited. You two should remain here to await rescue, while I ascend the mountain to uncover the truth, I advised the two women. They expressed no objections, recognizing that this was indeed the only viable course of action. We could not all venture up the mountain together, lest we miss the rescue if it arrive in our absence. If I have not returned by evening, you two should rest on the boat. If all goes well, I assure you I will return before dusk, I said as I picked up my small knife. The two women rose to their feet, offering me a warm embrace. As they were not clad in clothing and our strength had nearly returned, such close contact inevitably elicited a reaction from me. They both exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly unbothered. Mr. Dillon, please be careful, Catherine expressed her concern. Do not worry. Nothing untoward shall occur. Generally, Islands such as this harbor no fearsome creatures, only a few pesky insects. I shall ascend wearing my raincoat, and there will be no issues, I reassured them. They nodded, resembling two women from a primitive tribe, watching as I, the brave warrior, ventured into the forest. Due to the absence of footwear, traversing the forest becomes fraught with the risk of stepping upon hard protrusions or encountering serpents and ants, necessitating that I tread with utmost caution. Along the way, I picked up a withered branch to serve as a makeshift staff, enabling me to ward off any hidden venomous creatures lurking in the underbrush. After walking approximately 100 meters into the thicket, the soles of my feet began to ache, as the uneven terrain was littered with tiny stones and irregular branches, all too eager to inflict injury upon my feet. I was compelled to tear off a vine, about the thickness of a finger, and seated myself upon a clean rock to fashion a pair of sandals from a vine. As I sat there weaving, I was enveloped by the essence of the primordial tropical rainforest, despite the abundance of mosquitoes and the stifling humidity of my raincoat. The invigorating scent of the trees bestowed upon me a profound sense of security, far superior to the disorienting buoyancy experienced at sea. Perhaps this is the very reason humanity cherishes the sensation of solid ground beneath their feet. Chapter 25. Reflections on the journey. Tropical islands abound with such vines, and the surroundings are replete with buttressed trees reminiscent of the jungles of Xishuangbanna. The landscape retains an air of primal authenticity. With practiced ease, I wove a pair of vine slippers, adding a strap to transform them into sandals. Though the fit was not particularly comfortable, it was a vast improvement over walking directly upon the uneven ground. Rising once more, I resumed my journey. The path was not lengthy, yet upon entering the jungle, the mountain vanished from sight, obscured by the dense foliage that enveloped my field of vision. I could do naught but orient myself and proceed in a single direction. I surmised I was traversing a valley flanked by hills, with a tangle of moss-covered stones at its center. The birds in the forest sang incessantly, their calls echoing in harmonious pleas, creating an illusion that I was merely a tourist enjoying a leisurely hike. This sensation was quite delightful, and I relished the tranquility of my trek. I had often envisioned a day when I would sever ties with civilization and acquire a woodland villa in some remote corner of the world, where I could exist undisturbed, savoring the remnants of life in that serene solitude. After 30 minutes, I discarded my raincoat, for the oppressive heat had become unbearable. I would rather endure the bites of mosquitoes than be ensnared in a sticky, foul sweat. How I longed to be clad in the linen attire of a tropical fisherman, reveling in its comfort. Clutching my raincoat like a primitive being, I wandered through the forest in my natural state. I found myself at a loss for words. Having never experienced the sensation of being nude for half a month, nor had I ever ventured into the primal jungle in such a state. Walking was indeed exhausting, yet the coconuts I had consumed by the seaside provided ample sustenance, leaving me with a satisfying fullness akin to that of a wayward child finally returning to the embrace of their parents. The sense of anxiety that once gripped me during times of hunger has completely dissipated. However, having endured such prolonged deprivation, I often experience illusions of food scarcity, leading me to envision wild fruits in the forest and feel an irresistible urge to reach out and gather them. This evokes memories of my grandfather's generation, who lived through the harrowing times of famine. Many among them, once confronted with food, would voraciously stuff their mouths to the point of excess, reluctant to cease until they could consume no more. My grandfather recounted tales of individuals who perished from gluttony after consuming sweet potatoes and wheat during that dire period. They were indeed pitiable souls. Now, I too can empathize with that insatiable hunger, the desperate yearning to devour food when it finally becomes available. Speaking of this, I am reminded of my family. Since I joined a mercenary group in Russia, hoping for a swift release, it has been an eternity since I last saw my parents. When I was in Russia, my grandfather was still in good health. Now, over a decade has passed, and I'm uncertain of his current state. My endeavors have caused my family much distress and worry. At times, I genuinely regret the impulsive decisions of my youth, yet such regret is futile. I find myself mired in conflicts that evoke a despair even greater than that of imprisonment. Nevertheless, I must return to my homeland. Regardless of my family's circumstances, I feel compelled to reunite with them, and I have begun to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Yet, I harbor concerns that should the authorities in America discover that we are still alive, they may resort to extreme measures against us. For we possess knowledge of their numerous conspiracies. This is especially true in light of the disappearance of prominent politicians like Catherine. Her reemergence would undoubtedly provoke a global sensation. Contemplating these matters, I finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 26. The second radar old base. The sandals upon my feet allowed me to traverse the flat terrain with ease. However, climbing the mountain proved to be a challenge. I had a grip with all my might, curling my toes to secure my footing. Thus, I resorted to grasping nearby trees to aid my ascent. The weight of my raincoat drained my strength, prompting me to hang it upon a tree. Then, like a primitive being, I ascended the mountain bare-skinned, step by step. Along the way, I discovered the area to be remarkably untouched, with even paths once traversed by humans now overgrown with shrubs and weeds. Without careful scrutiny, it would be nearly impossible to discern that a trail once existed. Following this erstwhile path, I struggled upward for approximately 30 minutes until I finally beheld a broad expanse at the mountain's summit. This plateau was not a natural formation, but a result of human excavation, indicative of significant prior undertakings. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was a helicopter landing pad, surrounded by several dilapidated container houses. Before those container homes, there indeed stood a colossal apparatus resembling a radio telescope, perched atop a framework of iron. Within the structure below, I noticed some markings that read, an abbreviation for the second radar. The full English designation is secondary radar. Refers to a type of radar installed on the ground, which emits interrogation signals towards aircraft in the sky. Upon receiving the interrogation signal, the transponder aboard the aircraft sends back a response signal containing its unique identification code and altitude information. The ground-based secondary radar, upon receiving this response, displays the relevant details of the aircraft on the secondary radar screen. It is an integral component of the air traffic control system, providing information regarding the aircraft's altitude, speed, and bearing, thereby assisting controllers in monitoring and directing the aircraft. However, it is evident that this particular installation has been abandoned. Generally, such abandoned secondary radar sites indicate that the location is unsuitable for use or that more appropriate sites exist elsewhere. This suggests that there are indeed other islands in the vicinity. Typically, secondary radars are constructed at military bases or airports. However, the display here is in English, and the identification plate prominently features the American flag. This serves as evidence that the nearby islands may also host American bases. Both Catherine and I are adversaries of the ruling politicians, and should we be discovered, the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, the signal flares went unnoticed by those on the surrounding islands. Otherwise, we would surely have attracted the attention of nearby speedboats. Regardless, we must remain cautious. This island is indeed uninhabited. I approached the nearest tin shed and opened the dilapidated door, revealing a variety of miscellaneous items within. In one of the container rooms, I discovered a box of clothing, which contained several jumpsuits. Upon inspecting the manufacturing date, I was astonished to find it dated back 15 years. Nevertheless, these outfits were encased in plastic and were relatively well preserved. I hastily selected a large size and donned it. Although the clothing was in good condition, it carried a strong, musty odor, reminiscent of garments retrieved from an ancient wardrobe. Still, this was far better than having no clothes at all. After half a month of being without, the sensation of wearing clothing for the first time filled me with an inexplicable joy. I imagined that two women, adorned in these outfits, would also find great delight. While this place is quite pleasant, the mountain's summit lacks both water and provisions, making it impossible for survivors to reside there unless resupplied by helicopter. Otherwise, it would be unfeasible for us to inhabit such heights. Even transporting water uphill would prove impossible. Even if one were to cook at the mountain's base and then ascend at night and descend by day, the caloric intake would merely be expended on the climb, rendering the need for sustenance solely a means to facilitate further ascents. Moreover, one must also seek food and attend to other tasks. No survivor would be foolish enough to reside atop this mountain. Chapter 27. A stream. This mountain is not the tallest peak on the island. As I gazed to the north, I discerned even higher summits, and I could not glimpse the end of the islands. In favorable weather, the limits of the naked eye can discern coastlines up to 5 kilometers away, yet I could not see the surrounding shores at all. This made me reflect on the vastness of this island, which likely harbors indigenous people. As for the secondary radar military base, It is unlikely to be situated on this island. Firstly, my signal flares went unnoticed by them. Secondly, if the radar were to be reconstructed within a few kilometers, it would be unnecessary. It should be positioned at least 50 to 60 nautical miles away. I did not dwell on this notion and continued to gather supplies in the area. Here, I discovered numerous items once used by the maintenance personnel stationed here, such as stainless steel plates, spoons, water bottles, and even some canned goods from 15 years ago. Naturally, all those cans had long since expired. Additionally, I found a stainless steel entrenching tool, but there was little else of greater value. I also came across some polyethylene synthetic ropes, which, despite being 15 years old, remained remarkably durable. I utilized these ropes to bind all the supplies I had collected, preparing to carry them to the shoreline. On the other side of the mountain, I stumbled upon a new path. With my supplies secured, I descended the mountain along this route. Halfway down, I discovered a dense grove of bamboo, accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water. It was a stream. My heart raced with excitement. I hurriedly made my way down, the clinking of my supplies echoing as I went. To an unsuspecting observer, I might have appeared to be a scavenger in this remote wilderness. Navigating through the bamboo thicket, I soon found myself beside the stream. The sound of rushing water originated from a waterfall cascading into a pool, the water flowing from north to south, crystal clear and lively, rushing onward with a spirited grace. The stream danced and sparkled, droplets splashing against the rocks along the bank, saturating the stones in a generous embrace. Such a beautiful place filled me with an exhilarating sense of serenity. I yearned to build a shelter right there and settle down with two women. Perhaps a secluded life was what I truly desired. Yet, I swiftly regained my composure. A life cut off from the world was merely a fleeting dream. Over time, our descendants would struggle to adapt to such isolation, unless we were willing to endure decades of solitude. Clearly, no one could withstand the monotony of a life that remained unchanged year after year. The feeling of loneliness would relentlessly gnaw at the soul of each individual. I followed the stream towards the sea. Indeed, the environment here was splendid, but without a stable food source. We would still need to establish ourselves by the shore until we could devise a means of securing a more reliable food supply. With my vine-soled shoes, I waded directly into the stream, the pebbles beneath my feet causing no harm. Rather, the cool water offered an unprecedented sense of relief and comfort to my weary feet. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, I finally reached the shoreline, where the stream met the ocean amidst a vast expanse of rocky beach. The stream was cleverly concealed among the stones, with varying heights of rocks marking its entrance into the sea. The stream weaves gracefully among the rocks, leading to a stunning rock pool ahead. This pool, approximately 1 meter deep, boasts crystal clear water, tempting me to plunge in for a refreshing bath. I can only imagine how elated those two women would be upon discovering this place. Chapter 28. A delightful landscape. I leaped beside the rock pool, cupping my hands to splash the pristine water onto my face. The invigorating sensation banished much of my fatigue, instilling a refreshing connection to nature that transformed the hardships I endured at sea into a sweet aftertaste of beauty. Eagerly, I longed to return and share this delightful discovery of the stream with the two women. The distance to the landing site is merely a couple of 100 meters. Following the beach entails traversing a cove and a cape. Their landing point lies just beyond that cape. If I dash along the fine, sandy shore, I will soon catch sight of the two women, their hearts filled with anticipation for my return. The sand here is exceptionally soft, prompting me to remove my woven sandals, allowing my sensitive feet to relish the gentle caress of the soft grains beneath me. Walking upon this surface is an absolute pleasure. As I progressed westward, dusk began to settle. The sunset cast a golden hue upon the sea, painting the world in warm tones, while the gentle waves lapped at the shore, producing a melodious sound. Standing on the island, I felt the sea breeze kiss my weathered face, watching as the sun sank lower, igniting the clouds above in fiery shades of orange and red. In the distance, seabirds circled gracefully, their wings glimmering in the sunset's glow. The view before me resembled a breathtaking masterpiece. In this tranquil twilight, all worries and weariness faded into the background, leaving only a profound sense of peace and gratitude for life. I had never perceived dusk as such a breathtaking spectacle. Soon, I reached the edge of the soft beach. Standing atop the rocks at the cape, where I spotted the two women beside the speedboat. Bare-skinned like daughters of fishermen, they were crouched, using stones to crack coconuts. I should have left them the small knife, so their delicate fingers would not become rough from the stones. From a distance, I called out, "Hey ladies, guess who I am?" My voice rang out like a vendor on a bustling street. They turned to me, drawn by the sound. Clad in a brown coverall, I resembled an electrician come to repair the circuits on the island. Had it not been for my familiar voice, my unkempt hair and scruffy beard might have rendered me unrecognizable. Upon seeing me, Jia paused in surprise before joyfully racing toward me. Reminiscent of a child flying a kite by the sea, glancing back at Catherine from time to time. Catherine, too, was brimming with excitement, unable to resist a light jog in my direction. Their bare forms swayed gracefully, adding a unique charm to the scene at dusk. Julia swiftly approached me, her face radiating an expression of pure astonishment and delight. "Uncle, where did you acquire that outfit? Have you encountered anyone else?" she inquired with wonder. At that moment, Catherine also joined us. I informed them that I had not discovered any inhabitants on the island. It was merely an abandoned radar base. However, there could potentially be a new radar facility nearby. Given our unique circumstances, should we be detected by them, we would not only be denied passage back to civilization, but might also face dire consequences. For the time being, we must remain discreet, at least until I have gathered sufficient intelligence to proceed with our next course of action. Julia, although not directly involved in our affairs, has inadvertently become entangled, so it is crucial that she too refrains from revealing our presence. I cautioned them. Julia appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she nodded in understanding. "Do not be dismayed. Follow me, and I shall lead you to a splendid place," I said with a smile, knowing that they seldom witnessed my joy, and my mirth signified the promise of something truly delightful. Chapter 29. Future plans. The two women trail behind me, with Julia inspecting the woven straw sandals I had crafted, as if she had never encountered such primitive footwear before, her curiosity shining through. The youthful spirit of exploration and wonder remained undiminished by our hardships, a rare innocence indeed. I guided them around a coastal promontory and into a bay, soon arriving at a rocky beach strewn with pebbles, lacking the softness of the sandy shores we had traversed earlier. Julia eagerly donned a pair of sandals, her petite feet resembling a child awkwardly wearing adult shoes. Catherine and I walked barefoot, carefully navigating the patches of sand that were free of stones, leaving distinct footprints in our wake. "Uncle, where is this splendid place you mentioned?" Julia asked in a playful tone. "Do you see the pile of rocks ahead?" "It lies just beyond that," I replied. Catherine and Julia gazed at me with anticipation, their expressions reminiscent of young girls eagerly awaiting a surprise from their boyfriends. I quickened my pace, leading them toward the rocky outcrop, where they soon heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Behind a smooth rock, standing at about 1.5 meters high, lay a stone pit, merely 2 to 3 meters from the encroaching waves. During high tide, the water would likely reach this point, and it was already drawing near. Beside the stone pit were supplies I had transported down from the mountaintop. As the two women arrived, they were immediately captivated by the beauty of the stone pit. "Is this the splendid place you spoke of?" Julia exclaimed with excitement. "It could serve as a natural bathtub. Indeed, you can bathe here, but it would be wise to clear away the pebbles at the bottom to avoid injury." I advised them. Without hesitation, Julia squatted down and stepped into the cool stream, the refreshing water cascading over her body and reaching her fair, elongated neck. Their disheveled hair was laden with salt and frost, yet it could certainly be tidied up. Catherine was deeply moved by this place. She cast a grateful glance in my direction. "Mr. D, did you bring those supplies down from the mountaintop?" Catherine inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, there is nothing of use left atop the mountain, though a few dilapidated shipping containers remain habitable. However, the lack of sufficient food supply makes it impractical for us to reside there for an extended period," I replied. "What about the food by the seaside?" Catherine asked with some concern. "The seaside is undoubtedly superior to the mountain. This island has a scarcity of wildlife, insufficient for sustaining life. However, the ocean offers a bountiful supply of sustenance. Given ample time, I will ensure that we thrive here. Once we have regained our strength, we can explore other avenues," I assured her. Catherine nodded, then asked, "Should we set up a distress signal here?" I deemed it unnecessary, explaining that areas with radar bases rarely see fishermen passing through, and any vessels supplying resources to the radar base would undoubtedly belong to the state. We must not allow them to discover our presence. Of course, should we encounter a supply ship, we could devise a plan to commandeer it. Catherine understood my future intentions from my words. With my current physical condition, I was not equipped to seize a ship or scout the surroundings. Only by restoring our health would we find greater hope. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. D. Catherine expressed with heartfelt gratitude. What is the use of such words? Your predicament is entwined with mine. Now let us bathe and then don the clothing over there. I replied, gesturing as I removed my own garments. Chapter 30. Cleansing the filth, perhaps having grown accustomed to being unclothed during our time adrift at sea. The three of us submerged ourselves in the cool spring water without feeling any embarrassment. Although we lacked soap, the spring water sufficed for cleansing our bodies. However, our backs remained unwashed, relying on each other for assistance. Given the considerable grime on our bodies, we spent nearly half an hour bathing, focusing on particularly challenging areas. For the women, it was relatively straightforward, but for us men, the task was far more arduous, especially in navigating wrinkled skin and concealed regions. After my thorough washing, my skin bore little resemblance to its former state, reminiscent of freshly cleaned sweet potatoes. The two women gazed down, captivated. I offered no explanation. After all, there was little to clarify, and my intentions toward them were purely physiological. This evening, we find ourselves unable to construct a shelter and must instead spend the night aboard the speedboat. After bathing, we donned our clothes and walked back, leaving our supplies behind, unnecessary to transport. I informed them of my intentions as I dressed. They nodded in agreement, though both remained shy, indicating that we might need to avoid one another in future encounters. After all, it is impossible to maintain privacy at sea, but on the island, we would have the opportunity to separate for bathing, a detail I had momentarily overlooked. "Uncle, shall we have something to eat tonight?" asked Julia, looking up at me with her cherubic face as I stood upon the rocks. "We have no other food. Do you still wish for those coconuts?" I inquired. I do long for them, yet our jaws are fatigued, making it difficult to chew. If only we had something else to eat. Julia expressed with a hint of longing. At this hour, the coconut crabs may emerge to forage. If I could catch one or two in the dead of night, we would be in luck. I aimed to fulfill her hopes, indulging her expectations. Julia beamed with joy, giving a little cheer. The two women, their skin radiant and fair post-bath, with damp hair, appeared enticingly fresh. They required no heavy makeup. Their gazes and movements exuded a natural femininity, a captivating charm. "I shall return first. Once you have bathed and dressed, please join me," I instructed the two women before taking my leave. Retracing my steps, I observed the primordial coconut grove, untouched by human hands, a likely habitat for coconut crabs. Capturing these creatures is not particularly challenging. Understanding their habits is key. These gluttonous beings delight in plucking coconuts from trees and dragging them into their burrows to feast. I need only split a coconut, drive a wooden stake into the ground, and when they cannot transport the crunchy fruit back, they will be compelled to eat it on the spot. Timing my approach while they're engrossed in their meal will ensure success. Of course, while these seafood delicacies are delightful, they cannot serve as our staple food. To survive on this island with long-term prospects, we must procure starchy staples. Without them, our bodies struggle to adapt to a starchless existence, hindering our recovery to good health. Upon reaching the landing point, I took up my small knife and ventured into the woods to carve some branches as stakes, preparing to split 3 or 5 coconuts and secure them in the forest. Lacking a flashlight, I needed to position the coconuts atop the stakes. This way, I could observe the crabs in the dim moonlight as they climbed to feast. If they were embedded in the ground, any sign of disturbance would send them scuttling swiftly away, and without a flashlight, I would be unable to pursue them. The stakes would provide a different scenario. After repairing the stakes, the two women approached, and I readied to open the coconuts, while the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Chapter 31. The first night on the island dressed in garments. The two women appeared even more enchanting, perhaps due to the prolonged duration in which I had observed their unclothed forms. There was an undeniable sense of returning from a primal state to one of civilization. Although their attire was of a masculine design, they cinched their waists, accentuating the alluring curvature of their figures. Catherine, in particular, exhibited a notably voluptuous silhouette characteristic of Western women, captivating in its allure. Julia, though of Korean descent, possessed a physique that also leaned towards the Western aesthetic, her proportions aligning splendidly with my preferences. With their freshly washed hair cascading over their shoulders, they found themselves unable to dry it swiftly, resorting instead to delicately tousling the ends with their hands to expedite the evaporation of moisture. Upon observing my approach with coconuts and a wooden stake, they offered to assist, and I graciously entrusted them with several coconuts to carry. Venturing into the thicket, I approached the protruding rocks, surrounded by an array of uneven stones. Often, the crevices at the bases of these rocks, eroded by the sea, serve as hideaways for the coconut crabs. Attempting to extract them would prove futile, as the gaps beneath the stones were rather confined, and the crabs, with their powerful pincers, could easily crush ordinary twigs and retreat to deeper recesses. If startled, they might remain concealed for an extended period. I secured the wooden stake into the soil beside the rocks with stones until it stood firm. With a coconut in hand, I struck the top of the stake with considerable force. The powerful impact shattered the coconut's exterior, although prior to this, I had to remove a portion of its fibrous husk to reveal the hard shell within. The coconut water gushed forth, flowing down the stake and onto the ground, its fragrance wafting into the nearby caves, beckoning the creatures to emerge once darkness enveloped the land. The two women were intrigued by my method of capturing coconut crabs, lacking an understanding of the underlying principles until I elucidated the process, at which point they experienced a moment of enlightenment. That evening, to enhance our efficiency in capturing the crabs, I proposed that we embark on this venture together, relishing in the joy of the pursuit. The women were now brimming with curiosity, driven not only by the necessity for survival, but also by the tedium of our 13 days adrift at sea. Any hint of novelty and amusement was met with their eager participation. Without delay, we crafted 5 traps for the coconut crabs. While one might label them as traps, they were not aggressive in nature. Conversely, they possessed the capacity to ensnare the crabs. As we emerged from the thicket, the sun had fully descended beyond the horizon, and the sky swiftly transitioned into night, resembling a translucent jade, a delicate blend of twilight and impending darkness. The moon hung in the sky alongside the colorful clouds, transforming into exquisite patterns upon the jade surface, creating a breathtaking vista. The spirits of the 3 of us were elevated throughout the day, captivated by the stunning scenery. Reclining on the speedboat, we gazed at the beautiful sky, unable to succumb to sleep as we eagerly anticipated a delightful coconut crab dinner in the evening. Beside me lay Catherine, her body exuding a potent scent of femininity after her bath, her gaze upon me softened with tenderness. Perhaps a silent invitation for me to take the initiative. It seemed the perfect opportunity to engage in something more delightful on this memorable first day. Chapter 32. Innocence and naivety. Although I was aware of Catherine's intentions, I refrained from acting upon them, recognizing that her desires were merely a physiological release devoid of deeper significance, and my stamina was far from sufficient. The preceding 13 days adrift at sea had not only been a physical ordeal, but also a mental strain, compounded by my body's lack of adequate nourishment. Thus, I found myself lacking interest in such pursuits. Women, however, differ significantly. As long as a woman feels happiness and security, she can effortlessly express herself without pressure. This is a biological imperative. Certainly, had I been in my late teens or early 20s when my hormones surged, I would have had no reservations. Now, at 32, both my physical and mental capacities could not compare to my younger self. The only aspect that has surpassed my youth is the depth of my thoughts. Conversely, women over 30 often find their bodies awakening to desires that surpass those of their younger years. This phenomenon can be traced back to ancient times, where older women sought to prove their worth within the tribe, not only through reproduction, but also through labor. Men traditionally favored younger women, and if an older woman did not take the initiative, she risked losing her reproductive rights and, consequently, the protection of men. In a bid for survival, hormones would stimulate women at this juncture, encouraging them to become more proactive, thus enhancing their perceived value. Catherine, perhaps believing I was oblivious to her signals, began to caress my abdominal muscles with her hand, her lips brushing against my ear. Her voluptuous form lay closely against my strong arm, her long, curvaceous legs draped over me. I decided to gather some firewood, rising from my position while intentionally avoiding Catherine, though I wished to spare her feelings. "Uncle, may I join you?" Julia, unable to sleep, immediately perked up at my suggestion, clearly in a state of heightened excitement. "Then come along." I did not refuse, giving Catherine a gentle pat. Catherine, would you like to join us in gathering some firewood? I inquired. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit tired. Why don't you two go ahead? Catherine declined our invitation. I did not say much. I simply agreed and then returned to the beach with Julia. Beside the beach, under the swaying coconut palms, lay numerous desiccated fronds, and as we ventured further inward, we encountered a plethora of leaves from bromeliads. However, I advised Julia against proceeding deeper, for tropical islands often harbor venomous creatures such as scorpions, poisonous frogs, serpents, spiders, and ants. These hazards are commonplace in such regions. Typically, the islands frequented by tourists have undergone meticulous preparations, rendering them vastly different from true deserted isles. The dangers are not confined to the forested areas. Even the beaches and rocky shores may conceal various toxic entities, including sea snakes, scorpion fish, blue-ringed octopuses, sea anemones, venomous pufferfish, and an assortment of stranded jellyfish. In the absence of adequate medical facilities, it is imperative to avoid contact with these hazardous beings. Along the edge of the beach, we gathered many of those dried coconut fronds, and I instructed Julia to pile them together, intending to kindle a bonfire for roasting once we had procured some coconut crabs. Julia was utterly exhilarated, as if we had not arrived here as castaways, but as tourists, poised for an evening of camping by the sea, ready to celebrate with a bonfire. Her joy manifested in spirited movements upon the sand. This innocent and carefree girl effortlessly stirred my own emotions, as her purity and exuberance seemed to belong solely to children and young maidens. For someone in my advanced years, such treasures are beyond reach, akin to the irretrievable joys of childhood. Thus, witnessing Julia's exuberance, even in her silence, touched me deeply. Chapter 33. Nostalgic Reminiscences at Julia's Age. One ought to live a life free of burdens, perhaps engaging in a memorable romance with peers to enrich one's existence with cherished memories, rather than enduring such hardships. She reminded me of a girl I once knew. On a battlefield in my homeland, the kind-hearted Alina pulled me, a severely wounded foreign mercenary, into her refuge, providing me with sustenance and medical care, pulling me back from the brink of death. In that moment, I asked her if she was aware of my mercenary status. She replied that she was. I inquired whether she feared I might awaken and harm her. Gazing at me with her large, beautiful eyes, I could sense her trepidation. Yet it seemed she had not fathomed such an outcome. Her innocence illuminated a moment of humanity for me. After a lengthy pause, she confided that she simply wished for no one to perish, longing for the days when she could attend high school and enjoy blissful moments with her teachers and classmates. She asked when they might return to school, when the war would cease, and whether her younger brothers could grow up amidst the chaos and bloodshed of war. I found myself at a loss for words as she wept quietly, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, a wave of emotion washed over me, leaving my heart heavy with a desire to protect her and her two young brothers. Yet, I felt utterly powerless. We had spent 2 months together, and while the war raged on, I had healed, but our time was drawing to a close. As I departed, I left her with $3,000, a sum that would sustain them for a while. With tears in her eyes, Alina bid me farewell, asking if I would seek her out when the war was over, expressing her wish to marry a man like me. However, the end of the war remained an uncertain future, and when I returned to the small town 6 months later, the basement where she had sought refuge was reduced to rubble. I could only wonder if she and her 2 unfortunate brothers had survived. The memories still haunt me, a deep-seated anguish that lingers in my heart. Perhaps my unique feelings for Alina have found their way into my connection with Julia, which explains why she so often stirs my emotions unexpectedly. I glanced back at Catherine on the speedboat, her figure curled up beneath the moonlight, a clear sign of her loneliness. This is an inherent aspect of human existence. Each of us is born into solitude. Many spend their lives in search of companionship, attempting to remedy their loneliness. I, however, have long since mastered the art of coexisting with solitude. Even if cast away on a deserted island, I would find a way to thrive in isolation. Jia, unable to contain her excitement, implored me to go in search of coconut crabs. I explained that while they might be out, they were likely preoccupied with coconuts, and disturbing them now would be counterproductive. We needed to wait until they were engrossed in their feast before seizing the opportunity to catch them, transforming their culinary delight into our own. Jia settled on the beach, striving to quell her curiosity as she gazed at the sea and the brilliant starry sky, while I sat beside her. She bombarded me with questions, inquiring about my decision to become a mercenary and then a spy. She recounted her travels to the land of summer, expressing her admiration for its beauty and her desire to settle there, as it brimmed with hope. In contrast, her homeland had long been under the control of chaebol, leaving the common people powerless to rise above their circumstances. Even officials were ensnared by their influence, and students like her faced two bleak paths, either to toil diligently and become cogs in the chaebol machinery or to pursue fame in the entertainment industry, becoming playthings for the wealthy. Starting a small business or enterprise was nearly impossible. Her father had worked hard to obtain Czech nationality, and, strictly speaking, she was now a Czech citizen. We continued our conversation, and, as the time drew near, I quietly led Gia into the woods, ready to hunt for coconut crabs. The look of anticipation on her face reminded me of my own childhood, when I first accompanied my father to my grandmother's countryside home, flashlight in hand, catching field frogs in the fields. Those moments were filled with pure joy, and even the cacophony of insects at night felt delightful and exhilarating. The emotions experienced during the harvest are truly ineffable, and even now, they remain vividly etched in my memory. Chapter 34. Capturing coconut crabs. We found ourselves without flashlights or torches, yet the moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, penetrating the gaps in the forest and casting its silvery glow upon the coconut grove. We moved with utmost stealth to avoid startling the coconut crabs that were feasting on the coconuts. Gia wore the pair of woven rattan shoes I had crafted, while I was barefoot. Our tools were not buckets or bags, but rather several ropes I had fashioned from the fibers of coconut leaves, as resilient as straw twine. Once we captured a coconut crab, we could swiftly bind its pincers and tether it to a wooden post, securing alongside its food. Before long, we arrived at the first wooden post. Unfortunately, it bore no coconut crabs, and Gia's initial excitement was significantly dampened, yet she did not succumb to discouragement. Together, we proceeded to the second wooden post. In mere minutes, we reached our destination, illuminated perfectly by the moonlight, where we spotted a large, plump coconut crab, using its sturdy, sharp pincers to crack open the coconut flesh and bring it to its mouth. Its clumsy demeanor was truly endearing. Gia, on the brink of exclaiming in excitement, quietly crept closer, positioning herself behind the creature. I had advised her to exercise caution with its pincers, for a pinch could be quite formidable. Undeterred by fear, perhaps intoxicated by exhilaration or simply embodying the spirit of a brave young girl, she approached with determination. To ensure nothing went awry, I lay in wait nearby, ready to intervene should the crab attempt to escape. The thrill of capturing the coconut crab was a joy I did not wish to usurp from her. Like a stealthy little cat, Gia advanced towards the unsuspecting coconut crab, which remained oblivious to its impending fate as a delicacy. With her hands extended forward, she focused intently on her quarry, moving with the caution of a small leopard cat. At last, in that fleeting moment of certainty that her prey was within reach, she lunged forward and seized the crab by its sturdy carapace. As she lifted it, the coconut crab flailed its pincers like a great spider, appearing rather intimidating. "I've got it! I've got it!" Gia exclaimed, filled with delight. "Keep your voice down. If you scare away the coconut crabs at the other 3 posts, there will be nothing left for you," I cautioned the exuberant girl. "Oh, uncle, quickly bind its pincers," Gia urged in a hushed tone. I had already prepared for this moment, swiftly fashioning a slipknot to ensnare one of its pincers, pulling tightly until it was secured. I repeated the process for the other pincer. Finally, using a main rope, I bound its abdomen and secured it firmly to the wooden post. With a firm grip, I pulled the post from the ground and hoisted it onto my shoulder. Upon completing this step, both Gia and I exchanged excited smiles, and I found myself filled with childlike joy. We proceeded like 2 hunters, one large and one small, towards another hunting spot. Drawing from our previous experience, as we approached the next wooden post, we slowed our pace and carefully observed our surroundings, seeking the perfect position to strike. Indeed, the next post also harbored a coconut crab. On this unspoiled tropical island, coconut crabs were plentiful, and the little girl was as enthusiastic as ever. She attempted to catch it using the same method, but this particular crab was quite clever. Before Gia could reach it, the crab immediately retreated, preparing to escape back into its rocky crevice. Little did it know that its retreat had been thwarted by me. I lunged forward and pinned it down. Gia, too engrossed in the moment, leaped forward and nearly collided with my head. Fortunately, I dodged just in time, and she ended up tumbling into my arms. The softness of her form was enveloped in my embrace, while my other hand grasped the coconut crab, which was nearly as thick as her thigh. Jia had no time to react before I pushed her aside. With a yelp, she plopped down onto the ground, while I held the crab firmly against the earth, swiftly securing my grip on it. I reminded her in a fatherly manner. Chapter 35. The first cooked meal after arriving on the island. Jia quickly regained her composure and joined forces with me to subdue the coconut crab. Using the same technique, we captured another crab atop the following 2 posts. Today, we had collected 3, as if it were a divine arrangement. As we returned with our 3 plump coconut crabs, Catherine emerged from the speedboat. She was taken aback upon seeing our catch, astonished that the crabs were so large. Had she not recognized them, she might have mistaken them for some monstrous creature upon first sight. I retrieved the flint from the rescue box and began to kindle the gathered firewood. I placed a bit of tinder beneath the flint and vigorously scraped the blade, causing a shower of sparks to ignite the tinder in an instant. I carried the flame to the pile of firewood and fanned it gently until a bonfire rose. However, the palm fronds alone would not sustain the fire for long. So I ventured into the coconut grove, sawing some dry timber to bring back, thus constructing a proper bonfire. The 2 girls gathered around the fire, holding skewered coconut crabs, dipping them into the dancing flames. While grilling over charcoal would enhance the flavor, high-quality ingredients often require only simple cooking to be delicious. Lacking any other seasonings, we simply roasted the crabs until they were cooked through, satisfying our palates with their bittersweet essence. I opened some coconuts for everyone, and once the coconut crabs were ready, we could sip the coconut water while relishing the crabs. This way of life was truly a dream come true for many city dwellers. Although we currently find ourselves stranded on a deserted island, a mere shift in our mindset can transform us into vacationers. Once we have roasted the shells of the coconut crabs to carbon, the succulent meat within is nearly cooked through. I ventured to gather several leaves from the pineapple plant, laying them upon the sandy beach, and then cracked open the roasted coconut crabs atop this makeshift plate. At that moment, we were able to savor the exquisite taste of freshly cooked coconut crab meat. This marked the first occasion since our escape from the medical ship that we partook in a warm meal. The unforgettable sensation is beyond description. It evokes memories of Robinson Crusoe, who, upon reaching the island, had his first cooked meal on the 6th day of his ordeal, a goat washed ashore by the waves. Unlike him, who relied on nature's bounty, we had caught our meal through our own efforts, rendering the experience even more delightful. The 3 of us wore radiant smiles, embodying the essence of happiness. To emerge from despair and indulge in a delectable feast is a stroke of fortune. Mr. D, I extend my gratitude for this meal. Catherine expressed her thanks with great politeness, to which I smiled and replied, "You should thank this little one. She is the one who caught it." Jia beamed with pride, eliciting laughter from both Catherine and me. We refrained from devouring our meal hastily, for this was our first warm food in half a month. We wished to savor the experience slowly, creating beautiful memories for the future. By the way, Mr. D, how large is this island? Catherine inquired while eating. Currently, it remains unclear, unless I climb the northern peak, which towers at least 300 or 400 meters high. Should I ascend, I should be able to gauge the island's size more accurately. I continued, once we have established a stable dwelling and fully regained our strength, I will continue to explore this island. They must have left behind numerous hidden structures during their time here. Generally, the personnel stationed at such bases often experience boredom and tend to construct enclosures for raising pigs, sheep, and chickens. Typically, when they relocate, they do not have the time to take these animals with them, leading them to be released into the wilderness to fend for themselves. If fortune smiles upon us, we may stumble upon their descendants on this island. Of course, this hypothesis requires verification through exploration. My conjecture is founded on evidence, as certain professions, such as those involved in wastewater treatment, station soldiers, and forest guardians, tend to adopt such habits, intrinsically linked to their duties. Chapter 36. The second day on the island bathed in the gentle sea breeze and the luminous moonlight, we gathered around the campfire, finally finishing our first warm meal. The remnants of coconut crab shells lay scattered on the ground. We chose not to clean up, instead sitting contentedly on the beach, gazing at the sky and relishing this tranquil and joyous moment. After a while, I extinguished the campfire with sand, and we made our way back to the speedboat under the moonlight. Lying on the vessel, the satisfying fullness in our bellies brought us a profound sense of peace. Catherine, feeling weary, quickly succumbed to sleep. Due to the joyful activities of the day, Julia clung to my arm and gradually drifted into slumber after quite some time. That night, I experienced a delightful dream, wherein we were carefree on an island, far removed from the clamor of the city, the struggles of politics, and the brutality of war. Isolated on the island, I found myself relinquishing thoughts of revenge. Yet, it is often the case that my desire to forego vengeance does not guarantee that others will do the same. After all, both Catherine and I escaped from the medical ship, and the ruling politicians will undoubtedly receive word of our flight. Possessing critical information about him, he would never allow us to evade his grasp. In fact, he has likely dispatched individuals to scour the vast ocean for our whereabouts. However, the ocean is vast, and locating us is no simple task. Furthermore, he remains oblivious to whether we have landed in Indonesia or are still stranded on a deserted isle. To find us would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Of course, unless we inadvertently expose ourselves by locating a nearby radar station. They would swiftly ascertain our presence here. Thus, our utmost caution must be exercised to avoid detection by members of other radar bases, unless we hold the advantage. I resolved to put such thoughts aside, for tomorrow we must also contend with the quest for sustenance. Our staple could very well be the myriad coconuts on the island. The coconut water and flesh are replete with protein, fructose, glucose, sucrose, fats, vitamins, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and other nutrients, with the oil content of coconut flesh reaching approximately 35. It could undoubtedly serve as our primary food source in the short term, if time permits. I could also utilize the coconut flesh to render some coconut oil for the wild greens found by the riverside. However, we must gather these supplies beforehand, as there may be occasions when wind and rain prevent us from venturing out to forage. The following morning, I took the women to harvest coconuts. To ensure sustainability, I refrained from felling the coconut trees. Instead, I fashioned a climbing loop, securing it to my foot to increase friction, and ascended like a frog. Armed with a wooden stake fitted with a small knife, I climbed the coconut tree and chopped down clusters of coconuts. I instructed the women to gather as many coconuts as possible, breaking open the flesh to sun-dry it into small pieces that we could easily snack on or use in soups. Once we stockpiled enough provisions, we could devote time to constructing a comfortable shelter, or perhaps, like Robinson Crusoe, seek a suitable cave. Yet, such caves are serendipitous finds. I spent the morning harvesting coconuts, and by noon, we began processing them. In the afternoon, we laid the prepared coconuts on the rocky shore to dry. After a day of labor, we were thoroughly exhausted. The two women, having worked up a sweat, went to bathe in the pool, while I chose to return to the forest to retrieve a raincoat. I worried that rain might arrive tomorrow, jeopardizing our dry coconuts. Wrapped in the raincoat, they would surely be protected. Now, our speedboat is devoid of a canopy. It is not merely sufficient to protect our provisions from getting wet, but we must also safeguard ourselves from the rain to avoid falling ill. However, today we lack the time to construct a shelter. Therefore, I plan to gather a considerable amount of leaves from the bromeliads, weaving them together to create sheets reminiscent of banana leaves, and then bundling them into a large mass that can be affixed to the top of the boat, forming a temporary rain awning. Two women, having bathed, emerged from the water, clad in clean attire. Their polished elegance starkly contrasted with my rugged appearance, evoking a sense of a wild man encountering modernity. I also realized it was time to groom my beard. Chapter 37. The Night Rain. As evening approached, we relocated several times in our attempts to capture coconut crabs. Given Jia's wealth of experience, I refrained from direct involvement, allowing her and Catherine to attend to the task. Meanwhile, I busied myself with the toolbox, removing the ignition battery and the front light of the boat. Generally, these items could be utilized for signaling distress, particularly to ordinary cruise ships or fishing boats. For instance, the light signal is 3 short flashes followed by 3 long ones, while 3 short flashes followed by 3 long ones indicates to cease approach. A call for help is denoted by 3 short flashes and 1 long flash. Thus, this light is of practical value to us, contingent upon our fortune in encountering a passing fishing vessel. The battery is not particularly large, approximately the size of a standard electric motorcycle battery, equipped with a safety switch, alleviating concerns of electric shock from exposed terminals. To ensure further safety, I decided to burn some unnecessary plastic sheets from a boat, using the melted plastic to seal the connections. This not only enhances safety, but also offers waterproofing. Once I activate the safety switch, the light can be employed directly. Given that the power diminishes with each use, I intend to conserve it for critical moments. Today, everyone was rather occupied, and time seemed to pass more swiftly than before. Upon returning to the boat, the leaf canopy obscured our view of the starry sky. Nonetheless, we could still extend our heads out over the deck to gaze at the night sky without compromising our quality of life. Lacking a watch, we were uncertain of the exact time, but sensing it was nearly right, we ventured into the forest to capture coconut crabs. Unfortunately, Juya and Catherine lacked finesse in placing the traps, resulting in a complete absence of catches that evening. The two women returned with spirits considerably dampened. I advised them that the traps should be positioned 3 to 4 meters away from the large rocks in the forest, among the rubble, beneath the coconut trees, and near the coral reefs. "Uncle, what shall we do tomorrow? Shall we continue to harvest coconuts?" Juya inquired, her voice melodious and youthful as she lay beside me. "There is no need to harvest coconuts tomorrow. Let us first dry the coconut meat we collected today, which should suffice for a considerable period," I replied. Juya turned to her side, her lips nearly brushing against my cheek, allowing me to feel the warmth of her breath. On the other side, Catherine also leaned in, eager to hear about my plans for the morrow. Sandwiched between these two women, I could distinctly sense the alluring fragrance they exuded, a scent not of traditional perfume, but rather the pheromones released from within them, designed to captivate the attention of the opposite sex. Much like the courtship rituals observed in nature, I informed them that tropical islands are prone to sudden rain, and we have merely been fortunate these past couple of days to remain dry. Should it rain, it could persist incessantly. At that point, we would find ourselves lacking sufficient dry firewood. Moreover, if strong winds arise, our anchored vessel could be dragged back into the sea, and the leafy canopy above us would scarcely withstand such gusts. Thus, we must contemplate constructing a shelter tomorrow, a cool, dry space for storing firewood to enhance our quality of life. "Uncle, what shall we do about our boat?" Juya inquired. "There is no need for concern," I replied. "The waves may pull it back into the sea, but it will not simply be swept away. It will not remain tethered to the shore as it currently does, providing us rest. When the winds subside, we can still haul it back ashore. What is paramount is that we establish a new refuge." After having declined Catherine's advances the previous night, she appeared somewhat fatigued today and lacked the same assertiveness she exhibited last evening. Juya, being more innocent, clung to me as she slept without crossing any boundaries. I, on the other hand, required time to restore my health and could not afford to expend energy on romantic entanglements. Otherwise, I would be left exhausted throughout the day. The night was particularly serene, yet in the latter part, rain began to fall unexpectedly. Although the rain was light, the wind propelled droplets into our cabin, causing the leafy canopy affixed to the speedboat to rustle ominously. We were all roused by the downpour, pressing tightly against the side, untouched by rain. The two soft figures nestled closely beside me as I opened my arms to embrace them. In that moment, we resembled fledglings huddled together in a nest, soaked and vulnerable against the chill. Though the temperatures on tropical islands at night are not low, the wind and rain can render one uncomfortably cold. Chapter 38. My first love holding the two women reminded me of my days studying in Russia at the tender age of 18, particularly of a Moscow girl named Anna, who could be said to have altered the course of my destiny. Anna was my first love, embodying the sensuality and exuberance characteristic of many Moscow women. And she was an art student. Our paths crossed during a time when I found myself in need of money, and I sought a position as a nude model for art classes. This position was highly coveted, offering over 20,000 rubles per hour, equivalent to approximately 500 renminbi. After just 5 hours of work, I had already earned enough to cover 2 months of living expenses. It is rather uncommon for individuals of Chinese descent to take on the role of nude models for art students. However, due to my robust physique and distinctly defined features, I was accepted immediately upon application. At that time, I was not particularly open-minded, and I had never experienced romantic love, which would often invite ridicule among students in Russia. I took on this modeling job for monetary reasons, and Anna was one of the art students involved. She possessed striking beauty and frequently smiled at me, leaving me perplexed about the source of her amusement. Meanwhile, some of the girls in the class provocatively exposed their alabaster skin to tease me, inevitably inciting a reaction within me as I sat there as a model. I vividly recall the mockery from my fellow arts students. Yet, for the sake of financial necessity, I had no option to retreat. During that rebellious phase, I had a falling out with my family and was reluctant to rely on my father's money, a choice that ultimately contributed to my later incarceration. Anna was audacious. During a break, she sought me out and initiated a memorable encounter in the restroom that would forever linger in my memory. I had never anticipated that a girl could be so bold, and she left an indelible mark on my life. My recollections of her are nothing but fond. Her actions were motivated by concern that I might react during the next class and become the subject of ridicule, although this did not prove effective. I spent the remainder of the lesson consumed by thoughts of our restroom rendezvous, remaining in a state of heightened arousal. Anna later learned that it was my first experience, and though her intentions did not yield the desired effect, I bore her no resentment. Rather, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the beautiful experience she had provided me. Anna reassured me that the boys in our class who mocked me did so out of jealousy, as I was physically stronger than they, while the girls admired me and sought friendship. During that period, Anna and I frequented hotels, indulging in various activities we delighted in, a time that could only be described as euphoric. Perhaps this was an unforgettable first love, a cherished memory for any man. However, one day, I encountered the school bullies who sought to assert their dominance by attempting to take Anna away in front of me, underestimating our courage and assuming we would choose to avoid confrontation like others. Little did they know, they ignited a fierce sense of pride within me, prompting me to challenge them. Drawing upon my years of training in martial arts and my superior physical condition, I struck him down with a single blow, leading to his demise. This incident resulted in the bully's father pressing charges against me. My parents visited me during this tumultuous time, yet Anna inexplicably vanished from my life thereafter. I often wonder if she still remembers me. My impulsive actions exacted a heavy toll. Eventually, I learned from classmates that Anna's father forbade her from seeing me. 13 years have passed, and I now find myself as a man in his 30s. Perhaps Anna has since become a wife. Yet he shall never comprehend the multitude of experiences I endured because of that incident, which have ultimately shaped the person I am today. Life is unpredictable. When I contemplate these thoughts, my eyes are perpetually moist. Jia gently touched the tears upon my face, mistaking them for raindrops. She quietly nestled against my chest, and I held her tightly, reminiscent of the youthful embrace I once shared with Anna. Chapter 39. A day of hard labor. The rain persisted until dawn, only ceasing as the sun gradually ascended from the horizon. The three of us remained intertwined throughout the night, our bonds having deepened through the tribulations we had faced together. We had become each other's emotional refuge. Thus, when we awoke in the morning, any potential awkwardness was absent. We simply felt the warmth of having shared the night together. The incessant rain heightened our desire for sanctuary, for it was untenable to reside indefinitely on the speedboat. Should a storm arise, that vessel would scarcely endure, leaving us as pitiable survivors devoid of a home amidst the tempest. We returned to the rocky beach, seeking a flat stone upon which to spread our raincoats, laying out an abundance of coconut flesh to sunbathe. I inquired of the two women who would remain to guard our labor against the seabirds and coconut crabs. Catherine volunteered to stay, while Juya and I ventured upstream along a brook. After 20 minutes, we arrived at a bamboo grove, distinct from the one near the pond at the base of the hill. This grove was still a 10-minute trek from the pond. The terrain here was relatively flat, providing an ideal location for us to erect a shelter, as constructing one from bamboo would be quite feasible. This particular grove was comprised of dense, thorny bamboo, with numerous branches protruding from the nodes, growing in thick clusters. Using a small knife to cut through would take an entire day to yield but a few stems and risk injuring my hands. Fortunately, we possessed a resilient, sharp rope saw, compact enough to fit in my pocket, yet extraordinarily effective. I first selected a clear patch of ground, meticulously cleaning it before outlining the area designated for construction and the type of shelter to be built. With these plans in place, I calculated the dimensions of the majority of the bamboo required, allowing for greater efficiency in my work without the need for constant measurement. After assessing the sizes and quantities of bamboo needed, I commenced the extensive task of cutting. Initially, the rope saw worked smoothly, but as the workload intensified, my fingers began to ache painfully. At that moment, I longed for an axe or a forester's hook knife, which would alleviate my toil. Jia, too, was diligent in her efforts. She seized a flat stone and, With each bamboo stalk I felled, she would deftly strike the branches from the bamboo, rendering each stalk bare. When hunger strikes, we simply extract some coconut flesh from our pockets, and when thirst beckons, we quench it with the coconut water contained within our bottles. After a morning of labor, we find ourselves drenched in perspiration. Jia, undeterred by fatigue, wipes the sweat from her face and forehead, revealing a cheerful, rosy countenance. "Uncle, do you think this little stream harbors any fish?" we ask while resting on the stones by the brook, savoring the morsels of coconut. Jia's bright, sparkling eyes remain fixed on the babbling water. I smile and assure her that this pristine stream undoubtedly contains fish, though the flow appears modest, suggesting that most of the fish are likely minuscule, resembling tiny dragon-like creatures, no larger than the tip of my toe. During our respite, I whittled numerous strips of bamboo, which will prove invaluable when we construct our makeshift shelter. Additionally, I gathered a selection of slender vines to weave into rudimentary shoes. Although these shoes may not endure for long, they will suffice until I can collect enough fibrous plants to dry and prepare. By the stream, I managed to amass a considerable quantity of fibrous plants, which, when dried or roasted, can be transformed into materials for crafting ropes. However, my intention is not to create ropes, but rather to fashion a few suitable pairs of grass shoes to protect our feet. At noon, Jia and I scoured the area for more fibrous plants, laying them out to dry on the rocks, with plans to roast them by the fire later, taking care not to incinerate them. By the end of the afternoon, we had gathered a substantial haul of these plants, but Jia had been plagued by caterpillars and mosquitoes, leaving her skin covered in welts. Consequently, I instructed her to remain behind with Catherine on the rocky shore while I continued to fell bamboo. Today, it became evident that erecting our shelter would not be possible. Merely harvesting the necessary bamboo and preparing it consumed all our time. Chapter 40. Jia's thoughts. Due to blood loss, my strength has significantly waned. After a day's toil, I felt faint, compounded by a lack of proper nourishment. I dragged my weary body back to the rock pool, where the two women were busy sorting the coconut flesh we had sun-dried. Upon my return, they greeted me warmly. With a feeble wave, I signaled my intention to bathe and approached the rocky water basin, shedding my one-piece work attire to reveal a body marred by scars of battle. Large and small, Jia folded a clean set of work clothes and placed them on a nearby rock, holding in her hand a piece of fabric, the origin of which was unknown. Standing by the pool, she offered, "Uncle, may I scrub your back?" Her eagerness was evident, and I, unable to reach my back and burdened by fatigue, consented. To avoid wetting her clothes, Jia removed her own pristine work outfit, revealing skin that glimmered with youthful radiance. Clearly having bathed while I labored, she leaped into the pool, clutching a palm-sized piece of cloth, gently rubbing it against my back. She was aware of my past and knew the origin of the scars adorning my body. Thus, she refrained from asking questions and meticulously tended to my back, her delicate hands softly caressing the marks, as if deciphering the tales etched upon my skin. Occasionally, she could not help but inquire if I ever felt fear on the battlefield. I explained to her that the children in the Middle Eastern countries lived daily under the terror of artillery fire, while their elders endured the hell of war and bloodshed. They had no choice, and neither did I. Fear was certainly present, but over time, it morphed into a sense of helplessness and fury. After assisting me in cleansing my back, Jia proceeded to wipe down my robust arms. Even without my consent, she began to tend to other significant areas. I grasped her fair, petite hand in the water. Jia's cheeks flushed crimson, and I refrained from reprimanding her. A glance at her, submerged in the water, revealed her exquisitely delicate face blushing profusely, her eyes shimmering with shyness. It dawned on me that her actions were intentional. This little girl harbored some hidden intentions. Perhaps this was a subtle contest between two women, though in truth, Catherine paid Jia little mind, for as a female politician, she understood that a person like me would never be ensnared by so-called love. Jia, in her innocence, believed that by winning my favor, I might become her boyfriend or assume some other role in her life. Given the seclusion of our surroundings, her mindset was not particularly surprising. Yet she remained oblivious to the complexities of the adult world, which was far from the simplicity she imagined. She might think I could only choose between her or Catherine, but in reality, I would choose neither. Our companionship was perfectly adequate. There was no need to develop a convoluted relationship. Once we returned to civilization, Jia would resume her former life, and our paths would diverge forever. On one hand, to protect her, and on the other, we belonged to entirely different realms. Catherine had already secured the coconut flesh within her raincoat. Observing us in the pool, she chuckled and remarked, "Xia, you've bathed twice. Be careful not to catch a chill." "Oh," Xia replied softly, her face still flushed. At that moment, I finished my bathing and rose to sit on a nearby clean rock, allowing the droplets on my body to fall before donning the fresh jumpsuit Xia had prepared for me. Both women instinctively fixated their gazes upon me, their minds drifting towards matters of romance, now that our days had grown somewhat stable. Meanwhile, I was never truly at ease. My body remained weak, and our living conditions were still dire. Though we were not currently afflicted by illness or storms, life appeared quite pleasant. In truth, if any part of our situation faltered, we might face tremendous hardship, potentially even losing our lives on this desolate island. Neither of them exhibited any sense of security or foresight, nor did they harbor concerns for what the future might hold. I must hasten to construct the shelter, ensuring an ample supply of food and firewood for our long-term survival, and later find the time to explore the island's environment. "Let us return," I said to the two women as I donned my clothing. "You should swiftly prepare traps and see if fortune smiles upon you tonight." Chapter 41. An insatiable craving during the day. I labored in the bamboo grove while the two women remained industrious, gathering a sufficient amount of firewood and dry leaves, which they heaped upon the beach. They were eagerly awaiting the evening, hoping to capture 1 or 2 coconut crabs to satisfy their cravings. Since indulging in a cooked meal yesterday, the two women had been perpetually consumed by thoughts of relishing another feast. Such desires are entirely natural, especially considering we had not had a proper meal in over 2 weeks, and our taste buds were starved, causing us to drool at the mere thought of delectable dishes. Even a simple egg, a bowl of wonton noodles, a freshly baked loaf of bread, or a hearty bowl of soup or porridge could keep us awake all night, yearning for such delights. Indeed, I too yearned to enhance our current fare. Yet, constrained by time, I lacked the energy to produce salt, catch fresh fish for soup, or construct a proper stove. Catherine and Julia had eagerly ventured into the coconut grove, meticulously selecting optimal locations for traps. I refrained from intervening, for I had already exhausted myself during the day, and some tasks necessitated collaboration. Otherwise, one might become overwhelmed. As dusk approached, I ascended a tall reef on the western side. The sea breeze tousled my damp, short hair, striving to evaporate the moisture, a primary reason for my climb. There, I discovered a few bird eggs. Concurrently, I surveyed the adjacent beach behind this rocky outcrop. This stretch of sand appeared to be longer than ours, and I deemed it prudent to return later to observe it. Perhaps it would yield unforeseen treasures. Lost in thought, I spent 20 minutes drying my hair atop the reef before descending with a handful of bird eggs. Upon my return, the two women, curious about what I held, approached me eagerly. "Uncle, what do you have in your hands?" Julia's voice, bright and youthful, always lifted my spirits. Perhaps this is a common trait among Korean girls. Her chirpy demeanor was like a delightful songbird, instilling a sense of comfort within me, an ineffable warmth of human connection. I revealed the bird eggs I had gathered, and Julia's eyes widened with delight as she stifled a squeal, bouncing on the spot. "Bird eggs, how wonderful! At last, we can savor a change in flavor." I smiled, observing her joyous demeanor, and inexplicably felt a surge of happiness within me. I gently placed the dozen or so pale blue seabird eggs into Julia's fair, delicate hands. She cradled the eggs, her face blossoming with a radiant smile of happiness and surprise, reminiscent of the expression one wears upon receiving a gift from a beloved. "What kind of eggs are these?" Julia inquired. "They are likely seagull eggs, as only seagulls prefer to nest upon those coastal rocks, while the terns favor laying their eggs in burrows they excavate, much like the clever sea turtles," I replied. "Uncle, you are truly remarkable. How did I not think of that?" Julia exclaimed gleefully as she returned to the firewood pile, clutching the eggs. Despite the rain that had fallen the previous night, the firewood collected by the women had dried in the sunlight. Catherine was also in good spirits, yet not as exuberant as the young Julia. "Mr. D, how do we prepare these bird eggs?" Catherine asked me. "We can boil them in a stainless steel plate filled with water. We can enjoy them as boiled eggs or make egg soup, though we lack salt, so the soup may not be particularly savory," I explained. "What if we make some salt tomorrow?" Catherine proposed, her enthusiasm evidently sparked by Julia's optimism, shedding her usual poise and seriousness. That sounds feasible. You can accompany me to the bamboo grove tomorrow to gather some bamboo tubes for seawater filtration, and then we can use the plate to boil the salt as suggested. Confident that while I lacked the time to manage it, entrusting the task to the two women would suffice. All right, I shall take on this task, Catherine replied with a smile. Indeed, but do keep an eye on the coconut meat. It is our staple food, and I would rather not spend another day climbing trees to harvest coconuts, I responded, also smiling. Upon returning to the firewood, I found Julia already tending to the flames. The beautiful flames leapt up, igniting the pile of firewood beneath. Catherine fetched the plate and filled it with water while I sat on the beach, contemplating the evening's excursion to the western shore. Chapter 42. Morning endeavors. The dozen or so pale blue bird eggs floated in the stainless steel plate, bobbing to the surface like little diving ducklings peeking their heads above water. I fashioned a rudimentary stove from 2 stones, upon which Julia placed the stainless steel plate, and I added 2 burning dry branches to heat it. Julia leaned forward, her little face intent as she carefully counted the eggs rising to the surface. 1, 2, 3, 17 in total. 7 for Uncle, and 5 each for Aunt Catherine and me. Julia had taken on the role of a fair little distributor. I chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. This stainless steel plate was military grade, rectangular, relatively deep, and of thick material, allowing it to serve directly as a cooking pot. Before long, the water reached a boil, and the eggs were cooked swiftly. Using chopsticks fashioned from brushwood, I carefully lifted them and placed them into their respective plates. We soaked the scalding bird eggs in cool water and effortlessly peeled the shells away, each bite reminiscent of quail eggs, filled with a delightful protein-rich aroma. Julia and Catherine beamed with happiness. As she savored her meal, Julia mentioned her intent to return the following day to see if more bird eggs could be found, declaring them utterly delectable. My body craved nourishment, and these bird eggs were precisely what I needed. However, lacking the fibrous texture of vegetables, they might not be easily digestible. Thus, I ventured into the familiar grove, gathering tender shoots of ferns, which could be stir-fried or blanched, offering a subtle flavor and aiding digestion. I returned and continued to simmer them in the pot used for boiling water until they were fully cooked, then distributed them among the 2 women. They had never before tasted such fare. Had I not shared, they would have remained unaware of its edibility. After our meal, we returned to the speedboat to rest. A few hours later, a woman ventured into the woods to inspect the traps they had set for coconut crabs, yet returned empty-handed. I reassured them that it was not a matter of poor trap placement. Rather, it was likely that we had depleted the coconuts in this area, prompting the crabs to relocate. I encouraged them not to lose heart and suggested that before dawn the next day, they accompany me to the western beach, where perhaps other intriguing finds awaited us. Thus, we munched on some dried coconut before retiring for the night. I had planned to rise in the middle of the night to explore the western beach, but weariness overcame me, and I remained asleep. When the first light of dawn approached, I roused the 2 women, guiding them stealthily like stowaways towards the western shore. We ascended the massive rock formation at the cape. Uncle, did you bring us here so early to collect bird eggs? Julia whispered. No, gathering bird eggs is hardly worth such an early rise, and besides, they cannot fly. I chuckled. Then what are we here for? Julia inquired, curiosity etched on her face, mirrored by Catherine's puzzled expression. I instructed them to crouch on the rocks and peer toward the western beach under the moonlight. At that moment, the eastern sky was beginning to brighten, heralding the dawn. On the western shore, dark shapes were making their way toward the sea. Upon closer inspection, we discovered they were sea turtles. Those are sea turtles, right? Julia asked. Indeed. Are we going to catch the sea turtles to eat? Catherine's eyes widened with excitement. No. Their eggs are far more delectable than their aged flesh. I replied with a smile, elaborating that these turtles had crawled onto the beach in the dead of night, using their cumbersome front limbs to dig holes in the sand. Elevated several inches above the water, where they would lay their eggs, sometimes hundreds of ping-pong, ball-sized turtle eggs at a time. Upon hearing my words, the 2 women perked up, realizing that such an abundance of eggs could provide a significant food source. Uncle, how did you know they would be here? Julia asked, her astonishment palpable. Catherine was equally astonished. Chapter 43. Urgent Preparations. I was not entirely certain myself. I simply did not anticipate our fortune. Generally, where frigate birds appear, It is likely that sea turtles may also come to nest. I explained the rationale to them, as these frigate birds had long set their sights on the turtles. They would linger in the vicinity of the nesting sites for 3 months, waiting for the hatchlings to emerge from the sand, only to swoop down and seize them for a meal. The slow-moving little sea turtles would inevitably become mere snacks for the frigate birds. Hundreds, even thousands of turtles undergo this natural selection, and for those that survive, growing to maturity is fraught with peril, as the ocean harbors various other dangers. Thus, they produce a multitude of eggs to ensure the survival of their species. Upon hearing this, Julia's initial excitement waned significantly. She felt a deep sympathy for the plight of the little turtles. "Do not worry," I reassured her, "we do not intend to take all their eggs at once. Around 30 from each nest will suffice." Upon hearing this, Julia brightened up, for I had no intention of depleting their resources entirely. After all, we could not sacrifice the hen for the eggs, lest our presence disrupt the ecological balance of this place. Moreover, we were uncertain how long we would remain on this island. Scaring away all its inhabitants would preclude any future sustainable use of its resources. Once the turtles returned to the sea, we followed their tracks to locate the sandy nests. We were able to easily uncover the soft sand that had recently been disturbed by the turtles. Soon enough, we discovered a nest of eggs beneath. "Forgive us, dear sea turtle mother, but we are in need of sustenance, and with no food at hand, we must resort to your offspring," Julia murmured. Catherine and I exchanged a resigned smile. The girl had endured much yet retained her innocence and kindness, which was truly commendable. Perhaps innocence is the most exquisite gift bestowed upon humanity by the divine, one we often lose in the passage of time. By this time, the sun had risen. I ventured into the nearby thicket, gathered a few vines, and wove them into a basket capable of holding 40 or 50 eggs. I crafted 3 such baskets. We then excavated 4 or 5 sea turtle nesting sites, collecting 20 to 30 eggs from each before carefully covering them back up. These turtle eggs, round and resembling ping-pong balls, would be crucial for replenishing our nourishment over the next fortnight. We cautiously traversed the cliffs and rocks, carrying the turtle eggs, and returned to our boat. After a laborious morning, gazing at our bountiful harvest of turtle eggs, we were all adorned with smiles of happiness. I instructed the 2 women to start a fire and prepare some turtle eggs for breakfast, as we were in urgent need of nourishment to restore health. Once we had eaten our fill, we would embark on another day of toil. Today, Julia would oversee the drying of the coconut meat, while Catherine and I ventured into the bamboo grove. I had promised her yesterday that I would procure several bamboo tubes, puncture the inner membranes, and fill them with sand and charcoal, wrapping each segment with strips of cloth, tying them to a wooden stake. Catherine merely needed to pour seawater into the uppermost bamboo tube to filter out relatively clean seawater. This purified seawater could then be utilized to boil salt. Although it wouldn't yield particularly exquisite salt, it sufficed for our current needs. In the future, when we prepare egg soup, a pinch of this salt would undoubtedly delight our taste buds. I spent 20 minutes assisting Catherine in constructing these filters, which were all secured to a wooden stake. I instructed her to carry it outside and fill it with layers of filtering sand, charcoal, and gravel. My goal for today was to erect a substantial portion of a shelter, reserving waterproofing and other finer details for a later time. We urgently required a safe refuge. For sleeping on the speedboat posed challenges not only from wind and rain, but also from numerous mosquitoes. Thankfully, we had our coveralls, otherwise, we would surely have been mercilessly bitten. The shelter I designed could comfortably accommodate 3 individuals and featured a storage space for provisions. Additionally, we needed a woodshed to store dry firewood. Otherwise, our lives would be utterly disrupted with the frequent rain every few days. Furthermore, based on the latitude I measured with the sextant a few days ago, we should be on a subtropical island in the southern hemisphere. It is now May, and in a month, winter will arrive. Although winter won't be exceedingly cold, the rain will bring a chilling discomfort. Hence, once the shelter is completed, we must stockpile ample provisions for the winter like squirrels and procure warm clothing for ourselves. We have already sensed a noticeable drop in temperature, particularly during the rain, which has left us shivering. Chapter 44. Anticipating our new home, I selected dozens of straight, spiky bamboo stalks and laid them flat upon the cleared ground, then retrieved 2 slender bamboo poles. I intended to bind these numerous bamboo stalks into a bamboo raft, not to serve as a vessel in the sea, but as the flooring for our shelter. This task was not arduous. I merely needed to secure the two slender poles at either end of the bamboo raft with splints. From the selection of bamboo to the creation of a sturdy, level bamboo raft floor, I completed the task in less than an hour, even using a small knife to smooth the joints on the raft surface. Thus, even if we lay directly upon it, we would not feel discomfort in our backs. I propped the finished bamboo raft aside and began to dig long trenches, 3 meters long and 40 centimeters deep, in the clearing with a spade. These were not genuine water channels, but rather a form of underfloor heating. At one end of the trench, I would also excavate a smokeless stove. By igniting a fire beneath it, the warmth would radiate through the channel and emerge on the other side. This way, even if we failed to find adequate warming materials, this underfloor heating could provide us with sufficient warmth to prevent illness during the winter. Excavating the soil is a laborious task that consumes both time and energy, particularly due to the need to clear the stubborn roots of bamboo, though it may seem trivial at first glance. Wielding a spade barefoot and strenuously digging out those roots proves to be quite arduous. How I wish I had a hoe. Merely excavating this channel took nearly 2 hours, depleting my strength significantly. I was compelled to sit down and rest, casually consuming a few turtle eggs and some coconut flesh to replenish my energy. However, merely having dug the channel was insufficient. I needed to weave a tight fence to cover it, and then, akin to concealing a trap, I would need to layer the excavated soil back on top. Once I accomplished this, I would place the bamboo raft atop, marking the halfway point in the construction of the heated floor and the shelter, which would be warmed by a smoke-free stove. At this moment, I certainly lacked the energy to dig further, and it was unnecessary for the time being. Thus, I resolved to erect the 4 corner posts of the shelter. With these posts as support, I would stack bamboo poles one by one, binding them securely to form a bamboo wall. I did not return to the beach for lunch. Instead, I toiled away here. Jia prepared turtle egg soup and boiled a few eggs in water, bringing them to me as my midday meal. I could taste the salt in the turtle egg soup, clearly indicating that Catherine had not been idle outside and had even managed to create a delightful salt. Jia, having stayed behind, was of little assistance, so after lunch, I urged her to return. I had initially thought I could complete the shelter before nightfall, but to my surprise, I had only managed to erect 4 walls and create an entrance. The bamboo walls and the floor's bamboo raft were of the same design, securely bound with rattan strips. But inevitably, there were gaps between the bamboo poles. These gaps were minimal, just enough for the rattan strips to extend through, making it impossible for mosquitoes to enter. I tidied up and, dragging my weary body, made my way out. The rocky beach was not far, and after becoming familiar with the route, it would take just 10 minutes. Upon returning to the rocky shore, I found Catherine and Jia tidying up the dried coconut meat. They had already bathed, their hair still damp. They were excessively cleanliness-oriented. Had I not labored and sweated, I would not have felt inclined to bathe at all. The weather was cool, and being submerged in the icy stream could easily lead to a cold, so I felt compelled to remind them that daily bathing was unnecessary. As for myself, I, like the previous day, stripped off my clothes and immersed myself in the frigid pool water, handing my soiled garments directly to Catherine, while Jia retrieved clean clothes for me to change into. Jia even offered to come down and scrub my back, but I declined, expressing concern that she might catch a chill. Upon realizing my intent was not disdain, but rather care for her, her initial disappointment transformed into a smile. "Mr. D, how is the construction of the shelter progressing?" Catherine inquired, squatting beside me. "There remains a roof and a door to be completed. By tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to move in directly. Once settled, I will then construct a wood storage shed." Hearing this, both Catherine and Jia expressed immense joy and anticipation for the new home I was building for them. Chapter 45. Jia falls ill during these days adrift on the desolate island. Everyone has exerted themselves greatly, and we now relish delectable cooked meals, no longer enduring the pangs of hunger. Having weathered the hardships of drifting at sea, this life of rising with the sun and resting at dusk has not felt burdensome to the 2 urban ladies. Rather, it has imbued them with a profound sense of happiness and groundedness. In ordinary circumstances, placing any individual accustomed to city life on a deserted island would be a terrifying ordeal, perhaps perceived as a descent into hell. Yet for us, who have endured greater tribulations, this place feels like paradise. As evening approached, the 2 women persisted in their quest to catch coconut crabs. Armed with several wooden stakes and a few coconuts, They ventured to the western shore, where the coconuts remained untouched, a veritable virgin territory yet to be explored. Their confidence was palpable. I harbored hopes that they would not return disheartened, especially since Catherine had already prepared a small bowl of salt, with a sprinkle of it. Our seafood would surely taste far more exquisite. The salt was contained within a bamboo tube, which I had thoughtfully capped with a piece of wood to prevent it from becoming dampened by rain. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, Catherine and Julia returned from the west, their faces aglow with self-assurance. Upon her return, Julia squatted beside me, her eyes sparkling as she declared, "Uncle, tonight I am determined to catch one even larger than the one you caught the day before yesterday. Do you believe me?" She was clearly challenging me to a wager. I smiled and nodded in affirmation, which only heightened her pride as she animatedly recounted her wise choice of trap location, her words vivid and lively. Catherine listened with evident delight. I noticed a significant transformation in Catherine compared to her former self. Previously, she bore a serious demeanor akin to my own, perhaps due to her professional obligations. As a politician, she had to maintain a facade of gravity, which had become ingrained in her life. Now, however, she too would laugh joyfully, charmed by Julia's exuberance, sharing moments of happiness. Indeed, having survived our tribulations, why should we not embrace life with joy? Later that evening, Catherine confided in me about her political career and aspirations. She expressed her disdain for the current hegemonic tendencies of her nation and voiced her admiration for the political principles of my homeland, which prioritize harmony and mutual benefit, eschewing unilateralism. Only through such a framework can the global village prosper in peace. However, her political stance contradicted her nation's interests and clashed with their predatory culture, leading to her ostracization and even threats against her life. I refrained from engaging in political discourse with her, yet I understood that my country's principles were undoubtedly correct, and humanity must inevitably strive for peace. Otherwise, self-destruction would be our fate. As ordinary citizens, none desire the specter of war. Only those lofty politicians, driven by self-interest, remain indifferent to the lives of others. The soldiers, functioning merely as cogs in the political machinery, find themselves utterly powerless to shape their own destinies. Once the first cog begins to turn, the subsequent cogs cannot halt their relentless motion. This reflects the insidious nature of human selfishness and greed. Julia lies in my embrace, silent and inscrutable. I cannot discern whether she is attentively listening or merely asleep until I reach out to touch her forehead, only to discover she is burning with fever. This foolish girl, suffering in silence. Had I not noticed, she might have endured the entire night in such distress. I gently laid her down, took the cloth she had used to wipe my back, dampened it with water, and placed it on her forehead. Then, utilizing the light from the fixtures I had recently disassembled, I rummaged through the first aid kit. Inside, I found cephalexin, erythromycin, and chloromycetin. I inquired if Julia had been indiscriminately eating lately. She obediently shook her head, suggesting that perhaps she had simply caught a chill. "Uncle, the coconut crabs should be out to feast on coconuts," Julia mused, still preoccupied with her thoughts of coconuts. "Rest assured, I shall retrieve some for you shortly," I replied. Her voice was hoarse, a clear indication of throat inflammation, likely stemming from a bacterial infection. I administered a dose of cephalexin to her. If she does not improve by tomorrow, we will have to endure patiently, for our supply of medicine is quite limited. Most medications serve merely as adjuncts. The restoration of health against viruses and bacteria fundamentally relies on the body's immune response. Fever is but a symptom, not an ailment, a manifestation of white blood cells combating pathogens. As she succumbed to illness, Catherine tenderly took Julia's feverish hand, cradling it in her own. Chapter 46. A Bountiful Harvest. Uncle, I have caused everyone trouble. Julia expressed her deep remorse to both Catherine and me. While you are unwell, refrain from speaking too much. Rest well. Once you recover, we shall prepare a delicious meal together, I gently assured her, stroking her head. Julia nodded in agreement. Uncle, I fear I might infect everyone. I shall sleep at the other end tonight, she stated. If contagion were imminent, it would have likely spread by now. Each individual's immunity varies. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Just focus on resting, I comforted her. Catherine, please keep a close watch on Julia. I will now seek the coconut crabs. Wait for my return, I instructed Catherine. But Mr. D, do you know where to find them? Catherine inquired anxiously. Just guide me, and I shall discern the path with ease, I replied. Reluctantly, Catherine nodded, realizing that she could not capture the crabs alone, and she was equally uneasy about leaving Julia unattended. She shared the locations of several traps she had set, and I took the rope and set off. The cool sea breeze kissed my face as the rhythmic sound of crashing waves echoed from the coastline ahead. The moon hung high in the sky, resembling a hanging plate crafted from white jade. Alone, I carried a battery-powered lantern as I strolled along the beach, illuminated by the moonlight, reminiscent of a fisherman at night gathering the sea's bounty. I cautiously navigated around the coastal rocks, startling the seabirds, which squawked in alarm and took flight into the night sky, only to return shortly thereafter. Having crossed over the rocky promontory that resembled a small hill, I arrived at the beach to the west. Preparing to venture into the thicket, I donned my vine shoes and directed my flashlight into the underbrush. Guided by Catherine's description, I soon located the first wooden stake positioned before a large boulder. Indeed, a coconut crab was perched atop it, savoring the delectable coconut flesh, blissfully unaware that the light from my lantern was not the rising sun, but rather a tool wielded by its hunter. Under the glow, it remained oblivious to the imminent danger. I gently placed the lantern on the stone and swiftly reached out to capture the coconut crab, which resembled a giant spider. With a firm grip, I pressed it against the wooden stake and promptly secured it with a well-crafted knot, binding it tightly. No wonder the young girl was so confident. Her discovery was indeed genuine. I smiled with satisfaction. Continuing my search for other stakes, I managed to catch 2 more coconut crabs, though they were not as large as the first. Carrying 3 wooden stakes, I felt like a fisherman laden with a bountiful catch, eager to share the good news with Julia and the others. Soon, I returned to the beach near the speedboat. Seeing my fruitful haul, Catherine immediately relayed the news to Julia, who was reclining on the boat. Julia, feeling somewhat improved, sat up with renewed vigor. "You needn't rise. I don't plan on cooking just yet. I will dig a hole and place a few coconuts inside to keep them alive until you are well enough to eat them tomorrow," I informed Julia. Like a child, she sighed in relief and lay back down, exhausted. I made my way to the rocky shore to retrieve my entrenching tool, seeking a firm patch of earth at the juncture of the beach and the forest. I dug a pit approximately 50 centimeters deep. Although coconut crabs possess powerful pincers, they do not dig. Thus, I placed them into the pit, covering it and pressing stones atop to prevent their escape. I contemplated the future prospect of establishing a breeding pool, capturing dozens of coconut crabs to raise, ready to roast and share when craving struck. The thought of such a delightful life filled me with joy. I ventured into the thicket with a small knife, clearing some shrubs to construct a makeshift fence as a cover for the pit. I returned the 3 coconut crabs to the hole, tossed in 3 coconuts, and sealed the pit, placing a stone weighing around 10 kilograms atop it. After completing these tasks, I washed my hands at the water's edge and returned to the speedboat. Julia felt a bit chilly, so Catherine held her close. Upon my arrival, Catherine invited Julia to nestle in my embrace for warmth. The girl's temperature has slightly decreased. She appears frail and listless, resembling a slumbering rabbit. We shall ascertain her condition tomorrow. Chapter 47. Moving into the new abode, when one is unwell, their resolve often wanes. And at such times, the warmth of companionship becomes paramount, especially for a young girl like Jia. On this isolated island, we each endure solitude. Yet mutual care can deepen our bonds and fortify our will to survive, enabling us to confront future challenges with renewed vigor. As she shivered, I held her close. With Catherine on the other side, our combined warmth was sufficient to comfort Jia. In the dead of night, I awakened briefly to stroke her forehead, relieved to find her fever subsiding, which allowed me to relax as well. The following morning, Catherine prepared a nourishing turtle egg soup, seasoned with a pinch of salt, transforming it into a delightful dish. She brought it to Julia, rousing her gently from slumber. Her spirits had noticeably improved, though traces of drowsiness remained. It was imperative to replenish her strength, to enhance her immune system, and eradicate the illness. However, I could not linger. After breakfast, I ventured to the pit to inspect the 3 coconut crabs, discovering their coconut supply nearly depleted. After covering it again, I bid farewell to the 2 women, armed with my shovel and rope saw, and set off toward the shelter. Today's objective was to secure the roof. Upon reaching the site, I selected the largest bamboo for construction, using a small knife to create slots, then splitting them with a flat stone. This yielded 2 bamboo strips, from which I removed the inner membrane, allowing them to function like tiles for rainwater drainage. I arranged 2 bamboo strips in an interlocking manner, replicating the structure of tiles. With dozens of these interlocked pieces, a waterproof roof began to take shape. The next step was to secure them into a cohesive unit, much like constructing a bamboo raft. I clamped the roof at both ends with slender bamboo poles, binding them tightly with split rattan. Once completed, I lifted the roof into position, carefully sliding into place until it fully covered the interior of the shelter. The rear wall of the shelter needed to be higher than the front to ensure rainwater flowed forward. Thus, I excavated a channel at the front to direct the rainwater into the nearby stream. Next, I fashioned a simple bamboo door, crafting a framework from several pieces of bamboo slightly taller than the doorway. I created a strap-like hinge at the back and inserted a horizontal bamboo pole to serve as a latch, securing it against the walls on either side. By the time I finished, it was already noon. I crawled inside, reclining in the newly constructed spacious bamboo shelter, inhaling the fresh scent of bamboo, evoking a sense of retreat into an idyllic paradise. As I rested with my eyes closed, I heard Catherine and Julia's voices outside. "Mr. D, I have brought you lunch." Catherine's melodious voice reached the bamboo grove as I stepped through the bamboo door. The two of them were walking along the stream. I waved to them, calling out, "Here I am. Hey, lovely ladies, come and see our new home." I felt a surge of excitement as I shouted. They too were filled with enthusiasm and quickened their pace. Soon, they arrived at the bamboo grove and beheld the completed shelter. "Uncle, you are truly remarkable. We will no longer have to sleep on the speedboat," exclaimed Julia, rushing in to experience the joy of the shelter. "How wonderful. We finally have a place to stay." "Catherine, Annie, come in and take a look. It's so spacious," Julia exclaimed excitedly. Catherine entrusted me with today's lunch, and I squatted on a rock beside the stream to eat. I realized that we still needed some tables and chairs. Furthermore, I planned to dismantle the starter motor from the speedboat. This motor, connected to the propeller, could be placed in the more turbulent parts of the stream to generate electricity, especially since we had a battery. When the power ran out, we could utilize it to generate electricity, ensuring that our shelter would be illuminated even at night. After finishing my lunch, I cleaned the dishes in the stream and placed them on a pile of bamboo. At that moment, I recognized that there were various small pieces of furniture that would need to be added in the days to come. Once we managed the facilities surrounding the shelter and stocked up on some food, we could commence our reconnaissance of the island. Chapter 48. Building together, the two women thoroughly explored our new home. Although it could not compare to their grand villa, it was quite splendid for a deserted island, considering we were living a primitive lifestyle. "Thank you, Mr. D," Catherine said, gazing at me with a look of gratitude. I waved my hand dismissively. We can only strive to improve our living conditions for the time being. At the very least, we must protect our bodies from illness. "Please do not feel wronged about staying in such a shelter," I replied with a hint of resignation. I was acutely aware that both Catherine and Julia hailed from high society and had likely never resided in such a rudimentary shelter, akin to that of primitive beings. "Uncle, how could we possibly feel wronged? If it weren't for you, we might have perished on the medical ship. Besides, this shelter is quite beautiful. Had it been left to us, we could never have constructed such a lovely and practical refuge," Julia said earnestly, looking me in the eye. I reached out and touched her forehead, and like a child, she obediently leaned in, quietly inviting my touch. "Uncle, my illness has nearly subsided," Julia said with a cheerful smile. "Let us go outside. We will rest here tonight to acclimate ourselves and see if there are any improvements needed," I suggested. They nodded happily in agreement. Thus, we tidied up the bamboo debris surrounding the shelter and followed the stream away from our new home. They returned to the rocky shore and promptly laid out the package of coconut meat wrapped in a raincoat to dry. Julia stood by, while I mentioned my intention to return and dismantle the outboard motor of the speedboat, which would allow us to charge the battery. Upon hearing my intriguing idea, their faces lit up. They had not anticipated that we could harness electricity even on a deserted island. I explained that when I found the time, I would devise a gear mechanism by the stream, utilizing the flowing water to propel a propeller, thereby generating a continuous supply of power. Furthermore, the speedboat was equipped with 2 headlights. I had only removed one, leaving the other to be suspended around the shelter later. Naturally, any necessary wiring could only be salvaged from the speedboat, and the length and reach of the electricity depended entirely on its wiring. The edge of the speedboat featured warning lights, and the wiring there encircled the entire vessel, likely the longest wire on board. I could not dismantle more internal components due to the limited tools at hand. Removing the outboard motor and propeller alone proved to be quite a challenge. Upon returning to the speedboat, I began to disassemble like a mechanic and, after 3 hours, successfully extracted the outboard motor, propeller, and wiring. I left behind other components for the time being. Additionally, I crafted a larger basket from vines and gathered all the coconut crabs from a pit, with Catherine assisting in transporting them. We then headed straight back to the shelter. The remaining time needed to be devoted to organizing the shelter, building a bonfire, and constructing a toilet. We could not simply dispose of our waste into the stream, as it would inevitably pollute the entire downstream ecosystem. Upon returning to the shelter, I instructed Catherine to learn how to use a rope saw to cut some bamboo for Julia to repair the branches. There were numerous places that required bamboo, and they would find ample use for whatever they could saw. Meanwhile, I took up a spade and began digging in a patch of soft earth, needing to excavate 3 latrines, an immense task given our lack of tools. However, it was essential. A proper toilet was of utmost importance, for without it, our waste would be scattered throughout the wilderness, a stark reality. Moreover, venturing out at night to relieve oneself posed significant risks. In ancient times, countless ancestors perished due to the absence of toilets, and it took generations to invent such a necessity. One should not dismiss its importance as unrefined. These are indeed the fruits of human ingenuity. Digging 3 latrines would require several days, during which we would have to find a temporary solution. This makeshift toilet was situated nearby, on a slope against a large rock, where 2 women could squat and relieve themselves down the cliff. Chapter 49. The dawn of authority. We still had many surrounding facilities to refine, such as the toilet, woodshed, smokeless stove, granary, dining tables, and chairs. Rome was not built in a day, and I was in no hurry. I intended to utilize this time to restore my strength. The provisions I had prepared would sustain us for at least 7 days. During this period, we would also search for other sustenance to ensure that our basic dietary needs were met. However, to stockpile food for the winter, this was far from sufficient. Therefore, I must promptly complete some essential infrastructure. As for other less critical tasks, I can gradually attend to them in my spare moments. The dining table and chairs, for instance, are not pressing concerns. The smokeless stove does not require immediate construction either. For now, we are utilizing a rudimentary stove constructed from stones, which suffices for our needs. The afternoon hours swiftly elapsed, and evening approached. Time on the deserted island passes relatively quickly as long as one remains engaged in tasks. Idleness is not an option here, as each day, without labor, invites potential crises. It is not difficult to imagine that our ancestors, without the benefit of community, would have found themselves too occupied with such endeavors to seek food, likely leading to starvation. Social living represents wisdom, the inception of cooperative labor and shared authority. Now, the 3 of us form the most primitive of societies, and I find myself in the position of utmost authority. My labor and intellect surpass those of the 2 women, and these facilities could not be adequately constructed without my involvement. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I wield control over their reproductive rights. I am, in essence, the king of this small island. However, I am not enamored with such power. After our evening meal, we proceeded to the stone pool to bathe. Having sweated profusely from a day of labor, I found a wash essential. The 2 women, however, did not require such thorough cleansing. I merely instructed them to rinse off briefly, as the cool stream water, while refreshing, could potentially hinder their recovery if they bathed in it daily, risking illness once more. Once we had bathed, we returned to our dark refuge. The shelter, measuring 9 square meters, is quite spacious, yet the absence of windows may create a sense of confinement. I refrained from installing windows not out of necessity, but due to the complications involved, and the bamboo structure, with its gaps, ensured that even during the day, we would not feel stifled. We lay directly on the bamboo planks, the unevenness providing little comfort, and resorted to using some spare clothing as makeshift pillows. Nevertheless, resting within the shelter offered a profound sense of safety. The nighttime forest was alive with the sounds of insects, yet their chorus did not disturb our slumber. Rather, it provided a soothing ambience for us, accustomed as we were to urban life. Moreover, the fragrant aroma of bamboo filled our nostrils, creating an experience akin to resting in the embrace of nature, which greatly facilitated our sleep. Julia lay to my left and Catherine to my right. The scent and softness of the two women, combined with the weariness of the day, swiftly ushered me into slumber. My body, no longer as weak as it had been in previous days, had recuperated fully from the blood loss within just a few days. The primary challenge had been the lack of nutrition, compounded by the hunger and thirst endured at sea, which had hindered my complete recovery. The following morning, upon rising, I was acutely aware of the soreness that enveloped my muscles, prompting my decision to forego the excavation of the cesspit for the day. Instead, I resolved to explore the surrounding environment. However, prior to that endeavor, I deemed it prudent to fashion a bamboo bow and arrows, as the potential dangers lurking on the island remained uncertain. Initially, my intention had been to enhance the facilities of our refuge before embarking on any exploration. Yet, I had overestimated my current physical stamina and muscular endurance, rendering me unable to continue laboring. Nevertheless, idleness was not an option. Thus, I felt compelled to wander the island. Chapter 50. Exploration of the island. The two women who rose with the dawn appeared somewhat fatigued. Observing their hands, once tender and unblemished, I noted the emergence of several thick calluses, a clear testament to the arduous labor they had undertaken the previous day, sawing bamboo and whittling branches with inadequate tools. I suggested they take a day of rest, reassuring them that further toil was unnecessary. Their delight was palpable, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They proceeded to retrieve stainless steel plates to prepare a turtle egg soup for breakfast, fortifying it with numerous substantial chunks of coconut flesh, resulting in a dish that was both nourishing and delectably sweet, our staple sustenance. While this fare was rich in nutrition and flavor, I anticipated that its novelty would eventually wane, compelling me to seek out additional ingredients to diversify our diet. Thus, I set my sights on exploring the island. After relishing our delightful breakfast, I embarked on the creation of a bamboo bow. The task was not particularly arduous, given the robust and resilient nature of the bamboo at hand. With a simple knife, I carved 5 bamboo strips of precise dimensions to form the bow limbs, then intricately wove fishing line to craft the bowstring. The primary limb was constructed from a thick piece of bamboo, reinforced by layering 3 additional strips at the inner curve, securely bound with fishing line to enhance the elasticity of the bow. Next, I fashioned 7 or 8 bamboo arrows. I deemed it unnecessary to affix hardened stone or metal tips, as my intent was not to hunt formidable creatures, but merely to ensure self-defense and perhaps to target a few seabirds. I employed fire to lightly char the arrowheads, rendering them sufficiently hard. As for the fletching, I opted to forego it for the time being, planning to utilize the feathers of any seabirds I might hunt, a task that would prove simple. I merely needed to create a slit at the tail end of the arrow and insert an appropriate feather segment, binding the ends with a small length of fishing line to secure it firmly. "Uncle, are you going hunting?" asked Julia. "Not hunting per se, but rather surveying the vicinity," I replied. "Given that we are to reside on this island for an extended period, it is imperative to comprehend its specifics and ascertain any potential dangers." It seemed Julia was eager to accompany me, but considering her recent recovery, I had no intention of bringing her along. With the bow and arrows completed, I intended to gather the dried hemp stalks and weave the fibers into ropes resembling the dreadlocks of African girls. Utilizing the coarse ropes, I swiftly crafted a pair of grass sandals, perfectly suitable for traversing the wilderness. Both Julia and Catherine expressed a desire for similar fashionable footwear. However, I could not afford to linger for too long. I needed to explore the surroundings of the shelter and must depart promptly. I estimated that I could only scout about 3 kilometers in a day. Beyond that distance, my stamina would wane significantly and my observations would lack precision. I informed them that I might not return until evening, but I would weave sandals for them once I had the time. For now, I was unable to do so. With the 2 women watching me, I set off towards the north. To the north loomed a peak, likely 200 to 300 meters in height. If I could reach its summit, I should be able to behold the entire expanse of the island. On clear days, discerning land contours several kilometers away is entirely feasible, unless this island exceeds the scale of a few dozen kilometers. If such were the case, it would imply the presence of other inhabitants, perhaps even indigenous people, which could pose a significant challenge for us, unless they had established considerable contact with the civilized world and possessed legal and humanitarian awareness. Their encounter with us, mere castaways, could lead to dire consequences. It is worth noting that even civilized individuals, upon discovering two stranded women on this desolate island, could harbor malicious intentions, as the absence of law here permits unrestrained violence. The darkness of human nature is far more complex than we often perceive. As I journeyed northward, the air was filled with the melodious calls of various tropical birds, parrots, thrushes, kingfishers by the stream, and others whose names eluded me. Following the gentle flow of the stream, I traversed the cascading waterfall and the serene pools, soon noticing that the banks were adorned with lush grasses and extensive reed beds. To my astonishment, I discovered a path formed by the tread of animals. Upon closer inspection, the hoofprints along this narrow trail suggested the presence of goats. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me. The existence of goats would indicate that this island is quite expansive, and their hides could provide us with much-needed warmth during the winter months. However, my current arsenal of bows and arrows would likely prove inadequate for hunting these creatures, as the arrowheads would struggle to penetrate their thick fur. Crafting new arrows at this juncture would be impractical, yet knowing they frequent this area for water gives me hope. I could devise a trap to catch them. Even if they did not appear, I would pursue them once my arrows were prepared. Continuing my northern trek for another half hour, I stumbled upon a steep slope at the stream's edge, created by recent rain-induced erosion, revealing a clay layer at the soil's fracture. This clay is a prime material for pottery, marking a significant discovery. Venturing further inward, the stream gradually diminished in size. The once loose soil has transformed into a chaotic assemblage of rocks and boulders, with the heaps beneath the trees now cloaked in verdant moss. The forest is home to ancient trees adorned with various epiphytic plants, while flocks of birds chatter above, a congregation of doves among them. I took aim at one particular dove and swiftly released an arrow. In an instant, my arrow pierced through the bird, and it plummeted from its perch. The startled flock took flight, leaving behind a solitary gray dove, its plump feathers perfect for crafting fletching. I bound its feet with grass twine and secured to my waist before continuing my journey. Before long, I arrived at the base of a sheer cliff. Upon raising my gaze, I beheld the magnificent precipice, brilliantly illuminated by the morning sun, glistening like a mirror. This formidable cliff forms the eastern face of a mountain that rises 200 to 300 meters high, showcasing an impressively intact rock face. The incline from the base to mid-slope is approximately 45 degrees, escalating to an almost vertical cliff. To my astonishment, I spotted a few goats scaling the heights. Typically, goats ascend such altitudes either to evade predatory beasts or to lick the salt from the rocks. Given the absence of ferocious wildlife on this island, I inferred it must be the latter. Indeed, upon discovering the hoofprints of goats near a water source, I had contemplated the possibility of finding them along the coastal cliffs in search of salt, though I had not anticipated the presence of a cliff. This magnificent precipice thwarted my aspirations of ascending to the mountain's summit from this side. I paused to sip some water and then ventured westward, traversing dense thickets until I reached the southern base of the mountain. Here, the vegetation flourished, growing sparser as I ascended. This is likely due to the rocky nature of the mountain. Fatigued from my trek, I settled upon a large, smooth boulder to rest and admire the forested scenery, or perhaps to relieve myself directly in the open. By midday, I finally reached the summit, though the ascent had proven arduous. My garments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration, and numerous spiny weeds had ensnared themselves in my trousers, causing a persistent itch upon my skin. I would need to patiently remove them piece by piece when I had the leisure or return to the shelter and enlist the help of the two women, as such meticulous tasks are better suited for their attentive hands. Upon reaching the highest rock at the peak, I surveyed the entirety of the island. The landscape unfolded before me like an ear-shaped expanse, with my vantage point akin to the lobe. To the east, the ear's contour arched upward, leading to what appeared to be a vast thicket at its extremity, though the distance of over 20 kilometers rendered the details indistinct, shrouded in morning mist. Chapter 52. Discovery of the speedboat. As I marveled at the island's grandeur, I lamented its abandonment as a radar base, pondering the unknown reasons behind such a decision. I have etched into my memory the contours of several valleys and ridges on this island, which will facilitate my exploration in the future. I resolved to take a brief respite, enjoying a meal before descending. From my pocket, I retrieved a packet of sun-dried coconut meat and a bottle of cool, purified water. As I savored the desiccated coconut, I relished the sea breeze at the summit and admired the picturesque scenery of the island, akin to the exhilaration experienced by avid mountaineers upon reaching their peak. However, my attention was soon drawn to a speedboat approaching the coastline where I had landed. It was several hundred meters away, rendering the occupants indistinct. A sudden rush of trepidation coursed through my veins as my heart raced with an ominous foreboding. This island lies far beyond the normal range of a typical speedboat from the nearest country, and the mere presence of such a vessel here could only indicate those stationed on the island. It was improbable that locals were aboard, as they could scarcely afford a speedboat, preferring instead their hand-hewn wooden boats. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that soldiers stationed on the island had spotted our anchored craft. Intensifying my unease, I swiftly gathered my belongings and hastened toward the direction of our speedboat, descending much faster than I had ascended. My legs seemed to act independently, propelling me downward in a frantic dash. Before long, I reached the foot of the mountain. I resolved to sprint toward the coast, acutely aware that they might not linger long or could already be searching for signs of our presence. I raced through the densely vegetated thicket, my speed akin to that of a soldier on a smoke-filled battlefield, fully immersed in a state of combat readiness. I paid no heed to the stinging branches that lashed against my body, nor to the potential presence of venomous snakes or ants in the underbrush. My path was meticulously chosen. I did not run in a straight line, despite it being the shortest route. That would be perilous and potentially inefficient, as unseen stones, pits, or tree roots could easily trip me. Instead, I bounded along the bases of the towering trees, whose expansive canopies shielded the ground from sunlight, inhibiting the growth of low-lying plants. Thus, the ground beneath these giants was relatively clear, allowing me to leap over vines and accelerate, with the path ahead within my line of sight, minimizing the risk of tripping. In a mere 30 minutes, I found myself in the coconut grove by the shore, where I cautiously slowed my pace, stealthily approaching the landing point of the speedboat. My bow was firmly in hand, prepared for any unforeseen adversaries that might appear. My rapid sprint had drained my energy swiftly, my clothes thoroughly soaked with perspiration, reminiscent of my days training with Wagner, where each morning began with grueling long-distance marches. Those experiences had forged my exceptional endurance and physical prowess. However, I had yet to fully recover. Otherwise, traversing this 5 or 6 kilometer stretch of wilderness would have posed little challenge. I kept my mouth closed, focusing on deep, measured breaths through my nose, striving to calm my racing heart. At this moment, I was deeply concerned that Catherine and Julia might return here or play on the beach. Before long, I stumbled upon the nearest bromeliad plant behind me, from where I could clearly see that the speedboat had anchored beside ours. It was a standard 2-seater speedboat. The individuals aboard were gathering the remnants of our firewood at the site of our previous bonfire, igniting it in flames. I took note of their attire, which was emblazoned with the camouflage pattern of the U.S. military. However, I was certain they were not American soldiers. Their disheveled appearances, unkempt hair and long beards, suggested a lack of grooming, likely due to infrequent haircuts or an absence of time and resources to maintain themselves. They were armed with 2 AK-47 rifles, a weapon not favored by the American military, which typically opts for a series of rifles, such as the M4 carbine or M16. The AK-47 is generally employed by Middle Eastern soldiers or various insurgent factions, such as guerrilla fighters or bandits, due to its durability, low cost, and simple manufacturing process. It is well suited for soldiers stationed far from their bases. With their sunglasses and beanie hats, they stood there, laughing and joking while cradling their weapons. Clearly, if they were there for rescue, they would not be so relaxed. They resembled hunters, awaiting their prey's return. Observing our escape vessel, they could ascertain that we were merely ordinary castaways, and thus would harbor no suspicions. This explained their nonchalance, as they dared to linger at our bonfire site, anticipating our return. Their overconfidence would surely lead to dire consequences. Chapter 53. Waiting for the right moment, I could not allow these two to leave alive. Yet, I found myself unable to approach their position. The distance of over 10 meters from the forest to the beach was completely exposed, devoid of any cover. To eliminate them, I had only 2 options. One was to lure them into the woods. The other was to stealthily circumvent to the rear of their speedboat and sabotage the engine or drain the fuel, rendering them incapable of escape. I could then ambush them while they repaired their boat. I had to opt for a more prudent method. The first option was uncertain. I could not guarantee that they would venture into the woods. After all, they might be seasoned mercenaries. If I made a sound, they might not enter, and could even call for reinforcements. I could not take that risk. Thus, only the second option remained. While this second approach posed a greater risk for me, it also had a higher success rate. I retreated into the woods, heading west. I maneuvered around the rocky promontory to the west, a location obscured from their view, and then submerged to swim back to the speedboat. I could hold my breath and swim up to 130 meters, but considering my current physical condition, I had to scale that down to about 80 meters. Yet, the distance to the speedboat was a daunting 240 meters. As I cautiously raised my head above the water, the likelihood of being discovered was alarmingly high. I could not afford even the slightest risk. Once they realized my intentions, they would swiftly understand my motives and take aim at me from the shore. Should I fail to reach the land, they would mockingly brandish their firearms while standing at the water's edge, taunting me before ultimately leading to my demise. Nearby, I discovered some ferns and selected the thickest stem, extracting the tender core to fashion a rudimentary underwater breathing apparatus. I meticulously trimmed the end I would breathe from with a small knife, testing it repeatedly at my lips until I was assured of its efficacy. With that, I stealthily submerged into the sea. I swam to a distance of over 20 meters from the beach before changing direction toward the motorboat. This was both to acclimatize myself to the sensation of swimming in the ocean and to avoid the peril of colliding with the rocky shore. After swimming approximately 70 to 80 meters, I discreetly retrieved the tube, expelling the water within, ensuring I had enough air before proceeding with my plan. I need not worry about the fern tube being discovered, for it was not particularly conspicuous, and the driftwood near the shoreline provided ample camouflage. Of course, had they been lying in wait at the water's edge, vigilantly observing the surface, the situation would have been drastically different. However, it was evident that they were not. Before long, I arrived at the rear of the motorboat. I cautiously emerged, causing no disturbance beyond the gentle lapping of the waves. I located the fuel line, detached it, and allowed the gasoline to spill onto the deck. The transparent liquid quickly released a potent aroma into the air, yet the two mercenaries by the bonfire remained oblivious, their senses dulled by the scent of burning coconut fronds masking the gasoline's odor. Once the fuel was entirely drained, I reinserted the line. Having completed this task, I retraced my steps, navigating around the rocky outcrop back to the coconut grove, dragging my damp form behind the dense foliage, biding my time for the opportune moment. Chapter 54. The Golden Secret. I remained patient, crouched in wait. If only I had a firearm in my possession. Those two men could not so leisurely roast seabirds and indulge in cigars. Observing that they would likely be inactive for some time, I plucked several feathers from a pigeon wing, using a small knife to cut the central portion to fashion fletching for an arrow. I then extracted an arrow from my quiver, creating a slit at the rear to insert the feather, securing it tightly with a few turns of fishing line. With the fletching in place, the arrowhead also required modification. Though my arrowheads had been hardened by fire, they needed further refinement, previously due to time constraints. I had neglected this task. Now, I meticulously took each arrow in hand, scraping the tip with the edge of my knife to enhance its sharpness. The bamboo arrows are crafted from the thickest part of the spiny bamboo, straight and sturdy, imbued with a certain heft. The surface of the shafts has been meticulously polished to a smooth roundness. From 30 meters away, inflicting grievous harm upon a human is an effortless task. My initial act of draining the gasoline from their speedboat was motivated by concern that, before I could eliminate their second member, they might fire upon me from the cover of the forest and escape on the boat. Such vessels possess no ignition keys. One can simply board and drive away. Quite convenient. I dedicated 5 minutes to perfecting 2 arrows, placing them on the bowstring, and practiced drawing and releasing them repeatedly until I was assured of their readiness. Yet, I refrained from taking action, opting instead to await their discovery of the gasoline's odor. This would prompt one of them to investigate. At that moment, I intended to swiftly eliminate the individual behind him. By the time the first one turned around in response, I would have already knocked my second arrow. After another 5 minutes, one fellow finished his cigar, stood up, and the scent of gasoline immediately wafted into his nostrils. With what seemed like a curse, he turned and headed towards the speedboat, evidently to inspect it. An opportunity had presented itself. I immediately tightened the bowstring, aiming at the neck of the mercenary seated on the beach. It was not my intention to target his neck specifically. His profile faced me sideways, his weapon resting diagonally across his thigh. If my arrow struck his body, it could ricochet off the gun barrel, and the target area of a side shot is scarcely larger than that of the neck, compounded by the barrier of his sturdy clothing. Thus, the smooth expanse of his neck became my focus. In truth, the most prudent approach would involve aiming for a larger target area with minimal movement. The bow creaked under my pull, resembling a full moon. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated as the arrow flew forth, precisely piercing the soldier's neck. He remained oblivious to his injury until he instinctively touched his neck, only then realizing the severity of his plight. Pain surged through him, and as he attempted to stand and cry out, the muscles in his throat contracted in response to the injury, rendering his voice a mere strangled gasp. Meanwhile, I had already drawn my second arrow and burst forth from the thicket. The mercenary advancing towards the speedboat turned upon hearing the commotion behind him. He remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger until an arrow struck his kidney. Other areas of his body were shielded by the spine and ribs, which provided some protection. My bamboo arrow lacked the lethality to penetrate such defenses unless it fortuitously slipped between the bones. Yet, I would not entrust my life to chance. Upon striking him, I reached the campfire, delivering a swift kick to the agonized mercenary, sending him sprawling. I seized his rifle and aimed a shot at the head of the mercenary near the speedboat. The one struck in the kidney was incapacitated, his abdominal muscles seizing in agony, preventing him from standing upright, thereby rendering him unable to retaliate. He lay there, eyes wide open, succumbing before me. Meanwhile, the mercenary on the ground, though wounded, would not perish immediately. I plunged his hand into the fire, the searing pain jolting him awake, a wretched scream escaping his lips. From that sound, it was evident that the muscles in his neck had relaxed, and blood began to seep from the wound, yet he gazed at me in terror. "Fool! It is my turn to interrogate you, not the other way around," I declared. You are an agent from the Federal Reserve Bank investigating the gold?" "I possess gold, enough to last a lifetime. Please do not kill me." The mercenary glanced at me, desperately revealing his own secrets in a bid for self-preservation. Chapter 55. A terrifying crisis. Where are you located, and how many of you are there? I inquired as he began to cough up blood, unmistakably indicating that blood had flowed into his lungs. "Hurry, take me to the east. Once you arrive, you will understand." I did not wish to die. The man clutched to my pant leg, his face contorted in fear of mortality. "I will ask you again, how many of you are there? Answer my questions carefully, or you will miss your chance for treatment," I stated with unnerving calmness. The man grew increasingly agitated, yet this time he refrained from uttering any irrelevant remarks. 3636. "Who are you?" "We are mercenaries, guarding the gold on this island." He spat out more blood, his anxiety intensifying as he looked at me with pleading eyes. "Did you just say the gold from the Federal Reserve Bank is on this island?" I asked incredulously, filled with a myriad of questions. "Yes, we possess a vast amount of gold. I beg you, please take me back for treatment," he cried out in anguish. "When was the gold from the Federal Reserve Bank stolen?" I found it hard to believe. This was the Federal Reserve Bank of Manhattan in New York, housing the largest gold reserves in the world, the most secure bank imaginable. How could gold be stolen without making headlines? It happened many years ago. We have been gradually selling off the gold, but agents have been keeping a tight watch on gold miners worldwide. We have not sold any gold for a year, fearing they might discover this island. The mercenary coughed through blood. I could hardly fathom that I had stumbled upon such a monumental case. The disappearance of the Federal Reserve Bank's gold was a global issue. Once this news leaked, every nation would divest from their treasury bonds, and the dollar would fall from grace, leading to a catastrophic economic collapse overnight. The entire nation would shatter within a beautiful illusion. If this were true, then the gold within the Federal Reserve Bank might very well be counterfeit, and those privy to the information could swiftly begin to divest from their treasury bonds. Of course, these concerns were not mine to bear. What I should fear was that if American agents were to discover this place, this island would become a hell's cape, although the military would likely not arrive. As they needed to operate in secrecy, there would undoubtedly be a flood of mercenaries and agents surging onto the island. Regardless of whether the inhabitants were natives, mercenaries, or the few of us wanderers, we would all be met with ruthless extermination, even if they were to recover the gold. The news would swiftly tarnish the nation's international credibility, rendering the gold's authenticity questionable in the eyes of others. just as I contemplated inquiring further. The fellow was suffocated by blood, his lifeless gaze fixed upon me. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. I now had to dispose of these 2 vessels. Otherwise, the new patrol would arrive and discover our presence on the island. Only by eliminating these 2 boats could I obscure the true circumstances. Naturally, the disappearance of 2 mercenaries would heighten their vigilance, not only intensifying surveillance in the surrounding waters, but potentially leading to plans to transport the gold away. The prospect of them transporting the gold was not my greatest fear. I was more concerned that they would instead send more men to scour the island. I hoisted the 2 mercenaries onto their speedboat and stood there pondering for several minutes before deciding to sink the vessels. However, I could not do so in this vicinity, as it was too close to our refuge. I needed to erase all traces from the beach and relocate the speedboats to another spot, puncturing their hulls to allow them to drift away with the current. Then I would have to swim back. The current flowed westward, and if I ventured about 100 meters out with the speedboat, I would not be swept ashore. My greatest concern was the possibility of a second patrol circling the island. Encountering them would spell trouble. As I contemplated this, I stripped the mercenaries of their clothing, secured it, and concealed it in the woods, planning to retrieve it along with the firearms and ammunition upon my return. Chapter 56. Ambush after eliminating the 2 mercenaries. I returned to the woods and lay in wait for nearly half an hour. It was only when I ascertained that no one had heard the gunfire that I began my return to the shore. The mercenary speedboat still contained some residual fuel in its tank, and traveling 100 meters posed no issue. I procured several heavy stones and placed them atop the 2 bodies, which were situated on separate speedboats. Then, I utilized my ammunition to perforate the speedboats with several holes. Watching the deck take on water, I finally felt a sense of relief. I connected the 2 speedboats with a towing rope, then pushed the bow of the towing vessel toward the sea. Initially, I intended to personally navigate the speedboat away and swim back, but my strength had been severely depleted. Instead, I retrieved a stone from the coconut grove. After igniting the speedboat, I secured the stone on the throttle. The speedboat roared to life, carrying the 2 naked corpses and our battered vessel away from the coast. When the speedboat was about 70 or 80 meters from my position, I raised the rifle hanging from my neck, switching it to single-shot mode. I fired several rounds at the engine of the towing speedboat. The gasoline was instantly ignited by the sparks, engulfing the 2 bodies in flames. Soon, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. The hull of the towing speedboat was blasted open, and under the weight of the corpses and stones, it began to drift and sink, ultimately vanishing beneath the tranquil surface of the sea approximately 300 meters away. After completing my tasks, I began to erase any traces left on the beach. After an hour of diligent work, I secured the bundled military camouflage uniform and made my way toward the refuge. To avoid leaving footprints on the sandy shore, I traversed through the coconut grove. Along the way, I donned a pair of high-top Salomon combat boots that belonged to the mercenaries, which provided much-needed comfort to my weary feet, allowing me to walk with both speed and stability. Additionally, I discovered 2 Swiss daggers, a cigar in a metal box, a Cartier palladium lighter, a Rolex watch, and 2 walkie-talkies on the soldiers. While the rest were mere trinkets, the walkie-talkies were of utmost importance to me, as they would enable me to intercept the mercenaries' communications. Naturally, I kept them switched off, for if activated, they could easily reveal my location. I remained uncertain whether the devices contained any tracking modules or if the adversaries possessed radio direction-finding equipment. I felt fortunate that, upon my arrival on the island, they had not noticed the signal flares, as daytime flares have a visibility range of only 10 miles, and their position exceeded that distance. My energy was considerably depleted, and my muscles had yet to acclimate to the sudden exertion, causing my legs to feel as though they were being stung by ants, a most uncomfortable sensation. Carrying 2 rifles along with 2 fully loaded magazines was rather burdensome. After more than half an hour, I finally returned to the vicinity of the refuge. However, I did not immediately approach the shelter to reunite with the 2 women. Instead, I cautiously lay atop a small hill to rest while observing the location of the refuge. I was uncertain whether other agents or mercenaries on the island were vying for the gold. After all, it is human nature to be stirred by the allure of riches. It was entirely plausible that someone had long concealed themselves on the island, waiting for an opportune moment. While the 2 women prepared lunch, a small fire was ignited. And although the smoke was not substantial, it could still be detected from a higher vantage point. Given the clear afternoon sky, Any smoke would be particularly conspicuous against the verdant backdrop. If any other agents or mercenaries were positioned above, they would undoubtedly notice the smoke. Hence, I could not afford to take unnecessary risks. I decided to don a mercenary's camouflage uniform and their camouflage beanie, which rendered me even less noticeable as I lay concealed among the dense foliage on the hill. In the face of potential danger, I exhibited considerable patience. Should the enemy wish to ambush me, they would have to remain hidden until dusk. I was confident that they would not endure such a wait, as they could easily seize the two stunning women for their own amusement and return to lie in wait for me the following day. Unless the adversaries were exceptionally cautious, capable of lying in wait until nightfall without taking any action, it was likely that their military proficiency matched my own, making them quite a formidable opponent. Chapter 57. Profound understanding. I remained prone on the hill for approximately an hour, becoming familiar with the scent of the grass beneath me. Yet I had not detected any ambushers. After the two women finished their lunch, they began washing their clothes. They constructed a clothesline from bamboo, chatting and laughing like two rural women, sharing tales of their lives, appearing quite content with their current existence. I discreetly took a sip of water and continued my observation. Such prolonged surveillance tasks were not unfamiliar to me. Often, time would wear down the enemy's endurance and resolve. As time stretched on, they would succumb to self-doubt, questioning whether their observations and plans had gone awry, misjudging the target's position. Once the enemy's psyche reached its breaking point, remaining in one location for too long became untenable. For such a mindset would lead them to believe their time was being squandered in vain. Consequently, they would alter their tactics. Only those with unwavering confidence in their strategies and experience could persist unwaveringly in their path. Fortunately, I remained concealed until dusk, without any agents or mercenaries appearing to abduct the two women. As night fell completely, one woman, fearing the darkness and mosquitoes, retreated to the shelter. They were not asleep, still worrying about my absence. It was then that I stealthily approached the refuge, crossing the small stream, returning to the clearing in front of the shelter. This space had been meticulously tidied by the women, with the clothesline set up prominently. "Hey, Catherine, Julia, I'm back," I called out softly to the shelter, soon hearing the sound of the latch being undone. The bamboo door swung open, and Julia peeked out. In the dim light, I could not see her, nor she me, but I could sense her joy. "Uncle, you finally returned," Julia exclaimed as she stepped out, followed closely by Catherine. "Go inside. I'll take a shower and join you shortly," I said to the two women. However, Julia moved to the left side of the shelter and turned on the battery-powered lamp, illuminating my appearance. "Uncle, why are you dressed like that? And where did you get that gun?" Julia's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Catherine looked equally astonished, though her gaze held more fear, as she understood the implications of my appearance. At that moment, armed and dressed differently, it was clear I had been involved in something lethal. While Julia was aware of my profession, she did not grasp its gravity, perceiving it merely as an unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar term. For instance, the term special forces would evoke thoughts of cinematic portrayals rather than the profound realities of the profession, thus overshadowing its depth. Consequently, her surprise was tinged with a hint of delight, as she could hardly fathom the terrifying events that had transpired to bring me to this state. As I recounted my encounter with two unfortunate souls, I advised them, "Please refrain from starting a fire during the day. I will prepare a smokeless stove tomorrow." I leaned my gear against the bamboo wall as I spoke. "Why is that?" Julia asked, perplexed. "On this island, there exist other mercenaries engaged in illicit activities. Should they discover our presence, they would undoubtedly leave no survivors. I can only state that I have not mentioned other matters." It seems that Julia has come to some realization, casting another glance at the two firearms. Only now does she comprehend why I came into possession of such items. And I have already indicated that we went undetected. This signifies that those two individuals are indeed deceased. She has come to recognize that the person with whom she often shares laughter can so calmly extinguish two lives and then behave as if nothing has transpired. The psychological impact of this revelation is evident on her youthful visage. "Uncle, did you kill someone?" Julia still appears uncertain. "Do you think we could have returned from the medical ship if I hadn't I killed two people aboard that vessel." With this admission, her expression shifts from surprise to a kind of bewilderment, while Catherine remains utterly unfazed, bearing an air of familiarity. I have no time to offer further explanations. Having perspired profusely, I must take a bath and then indulge in a refreshing sleep, striving to restore my strength and spirit to face the days ahead in optimal condition. I certainly wish to avoid conflict with those individuals. However, if it becomes unavoidable, we must not become lambs for the slaughter. Chapter 58. The hidden intent to kill. I sat upon a rock by the stream, soaking my changed jumpsuit in the water before wringing it out to use as a towel. The evening waters were refreshingly cool against my skin, evoking memories of my days at the Wagner training camp, where in preparation for enduring the cold, we were subjected to icy water at all times except during winter when the pipes froze. I recall rolling in the snow, bare-chested. Reflecting on that time brings to mind the intense hardships endured. Yet, they forged my robust physique and extraordinary willpower. The physical torment was not the most unbearable aspect. It was the psychological devastation that truly left its mark. Prior to our first deployment, our instructors had seasoned veterans secretly capture prisoners of war, training us to kill using various weapons, feeling the hot blood of captives splatter across my face, experiencing the sensation of a blade slicing through flesh, the explosive impact of a bullet shattering an enemy's skull, and the adrenaline surging through my veins during brutal confrontations. The cruel methods of interrogation were harrowing. In those moments, I did not perceive myself as a human being, but as a machine of war. Many could not withstand the ordeal, and some withdrew. They were driven by monetary gain, while we, as criminals, participated to seek reduced sentences, leaving us with no escape. These experiences rendered me so desensitized that when I killed those two mercenaries, my heartbeat did not quicken. Moving their lifeless bodies felt akin to lifting two dead dogs, my inner self remaining utterly unperturbed. Yet for Jia, with her innocence, purity, and kindness, such actions are beyond her comprehension. Every individual's circumstances differ, and one should not attempt to compel others to comprehend or accommodate them. Thus, I refrained from explaining anything to Juya. Perhaps I simply did not know how to articulate it, or whether it was even necessary to do so. Such matters are as commonplace to me as the act of dining itself. No sane person would voluntarily elucidate their reasons for eating, would they? After my bath, I donned a fresh set of work attire, leaving the two outfits of the mercenaries and the one-piece coverall I wore on a mountain on a stone by the creek, allowing Catherine and Julia to assist in washing them. I certainly would not waste the shorts worn by the two mercenaries. Once cleaned, they could be sun-dried and worn again tomorrow, as going without shorts is quite inconvenient for me. For women, it is of little consequence. Sometimes, not wearing anything is more comfortable than being clothed. They washed my garments and hung them to dry before returning to the shelter. I was exceedingly fatigued, so I exchanged only a few words with the two women before succumbing to a deep slumber. This island is vast, and locating the two missing members would not be an easy task. With only 36 individuals in total, and now two deceased, there remain only 34. It is highly improbable that they would search the island without reinforcements. The most likely scenario involves a speedboat making a couple of loops around the island, and if they find nothing, they would be at a loss for a course of action. My concern lies with other underground factions receiving news of the gold, which could lead them to this place. Additionally, some avaricious and self-serving national agents, should they uncover this lead, may not inform the federal government, but instead leverage their connections to assemble individuals who share the same golden dreams, thereby descending upon the island. This could inevitably involve us, as they would surely eliminate all witnesses to silence any potential leaks. After all, having wealth without the means to enjoy it is futile. Chapter 59. Valuable Memories Tonight. I dreamt of Anna. My memories of her are confined to our school days. Not only because I have not seen her since incarceration, but also because she occupied my entire adolescence, embodying all my fantasies about women and intimacy. I recall her as the most beautiful girl from the art class in Moscow, tall and graceful, possessing a playful yet somewhat aristocratic air of ennui. She often adorned herself with smoky eye makeup, wearing crop tops and ultra-short skirts. The image that lingers most vividly in my mind is of her in a pink denim miniskirt paired with a pink cropped cartoon top, her long legs and sculpted waist fulfilling every man's fantasy. Among a group of girls, she stood out like a proud and elegant swan, possessing her own insights, thoughts, and opinions, yet she was not truly happy. She never confided in me the reasons for her persistent sense of melancholy. She seemed to seek out thrilling experiences, as if only such pursuits could elicit her joy. She relished our encounters in open spaces, such as bustling squares, where she would lift her skirt, beckoning me to lie upon the grass. She also enjoyed our moments on the Ferris wheel and the motorcycle. Now, I find myself in the girls' dormitory. I have lost count of the myriad of reckless escapades I shared with her. At the time, I was enveloped in fear. However, I cannot present myself as a coward before a girl. In truth, this chapter of my life has become the sole cherished memory amidst the hardships that followed. If my youth had not been tumultuous, I would not have truly experienced youth at all. That fateful misstep led me to incarceration. Yet I have never held Anna accountable. For it was my own lack of discernment regarding my abilities and the control of the situation that led to this outcome. It was not merely a matter of ill fortune. Had my blow not struck his heart, had I not exerted all my strength, had that man possessed a healthy heart, none of this would have transpired. Perhaps it is precisely the presence of regret that imbues life with meaning. Even if Anna and I had continued to date, marriage and parenthood might not have been our destiny, for I did not truly know her. I merely relished the sensation of being in her company. Marriage is a realm entirely distinct from romance. It tends to become mundane, devoid of passion, much like the couple from our student days whose fervor has long since waned. This is something Anna could not accept. Perhaps she has now entered the sanctity of marriage, embracing a life of ordinariness and monotony. Yet I have retained fond memories of her, devoid of resentment, and the recollections remain sweet. Thus, I have preserved the pristine integrity of that memory. The night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, I rose early. I donned my Salomon tactical boots and cautiously surveyed the area surrounding the shelter to ascertain whether anyone had ventured near. No signs were evident. The two women also awoke. I urged them not to rush into preparing breakfast, suggesting we first nibble on some coconut jerky while I excavated the smokeless stove. I picked up the shovel and commenced digging at the designated spot, while Julia and Catherine meticulously removed the numerous burrs from the cuffs of my coveralls, carefully picking them off one by one. Today, my muscles still ached, necessitating a delay in our reconnaissance mission. Moreover, to ensure the safety of the shelter, I had to construct warning traps, an urgent task indeed. Otherwise, we could very well be executed in our sleep. Chapter 60. The second transport of supplies, the creation of warning traps, had become an immediate necessity. With my limited tools, the variety of traps I could construct was quite restricted. It was impossible to target a large-scale pursuit. I could only harm those who walked ahead or a few unfortunate souls engaged in a broader search, using their cries as a warning signal. This would grant us precious time to escape and strategize, which would be sufficient. Although I did not believe that the 34 mercenaries would come here and search, I had to prepare thoroughly, readying myself for any eventuality. To construct this smokeless stove, one simply needs to excavate a substantial pit at one end of the shelter, and then carefully chisel out a loose-shaped stove opening. The upper opening serves as a place for firewood, while the lower one facilitates ventilation, ensuring the firewood burns thoroughly and minimizes smoke production. Above the stove opening, there is naturally a circular outlet for placing a pot, which need not be large enough to accommodate an iron pot. At the mountaintop base, there exists an iron pot. However, at that time, I was burdened with too many items and deemed it unnecessary to carry it down. Now that we have a shelter, we could transport more valuable resources down the mountain, including not only the iron pot, but also some clanging antimony buckets and pots. Initially, there were plastic ones, but due to the passage of time, they shattered upon the slightest kick. Truth be told, I am not particularly fond of these metallic utensils, despite their numerous advantages. They possess a singular drawback that I find intolerable. They produce a loud clattering sound during use. Upon retrieval, I must modify them to prevent such cacophonous sounds from becoming a fatal signal. The smokeless stove allows smoke to exit through the heating channel, and behind this channel, I have excavated a three-pronged chimney to divert the gases. Thus, it is possible to achieve a completely smoke-free environment. Excavating these elements consumed my entire morning, after which I needed to ascend the mountain to gather supplies. Due to the considerable amount I intended to retrieve, two women accompanied me on the ascent. The mountain peak lies in the northwest direction, following the stream upward until reaching the waterhole, and then continuing up the eastern slope. Before long, the two women arrived at the summit, panting heavily, astonished to discover that this place had once been inhabited. I instructed them to search for any essential items they could carry away. They returned with various buckets, plates, ladles, and military aluminum water bottles. We transported the necessary supplies back to the shelter. Though everyone was fatigued, there were smiles of happiness on our faces, for with these basic living essentials, our lives would become a tad more enriched. The antimony buckets, equipped with metal rings, were carefully wrapped in cloth strips, ensuring that when placed down, they would not produce any jarring sounds. The women, industrious in nature, diligently washed the items they had brought back by the stream, transforming the once-worn utensils into gleaming, clean objects. They began experimenting with the iron pot to make soup. Meanwhile, I busied myself with surveying the surroundings to determine suitable locations for setting warning traps, contemplating the types of traps to employ and their most advantageous placements. Additionally, I needed to consider retreat routes and the locations of secondary shelters. These matters must be approached with seriousness and precision. Overlooking even the smallest detail could potentially cost us our lives. Chapter 61. Defensive deployment. I meticulously etched the locations and designs of the traps into my memory before returning to the shelter. Employing a Swiss Army knife, I carved numerous sharp bamboo stakes. These stakes were intended for pit traps. I would excavate a depression approximately 40 centimeters deep at locations where the enemy was likely to tread. The bamboo stakes would be affixed to the walls of the pit, their pointed ends angled toward the bottom, reminiscent of the entrance to a fish trap. Consequently, should an individual inadvertently step into this pit, the razor-sharp stakes on either side would impale their calves as they instinctively attempted to withdraw their foot, resulting in grievous gashes extending from their lower legs to their ankles. Such a trap would render the enemy in utter agony, even if they refrained from instinctively lifting their foot from the pit. Disentangling themselves from the trap would consume precious time. Naturally, this trap harbors certain flaws. The primary flaw is that it must be placed in locations where stepping is likely. Otherwise, it risks being ineffective. This necessitates a keen judgment and the deployment of numerous such pits to enhance the likelihood of ensnaring the enemy. The second flaw is that if the adversary tucks their camouflage pants into their high-top tactical boots, the trap may struggle to breach their clothing. As they lift their leg, the tips of the stakes could slide to the edge of the boot, and although a swift motion might inflict some injury, it would not be particularly severe. Such traps must be laid in abundance to catch the enemy off guard. However, for inflicting significant harm, one must rely on spring-loaded stakes. This involves bending a resilient wooden stake and concealing it in an unobtrusive location, with a trigger mechanism set along the path of the target. Upon contact with the tripwire, the spring-loaded stake would launch forth, piercing the adversary's abdomen. This type of trap typically necessitates a sturdy rope to secure the spring-loaded stake, while fishing line could serve as the trigger cord, tautly connecting to the mechanism. Although constructing this trap is relatively challenging, the underlying principles are quite straightforward. Once one comprehends the construction of the trigger, it becomes manageable. The trigger operates on the principle of leverage. Then comes the art of trap placement, ensuring they remain undetectable to the enemy. It is equally essential for me to memorize the locations of these traps to avoid ensnaring myself. For me, this poses no challenge, as I invest considerable time crafting each trap, making them easy to remember. However, for the two women, the task is not so simple. Thus, when I set about constructing the traps, I must also bring the two women along, allowing them to assist while simultaneously committing the locations to memory. In addition to these concealed traps, we require some that are more easily detected. For instance, suspending a stone from a height with a rope, such that when the target triggers the mechanism, the stone swings down like a pendulum, striking their head or body. These traps may be conspicuous, yet carelessness can lead to capture. Even if the target perceives the first trap, another one may await them just ahead or to the side. Most individuals would not suspect that a trap might be accompanied or adjacent to another trap, even if they were aware of this possibility. The discovery of a trap could lead them to mock the foolishness of their adversaries, resulting in careless oversight. Furthermore, there are traps designed to incite curiosity. For instance, a wooden sign bearing ambiguous writing could be suspended by a fishing line at a height just out of reach, enticing someone to leap and grasp the rope, only to find themselves ensnared in a deadly trap. If not for time and resource constraints, I could easily transform the surrounding forest into a forbidden zone for humanity. Julia, please twist all the hemp ropes you previously dried into fibers. I wish to ascertain how much rope we can produce, I instructed her. Uncle, are you making shoes for me? Julia inquired with enthusiasm. Just were the grass shoes I wove for you earlier. These hemp ropes serve a different purpose, I replied. Julia responded with an "oh," her gaze filled with envy as she eyed the high-top tactical boots worn by Catherine. I discerned her unspoken desires. Her feet were too small, and she lacked spare footwear. It was not a matter of favoritism. Chapter 62. Future work arrangements for now were those. Perhaps you will acquire new boots on our next opportunity, I said, patting Jia gently on the head. Jia should have felt joy, yet the thought of potential violence dampened her spirits, leaving her with a peculiar expression. Uncle, why are there no shoes at the base on the mountaintop? She questioned. I shook my head, speculating the shoes may have been taken by the workers. Consider this. If the radar base were fully operational, it would not resemble its current state. It appears that only a radar has been constructed, and for reasons unknown, it was shut down. Have you not noticed that these supplies show no signs of use? The modular housing was occupied by workers. I see. But why, then, was such an expensive piece of equipment left behind? Julia pressed. I shook my head again, indicating my uncertainty regarding the reason. Uncle, what purpose do these sharpened bamboo stakes serve? Julia inquired, her curiosity piqued by my task. I explained in detail that they were intended for traps. Today, I cannot set any traps. Merely preparing these bamboo stakes and some elastic points will consume much of my time. It is essential to be thoroughly prepared to deploy multiple traps simultaneously, rather than setting a few only to discover a shortage later. Additionally, in the coming days, I must construct a hammock in a tree. I cannot sleep in close proximity to them. Should anyone discover our location, it could lead to disaster. However, I am confident that the hemp rope is sufficient. Thus, I require both women to assist me in gathering more hemp straw. These fibers are not rare. They can be found in sunlit clearings and along riverbanks. And on this primitive island, the hemp grows tall and robust, making for excellent material. The only drawback is that drying them takes time. The preparations will require at least 3 days. As our food supplies dwindle day by day, it has become imperative to devise a means of procuring sustenance. Thus, tomorrow we must resort to hunting a goat. This endeavor would not only grant us the pleasure of fresh goat meat and broth, but also allow us to craft jerky from the flesh, while the fat could be rendered into soap. Bathing with soap not only ensures a more thorough cleanse, but also possesses antibacterial properties, thereby diminishing the likelihood of illness. Furthermore, the goat's intestines could be transformed into sausages. The quantity of meat from a single goat, when fashioned into sausages and paired with other provisions, could sustain us for nearly half a month, assuming we conserve wisely. Hence, to prepare for the winter's arrival in a month's time, it would be prudent to capture at least 6 or 7 goats. Additionally, we shall require an abundance of coconut flesh, as it serves as a staple. Regarding vegetables, one can often find wild greens along the stream and mushrooms such as wood ears in the forest. These can be foraged during our leisure hours. Moreover, the coastal coconut groves are abundant with guavas and other subtropical fruits, while the forest conceals bananas and more. However, these require a considerable investment of time to harvest, and without proper preparation, indulging in such luxuries remains unattainable. In the afternoon, I busied myself with various preparations for traps. By evening, Catherine selected one of the 3 coconut crabs we had raised, cleaved it, and placed it in a pot to simmer into a soup, adding some coconut flesh and wild greens. The enticing aroma soon had my mouth watering, and I swallowed hard. In this primal forest of the deserted island, being able to relish such delicacies is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Julia had taken her place by the stove, much like an eager puppy, nearly drooling onto the ground. Catherine, observing our anticipation, felt a sense of accomplishment. A proud politician, finding fulfillment in culinary endeavors, was an unexpected yet delightful surprise. Mr. D, come and taste. Catherine ladled a bowl of delectable coconut crab soup for me, and merely inhaling the scent made my mouth water profusely. If life could continue in such a manner, it would be quite splendid. Chapter 63. The plans and shadows. The orange-hued crab soup contain a robust and plump claw, which, upon cooking, released astaxanthin, rendering the vibrant orange color particularly enticing, evoking a sense of desire merely by sight. Catherine and Julia shared the other claw. Lacking a spoon, I gently blew on the surface of the broth, causing the coconut oil and crab fat froth to dance. Once sufficiently cooled, I savored a sip of the rich, piping hot soup. The flavor was truly unforgettable. This experience surpassed that of indulging in crab soup in an Indonesian restaurant. not merely for its taste, but for the profound elevation of the spirit derived from enjoying such a delightful dish in this unrefined setting. "Mr. D, how does it taste?" Catherine inquired, somewhat apprehensively. "Delicious. The flavor is just right. You both should try it." I nodded, picking up my chopsticks to partake of the wild greens in the stainless steel plate. Enhanced by the broth, these bitter greens proved surprisingly palatable. The two women eagerly joined in to sample the dish. We first savored the broth before seizing the claws and deftly cracking them open with a Swiss knife, revealing the steaming, tender crab meat within, a feast ample enough for a meal. With a knife, I sliced into the succulent meat, relishing each bite as I slowly chewed, absorbing the delicate texture and the unique aroma of the crab. This was far superior to the previous grilled versions. If only I had some soy sauce, chili, and mustard, it would elevate the experience further. However, we ought not to indulge in excessive desires. What we have now is already quite sufficient. Those who yearn for too much fail to appreciate the beauty before them, forever fixated on what is unattainable, or perhaps even impossible to acquire. Such individuals are pitiable, cloaking their discontent in the guise of ambition and striving. In truth, without the requisite drive and knowledge to support their aspirations, they only deepen their own suffering. Sinking into melancholy, blind to the joys that surround them, consumed by negativity and unable to escape. It is akin to my current lack of soy sauce. Fixating on this unattainable condiment would inevitably mar the delightful experience of the crab meat. I refused to succumb to such thoughts, for if I did, the delectable food would lose its allure. "Uncle, there's crab roe too," Julia exclaimed, using bamboo chopsticks to extract a large, orange mound of roe from the crab's head. The girl beamed with joy as if it were New Year's. She swiftly retrieved 3 bamboo spoons she had carved and eagerly offered me a heaping spoonful, insisting, "You eat first, uncle." Both women were quite adept at this, ensuring I received the finest crab meat, granting me the first taste of the delicacies. The more I interacted with them, the greater my joy grew. Deep within, I became increasingly reluctant to let this life be disrupted and felt the pressing need to fortify my defenses. I resolved to gather intelligence on potential adversaries, seeking to discern the whereabouts of any gold. If we could seize some gold and commandeer their vessel, we would no longer be bound to this island. I surmised that in a month's time, a grand ship would arrive bearing winter supplies. If I prepared adequately, it would not be impossible to capture the ship and escape with the gold. However, this necessitated thorough reconnaissance. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Of course, I could not share this plan with the two women. Should they be captured, they might divulge my intentions to the enemy, significantly heightening my risk. Chapter 64. 5 days consumed, this delightful dinner left us all satiated, our faces adorned with happiness and contentment. After cleaning up the firewood, we made our way to the stream to rinse our mouths and wash our faces, always maintaining the refinement befitting women. As we had not engaged in particularly strenuous labor that day and had not perspired, we opted against bathing, merely using a cloth to cleanse our faces, necks, and hands. Subsequently, both women retreated back into the shelter. I cannot return so soon, for the scent of firewood will linger in the vicinity. I must remain in ambush outdoors for a while to prevent hidden foes from tracking me here by the aroma of the burning wood. After approximately 2 hours outside, I finally slipped into the refuge, where the two women had not yet succumbed to slumber. Upon my entrance, they intuitively made way for me in the center. We lay with our feet towards the entrance and our heads inward. The space within was sufficiently spacious, ensuring no hindrance to anyone's movement. Of course, should the women need to relieve themselves during the night, they would not venture to the rocky area, but rather resolve their needs by the stream, as that rocky spot was designated for more significant matters and lay a considerable distance from the shelter, making the journey perilous at night. Thus, if they required to relieve themselves substantially, I would typically suggest they do so by day. If the need arose at night and was unbearable, I would accompany them. As I lay down, the two women embraced me on either side, a comfort I had long since grown accustomed to and learned to relish in the gentleness they provided. On the following morning, the three of us commenced setting traps in this area. Trap setting is both a labor-intensive and skillful task, particularly when it comes to constructing pit traps. I needed to utilize an entrenching tool to dig numerous pits, and one challenge was the securing of the bamboo stakes within the pit walls. To properly anchor these bamboo stakes, simply inserting them into the earth would yield no lethality. unlike those stakes driven into the pit's base. They would pose no threat to mercenaries clad in high-quality tactical boots. Therefore, to secure these bamboo stakes, we first bound 3 of them firmly onto a short wooden stake, forming a half-non shape, with the bamboo stakes inclined at a 45-degree angle downward. Each pit trap would require 3 such half-non formations, which we would secure with stones to keep the wooden stakes flush against the pit's inner walls. Visually, this trap resembled a washing machine drum adorned with sharp spikes or the maw of a gigantic creature filled with fangs. We would also cover it with surrounding foliage to ensure it blended seamlessly into the environment. Consequently, should a foot inadvertently step into it, the prospect of withdrawing unscathed would be impossible. With such traps, we could scarcely set more than 10 in a morning. Thus, the selection of locations was of paramount importance. The 2 women assisted me in the process, and by day's end, we managed to set approximately 18 or 19 traps, a number convenient for their memory. Thus, we spent 3 consecutive days setting these traps, becoming increasingly adept on the latter 2 days, culminating in a total of 67 traps over the 3 days, which filled me with a profound sense of security. During this time, we also fashioned numerous lengths of sisal rope, and by the 4th day, we were prepared to create elastic spike traps. The mere construction of these traps required little time. However, selecting suitable tree trunks for the elastic stakes demanded more deliberation. Next came the task of choosing the locations for laying these traps. Typically, these traps are set around the great trees, positioned in the direction from which the enemy advances. Once triggered, they spring forth towards the enemy's abdomen, with sharp stakes bound to elastic wooden posts resembling vertical rakes, piercing through the enemy's midsection in an instant. We have spent 2 days laying these traps. The remaining provisions we possess are barely sufficient for 2 more days. After that, we shall have nothing left. Furthermore, a persistent drizzle has accompanied us over these 2 days. Lacking a proper firewood shelter, much of our firewood has become damp, forcing us to gnaw on coconut flesh. It was only last night that I hastily constructed a shelter for the firewood to prevent the heavy rain from soaking the remaining supply. Without this, even boiling water would become a challenge. Our diminishing food supply and the increasingly chilly weather weigh heavily upon us. What are we to do? Julia has once again succumbed to anxiety over our food scarcity, and Catherine shares in her concern. It may rain again tomorrow. Yet we cannot afford to wait any longer. I shall venture out to hunt. I previously spotted some goats, and if fortune smiles upon us, we shall soon feast on goat meat. I reassure them. Chapter 65. Tracking prey in recent days, we have encountered no threats, which indicates that they are indeed not searching the island. Nevertheless, caution is paramount when hunting. I resolved to set out at dawn the following day. The sound of gunfire would not carry far in the dense forest, only a few hundred meters. I must successfully ambush the goats and remain concealed for about half an hour to ascertain whether anyone approaches drawn by the sound of the gun. Otherwise, I would be unable to bring down a goat with my bow and arrow. Upon hearing my plan, Julia and Catherine felt a sense of relief. The anxiety stemming from food scarcity on this desolate island is palpable, as the source of sustenance remains precarious. The instinct for preparedness is deeply embedded in human survival, akin to the era before fishing nets were invented, when people would wade into the sea with spears, catching enough fish for a day's meal. During storms, they faced hunger for days, sometimes leading to starvation. Thus, the invention of fishing nets allowed for the preservation of excess dried fish, alleviating concerns of famine. Surplus fish could then be traded for other necessities, giving rise to the concept of commerce. We find ourselves in a similar predicament of food scarcity, compelled to devise strategies to procure and preserve more sustenance to enhance our chances of survival. On the following morning, I equipped myself with provisions and water, took up my rifle, and bid farewell to the 2 women before embarking alone towards the north, disappearing into the misty rain. Given the incessant rain of recent days, the goats should be well fed. However, I remain uncertain whether they will appear upon the cliffs. If they are indeed on the sheer cliffs, they must be hiding, for when not foraging, they often seek refuge among trees and open spaces, thickets, caves, or the grass by the lake. I must meticulously search every possible location, as this is crucial to our future sustenance and warmth. I arrived at the cliff I had visited previously, yet this time I beheld no goats licking the rocky surface, a reality I had anticipated, yet it filled my heart with a profound sense of desolation. I found myself compelled to invest considerable time searching the surrounding area. However, the pursuit of prey on rainy days is not particularly arduous. After rainfall, the jungle floor becomes damp, and as long as I can locate recent tracks, I can trace their movements or find where they take refuge from the rain. This endeavor is one that demands immense patience. Fortunately, I possess a great deal of patience, a fundamental psychological trait essential for a sniper. Previously, I served as a sniper in a paratrooper assault team within a mercenary corps. These special forces, known as paratrooper assault teams, often undertook perilous missions that fell upon our shoulders. Parachuting itself is fraught with danger, requiring us to execute high-altitude jumps with precision. We frequently descended from heights of 100 meters, and the impact upon landing was indeed significant, necessitating mastery of numerous techniques. Yet, my current focus is not on parachuting. Rather, it pertains to the reconnaissance tasks undertaken post-descent into enemy territory, which demand the ability to identify target movements, traps, and enemy deployments. As a sniper, my responsibilities far exceed those of ordinary soldiers. I must arrive at elevated positions ahead of my comrades, anticipating various dangers and providing them with reconnaissance conditions. A sniper is invariably the first to arrive and the last to withdraw. Should combat erupt, the weight of our duties intensifies. Should the initial preparations be inadequate, one risks falling into an irretrievable predicament. If the Corps helicopters lack the means for a landing rescue, or if my escape route is less than ideal, my life may very well be forfeited to the enemy. Chapter 66. The patient hunter within the paratrooper assault team. While being a sniper is perilous, the rewards are substantial. However, passing the sniper qualification is no simple feat. It demands excellence, not only in physical fitness, but also in tactical acumen and courage. It is not merely a matter of wielding a rifle and hiding to aim at the enemy. First, one must scout potential enemy positions and make judicious assessments, which entails a tremendous workload, each task laden with risk. I have experienced moments when the enemy passed within a meter of my position. Had I faltered in the nuances of camouflage, I would have become a plaything for those soldiers, likely meeting a gruesome fate as a captive. As mercenaries, we are not protected by international law. Even if we were, it is unlikely they would heed such protections. Hatred has long been ingrained in their very essence. Capturing an enemy soldier would be a cause for celebration. A bullet through the heart would be their utmost act of mercy. While being a sniper is undeniably hazardous, there are times of safety, such as when my team engages in combat on the enemy's battlefield while I remain concealed at a distance, providing cover for them. Aside from the threat of mortars, we are largely impervious to conventional rifles and rocket launchers. In a lofty building, we could effortlessly execute precise shots at the enemy, akin to the simplicity with which the Grim Reaper inscribes names in the Book of Life and Death. However, caution is warranted if the adversary possesses equally skilled snipers. Contemplating these matters, I finally stumbled upon goat hoof prints in the forest, but not merely from one goat. There were several. This discovery stirred a sense of excitement within me. I crouched down to scrutinize the prints, discerning their age by the softness of the surrounding soil and the moisture at the base of the impressions. Following these tracks, I also encountered droppings, and from the freshness of the excrement, I could ascertain how recently the goats had passed. At that moment, I felt akin to a seasoned hunter, armed with a rifle, meticulously tracing the path of the goats. However, after an hour of pursuit, both the tracks and scents vanished as I reached the northern coastline, characterized by rocky cliffs. Such terrain is undoubtedly favored by goats. Above the cliffs, lush grass flourishes, and the rocks provide a delectable source of salt. Yet, after several days of rain, the saline deposits on the stones were likely minimal. Only with a few days of sun could the sea breeze's saline vapors linger. Only then would the goats venture up these steep cliffs. Presently, they were likely resting in a dry clearing beneath a tree nearby. I continued my meticulous search in the vicinity, fully aware that my quarry must lie close at hand. I needed to exhibit the same patience one might employ to coax a young lady to a hotel, tempering my primal instincts so as not to frighten away the prey that was nearly within reach. Soon, I discovered animal droppings in a thicket, and upon poking at the granular excrement with my pinky, I felt its warmth, igniting a surge of exhilaration within me. They had been here within the last 10 minutes. I mused. Given the rocky terrain, strewn with pebbles, true soft ground was scarce, making it difficult to spot hoof prints. Nevertheless, I was resolute today. I must secure a plump goat. Chapter 67. The barking of dogs in the woods, crouching low with my rifle in hand. I meticulously searched the rocky ridges of the northern coast for less than 30 minutes before finally discovering my prey beneath a towering tree. To my dismay, however, it was not a goat, but rather 3 robust wild boars, comfortably lounging among the tree's roots. I pondered whether the goats had been driven away by these creatures, as this area likely constituted their territory. To my amusement, I had initially sought goat meat, yet fate had redirected me toward pork. After tracking for much of the day without finding a single goat, I had instead encountered a trio of wild boars. The reaction time of these wild boars is remarkably swift, unless I resort to the indiscriminate use of rapid-fire mode, unleashing a torrent of bullets to bring them down. A single shot will send the rest fleeing into the dense underbrush, making them exceedingly difficult to locate thereafter. Moreover, even if I were to kill a few, transporting them back would prove arduous. It would be far wiser to leave some alive for another hunt. These wild boars are familial in nature. It wouldn't be ethical to eliminate both of the primary pillars of a family. I must leave at least one to care for the younglings. Thus, I aimed my weapon at one of the family's stalwarts, the robust male boar. The other female boar appeared less sturdy, and another was quite small, not yet ready for slaughter unless I had a pen to raise them. However, capturing them alive would require considerable time to set traps, and we were on the brink of running out of provisions. Waiting was not an option. Thank you, God, for sending me sustenance. Amen. Like a merciful butcher, I hypocritically uttered a word of gratitude before promptly pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the hefty male boar merely convulsed briefly before falling silent. The tough skin, thick flesh, and sturdy bones that nature had bestowed upon it were no match for humanity as firearms. The other 2 boars immediately bolted, abandoning their patriarch, and I swiftly approached, armed with a rope. I suspended the old boar and used my dagger to sever its carotid artery. Although the blood of these pigs is quite nutritious, the journey ahead loomed long, and this boar weighed no less than 100 pounds. I had to make choices. I let the boar's blood flow freely and then sought a vantage point to lie in wait, to avoid detection from anyone who might hear the gunshot. After approximately half an hour, just when I believed the area was secure, I suddenly heard the barking of a dog, sharply alerting me. Could it be that the mercenaries had hunting dogs? Were they scouring the forest for me? I deemed the likelihood of this small, yet not entirely impossible. I remained still, gripping my AK-47, waiting until the barking grew nearer. Then I discerned that it was not mercenaries, but rather a local indigenous man. Why would the indigenous people coexist peacefully with these mercenaries? This puzzled me greatly. The man was accompanied by a local dog, drawn towards the scent of my kill. The smell of blood had masked my presence, preventing him from immediately recognizing my scent. The indigenous man appeared to be a middle-aged figure, his skin dark and his face adorned with paint, exuding a simple, earnest demeanor akin to that of a humble farmer. Yet, he had encroached upon my domain of slaughter. Chapter 68. Erasing evidence. The indigenous man was visibly exhilarated upon spotting the hanging wild boar, wholly unaware that the dark muzzle of my gun was trained upon him. Generally speaking, the indigenous inhabitants of certain islands possess an aversion to hunting on their land, for the bounties of the sea far surpass the meager offerings of the land. Were it not for this, the island's creatures might have long since been decimated. Thus, his presence is unequivocally unrelated to hunting. It is far more plausible that mercenaries have employed him to scour the island with his dog, compensating him for his efforts, or perhaps they have directly constrained his freedom, holding his vessel captive at their encampment, rendering his impoverished existence incapable of escaping their grasp. Yet, he finds himself powerless to resist these armed mercenaries, forced to passively endure a grim fate. I deeply empathize with them. However, no one extends sympathy towards us. Thus, one could merely consider him unfortunate. My apologies. Perhaps in his next life, he will find himself reborn into a kinder family. I harbor no compassion. The act of killing has become second nature to me. With a resounding crack, the bullet pierced his forehead. I am acutely aware that even if I refrained from taking his life, those mercenaries would ensure that no native would escape the island alive. For the sake of our safety, I cannot allow foolish mercy to permit the enemy to flee. His dog did not run away. Instead, it lay beside its bloodied master, mourning. I deemed it necessary to keep the dog for an adult canine. Tethered within the woods and provided with a makeshift shelter could serve as a valuable early warning system. I rose from my concealed position among the underbrush. Upon seeing me, the dog barked vehemently. Perhaps the death of its owner instilled a sense of fear, preventing it from approaching me, leading it to bark incessantly instead. I strode forward, undeterred. The dog remained rooted in place, fear evident in its eyes as it contorted its face in a menacing display, attempting to repel me, the uninvited guest. I raised my rifles and swiftly jabbed it against the dog's snout, rendering it unconscious. I retrieved a length of rope and bound its limbs, securing its bleeding mouth as well, before hoisting it onto a tree. I had no time to transport it back today. Tomorrow would suffice. A night of hunger and thirst would not inflict significant harm. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, should it awaken, I shall provide it with some coagulated pig's blood. I dragged the indigenous man's lifeless body to the precipice and cast it over the edge. Then, I procured a sturdy bamboo stalk and tied the drained wild boar to it, planning to haul it back. As I completed this task, the dog regained consciousness. I released it from the tree and removed the rope from its mouth, tossing it into the puddle of pig's blood. Initially, the dog barked defiantly at me, but soon, the aroma of the blood captivated its senses, compelling it to feast upon the ground. Once it had consumed its fill, I once again secured its mouth. It did not dare to attack. I surmised that it recognized my uniform, akin to those mercenaries within the camp. Satisfied with its behavior, I resolved to tether it behind the wild boar, binding its mouth to ensure it followed me back, thus sparing me another trip on the morrow. After all, dragging this wild boar back would undoubtedly deplete my energy significantly, leaving me reluctant to move tomorrow. I contemplated briefly before making my decision. The creature already bore a collar and rope, thus I need not squander any more cord, directly securing it to a bamboo stalk behind it. I quenched my thirst with some water and consumed a bit of coconut flesh to replenish my strength, and then I commenced pulling the wild boar through the forest. The dog obediently followed as anticipated. Chapter 69. Exhaustion. The weighty boar on the bamboo transferred a portion of its heft onto my shoulder. Traversing downhill made the task more manageable, at least less strenuous than hoisting it directly upon my back. However, the lengthy journey gradually sapped my remaining strength. After frequent pauses, it took me a full 3 hours to return to the vicinity of the refuge. By that time, I was nearly spent, my clothes completely soaked with perspiration. The muscles in my shoulders ached under the burden. The mountainous path was arduous. Yet, apart from myself, no one else was available to assist in transporting the boar. After all, the two women were far too frail. I positioned the boar and the dog above the cascading brook, then cupped my hands to splash my face with the refreshing water, alleviating a fraction of my fatigue. I resolved to return first to assess the situation and summon them to help lead the dog back. After a brief respite, I hoisted my firearm and made my way towards the refuge, carefully circumventing the traps along the way, and soon arrived at the shelter. I spotted Julia and Catherine boiling water, and there were no signs of danger in the vicinity. Although the past few days had been secure, I deemed it essential to cultivate the habit of scrutinizing my surroundings before returning. Such vigilance could prove life-saving in critical moments. Approaching them, I called out, "Julia, Catherine, come here for a moment." Upon seeing me approach from the north, their faces lit up with joy. They paused their tasks and walked towards me. As they wore no form-fitting attire, their alluring figures drew the gaze of any man nearby. Julia reached me first. "Uncle, did you catch a goat?" she inquired, nearly drooling in surprise and anticipation. Catherine mirrored her eager expression. "I did not capture a goat, but I did manage to catch a wild boar. Dragged it back from a northern coast, and I'm utterly exhausted. Come with me. There's also a dog." I wiped the sweat still trickling from my forehead. Their expressions turned to shock. "There's a dog in this place?" Catherine exclaimed incredulously. "This dog belongs to a member of the search team. He pushed me off the cliff and left it behind," I explained, omitting the gruesome details to avoid being perceived as a madman. Some things were unnecessary for them to know, and they would struggle to comprehend my motives. "Did they discover us?" Catherine asked, her voice laced with concern. "There are indeed very few individuals dispatched for the search. Even if they manage to reach this place, we have traps set to provide an early warning. Moreover, we now have an additional dog." As I spoke, I made my way northward, with two women following closely behind. Soon, We arrived at the upper reaches of the creek waterfall. They spotted a large yellow dog, which appeared frightened by their presence, constantly attempting to evade them, though the leash held it back. This dog is still quite skittish. It's best that you do not provoke it. At present, I have it muzzled without issue, but I certainly intend to release it later, I admonished the two women sternly. I wish to prevent them from naively believing it to be cute and approaching it recklessly. Should they suffer a bite, the resulting lacerations would be arduous to heal and could potentially harbor infection. The two women nodded gravely in understanding. Please take the dog back while I stealthily retrieve the wild boar. It would be fortuitous if you could have some water boiling, allowing us to scald the pig's bristles. I suggested. Our hot water was initially prepared for your sheep, but we never anticipated you would catch a wild boar, Catherine replied with a laugh. A wild boar is quite acceptable. Its meat is delectable, and its fat can be rendered into soap, though we can no longer procure its hide for warm pelts. I remarked. Regardless, we shall feast upon wild boar tonight. It has been ages since we savored lean meat soup, which I am certain will be delightful. Julia exclaimed joyfully. It seemed Julia was gradually acclimatizing to our current way of life, particularly the grim reality that I must take lives to ensure our survival. Chapter 70. The independent individual. Julia, are you not afraid of my propensity for killing? I inquired, gently ruffling her hair. Julia smiled, her expression one of reassurance. I am not afraid, for I know my uncle is a good person, she declared with unwavering conviction. Her words momentarily stunned me. It had been quite some time since anyone had referred to me as a good person, a term that felt remarkably foreign. Yet, it possessed a certain enchantment, providing a warmth to my heart akin to the highest form of personal commendation. Regardless of one's perspective, the ability to soothe one's inner turmoil is sufficient. I chuckled softly. Whether I am a good person is of no consequence. I shall not be defined by any label. Just because you perceive me as a good person does not obligate me to conform to that standard. This reflects a psychological phenomenon known as the labeling effect. Such an effect can significantly influence an individual's decision-making. Take, for instance, a new colleague to whom you constantly affirm, you are a good person, truly kind, diligent, and well-mannered. Consequently, they would find it impossible to behave like a rogue or readily decline their coworkers' requests. That benign label acts as a form of mental commendation. Should they deviate from this persona, they risk losing such an esteemed evaluation. Even if their heart does not align with such behavior, they become ensnared by external expectations. And in severe cases, this can lead to depression. As an individual with a distinct character, personality, morals, and worldview, I refuse to be easily categorized. Yet, the majority of ordinary individuals are far more susceptible to such definitions. Due to their limited experiences and reflections, they perceive themselves as independent in various aspects, often overestimating their capabilities. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many university students entangled in so-called pyramid schemes, or falling prey to various deceptions, and so on. Thus, I do not concur with Julia's sentiments. If ever confronted with an exigent situation where the necessity arose to abandon or even eliminate them, I would act without hesitation. No one can sway my judgment or decisions. As the two women made their way back, I dragged the wild boar behind me. They returned home first. Noticing my delayed pace, they secured the dog and came back to assist me. Together, we exerted considerable effort and finally managed to bring the wild boar back to the shelter. The two women were panting heavily and flushed from exhaustion. I found it quite disheartening that such a short distance had tired them so much. Reflecting on my own arduous trek from the north coast to this point was nearly beyond description. Uncle, this wild boar is incredibly heavy. You must be utterly fatigued after dragging it back from such a distance. Allow us to handle the other tasks. If we encounter anything we do not understand, we will simply seek your guidance, Julia said, her large eyes sparkling with concern. Her thoughtfulness was indeed charming. Catherine echoed her sentiments. Very well. I shall entrust the task to you. I've already drained the blood from the boar. First, pour boiling water over it. Then use a dagger to scrape off the bristles, and, subsequently, you must begin the incision from its jaw, extending it all the way to the rear to extract the internal organs. Lest it spoil, I instructed the two women, picking up a small bamboo stick to guide them. It was evident that this was their first experience with butchery. In truth, most people have never slaughtered a pig. I have only done so once, and I have certainly taken more lives than I have pigs. However, the principles of dissection are fundamentally the same and are not particularly difficult. I hope to enjoy a delectable pork soup before sunset, while the other meat would be split open and hung on a drying rack to cure. Chapter 71. The laborious women, they released the wild boar from the bamboo stick, then collaborated to lift a hefty pot of boiling water, carefully pouring it over the boar. Once done, the coarse bristles of the wild boar softened considerably. I reminded them to hasten in scraping off the bristles to prevent the skin from cooling and hardening. Thus, Catherine and Julia took up the dagger and diligently began to scrape. The wild boar's bristles were exceedingly dense, unlike those of domestic pigs, and the two women spent a considerable amount of time without fully cleaning the bristles. Fortunately, the dagger was extremely sharp. Otherwise, merely removing the bristles would have been a daunting task. They spent nearly 50 minutes scraping the bristles clean, revealing the grayish-white skin beneath. They then poured the freshly boiled water over it for a thorough wash. It was beginning to resemble something more presentable. This is truly exhausting. Butchering a pig is so arduous, Julia lamented, wiping the sweat from her brow. Catherine wore a wry smile. It is unlikely one could find another beautiful politician in this world who would engage in pig slaughtering. I glanced at the Rolex watch I had scavenged from the mercenary, noting that darkness would soon envelop the land in just an hour. They should still have ample time to clean the pig's entrails. I was utterly exhausted and had no desire to assist, so I settled upon a clean rock. I produced a gleaming palladium-plated Cartier lighter and a cigar. I'm not a habitual smoker, yet I indulge occasionally to alleviate fatigue and pass the time. I placed the cigar beneath my nose, inhaling while drawing on it, akin to an addict savoring the enticing tobacco flavor of the Cuban cigar, a scent that is both unique and distinctly masculine. However, it comes at a steep price. This particular cohiba I held costs over $60 for a single stick. If these mercenaries were relying on their own rations, they would likely find such indulgence hard to bear. Yet here they stood guard over gold, undoubtedly earning many times more than I ever did at Wagner, rendering such luxuries less burdensome. As I smoked, I observed the two women engrossed in their labor. The rich aroma of the cigar enveloped me, and I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. The flavor of the cigar varied from the beginning to the end. The initial puffs bore a hint of coffee bean, while the second inch introduced a sweet, honeyed essence. Each draw was delightful, indeed a prized possession. Back when I was with the Wagner paratrooper assault team, those men were not like me, conscripted to escape a prison sentence. Their salaries were significantly higher, and they flaunted cigars like this before others. When one of them perished, his comrades swiftly relieved him of such luxuries. I had smoked in the military, but never with my own means. My pay had been siphoned away, leaving me only with a meager allowance for basic sustenance, and I was powerless to change that. Power and freedom lay firmly in their grasp, and in such circumstances, one could only submit humbly. I took several deep puffs, feeling slightly lightheaded, yet not unpleasantly so. The women exerted considerable effort and finally managed to open the wild boar's belly. They were no longer the elegant ladies one might expect, but rather akin to those industrious yet unrefined women in a slaughterhouse, undeterred by the foul odor and visceral shock as they extracted the entrails with their bare hands. I instructed them not to spill the bile, to retain the edible organs, and to thoroughly cleanse the intestines, as I would be preparing the pork shortly. Butchering the meat was a labor-intensive task, one beyond their capabilities. They could assist me in skewering the meat with bamboo sticks for hanging. While they handled the wild boar's innards, I set about sharpening some bamboo skewers and constructing a drying rack reminiscent of a clothesline. Additionally, I fashioned a large fence woven from thick rushes to display the butchered meat. All the meat needed to be processed today. The cool weather was ideal for drying, yet the breeze around a shelter was insufficient. We would need to relocate to the coconut groves near the shore. However, placing the meat there would inevitably attract seabirds. Thus, a secure drying rack was imperative. All of this entailed an immense amount of work. I merely wished to have ample time and energy to scout the enemy's movements before the grand vessel arrives with supplies, lest I miss crucial intelligence. Chapter 72. A night on the beach, we spent an arduous 3 hours meticulously dissecting the entire wild boar, successfully separating the bones from the meat, leaving behind only a skeletal frame and the head resting on the ground. The succulent meat was skewered by the two women using bamboo sticks, which I then tied into knots, hanging them piece by piece upon the bamboo poles. In total, three 3-meter-long bamboo rods were filled. As night fell, the two women remained industrious, preparing a portion of the lean meat for soup. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon me, yet the task was not yet complete. I had to transport the suspended boar meat to the seaside to air dry. A night of exposure to the breeze would form a protective membrane over the surface fat, safeguarding the meat from contamination and oxidation, an essential process for preserving the dried meat. I washed away the grime and grease from my hands in the stream, but there was no time to make soap today. The boar's fat lay on the fence. After consuming some lean meat and soup, I regained a modicum of strength. Together with the two women, we hoisted the meat, one pole at a time, with Julia leading the way, holding a battery-operated lamp. Upon reaching the shore with all the wild boar meat, we were utterly fatigued and simply collapsed onto the sand. The cooling evening air brought a reprieve from mosquitoes, and with no mercenaries patrolling, we felt untroubled. The sea breeze caressed our hard-earned efforts and our weary faces. As the drying rack had not been constructed, we could only leave one person to keep watch. The two women lacked the courage to remain alone outside, and thus, the duty fell upon me. I instructed the women to rest while I returned. Checking my watch, I noted it was already past 11. They had yet to recuperate, so they joined me on the beach, and I refrained from urging them further. Instead, I took out a cigar and began to smoke leisurely. Taking a few puffs, while fatigued, felt remarkably different. Catherine lay on my right, extending her hand to share a puff, which I willingly offered. Observing this, Jia eagerly sought to try it as well, only to inhale too forcefully, nearly coughing up her lungs. Both Catherine and I could not help but laugh. This boar will sustain us for quite some time, Catherine remarked, eyeing the meat. We could last 60 or 70 days, or even 3 months if we ration it well. The key is to bring back 200 pounds of coconut meat as our staple. Otherwise, we shall not have enough, I replied. However, it is unnecessary to prepare such an abundance of food, for my plan involves seizing their supply transport vessels, which would suffice until the middle of next month. Naturally, stockpiling this food is also a precaution, ensuring that in the event of a failed attempt to commandeer the ship, we would still have a means of survival on the island. There is no need for me to discuss these plans with the two women, as they cannot provide any assistance, and their knowledge of the matter would yield no benefits. We were all thoroughly exhausted. After finishing a cigar, the two women showed no desire to return, for the cool breeze outside was quite refreshing. They clung to me tightly, and before we knew it, we had drifted off to sleep on the beach. Upon awakening, the sun had already begun its ascent in the eastern sky. I rubbed my eyes and roused the two women beside me. Morning had arrived, and it was time for us to head back. Chapter 73. A day of contentment. The sea breeze continued to howl, and the waves crashed upon the shore in relentless succession. The sun had revealed half of its face above the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the tranquil morning sea, rendering the scenery breathtaking. However, we had no time to admire it. We needed to transport the wild boar meat to the coconut grove to prevent the sea birds from pecking at it. Jia would remain behind to guard it, while Catherine and I would carry the first pole back. We carefully navigated around the traps we had set. Once we placed the wild boar meat in the shade of the refuge, we made our way back to the beach to retrieve the remaining 2 poles of meat. The wild boar meat, having dried overnight, had developed a thick layer of grease on its surface, alleviating my concerns about spoilage. The pig intestines we had meticulously cleaned the previous night had also dried into casings, although they were not yet fully cured and would require several more days. Naturally, we could not produce sausages at this time, as we lacked fresh meat and the necessary salt for curing. It was truly gratifying to behold the dried, wild boar meat. A sense of accomplishment surged within me. Jia looked at the dried meat with sheer excitement. Not only her, but Catherine and I also felt a profound sense of achievement, and our good spirits began at this very moment. Reflecting on the toil of yesterday, it all seemed worthwhile. We cut a piece of pork to prepare a soup for breakfast. The delicious broth made from the tender wild boar meat, complemented by some sweet wild vegetables, resulted in a delightful morning meal. We decided to take a day of rest as a self-imposed holiday. After eating, the two women tidied up the area around the wooden shelter while I prepared to make soap. As we had not bathed the previous night and still bore the scent of pork, if I succeeded in making soap, the two women would undoubtedly be overjoyed. The process of soap making is quite simple. First, we create lye from wood ashes and filter out the residue using cloth. Next, we heat the pork fat until it melts. And then we combine the lye with the melted fat, stirring thoroughly to initiate the saponification reaction. A pinch of salt is added to ensure the soap solidifies with sufficient hardness, Otherwise, it would be too soft and easily consumed. I poured the saponified soap mixture into several bamboo tubes, allowing them to cool, so they would be ready for use by evening. Aside from the need to let the lye sit for a while, the other steps were relatively quick and uncomplicated. Having exhausted myself excessively yesterday, my muscles now ached, prompting me to retreat to the shelter for a well-deserved rest after preparing the soap. Catherine and Julia, similarly afflicted by muscle soreness, changed their garments following breakfast and proceeded to cleanse themselves by the brook. In the gentle morning sunlight, the two women sat upon the pristine stones by the stream, water trickling from their fabric, cascading over their fair and delicate forms, feeling somewhat embarrassed to forego a bath. Especially as they had washed themselves so thoroughly while I reeked of pork, I feared my odor would tarnish both the shelter and their freshly cleansed bodies. Thus, I shed my soiled clothing and joined them. The women gazed at my robust physique with fervent admiration, and I recognized their heightened inclination towards desires. A primal instinct passed down from our ancestors, flourishing only in times of security and abundance. This notion of indulgence arises precisely from a full belly. Chapter 74, Training the Indigenous Dog. As the women attended to my back, I busied myself with cleansing my hair and beard, as well as the front of my body. Given the coolness of the morning stream, I refrained from suggesting they linger too long in the water, and there was no need to wash their hair, which had been neatly tied up with bamboo skewers the previous night, remaining untainted. After finishing my wash, I returned to the shelter while the two women remained to launder their clothes. I soon fell into a deep slumber, and upon awakening, I found them returning, having hung their laundry to dry. My brief rest had invigorated me immensely. Once the women emerged from their bath, they emanated a unique fragrance that enchanted me. With plans to take a day of rest, we found ourselves rather bored yet in high spirits. As the two women embraced me for warmth, their gentle breaths caressed my ears. Through the gaps in the bamboo shelter, I caught a glimpse of Catherine's alluring lips so close to me, her emerald eyes as serene and clear as a tranquil lake. In the tender refuge of the two women, I lost track of time, awakening to find it was already noon. Due to their exhaustion, the women remained in a deep slumber, their garments not entirely fastened, revealing their alabaster skin like pearls hidden among straw, exuding mystery and allure. Rising, I stirred them, and they opened their eyes. "Mr. D, where are you headed?" Catherine inquired softly, echoing the tenderness she had shown me earlier. "Nothing much. Let us take this time to rest. I will find an opportunity to gather coconuts later," I replied. Julia, too, had awakened. "Uncle, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Are you hungry? I can prepare lunch for you," she offered, embodying the caring demeanor of a devoted wife. However, having eaten heartily in the morning and expended little energy, I did not feel any hunger. "Why not take a little more rest? You must not have slept well on the beach yesterday," I suggested, reaching out to help Julia adjust the collar of her shirt. I stepped out of the shelter and extracted a cigar, lighting it as I leaned against a rock. While indulging in the smoke, my gaze drifted towards the fruits of our labor from the previous day, where a few insects, attracted by the scent, began to swarm. Although it could have been used for smoking, the absence of smoke rendered that impossible. Meanwhile, the stray dog, famished and forlorn, looked up at me with pleading eyes. I offered a piece of pork for it to sniff, and upon seeing it nearly drool, I untied the rope binding its mouth. It did not bark. Instead, it devoured the piece of meat from my hand. I offered another morsel, yet it remained unsated. My intention was merely to let it savor the taste, facilitating better training thereafter. Dogs are remarkably intelligent creatures. While they may not forget their previous owners, this does not hinder their ability to recognize new ones. I diced the pork into small pieces and signaled for it to sit. Should it fail to comprehend my gesture, I would withhold the meat. After several attempts, it finally squatted down, prompting me to reward it immediately with a morsel of pork. Through this system of positive reinforcement, it quickly grasped that only by observing my hand signal and remaining silent while seated would it receive a reward. This afternoon, I focused solely on this single action. The stray dog adapted swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall continue to train it in other behaviors until it becomes useful to me. Chapter 75. Leisure time training a dog is a relatively simple endeavor, provided one effectively employs a system of rewards, offering food only when the desired action is performed. Under the allure of food, the dog is likely to remember the tasks assigned to it. One should commence with the most basic commands, such as sitting, followed by running to retrieve objects, and then lying down, all accompanied by the trainer's actions. The dog will learn to associate these actions with the trainer, gradually developing muscle memory. Upon witnessing the trainer's movements, it will instinctively know how to respond. However, if the commands become excessively complex, such as those required for guide dogs to navigate routes and comprehend traffic regulations, the task becomes significantly more challenging, often necessitating 1 to 2 years of training. The actions I'm currently teaching are merely foundational, lacking even the training for aggressive behaviors. This process requires a considerable investment of time and collaboration between two individuals. I do not intend to squander excessive time training a dog for aggression. As long as I can manage to keep it calm and responsive to my commands, that will suffice, particularly in the realm of reconnaissance. Dogs possess the ability to detect scents undetectable to humans. And what I need to teach it is to track enemies by scent, a task that requires time but is not overly complex, as it is a singular action. Julia and Catherine did not sleep for long before rising. Upon seeing me training the local dog, they were filled with curiosity. Their eyes widened in excitement as they observed the fruits of my labor, for they had never encountered such knowledge before. Naturally, this presented itself as a novel experience for them. I encouraged them to train the dog using my methods, ensuring that, even in my absence, they would be able to manage it. It is crucial not to feed the dog indiscriminately. Such actions would hinder the training process. The dog must be kept hungry, and should it steal food, it must be disciplined with a stick until it learns to refrain from such behavior. I conveyed this to the two women. Although it may seem harsh, it is indeed the most effective way to train a dog. At noon, the two women went to prepare lunch. Meanwhile, I took the skeletal remains of a wild boar, having stripped away the meat from the ribs, which held little nutritional value. I did not wish to expend energy on it, as boiling it for soup would not yield a flavor as delightful as a meat broth. Furthermore, there was no necessity to provide this adult dog with something to gnaw on. Left unattended, it would only attract flies and other insects. Thus, I disposed of it. After lunch, I entrusted the training to the two women, who seemed to enjoy playing with the dog. With some leisure time on my hands, I crafted refined arrows with feather fletching and fashioned toothbrushes from pig bristles and sturdy bamboo strips. These small crafts required little effort and did not detract from my rest. Although I possessed a firearm, the supply of ammunition was limited, and firing would produce noise, easily exposing my position. To gather intelligence, I would need to venture out at night. Shooting enemies with a bow and arrow under the cover of darkness would be advantageous, although visibility would be limited, necessitating close proximity to my targets. I presented the two pig bristle toothbrushes to the women. Their surprise and delight at discovering that pig bristles could be fashioned into toothbrushes was palpable. "Uncle, I had no idea pig bristles could be used for toothbrushes," Julia exclaimed, eager to try it out. "Be gentle while brushing. The bristles are quite stiff, and we wouldn't want to draw blood," I cautioned her. Catherine was also keen to give it a go, as it had been over 20 days since she last brushed her teeth, relying instead on her fingers or charcoal, which could hardly compare to a proper toothbrush. I advised both women to mix charcoal powder with salt to serve as a makeshift toothpaste. Observing their joyful expressions reminded me of the tender way they repaid my kindness the previous night. Women can sometimes find satisfaction and happiness in the simplest of things. I resolved to scout the area the following evening to ascertain the conditions along the eastern coastline. Chapter 76. Memories are always beautiful for dinner. We once again enjoyed a soup made of wild boar lean meat and wild vegetables. Although it did not bring the same sense of satisfaction as the previous day's meal, it still tasted extraordinarily delightful. Few, I suspect, could experience such immense joy from a simple meat broth as we did. Perhaps this is the pleasure derived from the fruits of labor. Akin to a child who spends 3 months nurturing a crop only to reap sweet strawberries, such joy is undeniably greater than that found in purchasing them from a supermarket. After dinner, I glanced in the makeshift shelter to inspect the dried coconut meat, realizing there was merely enough for 2 days. The women, while preparing soup, had not added much to the pot. Had they been more generous, the supply would dwindle to just 1 day's worth. I yearned to harvest coconuts tonight. However, with my journey to the eastern region scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, I preferred not to expend energy on this matter. Thus, I instructed the women to limit their consumption of coconut meat, allowing us to gradually restore our normal supply upon the next gathering. The two women raised no objections, acknowledging the necessity of frugality in the absence of rice. Consuming meat broth accompanied by chunks of meat was quite satisfactory. This dietary approach negated the need for water, and the broth itself provided ample satiety. Uncle, Aunt Catherine, the soap has solidified. At this moment, Zhuya went to check on the progress of the soap. We had crafted a considerable quantity, utilizing bamboo tubes, only 5 centimeters deep and 12 to 13 centimeters in diameter, as molds, resulting in thick, round soap discs. Catherine and I approached to gently tap the soap out from within the molds, revealing perfectly formed pieces. The two women promptly took some to the stream to test it, delighting in its smooth texture when lathered on their hands. It was a joyous occasion. We finally had soap. Zhuya cupped her hands and blew bubbles, while Catherine shared in the merriment. Seizing the opportunity before sunset, they decided to take a bath. Although they had not perspired much that day, and technically could have foregone washing, the presence of soap was too enticing for them to resist. I held no objections, but chose not to partake in their bathing ritual. After all, it would be all too easy to lose control, given that both women possessed striking beauty and enviable figures. Had there been no pressing tasks at hand, indulgence might have been permissible. However, not at this moment. Upon returning from their bath, the women approached me, inviting me to inhale the fragrance of their skin and hair. They had even taken the liberty of brushing their teeth once more. Their clean teeth and alluring lips stirred a sense of desire within me. Even though they wore no lip gloss, their lips still glistened with a natural sheen. Noticing my lingering gaze on her aromatic presence, Zhuya grew bold and, with a soft peck, kissed my cheek. She blushed, her mischievous smile illuminating her face. Catherine, too, chuckled softly, exchanging a gentle glance with me, her eyes filled with warmth. I was acutely aware that on this deserted island, moments of idleness often bred feelings of loneliness and solitude, lacking any genuine emotional connection. The kind of bond that leaves an indelible mark on one's memory throughout life. I could not ascertain whether this was love. Among the women I had encountered, Anna lingered most vividly in my thoughts, as if she were an indispensable element of my soul. The more I missed her, the heavier that memory became. I understood that the mind possesses a tendency to romanticize memories. Even couples who frequently quarrel will, upon separation, recall only the sweet moments. As time passes, that sweetness intensifies. Moreover, my romance with Anna was fraught with exhilaration and regret. If I could safely depart from this place, I would yearn to visit Moscow. Find Anna. I yearn to know if she still remembers me and the love we once shared. Chapter 77, The Night Assault. As night falls, we continue to rest in a shelter with two women. This is partly due to the cool weather, and partly because the hammock I fashioned in the trees remains unassembled, as the hemp rope I previously crafted has proven insufficient. Thus, this task has been postponed time and again. Fortunately, no one has stumbled upon our location thus far. Of course, I do not rely solely on luck. I've set numerous traps in the vicinity, for without them, we would not be able to sleep soundly at night. The women returned to the shelter first, while I took the watch for a while. If enemies were lurking nearby during the day, they would likely choose to strike once we had retreated into the safety of the shelter. For once inside, our chances of escape would be utterly non-existent. With a single gun aimed at the entrance, we could be captured effortlessly. That night, I sat against a stone, refraining from lighting a cigar to pass the time, as the glow of the ember would be far too conspicuous in the darkness. I sat idly for 2 hours. The women in the shelter must have drifted off to sleep. Just as I prepared to enter and rest, a chilling scream erupted from the direction of the stream. Instantly, I felt like a startled wolf, every hair on my body standing on end. Had someone truly discovered our hideout? I swiftly slung my bow and rifle over my shoulder, crouching low and moving stealthily towards the sound in the moonlight. I pondered that the only possible lead for any enemy to find us here would be the coconut grove by the shore. When we landed, we had cut down a coconut tree there, and we had stripped the coconuts from that stretch of coast, leaving only the undeveloped ones behind. If a patrol observed closely enough, they would indeed notice these anomalies. A thorough search of the coastline would likely reveal the remnants of our wild boar hunt. Pollutants such as grease and pig hair would have washed into rocky pools along the shore, accumulating and emitting a pungent odor. These scents, although initially dissipating with the sea breeze, would remain difficult to detect unless one ventured near. However, this still hinged on their ability to discern the coconut issue along the beach. After all, this ear-shaped island is quite expansive, stretching over 30 kilometers from east to west, which translates to a coastline exceeding 80 kilometers. The small area where we had harvested coconuts would typically be hard to spot. There are more than a few fallen coconut trees along the shore, and if they were meticulous enough to examine the cut marks, then I would be at a loss. Although I should not entertain any notions of luck, the clues I possess are beyond my control, which is why I had taken to setting traps. It seems they have borne fruit. From the direction of that scream, I can ascertain a precise location. I'm intimately familiar with each trap, and there is no room for error. The scream rang out only briefly before it faded, indicating that the individual must be enduring great pain, desperately attempting to extricate themselves from the trap. The victim must have fallen into a pit trap. If they had been ensnared by a spring-loaded spike, they would not have been able to make a sound. After 5 minutes of careful navigation, I finally reached the trap's triggering point. There, I found 2 individuals. These 2 individuals are not mercenaries. They are natives. One of them has fallen into a pit trap and has just exerted considerable effort to free his injured foot from the hole. The natives are clad in grass sandals, wearing faded shorts and an inexpensive shirt, an incongruous sight. They bear a resemblance to the indigenous people of eastern Indonesia, not like the genuine tropical natives of the Brazilian rainforest. Centuries ago, this region was a Dutch colony, subjected to oppression and revolts. Although the main populace does not reside on these remote islands, over the course of centuries, the island-dwelling natives have undoubtedly been influenced by foreign cultures, evolving into modern individuals. The injured native has a gash on his calf, bloodied by sharp bamboo stakes. Without effective treatment, infection and death are certain. Yet they do not retreat. They hastily bandage the injury and continue moving forward, which surprises me. Do they fear nothing? Chapter 78. The heavily burdened man. I did not immediately shoot at the 2 natives. Normally, if there were only 2 members of a team and one had been injured, they would surely retreat. However, the current situation defies the rules of military engagement. Thus, 2 possibilities arise. One is that they are not here for reconnaissance, but rather fleeing, unaware that they have stumbled into an enemy camp, and that pursuers are behind them. The second possibility is that there are other concealed team members. Both scenarios are quite plausible. Hence, I refrained from shooting and quietly observed as the 2 injured natives proceeded toward the shelter. I crouched beneath a tree, anticipating the arrival of any pursuers, as these 2 natives had already lingered here for 7 or 8 minutes. Indeed, as the 2 natives moved slowly for several more meters, I finally spotted a figure following in their wake. Clearly, this was not a pursuer, but someone utilizing the 2 natives as guides to navigate the traps. This indicated that they had indeed discovered this place and were aware of the traps. However, I was perplexed. If they possessed such intelligence, why did only one mercenary accompany the 2 natives? Surely, they should have sent at least 5 or 6 individuals for safety. After all, they had just lost 2 team members to us. It seemed illogical to dispatch such a small contingent. Yet, I did not detect any other mercenaries stealthily approaching. I initially contemplated shooting this individual with an arrow, but I realized he likely was not part of the mercenary group, as that would be rather unreasonable. If he were not one of them, he must possess crucial intelligence. Consequently, I sheathed my bow and quietly drew my dagger, trailing behind him. His attention was focused on the 2 natives ahead, mindful of his footing, allowing me to follow closely without detection. My movements synchronized with his, the only distinction being the greater length of my strides. When he halted, I too came to a stop, rendering it difficult for him to detect my presence. Before long, I found myself positioned behind him. In the moonlight, I discerned that this individual clad in camouflage was not particularly tall. Slung across his back was a sniper rifle. Its form indicated it was a Macmillan .50, a long-range anti-material sniper rifle. This revelation took me by surprise. If he intended to assassinate me, there was no necessity for him to bear such a heavy weapon, for it was far less effective in the forest than an AK-47. However, it could serve well for sniping vessels approaching the island. In that moment, I was left utterly perplexed by his intentions. Regardless of his motives, he had chosen to approach me in such a manner. Thus, he must be prepared to face the fate of capture. Without hesitation, I pressed my AK-47 against his back and spoke in a low, grave voice. If he were not a fool, he would understand that my ability to stealthily approach him signified my confidence in eliminating him. Should he dare to move, he would meet his demise. I commanded him to discard his weapon, place his hands behind his head, interlace his fingers, and kneel down to the ground. My tone was stern, clearly conveying my intentions. If he failed to detect the calm, yet resolute nature of my voice, Understanding that I was no novice fortunate enough to sneak behind him, he would comply. Otherwise, even divine intervention would not save him. Chapter 79. Too clever for his own good. Hey mate, don't be rash. I've come to propose an alliance. Otherwise, I would have revealed your position to the other mercenaries long ago. The man gradually complied with my instructions, clasping his hands behind his head and lying on the ground. His speech bore a London accent, suggesting he was British rather than an agent from my homeland. Of course, that was not certain. He could very well be a member of a foreign mercenary group. I swiftly fashioned a slip knot from the rope I carried, binding his feet and then pressing down on him to secure his hands with the same rope, drawing his limbs back together. He appeared akin to a wild boar suspended on a bamboo pole, albeit with his limbs inverted. Thus, he could only allow his belly to touch the ground, with his hands and feet facing the sky, making escape nearly impossible and preventing him from bringing his body closer to any position of safety. Hey, good fellow, you can't treat me this way. I truly come in peace to collaborate, the man lamented, discomfort evident in his tone due to my binding technique. Yet, he had no recourse but to resort to verbal persuasion. I stripped him of all his weapons and then swiftly pursued the two indigenous men ahead. Although these two were innocent, I too was a victim of circumstance. Allowing them to leave could jeopardize our safety. Thus, upon catching up with the two indigenous men, I raised my weapon and fired 2 shots, swiftly eliminating them. I then returned promptly to the mercenary I had bound. Did you kill them? The mercenary unexpectedly inquired of me. Do you think I should not have killed them? I countered with a question of my own. I'll let it be. They would die sooner or later. Hey, buddy, I know you dealt with those 2 patrolmen. You are indeed a person of real skill. However, you are unaware of the intelligence regarding their camp. I know, and I can collaborate with you, he continued. He played his little game, using the term you deliberately. Clearly, if I had other companions, I wouldn't have to control him to pursue and eliminate those 2 natives. His intention was to project an image of not being particularly clever, hoping to lower my guard, while also coaxing me into deceitfully claiming the existence of additional allies, or perhaps to extract information from me. Moreover, his feigned sympathy for the 2 natives aimed to make me perceive him as a good person amidst a crowd of villains. If he were truly virtuous, he wouldn't have sent those 2 natives to their deaths, fully aware of the high probability of demise that lay ahead. Such petty cleverness might work on the average individual, but it was rather laughable in my case. He currently imparted a sense of being not particularly imposing, yet exceedingly cunning. This individual might be useful, but he must not be allowed to live. He would never know that it was precisely his little ploys that ignited my murderous intent. If he were aware, he would never dare to act in such a manner. Very well, we can cooperate, but you must provide me with specific intelligence about your camp, I demanded, idly toying with a Glock pistol I had confiscated from him. The metallic sound of the firearm was melodious, yet it posed a significant threat to the man on the ground. All right, since we're to be partners, could you loosen my restraints? I can't possibly escape faster than a bullet, can I? Being bound like this is quite uncomfortable. He continued to jabber. Sure, I can help you loosen them, I replied. It swiftly struck him with the butt of the gun, smashing into his front teeth. Are your front teeth loose now? I asked. Chapter 80. The devout believer. I yanked off his beanie, exposing his golden hair, his distinctly European features starkly illuminated under the moonlight. The impact of the gun but had caused blood to spill from his mouth, leaving him with a ghastly expression. He no longer dared to engage in verbal sparring with me. As a sniper, he ought to understand that at this juncture, he must offer something to ensure his survival, or else his life would be forfeit. Oh, my brother, please don't kill me. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. There's a great deal of gold hidden over there. It's not as simple as you might think. Without my assistance, you won't be able to claim that gold. Trust me, he pleaded in agony. How can I trust you? Can I place my faith in someone who intended to ambush me in the dead of night? I retorted with sarcasm. Ask your God if there exists such a kind and honest brother. I apologize for meeting you in this manner. I merely sought to seize the upper hand, and I mean no offense. I swear by my great and omnipotent God, the man proclaimed. Is it fair to say you are a devout believer? I inquired with a cold scoff. Indeed, I am a most fervent believer. I would never jest about my God. Behold, the cross that hangs upon my chest, he replied. I glanced at his hands, down behind him, where his right index and middle fingers were entwined in a gesture resembling a cross. This indicated his genuine piety, yet simultaneously revealed that part of his earlier statement was false. A true believer would never make insincere promises before God. Thus, He must perform such a gesture to signify that he was merely acting, hoping for God's forgiveness. Oh, your honesty is remarkable. Perhaps I should loosen your bindings, I remarked, striking him across the mouth with the butt of my gun. This time, he nearly fainted from the pain. Damn it, my good brother, could you not strike me elsewhere? I fear my fine teeth may be shattered, the man lamented. Then you ought to be more sincere, I retorted. Buy me if you must. A morsel of food each day will suffice. I know you will not let me go, but I implore you, do not kill me. I swear, I am merely a bit greedy, but certainly not a villain, he pleaded, his hands no longer forming the cross. However, this did not absolve him of deceit, for he only needed to make such gestures when falsely swearing to God. I have no surplus provisions to waste on you. The dead do not require sustenance, I replied. Nay, I still hold value for you. For when gold was not found in the East, few knew its true location. This place is merely a fade. I have diligently surveyed it for a year, he asserted. Is your intention truly one of collaboration? I queried. Not quite. I merely wish to exploit you to assist me in a perilous venture to ascertain the existence of gold in a certain location, he confessed. There was a degree of credibility to his words. Naturally, I did not feel compelled to have him swear to God each time, as it was evident he would discern my intentions. At this juncture, in his desperation for survival, he could forego the cross gesture. What means do you intend to employ to coerce me into this endeavor? I asked. During the day, I ventured nearby and discovered those two women with you. I presumed that by capturing a woman, you would acquiesce to my demands. I am not deceiving you. I nearly fell victim to the trap you set, which deterred me from approaching the shelter, he divulged. In making this statement, the underlying implication was that he had already discerned our presence. He could have easily taken a shot at us, yet he brought this matter to light to express his genuine desire for collaboration. His current behavior demonstrated shrewdness. He was not attempting any trickery. He understood that further deceit would lead me to lose patience and end his life. Moreover, he recognized, through the surrounding traps and my exceptional survival skills, that I could be of use to him. If he were dealing with an ordinary individual, he would have no need for my assistance. Any native could suffice. The place to which he directed me would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Where is that place you mentioned? Chapter 81. The puppet of power, my good brother. I cannot disclose that information. I intended to use you for this purpose. But now that we are collaborators, I can only reveal it once we have achieved our goal together. The man spoke with resolute determination. If he divulged the location now, I would undoubtedly eliminate him and seek that place on my own. After all, I was not bound to cooperate with him. Clearly, he was intent on safeguarding his own life, which served as his ultimate bargaining chip. However, I lacked sufficient reason to grant him clemency. He was well aware of my desire for that cache of gold and believed that I would refrain from killing him. Greed is intrinsic to human nature. No one wishes to forego gold. Yet, my greater ambition was to board the grand vessel, transporting supplies, and depart from this place. For that held far greater significance than the gold itself. The matter of gold could be resolved at a later time. How often do you receive supplies? I inquired, softening my tone to confuse him regarding my intentions for collaboration, thus minimizing the likelihood of deceit in his responses. Once every 3 months, he replied. That translates to a quarterly delivery. When is the next shipment? I asked. In 30 days, he stated, and his response aligned closely with my expectations. How many mercenaries do you have in total? I probed further. There were 36, he answered. To which organization do you belong? I pressed on. What organization do you think could steal over 8,000 tons of gold from the Federal Reserve Bank in Manhattan? He retorted with a hint of mockery, perhaps revealing their pride in such an audacious feat. In truth, I found it hard to believe that anyone could extract such an immense quantity of gold from that fortress. Even if the doors were opened to facilitate its removal, it would require 133 heavy trucks, and the manpower needed for such an operation would necessitate automation. Otherwise, it would be an impossible endeavor for mere mortals. Moreover, the security system in place was exceedingly stringent. Even the most brilliant minds in the world would be hard-pressed to devise a method to smuggle the gold out. However, given that these men were stationed here, and considering the mercenary I had previously slain, it seemed unlikely they would fabricate false intelligence. So, where did the discrepancy lie? To be frank, I do not believe the gold has been transported, I stated bluntly. The man chuckled. I do not believe it either, but it is indeed true. They spent a year emptying the vault, transporting it piece by piece to various hideouts, he explained. Does this mean that this island is not the sole repository for the gold? I inquired. That is certain, he affirmed. You have yet to disclose the identity of your organization, which possesses such formidable capabilities. I reiterated my demand. While his assertions sounded convincing, I remained skeptical. After all, without witnessing it firsthand, I could not bring myself to believe it. How could a vault safeguarded by the might of a nation be entirely emptied? We are merely puppets controlled by those at the pinnacle of power. If you knew who truly owns this gold, you would understand that extracting it from the vault presents no obstacles whatsoever, the man declared with utmost confidence. The man's words led me to surmise a certain possibility. This was hardly theft, but rather an audacious act of transportation. You comprehend now, do you not? Observing my expression of sudden realization, the man chuckled. Indeed, I grasped who was behind this act. Yet I remained oblivious to the method by which they had efficiently transferred the gold without a whisper of suspicion. I inquired with great curiosity. Chapter 82. The gold transport case. Upon hearing my question, the man smiled with a hint of pride, as though he had been intricately involved in the operation. Since you have deduced the owner of this batch of gold, you ought to understand that the so-called security systems were utterly ineffective. When he was in power, with a mere command, the gold could be relocated to another site, designated as a military secret, and all three parties responsible for security would comply. Furthermore, to ensure discretion, the gold could not be transported through the main entrance. The man paused before continuing. Given that the vault was situated on the 5th floor, more than 20 meters underground and below sea level, they employed machinery at the freeport side, utilizing a drill to penetrate the vault at a precise 45-degree angle from underwater. This allowed seawater to flow directly into the vault. I confronted him directly, stating, yes, that's right. Before drilling, they had drained the seawater from that operational area by employing bridge pier construction techniques, akin to inverting a bucket over the port. The drill operated within this pier structure, successfully breaching the vault. At this point, the man chuckled again. Inside the pier, they had installed a gold conveyor belt. The gold within the vault was mechanically transported down a passage, allowing the gold bars to slide towards the freeport, 500 meters away. At that juncture, they merely needed to anchor a transport vessel outside, awaiting the conveyor belt to deliver the gold. An operation so simple it required only the press of a button to activate the conveyor. Upon hearing this, I was left speechless. The previous regime could indeed issue such commands. The earlier transport of gold to Kentucky had been executed in a similar manner. The difference lay in the transparency of that operation, which employed considerable military force, whereas this was clandestine transport. Thus, they bypassed all security systems, requiring no bribes, merely deploying those loyal soldiers. The security personnel from the bank would also cooperate seamlessly in the transport. The gold was dispatched in over 100 batches. Moreover, the operational latitude at sea was vast. For instance, they could use a replica vessel to transport fake gold to one destination, while another carried the real gold to various hiding spots. Due to the military's encryption of the operation, no one else was privy to these events. Once out of power, as long as the details did not come to light, everyone would believe the gold was safely stored within the new secret vault. If the high-ranking officials of one's own country engaged in such activities, it would indeed be a national scandal if revealed. The current regime, in a state of disarray, dispatched agents worldwide to hunt for the gold. One can only imagine the extent of his distress and fury. The former high-ranking officials remain unscathed, as this matter is devoid of evidence, and the authorities are reluctant to escalate the situation, thereby rendering any action against him futile. The audacity of the former official in such conduct suggests a contingency plan. Otherwise, he would not still be active in the political arena. At most, they could detain him under different charges and conduct a protracted investigation. Yet their legal team is formidable. To this day, they have been unable to devise any strategy against him. They can only watch him grit his teeth, contemplating yet another run for election, mocking a cadre of hypocritical politicians. Upon hearing the man speak, I felt no longer the shock I had previously experienced, for his maneuvering was entirely plausible. The entire process posed no significant challenges. Everything unfolded so logically. Who would anticipate that this old fox would resort to such tactics? Brother, release me, and we shall each take a ton of gold and roam the world freely, undisturbed. What do you think? He inquired of me. Chapter 83. Outsider, I understood that as a cautious sniper, he would not recklessly approach me to probe for collaboration, should our cooperation fail. He would undoubtedly have a means of escape. I simply had not yet pushed him to his limits, as he still spoke in a conciliatory tone. He had just mentioned that I should support him, as he was of use to me. This might well be a tactic to buy time, for if he could not return, his accomplices would surely seek him out here. Thus, I deduced that he had more than one companion in the eastern camp. Should I refuse to let him go back, my position would be exposed, and soon, a multitude would descend upon this place. This contradicted my initial intention of eliminating him. I aimed to prevent such a scenario. If sparing his life could avert this outcome, then indeed I would refrain from killing him. His initial reluctance to divulge this information stemmed from a fear that I might resort to violence and relocate. For me, that would merely be an inconvenience. Therefore, seeking collaboration was his primary objective, rather than issuing threats. How many partners do we have? I inquired cautiously. Good brother, for such a splendid venture, we certainly need several partners. For instance, we require a vessel to transport the gold, do we not? Once the gold is secured, we must identify new hiding spots and markets, correct? So how many do we have? 5. Adding you makes 6. There are 2 of our men on the supply ship. They can procure the vessel and the excavator for transporting the gold, but we must eliminate everyone at that location. Not here, the man explained. By this calculation, aside from myself, he had 3 companions on the island, 2 of whom were in the camp. As I suspected, should he fail to return, my location would inevitably be compromised. He was astute. Such threats need not be vocalized. If I failed to grasp this, I had no right to survive in this environment. Why do you carry this gun? I asked, for it seemed futile to bear such a weighty burden of over 20 pounds without purpose. What was the point of toting it around? This is for you. Originally, I intended for you to assist with that location, but with your mere 47, it's certainly insufficient. The man remarked, Is this device truly necessary? I inquired, furrowing my brow. After all, this was an anti-material sniper rifle. Using such a tool for murder was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, akin to a thoroughbred horse plowing a field. Heh, that place is perilous, he exclaimed. Do share the specifics. We have a hidden stash of gold that has been discovered by agents. These agents have contacted African warlords, seeking to monopolize the gold for themselves. Thus, venturing into that territory is akin to stepping into a dragoness den or a tigeress lair. The man articulated with exaggerated expression. Damn it, wouldn't it be better to seize the gold here? I cursed. That is not an option. The gold here is untouchable. If we disturb it, we shall lose our means to enjoy the world. If there were any possibility to act upon this gold, I would have done so already. Do you think these mercenaries are devoid of selfish motives? They simply lack the courage. He lamented. I found it peculiar that they chose to seek danger rather than act upon the gold here, suggesting they were under some form of control, the nature of which eluded me. Interrogating him would yield no meaningful insight, as this was not my affair. Being drawn into their threats could lead to a life of perpetual unease, a fate most mercenaries dread. I swear to God, not a word of what you speak is false, I finally declared. Without hesitation, he swore an oath, devoid of any gesture of the cross. Brother, we need an outsider such as yourself to act. This way, we all possess an alibi, and trouble shall not come our way. Truly, we require a skilled and astute ally like you. He implored earnestly. Return, but should I see anyone approaching this place again, I shall not be merciful, I warned, tossing a dagger to the ground. Brother, at least assist me in cutting free, he shouted as I turned to depart. Yet, I chose to ignore him and exited directly. This place had been compromised. Regardless, I must establish a secondary refuge, leaving the women here while I moved to another sanctuary. Should any harm befall them, I would know he had betrayed our agreement. Chapter 84. Catherine's means of self-preservation upon returning to the shelter. The 2 women had already been roused by the earlier gunfire. Seeing my safe return, they were overcome with joy. Mr. D, what transpired? Catherine inquired. Julia, shrouded in darkness, regarded me with a perplexed expression, her eyes reflecting faint glimmers in the dim light. I informed them that 2 natives had attempted a midnight assault, falling into my trap and meeting their demise. Uncle, is our location compromised? Julia asked warily, her concern shifting from the deceased natives. Do not fret. No one has leaked this information. We remain secure here. Rest assured. If fear grips you, we can retreat to the dilapidated concentration cabin atop the mountain for the nights to come, I reassured them. In truth, I merely spoke those words to comfort them, for during the day, they must still engage in activities here, Should the enemy arrive in daylight, they too could target them. Pursuing them by day would undoubtedly be safer than at night, as nighttime incursions are often akin to that of the individual we encountered earlier. "Uncle, shall we take refuge on the mountaintop tomorrow night?" asked Juya, and Catherine shared her sentiment. They lacked the keen observational skills and critical thinking to grasp the true purpose of nighttime assaults on the shelter. Had they been aware, they would have understood that without a change in their living conditions, it was futile to consider where to shelter at night. "That is acceptable," I replied. However, Catherine remained silent, instead using the excuse of needing my company to the restroom. Since the lavatory was a bit distant, I did not refuse. "Juya, while you are in the shelter, feel free to call out if you need anything. There is nothing to fear," I reassured the anxious Juya, who nodded in acknowledgement. Catherine and I proceeded towards the restroom when, quite suddenly, she halted. "Mr. D, I know you must have matters you wish to keep from us, but I cannot perish here. You must protect me, for I possess reasons that compel you to save me." Catherine's insight impressed me. She discerned the potential concealment in my prior words and the possibility of using them as bait. The mind of a politician is not to be compared with that of the innocent Juya. She saw through my intentions, yet did not cast blame. Instead, she sought my protection. "Pray, disclose your reasons," I inquired, maintaining an air of indifference. "Mr. D, you sustained grievous injuries in Ukraine and recuperated for 2 months in a young girl's basement." At this, I could not help but glance at her, taken aback by her knowledge of such matters. To avoid revealing my astonishment, I remained silent. "Are you surprised?" This information was relayed to me by my intelligence personnel. At that time, I had intended to recruit you, but was thwarted by that individual. Consequently, I could not reach you until 6 months later, when you had already been trained as an operative and returned to Ukraine to seek Alina. What are you implying? The mention of Alina stirred turmoil within me, prompting an irate inquiry. "Alina and the others are alive. I rescued them, initially contemplating using them to coerce you into becoming a double agent. Yet I never had the opportunity to approach you." My eyes reddened as I gazed at Catherine. "You are not deceiving me, are you? I speak the truth. I'm not lying. Now that I find myself in peril, the 3 siblings reside in my old house in the countryside, living with my mother," Catherine asserted. An array of emotions surged within me, leaving me uncertain of how to respond. Yet, a semblance of relief washed over me. At least Alina was still alive. She did not harbor malicious intent. I soon comprehended her implication. In moments of life and death, she wished for me to prioritize her rescue over Jia's. This was the value she sought to exchange. "Very well, I acknowledge my debt to you, and I understand what must be done. Alina is a remarkably beautiful and kind-hearted girl. She saved you, and in turn, it is thanks to you that she is alive. You owe her nothing. Let's not speak of this matter any further. I will not allow you to perish on this island, and I hope you will return to confront that wretched old man," I stated coolly. Catherine had no choice but to wisely hold her tongue. Chapter 85. A night with the gun. Initially, I had contemplated allowing them to remain in order to verify whether that man had betrayed his commitment to me. But Catherine's interference extinguished that thought. Keeping them here posed little danger, as the adversary would not likely shoot these 2 women before laying eyes on me. Such an act would expose their own position. However, the risk was not entirely absent, for if many mercenaries approached, the 2 women would inevitably suffer inhumane torment. Upon returning to the refuge, I did not burrow into rest, but instead examined the sniper rifle under the glow of the battery lamp. It appeared remarkably pristine, evidently seldom used and well-maintained. It felt substantial in my hands, instilling a sense of security. My rough fingers glided over its hard, cold barrel. The glossy black finish, under the light, seemed to possess a certain enchantment, captivating the fervent hearts of countless men. The magazine capacity is 5 rounds. The man who came had brought an additional box of ammunition containing 20 rounds, which would suffice. It was equipped with a 16x scope. The trigger mechanism is of the Remington style, requiring a pull weight of 35 pounds. The surface of the barrel is engraved with grooves to reduce weight, and the muzzle is fitted with a high-efficiency muzzle brake to counteract the formidable recoil of the .50 caliber. The stock is fashioned from Macmillan fiberglass reinforced plastic, with a specially designed rubber recoil pad at the rear and a bipod at the front, lacking mechanical sights. As I had not previously used this weapon, I was unaware of its point of impact parameters. Tomorrow, I must ascend Radar Mountain and shoot at a target on the northern hill, approximately 200 to 300 meters away, to calibrate the point of impact. I secured the firearm and retrieved a cigar to ignite. That fellow will contact me again. He is aware that I possess a walkie-talkie, albeit of limited power, with an effective reception range of about 1 kilometer in the jungle. When he wishes to reach me, he will surely return, though shall not be tonight. When he does contact me, it will likely signify the time for action. If I am not attacked tomorrow, then that cunning individual may indeed be trustworthy, though such trust hinges on my ability to assist him. As I savor the cigar, I pondered whether to involve myself in the gold operation. My original intent was merely to procure the supply vessel. However, seizing the ship would not yield timely assistance upon reaching the shore, as we are currently unaccounted for, commandeering a vessel belonging to a certain organization. Consequently, the members of that organization might suspect I intend to divulge their secrets, leading to a relentless pursuit at sea. At that juncture, not only would escape be impossible, but I would also face death on the ocean. Such a risk is untenable. After much contemplation, it has become clear that this collaboration is indispensable. The plan to commandeer the ship must be shelved. I shall wait to see his specific plans at that time. If they prove to be more disadvantageous to me, I will then proceed with my own strategy. With my weapon in hand, I returned to the shore. Leaning against a rock, I took a moment to rest, remaining vigilant against the possibility of that man feigning cooperation and then striking back. If they were to retaliate, it would undoubtedly be via the sea route, and the sound of the speedboat's engine would rouse me from my slumber. Thus, I held my weapon close and slept until dawn. A beam of morning sunlight graced my face, casting reflections upon my eyelids and awakening me from my dreams. Peering over the reef, I surveyed the expansive beach, finding no sign of speedboats or discernible footprints. Indeed, that fellow had not returned to exact vengeance. I could not help but wonder if he bore any resentment towards me for not aiding him in unbinding himself, leaving him to fumble for his dagger amidst the grass by the stream. Chapter 86. Adjusting the point of impact as I retraced my steps along the creek, I encountered the 2 native corpses, their lifeless forms stiff and rigid upon the grass. While I felt a strong inclination to bury them, I hesitated to expend too much energy. Instead, I dragged their bodies to a hollow in the woods and covered them with some brush. I then reset the traps they had inadvertently triggered last night before returning to the shelter. The 2 women were awake early, their appearances betraying their poor state. It was evident that their sleep had been restless, likely due to my absence from the shelter, which had left them feeling insecure. "Uncle, where were you last night?" Jia inquired anxiously, her large, round eyes filled with concern, unsure whether her worries stemmed from my safety or the fear of being abandoned. "I rested by the sea last night. There is no need for undue alarm. As long as we remain cautious these next few days, we should be safe. Now, let's prepare breakfast," I reassured them, preparing to ascend Radar Mountain. The morning breeze was gentle and the temperature moderate, ideal for testing the parameters of the point of impact, which served as an essential baseline. "Mr. D, is there anything I can assist you with?" Catherine asked, noticing my intent to busy myself. "Nothing at the moment. I shall return for breakfast shortly," I replied, taking my aluminum water bottle and setting off. Upon reaching the mountain summit, I climbed atop the storage container and positioned my sniper rifle in front of me, lying flat like a lizard on the container's peak. Once I had adjusted my position, I peered through the scope at the rocky summit of North Mountain, which I estimated to be 3 kilometers distant. I resolved to seek a closer target for testing the point of impact parameters, as this distance exceeded the standard effective range of 1,000 meters. Although the rifle could indeed strike targets at such a range, it held little significance for me unless necessary. For now, I sought a more moderate distance of 1,500 meters. The so-called point of impact parameters refer to the intersection between the bullet's trajectory and the extended line of the scope. Many novices fail to understand how a scope position so high above the muzzle can accurately direct the shot. This is the reason behind it. The muzzle of the rifle is not aligned parallel to the scope. Rather, it is slightly elevated while the scope maintains a straight line. After the bullet exits the chamber, it follows a parabolic trajectory. My intention is to adjust the vertical and horizontal angles of the scope to ensure that the bullet converges at a distance of 1,500 meters. A predetermined point of impact advantageous for my operations. Given the characteristics of this firearm, I have established this standard distance, as the weapon possesses substantial power. allowing for nearly linear flight within 800 meters. Thus, using 1,500 meters as a baseline permits me to engage targets within 2,000 meters directly, without necessitating further adjustments to the scope. I selected a cluster of trees atop a distant hill as my target, then stood upright, extending my right arm and raising my thumb. By utilizing the perspective difference between my left and right eyes, I gauged the distance to the target. This ranging method is remarkably straightforward. When the right arm is raised and the right eye directly aligns with the thumb and the target, I close the right eye to observe the position with the left eye. The distance between these 2 points, multiplied by 10, yields the distance from the observer to the target. It is essential to train the brain to recognize the size of objects at a distance, such as a person's height or the length of a car. With this conceptual framework, estimating the distance between two targets perceived by the left and right eyes becomes effortless. This task is most easily accomplished in urban settings, while it proves more challenging in mountainous terrain. Additionally, a sniper may rely on the calibrated markings on the reticle to make estimations, although observing targets with clear reference points, such as buildings or people, facilitates this process. I have simply grown accustomed to estimating visually to avoid excessive reliance on the scope, which has limited utility. Once I identified my target, I commenced adjustments and fired my first shot. I observed the bullet's impact point and made necessary ballistic corrections, ultimately firing 5 rounds to achieve complete calibration. With this baseline parameter established, I need only consider the factors affecting the bullet's trajectory, adjust the muzzle, and utilize the ballistic compensation scale on the reticle for future corrections. The sound of gunfire echoed loudly through the forest, and with it being early morning, I had no concerns about nearby intrusions. I descended the mountain, preparing to embark on my reconnaissance mission in the east as originally planned. The intelligence provided by that man may not be entirely reliable. Therefore, a personal observation of the eastern region is essential. Chapter 87. Departure for reconnaissance bearing the weight of the sniper rifle upon my back. I descended the mountain like a bear, calculating the time it would take to traverse on foot to the east, a journey exceeding 28 kilometers. At a brisk pace of approximately 10 kilometers per hour, with breaks totaling over 2 hours, I estimated departing at noon would allow me to arrive by evening. However, the actual travel time may extend further due to the tropical rainforest terrain characterized by rugged paths and dense foliage. Upon returning to the shelter, I was greeted by 2 women, akin to dutiful wives, who prepared a sumptuous breakfast for me. The previously uneaten turtle eggs remained untouched, yet our culinary standards had risen. Unlike the initial days of our arrival on the island, when hunger gnawed at our subconscious, it had morphed into a palpable fear. Now, the mere presence of food brought immense joy and satisfaction. The thought of cracking turtle eggs into the pot threatened to taint the exquisite flavor of the wild boar meat. Thus, the 2 women opted to place the entire turtle eggs into the soup to avoid contaminating the broth. These turtle eggs were not intended for our consumption, but rather to feed the local stray dog. Upon my return, the 2 women greeted me with expressions of relief as I sensed their anxiety about my potential abandonment. Such concern was inevitable, despite my assurances to the contrary. "Uncle, I heard you fired 5 shots from the mountaintop. Were you hunting up there?" asked Jia, her curiosity piqued. "Not quite. I was merely adjusting the ballistic parameters," I replied, settling on a stone before the shelter. Catherine brought me the meat soup, which I placed on the ground before me. I must conduct reconnaissance to the east at noon and may not return until tomorrow afternoon. For tonight, you both should rest here without excessive worry. Generally speaking, even if the mercenaries were to locate this place, they would not harm women, I assured them. Julia and Catherine appeared somewhat anxious. "They won tea actually come, will they?" Catherine inquired. "They won tea. I assure you, I merely mention it as a precaution," I responded. Both women nodded, albeit with lingering unease. As long as there was even a slight chance of an attack by mercenaries, complete peace of mind was unattainable. This was only natural. If you truly feel uneasy, you may spend the night in the container house atop the mountain, though it requires tidying and lacks food and water, which you would need to carry up, I suggested. Catherine pondered this for a moment before shaking her head. "Let us remain here. I trust you," she declared, her gaze resolute. Jia harbored no contrary thoughts. She would follow Catherine wherever she went. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "There are numerous traps surrounding us. Should the mercenaries approach in the dead of night or during the afternoon, they would not escape unscathed. If you hear screams, Make your way towards the source of the creek. The mountaintop is not safe, I candidly informed them. Catherine and Gia nodded in understanding. After breakfast, I roasted several pieces of lean pork, placing them in my ration box alongside the remaining coconut meat. This constituted my sustenance for the expedition. As noon approached, we shared another meal before I set off. Having familiarized myself with the island's layout, I knew that traversing along the coast would be swifter and safer. Though the coastline was farther, it presented fewer obstacles and allowed for vigilance against any approaching speedboats. Should any craft venture this way, I would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. Amidst the concerned gazes of two women, I vanished into the jungle, burdened with a sniper rifle, a handgun, a dagger, and a bow. Chapter 88. The Cave Along the Way. Solely relying on the information I acquired from that marksman, I found it to be rather one-dimensional. The fact that others were already eyeing different hidden treasure sites implied that the knowledge of this particular treasure spot had surely circulated within a limited circle, attracting numerous agents and various factions. Since the sniper did not disclose the location of the treasure to me, I had reason to suspect that it lay not far from this island, and other factions might also discover their way here. The outcome of such multifaceted competition remained uncertain. My objective was to ensure, as much as possible, our own space for survival, free from any encroachment or exploitation. Naturally, the sniper and other potential forces on the island would harbor similar intentions. Each individual, in pursuit of maximizing their own interests, would undoubtedly employ every means to conceal themselves on this deserted island while secretly gathering more intelligence. Thus, as I made my way eastward, I had to remain vigilant, wary of traps and ambushes set by others lurking in the jungle. I hastened eastward through the coconut grove, attentively observing the shifting surroundings. Signs of human activity were often discernible, particularly near water sources. An hour later, I entered a mangrove swamp. Though the swamp was unlikely to contain traps, natural hazards were abundant, and there was a possibility of encountering crocodiles or snakes, which, at this time, were still active, as it was too early for their hibernation. In fact, this period marked their peak feeding season. The swamp, being one of the most fertile areas in terms of food supply, would certainly see a high level of activity from these creatures. Should I inadvertently cross paths with them, I could only resign myself to misfortune. The swamp was inhabited by numerous seabirds. My arrival startled a flock soaring from the islands towards the shore, mingling indistinguishably with the hunting terns. I found it necessary to veer northward, circumventing this perilous mangrove swamp. After another half-hour, my reserves of energy were nearly depleted, compelling me to seek a place to rest for half an hour before continuing my journey. Otherwise, if I encountered an enemy along the way, I would be at a disadvantage due to fatigue. I discovered a large rock in the forest, leaning against a hill approximately 10 meters high. I intended to lean against the boulder to rest and have a bite to eat, but soon realized that beneath this large stone lay a slope, the upper edge of which was at the rock's base. While I could not see below, I sensed the possibility of a crevice-like cave beneath. Caves are rare and fortuitous finds. Excitedly, I circled down the sides of the rock, and, as I pushed aside the surrounding brush, I indeed found an entrance. A crevice about 80 centimeters high. A massive boulder rests upon a large rock beneath, suspended in midair due to the obstruction of protruding stones on either side. It resembles a stone hearth. I was filled with excitement, yet I hesitated to venture inside immediately, as I could not discern the depth of the crevice and was apprehensive about the possibility of other creatures lurking within. Although the island lacks sufficient sustenance for larger beasts, serpents would thrive without issue. What if it were a snake's den? If I were to enter, I could find myself in dire straits. This location is neither too far nor too close to the eastern camp, should there be a water source nearby. Establishing a base here would greatly facilitate my subsequent reconnaissance endeavors. Hence my exhilaration. Chapter 89. Perils outside the cave. Before the entrance to this 2-meter-long, 80-centimeter-high cavity lies a scattering of fine sand particles, remnants of rain that have washed the soil above down to this spot. By observing these uniformly distributed sediments, one can discern traces of any animals that may have crawled through, thus determining whether the cave harbors wildlife or evidence of human presence. Upon meticulous inspection, I found no signs of human visitation. However, tucked in a corner was a shed snake's skin. Upon closer examination, it appeared to belong to a python. With a diameter of 12 centimeters, a sizable serpent indeed. Curse it! Though pythons are non-venomous, their constricting strength is formidable. Given the opportunity, they can easily infiltrate any crevice. Unless the cave is entirely sealed, it is conceivable that we could encounter one during the night, posing a grave threat. Once ensnared, the human skeletal structure would succumb to that immense, constricting force, leading to suffocation and death in an instant. The creature could very well be resting inside at this very moment. With this thought, I instinctively drew my dagger while illuminating the cave with my flashlight. The beam instantly brightened the inner space. The cave's interior was spacious and profound, significantly larger than the entrance, yet one must crawl within. I secured the flashlight in the crook of my shoulder and began to advance into the depths. Upon entering, a damp atmosphere enveloped me. With moss clinging to the stone walls and the floor beneath my feet slick with moisture, as if the entire cavern had been saturated with water. After a few steps, the cave gradually expanded, reaching a height of approximately 2 meters. The moss receded, giving way to variously shaped stalactites, some resembling bamboo shoots, others like stone columns, and still others akin to sharp swords. Each form a testament to nature's artistry. As I ventured further, the cave widened even more, its height increasing to around 3 meters. The stalactites multiplied, each more peculiar than the last. Some appeared like cascading waterfalls, others like terraced fields, and still others like grand palaces, immersing one in an enigmatic realm. At the cave's depths lay a vast cavern, approximately 5 meters high and 10 meters wide. The stalactites within were even more magnificent, some resembling mountains, others like trees, and yet others mimicking animals, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The air within the cavern is remarkably refreshing, akin to being ensconced in a natural oxygen sanctuary. Upon exiting the cave, the interior narrows once more, the height diminishing to approximately 1 meter. Stalactites are scarce upon the stone walls, replaced instead by delicate stalagmites. At the cavern's end, an upright fissure serves as an exit, just wide enough for a person to sidle through, leading out to a hillside replete with dense underbrush. The grandeur of this place is astounding. Its spaciousness and dual entrances suggest that, with some organization, it could easily serve as a clandestine refuge. My heart swells with exhilaration at such a fortuitous discovery. Yet, amidst my excitement, I abruptly notice a python lurking beneath the underbrush before me, its gaze fixed intently upon me. This serpent, both thick and lengthy, resembles a colossal rope, its skin adorned with striking yet fearsome patterns. Its small, rounded eyes gleam with a piercing light, as if it has already assessed the situation. I surmise that it has been patiently waiting for my emergence from the cave, contemplating whether to devour this unfamiliar creature it has encountered. At this moment, it may well be deliberating my potential as prey or threat. Cursed be this creature for not retreating. I am filled with alarm. My initial instinct was to confront it with my firearm. But the camp lies approximately 11 or 12 kilometers away, and I cannot ascertain if there are patrolling mercenaries nearby. Thus, I abandoned that notion in favor of my dagger. Chapter 90. A chance encounter in the woods with the poise of a warrior. I advanced towards the serpent, my gaze vigilant as I gripped the dagger. The python, equally watchful, remains oblivious to the lethal potential of my gleaming weapon. Truth be told, I harbor no desire to engage in combat, but this cave now belongs to me. I must assert my dominion. Should it wish to reclaim its territory, it must contend with me. Clutching the sharp dagger in my right hand, I stealthily grasp a hefty stone with my left, and with the force of a baseball throw, I hurl it towards the creature's head. The impact is considerable, and with a mere 5 meters separating us, the stone strikes its target, startling it profoundly. The expression on its face is akin to that of a bewildered monkey, astonished at my audacity to hurl stones. Realizing I am not to be trifled with, it swiftly retreats into the forest, and I have no desire to pursue, as I do not intend to occupy this place just yet. Should it return, I shall deal with it then. At that moment, I re-enter the cave. Inside, the coolness envelopes me. I had scarcely had time to examine it more thoroughly, as my primary concern was to ascertain any potential dangers. Now, I venture deeper into the cavern. The fissure I navigate is perfectly sized, approximately 1.5 meters deep, and I squeeze through, soon entering a spacious chamber. Although this is a limestone cave, the flat stone surface at the corner of the exit offers a suitable area for constructing or laying down a bed. In time, With 2 women by my side, we could revel in our pleasures within this secluded sanctuary. Moreover, the air circulates freely within this space, allowing the cured meats to be preserved. I need not devise traps in the vicinity. Merely camouflaging the entrance suffices. Should anyone stumble upon our hideaway, we can make our exit from an alternate route. I find this cavern exceedingly satisfactory. Upon returning to the initial entrance, I discerned the presence of moss, attributed to a spring trickling down the stone walls, forming a basin of crystal-clear water within. The excess flows through cracks in the rocks underground, rendering the path I traverse quite dry. The snake here truly revels in its environment, as it can hibernate in such a setting, with a distinct scent marking its previous resting spot. If one were to inhabit this place, a thorough cleaning would be essential, along with erecting barriers to seal off the exits, lest the large python return. I am already strategizing to utilize this location as a secondary refuge, as the primary one has been compromised. Although the sniper has yet to dispatch anyone to confront me, I cannot discount the possibility of future incursions. The dynamic between foes and allies is ever-shifting. There are neither eternal enemies nor everlasting friends. I must prepare for all eventualities. Having rested sufficiently, I pressed onward. My pace slowed considerably, for the surrounding woods grew denser, brimming with banyan trees and a variety of shrubs. After traversing an additional 5 to 6 kilometers, I was suddenly captivated by a flock of birds, drawn to a particularly unique tree. Beneath it, within a 20-meter diameter, not a blade of grass thrived. The ground was strewn with countless decaying fruits, while the canopy was adorned with a congregation of birds akin to crows, with their glossy black plumage. They were the remarkable grackles. To my astonishment, this tree was none other than the notorious bloodwood. Such trees are prevalent in Australia. Yet I had not anticipated finding one on this island. I prepared to extract some sap from my arrowheads when I suddenly noticed figures approaching. 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman, all of European descent. Their attire deviated from jungle camouflage, sporting digital patterns distinctly different from the operatives I had encountered in the East. Apart from the woman, who bore a 24 sniper rifle, the others were armed with powerful elite crossbows, superior weaponry manufactured by a national company, weighing 3 pounds and measuring 52 centimeters in length, capable of firing 5 arrows in succession with a maximum effective range of 150 meters. This is the sovereign weapon for close-quarters combat in the jungle. Any target detected from a concealed position is virtually guaranteed to face the onslaught of arrows. Cursed be the day. My heart raced violently. Though I knew not their origins, their gear clearly indicated a highly trained mercenary assault team. At this moment, I was concealed behind a banyan tree, a mere 25 meters from them. I dared not draw a breath. Should they discover me, our fate would be sealed. Simultaneously, I stealthily drew the pistol from my waist, careful not to make the slightest sound. At this proximity, discovery meant certain death, leaving no possibility for survival. I never anticipated such misfortune, encountering a squad of professional assassins in this desolate place. Although my firearm could discharge swiftly, I dared not wager on their reflexes. Their physique, equipment, and vigilant movements indicated that their proficiency was undoubtedly on par with my own. It was likely that the moment I emerged from behind the tree, their keen eyes had already captured my presence. The rapid-fire capability of assassins is remarkably high, from drawing their weapon to firing. They could eliminate 2 or 3 targets in less than a second. Naturally, the distance could alter this, yet even so, I could not afford to gamble on their speed. I was grateful I had refrained from shooting that python earlier. Otherwise, I would have certainly attracted their attention, leading to a fate I would never comprehend. At this moment, I dare not even peek at them, fearful of being detected by their serpent-like vigilance. However, I could envision their purpose, likely to administer poison to their arrows. The power of their crossbows was already formidable. A direct hit would leave little chance for survival. Their intent to coat the arrows with poison spoke volumes of their caution. Clearly, they had set their sights on the gold hidden on this island. The 34 mercenaries and a group of natives at the camp might pale in comparison to these 6 individuals. This group specialized in assassination, while the mercenaries were adept in warfare, 2 fundamentally distinct disciplines. Those skilled in assassination are inherently more sensitive, possessing heightened observational skills and agile minds. This is precisely why, upon my retirement from Wagner, I was subjected to 6 months of covert training upon returning to my homeland. Assassins and soldiers of war operate in entirely different realms. Now, I stood motionless, ears attuned to their conversations. Had the mercenary divulged any information last night? Despite his hardened demeanor, he revealed that the gold was buried somewhere on the island, though he lacked knowledge of its exact location since the individuals who buried it had vanished, leaving him and his compatriots to guard the area. He had arrived from the western part of the island, yet the camp was situated in the east. What could possibly draw him westward? Moreover, he carried nothing save for a dagger, which hardly suggested insider knowledge. Was his account credible? It ought to be, as he provided us with intelligence that a national operative had discovered the gold cache, located merely 50 nautical miles away on a small island to the northwest. Those avaricious operatives had contacted a warlord from an African nation, intending to divide the gold among themselves, though the warlord had yet to transport the treasure, likely due to heightened scrutiny from outside. Could he also be contemplating a claim to that gold? Indeed, he mentioned having found allies for this endeavor, totaling 4 individuals, 2 at the camp and 1 aboard a supply ship. Upon hearing this, I instantly grasped the implications. Last night, the unfortunate individual I interrogated found himself in a dire predicament upon returning home, as he was intercepted by a group of unwelcome guests. His fate now hangs in the balance, though I take solace in the knowledge that he did not betray me. Chapter 92. The plan for rescue. Given the proximity to the shoreline, I surmise that their vessel is anchored nearby, alongside the speedboat of the mercenary I interrogated. After enduring a night of questioning, he likely clings to life by a thread, should he fail to persuade this new group as convincingly as he did me. His 2 comrades at the camp will undoubtedly dispatch someone to my refuge. This is a contingency they had planned. Curse it, this situation indirectly endangers both Julia and Catherine. His silence was not born of goodwill, but rather a calculated decision, as revealing my identity would serve him no advantage. Should his companions storm my refuge, I could escape, but Julia and Catherine would suffer the consequences. I will undoubtedly seek retribution in the east, which may present an opportunity to confront these 6 individuals, who remain oblivious to my existence. I am reassured by the knowledge that he has not betrayed me. Rather, he has simply been delayed by these 6, leading to this calamity. In order to rescue the 2 women from his comrades, I must also commit to saving him. Otherwise, I would be unable to reclaim their freedom from the mercenaries. This fellow has demonstrated remarkable cunning, even in the face of interrogation, devising a plan for his own salvation. It is undeniable that his intellect is quite agile. Otherwise, in such a chaotic situation, he would have succumbed to panic rather than conceive such a profound strategy. I can only hope that Julia and Catherine respond swiftly. If they detect any approaching danger, they must flee to the northern coast. Perhaps they can evade disaster. While I am capable of rescuing this man and subsequently liberating the 2 women from his comrades, I dread the thought of them falling into the mercenaries' clutches, where they would undoubtedly face extreme torment. Julia and Catherine have already been ensnared in the mire of humanity's darkness once. A second descent might irrevocably fracture their spirits. Catherine, as a rational politician, may endure, but Julia is merely an ordinary girl. Should she plunge once more into the abyss of human depravity, she may never emerge. Having spent considerable time with them, I have developed genuine feelings for both. If at all possible, I wish to spare them from harm. With this in mind, I must devise a means to rescue that man. I do not even know his name. If he were to perish and drag Julia and Catherine down with him, his conscience would never find peace. As I ponder these matters, 4 individuals make their way toward the shore, leaving behind a man and a woman. Once the 4 have departed, the remaining pair approaches my direction. I am uncertain of their intentions, yet I can hear the sound of their footsteps. Soon, they arrive just 2 meters behind the great banyan tree that conceals me. I heard their hurried breaths, and soon it became apparent to me. The couple beneath the banyan tree, taking advantage of their companion's absence, were indulging in pleasure. I could hear the sound of their gear falling to the ground, followed closely by the woman's exquisite gasps of ecstasy. Unbeknownst to them, the grim reaper lingered just a tree away, ready to reap their lives at any moment. What a peculiar fate it would be to perish in the midst of such joy. Surely, it would not be in vain to have graced this world. Hela! Once we secure the gold, we shall retire and revel in our good fortune for a lifetime, the man exclaimed with fervor. Chapter 93. Old rivals yet. The serious organization would not let us depart so easily. The gold may not even reach our hands. The woman, stifling her breath, replied. We must devise our own plans. Jack and his crew surely have their own strategies. We cannot foolishly risk our lives to seize gold for others, only to gain nothing in return. The man's voice came through gritted teeth. I never anticipated that they were infamous assassins from the notorious Sirius organization. I had previously crossed paths with them. They were a group of notorious killers from Western Europe, known for their brutality. It was likely that Catherine had once leveraged her connections to enlist 3 of their elite members to assassinate my employer. However, the plot was foiled, and a multitude of security personnel pursued the trio within the estate, forcing them to flee into the Zion National Forest. In the heart of the ancient deciduous forest, security personnel and I conducted a thorough search for the 3. To my astonishment, rather than escaping, they lured our guards into the valley and executed a massacre with their sniper rifles. Yet, they underestimated my anticipation of the sniper's arrogance. Unwilling to flee like a cornered animal, I had set an ambush on a neighboring hill. While they brazenly shot at our security team, I pinpointed their sniper's location and neutralized 2 of them. To my surprise, the 3rd sniper quickly deduced my position and fired at me. Fortunately, I instinctively ducked, and the bullet struck the rock before me. Typically, I would change positions after firing a single shot, but this time I took the risk of firing twice due to the proximity of the 2 snipers I had eliminated. Had I fled after the first shot, I would have faced the remaining 2 snipers, and my chances of survival would have diminished significantly. Once my team received my report, they rushed to search the hill. I remained hidden until darkness enveloped the opposite peak, allowing me to move cautiously. I was certain that he was brimming with patience, waiting for me to reveal myself so he could take a shot. He was clever, knowing that someone was searching the hill and assuming he could escape. However, I held a different view. Given his audacity in slaughtering our security personnel, he was likely prepared to take even greater risks in anticipation of my emergence. Even if the security personnel searched his surroundings, I undoubtedly disappointed him. He fled. However, I now suspect that the escaping sniper is the woman named Hella. If she were to see me, she would certainly recognize me. I listened intently, preparing to emerge from their left flank and swiftly eliminate the 2 of them. The sound of gunfire would undoubtedly draw the attention of those outside, so I must leave this place as quickly as possible. Just as I was about to make my move, another voice rang out. Hey, Hella, Billy, are you having fun over there? Trying to drive us to madness. Ha ha ha. Damn it. I heard the man named Billy curse as he adjusted his pants. Such an abrupt interruption must have been quite unpleasant, and the woman named Hella unleashed a string of curses. Damn it, Jack, you did that on purpose. If you do it again, I won't hesitate to aim my gun at your bald head from a distance. She scolded. Jack chuckled heartily. Please, I'd rather your husband point his gun at me. Hee hee, I'm here to tell you not to waste your energy. Hurry up and come help us build a shelter. You can play however you like tonight. Otherwise, it won't do for the 4 of us to toil while you enjoy yourselves. Jack said with ill intent. I could only imagine the lecherous gaze of that bald man roaming over the alluring Hella, inciting her anger. They should count themselves fortunate. Had it not been for Jack's appearance, they would have already become 2 lifeless corpses. I couldn't help but covet the crossbows in their possession. They were undoubtedly superior to the broken bow I carried on my back. Engaging them with my feeble weapon would be akin to a primitive man battling a modern one. Certainly a futile and laughable endeavor. After being slain, they would likely mock my corpse, ridiculing me for my overestimation of my abilities. Listening to their receding footsteps, I let out a slight sigh of relief. However, I could not head east just yet. I must first rescue that unfortunate soul. Otherwise, if Julia and Catherine fell into the hands of his companions, I would never reclaim their freedom. Chapter 94. The vanished speedboat rescuing that individual from these astute characters would undoubtedly be no easy feat, and I might even risk my own life in the process. Therefore, I must exercise utmost caution to avoid becoming ensnared in an endless quagmire of slaughter. Tracking down the coastline at this juncture is far too perilous, as those men are not to be underestimated. Even the slightest rustle of a leaf could draw their attention during broad daylight. Moreover, the coconut grove by the sea lacks dense underbrush or towering trees for concealment. After they departed, I settled onto a tree root, refraining from making any immediate moves. These assassins often enjoy a surprise counterattack, just as that couple had moments ago. Interrupted by the bald Jack, I can only imagine that the next time they seek pleasure, shadows of this encounter will linger in their minds. I did not return to the hollow tree. Rather, I concealed myself here until dusk. If that unfortunate fellow's companions had set off and traversed the waters of the southern shore, they would undoubtedly be detected by these 6 individuals. However, as night fell, I heard no gunfire. Now, 2 possibilities remain. Either they circumvented via the northern shore, or they never departed at all. The former seems more plausible, given that the unfortunate soul came from the southern waters. His 2 companions, upon realizing his absence, would likely avoid retracing their steps for fear of an ambush, making it far more probable that they would approach from the opposite side. For the sake of Julia and Catherine, I must assume they have been captured, as there is no way to return for confirmation. Under the cover of night, I first coated my arrows with the lethal sap of a certain tree. Then, I cautiously made my way towards the seaside. If they had erected a refuge within the coconut grove by the shore, they would likely have started a fire. Even if they were exceedingly cautious, encircling the flames to minimize their visibility, I could still discern their location by the scent of burning wood. I tread carefully with each step, not out of fear of traps they might have set, but to avoid startling any nearby wildlife that could betray my presence. These 6 individuals had spent little time on the island and would surely depart by dawn. Thus, it was improbable they would lay any traps. After half an hour of careful navigation, I finally reached the coconut grove. I could hear the sound of the waves, yet I saw no sign of their refuge, nor could I detect the scent of firewood. This realization filled me with unease. I pondered that if I could locate their landing craft, perhaps I would ascertain their whereabouts. I was convinced that their boat had not come directly from the nearest coastal nation, but rather from a mother ship. This indicated that reinforcements might still be on standby. They likely sent these 6 individuals to scout the area before deploying additional forces. If this were the case, it was even more crucial to prevent them from bringing more personnel to the island. Should these 6 fail to return safely, the mother ship would likely hesitate to send more operatives. Without any intelligence, and with their 6 skilled operatives unaccounted for, it would be exceedingly reckless to approach the island. Utilizing the moonlight, I moved stealthily through the coconut grove like a leopard cat, while simultaneously scanning the coastline. I remained vigilant, yet failed to spot any boats. Ordinarily, it would not be easy for those 2 vessels to completely conceal themselves by the shore. They would either need to navigate into the mangroves or venture into a river. However, this island could not possibly harbor any significant rivers, thus leaving only the mangroves as an option. Yet, I quickly dismissed this notion, for I heard a sound that I should not have. Chapter 95. Natural barrier in the pitch-black moonlight, I cautiously approached a rocky outcrop by the sea, only to suddenly discover that there was indeed a saltwater river here, flowing from the northeast towards the southwest. It may be referred to as a strait, yet the term saline river is more fitting, for its breadth spans merely 30 meters. The seawater has surged in, cleaving an island into 2 distinct halves. Previously, I had not observed this saline river from the northern hill, obscured as it was by the dense mangrove foliage. Moreover, it meanders sinuously through the island, resembling a colossal python concealed among the trees. This island takes the form of an ear, with its elongated landmass serving as the outer ear and the inner bay resembling a lagoon. The saline river serves as a conduit for the ocean's influx into the northern lagoon, subsequently flowing back into the sea through the lagoon's opening. Such a pristine ecological environment is exceptionally conducive to the growth of saltwater crocodiles. Within the mangroves, along this saline river, and in that vast lagoon, countless famished crocodiles surely lie in wait. During the day, one would not dare to approach the river, let alone venture there at night. This river effectively divides the island into eastern and western segments, rendering a pedestrian crossing impossible, unless one is foolhardy enough to leap into the saline river, possessing the confidence to outswim a crocodile and reach the opposite shore. Furthermore, the other side is also enveloped in mangroves, not the traditional riverbank, but rather a vast expanse of marsh. If one were to account for the marshy areas on either side in the river's width, it would measure at least 60 to 70 meters. Navigating through the intricate marshland of the mangroves is utterly impractical, and the murky waters are fraught with myriad dangers, forming a natural barrier between the eastern and western islands. Damn it, I cursed inwardly. Had I been part of that group of 6, I would have steered the speedboat into the saline river, seeking a docking point devoid of mangrove marshes. However, I would never construct a refuge by the riverbank, unless one wishes to awaken to a crocodilian ambush. Thus, I ought to search for their refuge along the riverbank, far from the marsh. Their shelter could not possibly be on the opposite shore, as the group of 6 would likely employ the river as a natural barrier, deterring mercenaries from searching their camp at night. Concealing themselves briefly along this riverbank would be undeniably safe. I found myself in a state of exasperation, pondering how that unfortunate soul had been captured by the group of 6. Did his boat also venture into the river? If so, the eastern camp's location must not be far from here, situated along the eastern shoreline of the lagoon. By traversing this saline river and heading north within the lagoon, one could reach it. I fervently wished for a small wooden canoe, allowing me to stealthily glide into the river under the cover of night, discovering their moored speedboat and pinpointing their whereabouts. Now, I was compelled to search northward from the depths of the dense forest, far from the marshy riverbank. This was a protracted and exceedingly perilous endeavor. I could not illuminate my path with a flashlight. I had to rely on the moonlight to navigate through the darkness of the woods. The light within the dense forest was inadequate. Progressing in utter darkness would be agonizingly slow. Therefore, I resolved to shroud the flashlight's beam with fabric, bending low to keep it at the lowest position. Advancing in this manner would be more reliable, providing a swifter and safer means of navigation than stumbling blindly through the shadows. The dim, feeble light filtered through the fabric as I cautiously and patiently navigated along the edge of the swamp to the north. It should not be too far from here. At most a half-hour's journey. After all, their proximity to the blood-sealing tree would not be great. Otherwise, they could not have so readily discovered that tree shortly after landing. Undoubtedly a result of their reconnaissance the day before. Chapter 96. A harrowing search in the pitch-black forest. The air was saturated with the damp, pungent scent of mud. This foul aroma emanated from the swamp beneath the mangroves, a veritable paradise for seabirds, where decaying leaves mingled with the remains of animals, excrement, and urine. The low-lying thickets offered no breeze, allowing the odors to linger, making it difficult to imagine the discomfort that awaited me within the swamp. I was at least 50 or 60 meters from the marshy area, treading upon solid ground, which afforded me a modicum of security. Yet, the overwhelming scent made it challenging to discern the aroma of firewood. The dense underbrush obscured my view of any flickering flames, and unless I drew within 20 to 30 meters, I could not hope to locate them. I trudged forward with great difficulty and caution, silently praying that the unfortunate soul had not succumbed to his torment, for only then would I have the chance to rescue him. After approximately half an hour of slow progress, I stumbled upon hoof prints in the earth. These are likely left by goats, perhaps driven this way by wild boars. Animals seldom ventured into the swamp, possessing an innate ability to sense danger. Thus, their presence here suggested they sought the salt crust on the exposed trunks of the mangroves. Following their tracks towards the brackish river might lead me to a cleaner stretch of riverbank. I followed the hoof prints, maintaining a crouched posture and keeping my flashlight below my knees. This stance, of course, was more taxing, yet I had no alternative. I even had to bend my body to shield the faint light from the flashlight to avoid being detected by any snipers resting in the trees. They were elite marksmen, not mere mercenaries. A single misstep could cost me my life. Minutes later, I reached the riverbank. Indeed, there was a solid patch of land here, a stark contrast to the mud and seawater of the swamp. At last, I spotted 2 speedboats moored at the riverside, one undoubtedly belonging to the unfortunate soul, while the other was likely associated with the group of 6. A surge of excitement and anxiety coursed through me. I immediately extinguished my flashlight and ceased my approach toward the riverbank. It was futile to venture closer. The occupants of those boats could not be resting aboard them. They must be nearby. They may have constructed a makeshift shelter in a conveniently accessible location or within the low hollows of some hills, where such shelters are exceedingly difficult to detect. As long as they adeptly camouflage the overhead foliage, it would be nearly impossible to spot them, even during daylight, let alone at night. For their temporary refuge, they could utilize a variety of simple materials. Being well prepared, they likely possess basic rainforest sleeping bags, compact enough to fit into a pocket. Thus, one could create a concealed canopy, clear away the debris and stones from the hollow, lie down inside, and simply cover oneself with a net to drift into a deep slumber, or, alternatively, hang a hammock from the densely canopied branches, cradling their weapon while sleeping soundly through the night. From below, attempting to gaze upwards to discern if anyone lurks in the inky darkness of the canopy would be utterly futile. Therefore, my purpose here is solely to rescue. I shall not engage in combat. Upon finding the individuals, I will extract them without alarming these ferocious beasts. Even if I were to discover one or two of them and shoot them in their slumber, I would inevitably be sent to my grave by their comrades. Where are you, unfortunate soul? I silently lamented within. Chapter 97. Suspended in the trees in the subtropical island forest of late autumn, the sound of insects is scarce. In the pitch-black jungle, I could only see a sliver of moonlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating the ground. I listened intently, hearing no snoring or any peculiar sounds. Everything was extraordinarily quiet, yet I felt a profound unease, as if this tranquility heralded an impending storm. I moved with utmost caution, for it was still early, and they were likely not yet asleep. However, in the absence of any entertainment, one easily succumbs to drowsiness. Unless they were engaged in barbecuing, they should have already succumbed to slumber by now. Suddenly, I heard a cough. The sound emanated from the riverbank, and I was taken aback. They should not be residing there, as it was quite foul-smelling, and despite the cool weather, mosquitoes were still plentiful. Following the direction of the cough, I stealthily approached like a stealthy cat. Gently parting the underbrush, I discovered a naked man, bound and suspended from a tree, the cough originating from him. Although the dim light of the jungle hindered a clear view of his identity, his pale skin and slender physique were distinctive enough. He was indeed the unfortunate individual I sought. This man appeared to be on the brink of death, his body dangling with his face downward, hands and feet bound behind him, and even the slightest cough caused his body to slowly rotate with the ropes. I crouched there for a moment, and no one appeared in the vicinity. Observing the surroundings carefully, I noted no anomalies. The ground beneath him was neither dry nor marshy, but rather the edge of a swamp, thick with mud. He hung approximately 1.5 meters above the ground, and should a large crocodile leap up, it could easily sever his arm or head. They must have been employing this method to interrogate him. He was still alive, indicating that the group of 6 had not yet obtained all the intelligence they sought, or perhaps they intended to use him as bait. Until I ascertained the whereabouts of that group, I dared not risk my life to effect his release. Thus, I quietly began to wander around the vicinity. Eventually, I discovered a small hill over 50 meters away from the unfortunate soul, where I noticed some severed shrubs. I recognized that these cut shrubs had likely been repurposed to cover a makeshift shelter. They were probably concealed in a ditch just beyond the hill, an ideal spot for hiding. Should the enemy approach, their companions in other positions would surely take note. I suspected that 1 or 2 of them lay in ambush among the trees near that ditch. Rather than probing forward, I quietly retraced my steps. They remained oblivious to my presence. Otherwise, there would surely be an ambush surrounding the unfortunate one. I stealthily approached the tree from which he was suspended, directly beneath the rope binding him. I knew that if I released it, he would plummet to the ground. However, I feared he might make a noise. Therefore, I crept closer to him, covering his mouth with my hand. The half-conscious man immediately widened his eyes in terror. He likely could not discern my face clearly, but my unkempt hair and unshaven beard would have given him a recognizable outline. I gestured for silence, and he nodded in understanding. Yet, from his expression, I could perceive his anxiety. Should my rescue fail, his chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. I was his last hope. He probably did not expect me to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 98. Wounded by a poisoned arrow, I returned to the point where the rope was tied. To prevent him from crashing to the ground and making noise upon release, I climbed the tree with determination, securing my body against the trunk with my feet before using my dagger to sever the rope. As soon as the rope snapped, his body fell downward. Fortunately, I managed to grasp the rope tightly. His weight transferred to my arms, pulling them straight. The branch at the top of the rope acted as a pulley, and I slowly maneuvered him down to the ground. After descending from the tree, I quickly cut the ropes binding him and helped him to his feet. His limbs had been restrained for so long that he could no longer control them, relying solely on willpower to support his numb legs as we made our way back along the original path. We had barely walked 30 meters when the voice of the bald man echoed behind us. "That guy has been rescued," he shouted, instantly rousing the others. However, no one over there turned on a flashlight. "Hurry, they have night vision gear." I had intended to hide immediately, knowing they were unaware of our numbers and would not dare chase us recklessly into the woods. Yet his words startled me. In the current predicament, Our only recourse is to flee desperately. Although night vision goggles do not offer the same penetrating view as depicted in cinematic portrayals, the dense underbrush of the forest cannot obscure the infrared radiation emitted by our bodies. I supported my companion as we hastened towards the surrounding trees, striving to utilize their massive trunks to shield ourselves. However, in our haste, we inevitably produced sounds. The branches of the underbrush rustled against us. "Over there!" the bald man shouted, prompting me to quicken my pace. I could hear him pursuing us, emboldened by his night vision equipment, daring to track us directly. I felt a sense of provocation. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as an arrow flew from behind, striking down a multitude of leaves. It whizzed perilously close to my companion's arm. With a resounding thud, the arrow embedded itself into a tree trunk ahead, producing a heavy sound. The force was terrifying. We pressed onward, heedless of the arrows that continued to rain down behind us. The thermal imager had a brief delay, and with the assailants more than 30 meters away, separated by thick underbrush, they were unable to hit us. Yet, we dared not halt. Soon, other killers would join the pursuit, and escape would be impossible. Before long, the bald man, Jack, expended his 5 arrows. He then drew his pistol and fired at us. However, we had maneuvered to the rear of a hill, advancing westward. I intended to lead my companion back to the cave. "Are you injured by the arrow?" I inquired as I supported him. My arm was grazed by an arrow. "It's not serious," he replied. But inwardly, I cursed my misfortune. I had come to rescue him, only to find myself entangled in a dire situation. That arrow was laced with the venom of the blood-stopping tree. I turned his injured arm to inspect it with my flashlight, revealing a gaping wound. "Damn it, you're going to die," I muttered under my breath, dragging him onward. The man struggled to accept this grim reality. Yet, as we exerted ourselves, he soon felt dizzy, nauseated, and weak. "My brother, I don't want to die," he exclaimed. "Silence. There's no hope. If you have any last words, speak them," I replied helplessly. "My name is Bell," he began, but his words were cut short by the sound of gunfire behind us. Fortunately, the bullet did not find its mark, as we had cleverly used the hill for cover, sprinting to the safety of a large banyan tree more than 30 meters away. That shot was merely a tactic to intimidate us, causing us to scurry like frightened mice, thereby exposing ourselves once more to his line of sight. Chapter 99. The Invisible Cage. Damn it, that man had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit. After hearing the loud gunfire, I cursed internally. His companions would soon arrive, and I could not afford to linger here for too long. However, if I rose to run, I would undoubtedly be detected by their night vision. If I were to expose myself and attempt to shoot him, I must ascertain his precise location and fire before he became aware of me. Otherwise, I would be doomed. In a moment, we found ourselves ensnared in a predicament. Bell remained silent, aware that speaking now could easily betray our position, given that the adversary was drawing near. "Brother, our signal for connection is 131,236. If you utter this code, they will release you and acknowledge your identity," Bell urged. "Hand me the gun." Understanding his intention, I did not hesitate, but relinquished the firearm into his grasp. "Aim carefully," he cautioned, prompting me to position myself behind a tree, ready to strike the moment he fired at Bell. With his hands still bound and not fully recovered, Bell gripped the gun tightly and staggered forward, firing erratically behind him. He discharged 2 shots into the air. Jack, the bald adversary, immediately spotted him, yet he was not reckless. Observing that there was but one target, he refrained from shooting and instead released an arrow. In that brief moment, he had prepared his projectile. Bell was struck, the arrow piercing through him, and he collapsed to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bell, in agony, fired wildly. I realized that his frantic actions were not born of madness, but rather a desperate ploy to provoke his assailant into delivering a fatal second arrow, granting him a moment of reprieve and perhaps more opportunities. It was evident that Jack was not fooled. He was undoubtedly mocking our foolishness, believing that a half-dead life could bargain for his own. Soon, Bell was choking on his own blood, emitting the sharp gasps of impending death, a scene I had witnessed far too often. Like most mercenaries, he would leave behind nothing but a name, and he must have sensed that escape was futile. Hence, he revealed his name to me, seeking to ensure that someone would remember him, at least to affirm that he had existed in this world. Otherwise, his life would be as inconsequential as dust. That cunning foe was undoubtedly advancing in my direction, for Bell had exited through this very path. My position was compromised, and Jack, along with his accomplices, would soon converge upon me. I could conjure no further strategies. I was left to face death. His gaze was fixated on the tree that concealed me, and I could only crawl forward. Yet, the blind spot before the great tree was limited. I would be exposed and shot within mere meters. At this moment, I felt ensnared in an invisible cage, desperate to escape but utterly trapped. I could not perish here, for I had yet to meet Anna. There must be a formal conclusion between us. If I were to die in obscurity, it would be as though I had never graced her world. And my parents, along with my sister in college, were oblivious to my fate. I owed them an explanation. I cannot die. My mind raced, striving to devise a foolproof plan to evade the clutches of these cunning assassins. Chapter 100. A thrilling counterattack. I produced a lighter and a cigar, promptly igniting it. Taking a deep drag, I exhaled the fragrant smoke, then carefully propped the cigar against a nearby shrub. The rich aroma of the cigar swiftly permeated the forest. The figure before me was approximately 30 to 40 meters away, separated by a thicket. Unless he was sprinting towards me, his distance would not exceed 20 meters. He was acutely aware that the closer he approached, the more likely I would hear his footsteps, potentially leading me to unleash a volley from my rifle. Of course, he was unaware that I lacked an automatic weapon. At that moment, lighting the cigar was a deliberate ruse designed to mislead him into believing I had surrendered, sitting behind the tree, awaiting my fate. However, I deftly grasped a low-hanging branch and cautiously ascended the tree. Yet I could not climb too high, as the upper part of the trunk was adorned with various gnarled limbs, just sufficient to conceal a person's body. Any slight movement could betray my position. Thus, I could hardly ascend much higher. Even the slightest action could lead to my immediate exposure. I stood poised on a branch about 3 meters above the ground, straining to hear sounds in my vicinity. I deduced he would not approach from my right, as that side bore no obstacles, merely a few bushes. Shooting from that direction would easily reveal him. Should he fail to eliminate me with a single shot, he would place himself in jeopardy. The left, however, presented a different scenario. The left was shrouded in dense underbrush, obstructing my view, but not his. He could easily circumvent from that side and fire upon me. Even if his first shot did not prove fatal, he could afford to take another, while I, hindered by the thicket, would be unable to retaliate accurately. Thus, I took the perilous risk of stealthily inching my body against the trunk towards the right. This action was fraught with danger. Should I miscalculate, a swift arrow could find me, as I was exceedingly exposed above. Yet, I had no choice but to proceed. However, my actions were not solely based on luck and conjecture. I utilized the cigar to draw his gaze to the tree's base, rather than the 3 meters above. Had I not taken this step, the likelihood of his attention being drawn to my elevated position was considerable. After all, the behavior exhibited by bald Jack moments ago had clearly indicated he was a bold and meticulous predator. Yet, a proud predator often possesses an arrogant disposition. Having recently outwitted me and dispatched Bell, he might, under the spell of my cigar's deception, lapse into a moment of carelessness, affording me the opportunity for a counterstrike. And indeed, I was correct. No arrows were loosed in my direction. I struggled to control my wildly racing heart as my body continued to shift rightward. He must be maneuvering towards my left while fixating his attention on the base of the tree. I required no gunfire or arrows. In the faint moonlight, I could discern the silhouette of his movement. Time was of the essence for me, while for Bald Jack, there was no sense of urgency, for he felt assured of victory, and his comrades were en route. I had to act swiftly. The heightened tension caused my adrenaline to surge continuously. Thankfully, I had undergone rigorous training. Otherwise, in such a state, my limbs would tremble and my reactions would be exaggerated. A faint crack of a twig resonated through the air. To my left, 5 meters away from my previous position, he swiftly raised his .50 caliber sniper rifle. He cautiously emerged from his concealment. I caught sight of his silhouette. He brandished a crossbow, moving step by step, poised to observe my prior location. However, I afforded him no opportunity. Bang! A resounding shot echoed as the .50 caliber bullet pierced through his chest, the immense force nearly tearing his body in half, blood and flesh scattering in chaos. The man, who just a moment ago felt assured of victory, now lay lifeless in the thicket. I promptly descended from the tree and rushed toward him. I swiftly transferred his weapons to my possession, donning his night vision helmet. At this moment, I knew his companions would not be arriving anytime soon. On one hand, Bell had fired several shots, leading them to believe a gunfight was underway, and my gunfire signaled that more than one person was present, leaving them unaware of my gear. On the other hand, Bell held no value for them anymore. There was no need to take risks for someone like him. If Jack could have resolved the situation, he would have. If not, they would likely lie in wait until dawn or relocate. After all, their objective was gold. Chapter 101. Rest in a cave. This crossbow was not light, weighing over 5 pounds. I checked the quiver, which contained 20 arrows, while 4 remained in the slot, unfired. This weapon thrilled me. It was even more exhilarating than obtaining a powerful sniper rifle. After all, a large sniper is cumbersome, especially in close-quarters combat within a jungle. I also discovered a Swiss knife, a Glock pistol, 3 bars of Dove chocolate, a tin box containing 20 mini cigars, a few pieces of gum, a lighter, and other small items from the bald-headed Jack. I initially considered taking his shoes back for Julia, but the total weight of my belongings was nearing 30 pounds. Carrying such a load over long distances would hinder my mobility in armed pursuit. Thus, I decided against it. I approached Bell's lifeless body, which lay undignified among the bushes, completely exposed. Although I had witnessed death many times, seeing Bell's fate made it impossible for me not to contemplate my own future. In essence, he and I were of similar ilk. Bell was intelligent and possessed exceptional military skills, yet he was slightly unfortunate. Nevertheless, he met his end, and in a manner bereft of dignity. I was acutely aware that Lady Luck would not always favor me, although I hoped never to find myself in such a predicament. The unpredictability of fate loomed large. Once individuals like us became ensnared in the mire of hell, extricating ourselves became an arduous endeavor. Like most mercenaries, assassins, and agents, they seek hidden treasures, ultimately yearning for freedom and liberation from control. Yet all of this necessitates financial resources. Without money, establishing a foothold in safer countries proves exceedingly challenging. After picking up the handgun from the ground, I cast one last glance at him before hastening back. Now, I could not directly rush to the shelter, for it was highly likely that Julia and Catherine had already been captured and taken to the camp. Thus, returning would be futile. I must first ascertain the situation at the camp before heading back. However, tonight, I needed to return to the cave to rest. On my way back, I illuminated my path with a flashlight, reaching the cave's location in a mere 30 minutes. I feared that the python I had driven away during the day might have returned to the cave, so I must inspect it. Now armed with a crossbow, I felt no trepidation regarding its presence. During the day, clutching the bamboo bough had instilled a sense of panic within me. The bamboo arrows barely penetrated its leathery skin, causing no fatal harm, merely a tickling irritation that might provoke it further. I ventured inside to inspect the cave's interior. To my relief, the python was absent. I made my way to the narrow exit on the other side, wedging the bamboo bough into the opening. If any pythons were to slither in from that direction during the night, they would inevitably dislodge the bough, and due to its elasticity, it would spring back with a noise sufficient to rouse me from slumber. I gathered several stones weighing 3 to 4 pounds, placing them on the inward slant of the cave entrance. Whether it be pythons or other creatures, any intrusion would not escape the disturbance of the stones, and the sound of rolling rocks would surely awaken me. Having made these preparations, I finally retrieved some food to replenish my energy. After fortifying myself, I cleared away the debris from a flat stone surface in the cave and curled up like a solitary wolf to rest. Yet, I remained quite concerned for the 2 women. If they had evaded capture, they would surely no longer be at the shelter, likely resting amidst the crevices of some rocks along the northern coast. They must be both hungry and terrified, their thoughts lingering on me. I sighed, realizing that at some point, I too had begun to care for them. Chapter 102. A lonely night, I lay upon the hard, flat stone surface, gradually unwinding from the weariness that enveloped me. Within the pitch-black cave, aside from the chill, the earthy scent of moss and faint mildew permeated the air, and a profound sense of solitude would often shroud me during moments of leisure, akin to darkness itself. Since arriving in Russia, I had anticipated that liberation from my father's control would herald a new beginning of freedom. 13 years had passed, yet due to my circumstances, I had never forged a sincere friendship, Devoid of camaraderie, love, and familial bonds, I was left with nothing but relentless loneliness. My father's harsh discipline and my mother's gentle affection were like a fine wine, growing ever richer with time. All my emotions had been paused 13 years ago. The suffering I endured thereafter stemmed entirely from my own obstinacy. It bore an unmistakable hint of self-inflicted retribution. It is precisely for this reason that I gradually discovered, within the presence of two women, a profoundly cherished emotion. It resembled a nourishing essence, replanting a seed of love within the fertile soil of my soul. I found myself reminiscing about my aging father, my mother beset by tribulations, and my innocent sister. I longed for my homeland, my birthplace, the emotions of my past, akin to a sapling inadvertently sown in my native soil, have now burgeoned into a towering tree, while I, a wayward son estranged from my origins, remain in uncertainty regarding the moment I might return to replant this tree within my heart, filling it with a sense of grounded belonging. Such nights, steeped in nostalgia and solitude, invariably torment me like a persistent ailment, especially after the bloodshed and through the years of remorse. It seems that only by returning to my homeland can my affliction be alleviated. Unbeknownst to me, tears began to well in my recollections. I knew that with the dawn, as I opened my eyes, everything would revert to the weighty reality, compelling me to confront it with courage. Otherwise, my existence, precariously traversing the abyss, would plunge into irrevocable despair. Throughout the night, the great python did not return. I could not ascertain whether it was frightened away by the stones I had hurled, or if it had simply departed for another locale. Nevertheless, its absence brought me a sense of tranquility. A night of silence ensued. As the sun gently rose above the horizon, I awakened, turning my gaze toward the cave entrance, where the morning sunlight tenderly illuminated the threshold. A pang of hunger stirred within me. I unwrapped a packet of chocolate to serve as my breakfast. The silky texture of the chocolate melted instantaneously upon my tongue, releasing a rich cocoa flavor intertwined with hints of nuts and spices. This was my first encounter with the taste and allure of industrial products on the island. It was difficult to fathom the brutality of reverting to a primal existence devoid of industrial prowess. These ordinarily accessible industrial goods appeared exceedingly precious in this desolate isle. Unlike my previous frantic consumption before heading into battle, I now savored each bite of chocolate as a feast for the senses. To relish life need not entail extravagance. Recently, I realized that merely slowing down the rhythm of life to appreciate every detail around me could yield profound spiritual fulfillment. After finishing one piece of chocolate, I tucked away the remaining two, intending to bring them back for Gia and Catherine, who would surely be delighted. However, I needed to scout the campsite first, hoping they would not be there. Chapter 103. Shimmering objects. Not long after departing the cave, I arrived near the winding saltwater river. Due to the prevalence of mangroves along both banks, with marshes dominating much of the riverfront, I needed to locate a narrower, non-marshy section to cross. Additionally, I required a raft, either wooden or bamboo, to traverse the waterway. Yet, reality seldom aligns with imagination. I searched the riverbank for quite some time without finding a suitable crossing. The entire route was engulfed in mangrove swamps. I had to devise a way to return to the location where the assassins had been yesterday, for it was the only appropriate place to cross the river. I surmised that they must have crossed during the night, as remaining here would have rendered them vulnerable to a surprise attack from me. Thus, for their own safety, the five of them likely traversed the river under the cover of darkness. Of course, this was merely my conjecture. The actual circumstances could only be discerned through observation. After an hour, I found myself near the vicinity of the assassins' last known location. I aimed to ascertain whether they had departed without needing to approach the riverbank to check for the speedboat, as that would expose me to potential ambush. Instead, I intended to examine the corpse of Bald Jack, for if they had left in the morning, they might have sought him out. A careful inspection of the area surrounding Bald Jack would reveal any traces they might have left behind. Upon reaching a slope north of Bald Jack's body, I cautiously peered over the edge and found no signs of an ambush, yet I remained unsettled, for my adversaries were no ordinary foes. I lay in wait on the slope until 10 o'clock in the morning, 1 hour. They had a mission to fulfill and could not afford to wait with the same patience I possessed. Once I felt assured of my safety, I hastily approached Bald Jack's vicinity. Upon careful examination, I discovered no traces whatsoever, It was evident they had not come to seek Bald Jack, who lay there lifeless. Akin to a stray dog without an owner, I proceeded towards the riverbank and arrived at the tree where Belle had been hung the previous night. From this vantage point, I gazed toward the riverbank and was astonished to see a speedboat moored nearby. It was a weathered fishing vessel, likely belonging to Belle. Damn it! Had I stumbled upon fortune? Or had they intentionally left this speedboat for Bald Jack to use in crossing? The latter seemed unlikely, for throughout the night, Bald Jack had not contacted them via his earpiece, nor had he returned to the riverbank to search for them. They must have considered him deceased, and it was improbable they would leave the boat for him. With this thought, I suspected the speedboat was a trap, likely a bait for me to approach while they lay in ambush on the opposite bank, awaiting my arrival. Yet, I realized that to cross the river, I had to seize that very speedboat. If necessary, I could simply draw out their time. I cannot believe they would remain concealed on the opposite shore for an entire day. However, the provisions I carried would be exhausted by noon. I scoured the area and discovered that they had indeed rested in a small ravine during the earlier part of the night. To my astonishment, I found a backpack there. It must have belonged to Bald Jack. How could they have left his backpack behind in their retreat? As a cohesive unit, they surely shared a tacit understanding. Leaving behind a teammate's belongings during a withdrawal was simply inconceivable. Had Bald Jack still been alive, he would have contacted them through his earpiece and subsequently retreated to join them. If one were to perish, such an item would serve no purpose. Therefore, leaving behind this backpack would be utterly meaningless. As I approached to examine the pack, I hesitated upon reaching out, for I noticed that it was not leaning against a tree trunk or lying flat in the ravine, but rather standing upright. Given Bald Jack's character, he would never have arranged the bag so neatly. The most likely scenario is that he simply tossed it aside or used it as a pillow. As I pondered this, my attention was drawn to a glimmering object reflecting the sunlight on the grass nearby. Chapter 104. The sound of engines, damn it. That was a Grenad's pull ring. A chill ran down my spine. They must have indeed examined Jack's corpse, but were so cautious that they left no traces for me to discover. They were aware that I had taken all of Jack's supplies. My reasoning is that if they believed I was merely a mercenary from the Belle camp, I would surely not be lacking in provisions. Yet, I had taken all of Jack's chocolate, gum, and cigarettes. Thus, they must know of my dire situation. My wretched greed. If they were not so certain, they would never waste a precious grenade. Only someone like me, starved of resources, would seize upon a mercenary's backpack without a second thought, driven by excitement. Fortunately, they were not lying in ambush nearby. Perhaps they had exhausted their patience and had just departed. Otherwise, I would already be a lifeless corpse. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. Thankfully, I had concealed myself for an hour before inspecting Jack's corpse. Had I not, the consequences would have been dire. In battling these treacherous fiends, one must exercise utmost caution and vigilance. I picked up the pull ring and leaned down to inspect the grenade beneath the backpack. The grenade was nestled in a small pit, its spring-loaded handle facing the ground. The moment the backpack was removed or even slightly jostled, it would detonate. I reached underneath, touched the surface of the grenade, pressed down on it with my finger, and swiftly pushed the backpack aside. The grenade was then exposed before me. I carefully dug around the dirt beside the grenade with my knife, inserting my fingers to press down on the base of the spring-loaded handle before lifting the grenade. I quickly reinserted the pull ring. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. I gently placed the grenade into my pocket. Next, I cautiously pulled the zipper of the backpack to investigate its contents, only to find a stone within. In one of the smaller pockets, I discovered a rainforest sleeping bag and a waterproof bag containing a change of clothes. The entire backpack contained merely these two items. Bald Jack must not have used the sleeping bag last night, likely having slept in a hammock suspended from a tree. As an observer, he must have noticed that the bell was missing from the tree and descended to investigate, ultimately leading to his demise. There was nothing amiss with this backpack. I placed the lunchbox I had been carrying into a compact bag within my backpack, and beside it, I discovered Belle's clothing and shoes. I also stowed his attire into my pack. The shoes were not excessively large. For Gia, they might only be 2 sizes too big, and with a few items stuffed inside, she could perhaps manage to wear them. However, Jack's shoes were far too large for her. Moreover, I had not carried my backpack last night, making it cumbersome. Now, with everything packed away, marching with the backpack would not be overly burdensome, so I decided to take it along. I set off towards the riverbank, intent on uncovering the reason behind the boat's lingering presence. Since they had set a trap on the backpack, they would undoubtedly not employ the same ruse on the speedboat. They were aware that if one could find the backpack without being blown to smithereens, the same trap would certainly be ineffective against me. I arrived at the shade of a tree by the riverbank. Observing the opposite shore carefully, I noted that the trees were excessively dense. Should a sniper be concealed among them, I would have no way of detecting their presence. Just as I was about to retreat, the sound of speedboat engines erupted from the north. Moreover, there was more than one. What could be happening? I hurried back, uncertain of the forces behind those boats. But if they discovered a speedboat moored here, they would undoubtedly scour the woods. If they found me, I would be in dire straits. Chapter 105. Reinforcements from the camp. I quickly withdrew from the riverbank, but did not completely leave, as I needed to gather intelligence on these individuals. Without information, I would be entirely at their mercy. Thus, I swiftly climbed a banyan tree about 50 meters from the riverbank. The tree was lush and provided an excellent vantage point. Ascending high enough, I could just see the speedboats at the riverbank, their engines having ceased, followed by a group disembarking onto the shore. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a band of black individuals. Each was armed with an AK-47, adorned in brown or beige cotton and linen attire, wearing shorts below. Some wore flip-flops, while others were barefoot, and a few donned water shoes or work boots. Some had their heads wrapped in scarves, while others wore bucket hats or caps that shielded them from the sun and rain. This was a band of pirates, having traversed from the lagoon. They could not have simply evaded the camp to reach this location. The camp's armed forces were certainly formidable. How could this motley crew dare to confront the camp's professional mercenaries? The only plausible explanation was that these pirates might have been hired at great expense by the camp to eliminate certain external threats on the island. Bell and the other mercenaries had gone missing on the island for 2 days now. They must have suspected that other forces had arrived. Yet they were unwilling to take risks themselves. Thus, enlisting these fiercely armed and reckless pirates was the most prudent course of action, requiring only a modest sum of money. After all, for them, money was not an issue. Soon enough, my conjecture was validated as I observed 2 mercenaries clad in camouflage attire, engaged in conversation with a scarred-faced black man. I surmised they were discussing the vessel that belonged to their comrade, Bell, which prompted their search in this location. Was this the reason the mercenaries felt untroubled by the presence of pirates nearby? Once discovered, they would have no choice but to divide the gold among themselves. Lest conflict ensue, it was evident that this band of pirates was oblivious to the presence of gold on the island. They only knew that the mercenaries had hired them to scour the island, promising substantial rewards. Moreover, it seemed this was not their first collaboration. The 2 mercenaries appeared to share a jovial rapport with the fierce-looking, scarred black man, suggesting a deep acquaintance. Meanwhile, the pirates who had disembarked were scouring the vicinity. I estimated there were around 40 pirates. Their speedboats could not have traversed from Africa, indicating that their mother ship was docked along the northern coastline. There could potentially be more pirates aboard. Most pirate mother ships are converted fishing vessels capable of accommodating dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals. Such a ship would displace at least 1,000 tons. They crowded into the cramped quarters of the mother's ship, searching for targets at sea, and upon discovery, would deploy their speedboats, swarming towards the target like a horde of locusts across the tumultuous waves. I descended from the tree and resolved to head towards the lagoon for a closer observation. If indeed the pirates' mother ship lay there, and the crew stationed aboard was scant, I would seize the opportunity to commandeer their vessel. Just as they ruthlessly appropriated the fishing boats of other companies, they would not slay the fishermen, as they could still demand a ransom. However, I would not show them the same mercy, though they may have turned to piracy out of desperation. That did not elicit my sympathy. Should I fall into their clutches, I would face far more brutal torment. Chapter 106. The vessels beyond the lagoon. I advanced towards the northern lagoon, leaving the pirates far behind. Had they known I intended to pilfer their stronghold, they would surely have been agitated. Of course, if they discovered I was venturing alone, they would undoubtedly mock me as a fool or a madman. After all, a sane person would not undertake such a venture. A solitary confrontation with a group of armed individuals is inherently improbable. Mercenaries typically shy away from such solo endeavors. Within the ranks of mercenaries, collaboration is the norm. Opportunities for individual action, like mine, are scarce. This was the fruit of my 6 months of training at a clandestine base. Additionally, my experience with the Wagner Group as a mercenary endowed me with enhanced survival skills and combat experience, while espionage training imparted me with assassination techniques and a wealth of pertinent knowledge. Insights unattainable within a mercenary corps. To put it plainly, a mercenary group functions as a war factory, with its members akin to products on an assembly line. After a period of training, the personnel are subsequently assigned to various military branches for more specialized instruction. All efforts are directed towards achieving harmonious collaboration on the battlefield. Most of the time, mercenaries adhere to a certain code of discipline, yet they do not entirely resemble conventional soldiers. The composition of Foreign Legion recruits is quite eclectic. Although a significant portion comprises retired special forces from different nations, many are fervent war enthusiasts or international fugitives. One should not harbor expectations regarding their moral standards. Acts of violence and looting occur frequently, albeit concealed from the light of day to prevent international media from tarnishing the reputation of their unit. Otherwise, they would face repercussions. Consequently, the outside world remains largely unaware of the deeds of mercenaries on the lands of Africa and the Middle East. Occasionally, a notorious incident involving mercenary surfaces, but such occurrences merely represent the tip of the iceberg. The paratrooper assault unit to which I belong exhibits a degree of decorum, not due to any lofty moral principles, but rather because we often lack the opportunity to engage in widespread devastation on the battlefield. Our operations primarily consist of swift ambushes, aiming to secure an offensive window for the main forces before retreating. Upon breaching enemy encampments, the majority, unwilling to deal with prisoners of war, resort to indiscriminate killing. Furthermore, we mercenaries are devoid of any legal protections, and we are disinclined to squander time on such troublesome matters. During our downtime at the established camps, some mercenaries seek companionship with local women, often targeting young and attractive girls, some of whom barely qualify as such. After their encounters, should they encounter benevolent mercenaries, they may receive some monetary compensation. However, if they are unfortunate enough to meet ill-intentioned individuals, they receive nothing and may be threatened, warned that any trouble brought to the camp could endanger their families. How depraved can humanity become when unshackled? No one knows. Perhaps humanity itself embodies the essence of malevolence. After walking for approximately an hour, I arrived at the southern shore of the lagoon, which, like the other side, lacked beautiful beaches and was instead characterized by foul-smelling muddy banks. Only a portion of the lagoon's western side boasts clean sands and clear waters. At least from my vantage point, the lagoon is vast, elliptical in shape, with a longer diameter of about 17 or 18 kilometers and a shorter one of only 4 or 5 kilometers. The inlet is located near the western end, stretching roughly 700 to 800 meters, where the sea flows out. The mangroves thrive in the gray mudflats, and numerous small crabs scuttle about as the tide recedes. Meanwhile, the bay crocodiles lazily bask at the edges of the mud, soaking in the warmth of the afternoon sun. I sought a relatively dry patch of forest and gazed eastward across the lagoon, spotting a stretch of clean beach about 7 or 8 kilometers away, where I discerned signs of smoke, though the details remained unclear. Thus, I resorted to using my scope for a closer inspection. To my astonishment, I indeed spotted a large vessel off the coast of the lagoon. The ship appeared weathered, adorned with numerous ropes for fast boats along its edges, and its deck was in disarray, presenting an overall impression of chaos and filth. Contrary to my initial expectations, the ship was not as grand as I had envisioned. The marked waterline revealed that the vessel had a mere displacement of 500 tons. It is transformed from a deep-sea fishing vessel. 2 anchor chains extend from the chain mouth to the seabed, with the exposed sections above the water surface long neglected and rusted, the protective paint nearly all worn away. Clearly, these pirates spare no expense on the maintenance of their ship. When it breaks down, they simply seize another. Moreover, a ship is not easily rendered inoperable. Before it can deteriorate, they are likely to retire it. I believe a mercenary camp is also situated in that vicinity. Otherwise, the pirate ship would not be anchored there, but rather at the entrance of the lagoon, facilitating a quicker passage into the brackish river. The dilemma before me remains the crossing of the river. Chapter 107. Into the Crocodile River lying along the muddy riverbank are several 100-kilogram estuarine crocodiles. Their immense forms sending chills down one's spine. These adult crocodiles will far exceed the size of those before me, yet they take 15 years to reach maturity, growing slowly before they are often hunted or captured by humans before adulthood. Those that do reach maturity typically reside in zoos. Additionally, there are several smaller females, weighing dozens of kilograms, lying in ambush in the shallows, their backs resembling weathered tree bark, effectively camouflaging them. It is akin to a crocodile pool. To pass through here safely, I must retrace my steps to seek a suitable crossing point. These creatures favor the estuary, hence the abundance of estuarine crocodiles there. Other river sections are generally less populated. As long as I find a narrow stretch of the river, I can eliminate the hidden crocodiles nearby and swim across swiftly without much issue. The crux lies in the fact that the blood from the slain crocodiles will incite a tumult among the downstream crocodiles, drawing them closer, thus leaving me with a scant window to cross. Before long, I discovered a suitable crossing point on the riverbank, merely 50 meters from the lake's mouth. The banks were lined with muddy shores, yet some rocks protruded, and the river spanned about 20 meters in width, with a central island resembling an immobile wooden boat, even adorned with a few red trees. A few smaller female estuarine crocodiles rested there. I leapt onto a rock at the riverbank, meticulously observing the number of crocodiles within a 30-meter stretch of the river. Their total did not exceed 5, a significant reduction compared to the numbers at the lake's mouth. I drew my crossbow, aiming at the head of one of the larger crocodiles on the island. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared forth, piercing its thick skin and skull, obliterating its brain tissue. Its body convulsed for a brief moment in a reflexive struggle before falling still. It is the apex predator of its domain, yet it could not withstand the might of human weaponry, unable to fathom the suddenness of its demise, nor could the other crocodiles comprehend why their companion had abruptly perished. The crocodile I shot fell into the heart of the river island, its blood and commotion instantly capturing the attention of several nearby crocodiles. These creatures may possess poor eyesight, yet their hearing and sense of smell are remarkably acute, enabling them to easily detect disturbances in their surroundings. Without regard for whether their fellow predators were kin, they swiftly swam towards the scent of blood, viciously biting the injured crocodile. Several crocodiles engaged in a frenzied assault, rolling in a deadly dance, staining the river's surface crimson. Realizing the moment had come, I understood they would be preoccupied with their feast, oblivious to my presence. However, I could not traverse downstream, for the blood would carry downstream, attracting crocodiles from that direction. Thus, I quickly plunged into the river, 10 meters upstream from the chaos of their slaughter, and swam vigorously towards the opposite bank. My heart raced with anxiety, yet having leaped into the water, retreat was no longer an option. The river spanned 30 meters, while not excessively wide. The sensation of being in a crocodile-infested river was entirely different. Just as I neared the bank, a massive saltwater crocodile emerged from the thicket, as if startled from a dream. This creature was enormous, weighing at least 300 kilograms. My scalp prickled with dread. Surfacing at this moment would undoubtedly invite insurmountable trouble, as I could never outrun a four-legged beast on the muddy bank. Moreover, my gear felt exceptionally heavy after emerging from the water. Cursed fate! I silently cursed my luck, remaining motionless in the river, aware that the creature might have been drawn to the ruckus of the crocodile skirmish rather than my presence. Chapter 108. A perilous escape. As I beheld the giant crocodile charging towards me, I knew I could not simply await my fate. I gripped my sharp dagger with the blade poised above my thumb, a position advantageous for thrusting into its chest from beneath during an embrace. My heart raced with palpable tension, adrenaline surging through my body, heightening my alertness. I stood at the river's edge, my legs firmly planted on the muddy riverbed. If I were to rise, the water would merely reach my navel. Yet I dared not stand to flee. I kept only my shoulders above the surface, my feet ensnared in the mud below, severely restricting my movement. Even lifting a leg was a struggle, and should the crocodile pounce, evasion would be impossible. In mere moments, the crocodile closed the distance to within 5 meters. My breath and heartbeat reached their zenith. The creature showed no signs of veering away. It charged directly at me. Damn it! Whether it had previously dined on humans, I could not tell, but upon seeing me, it exhibited no hesitation, disregarding the violent fray beside the river island, and lunged into the water, its massive jaws gaping wide enough to devour 2 basketballs in a single bite. With my legs ensnared in the mud, I could not evade its ferocious strike, and its speed was as swift as lightning. In that instant, my mind blanked, leaving only instinct to guide me. With a sudden surge of strength, I thrust my hands upward, forcing the beast's jaw to halt just inches from my face. However, The weight and momentum of its body bore down upon my hands, sending me tumbling backward and submerging me beneath the water surface. As it lunged, my mind had already devised countless strategies of foreseen inevitability. Thus, the murky seawater failed to choke me, yet my eyes remained sealed shut in the depths. At that moment, I was akin to a blind man. I dared not release my grip on the crocodile. My hands clung tightly to its abdomen. Its head, propelled by my lifting motion, arched over mine, while my body was ensnared beneath its midsection. The crocodile began to roll violently, attempting to dislodge me from its grasp. Turbid water, laden with mud, splashed around me as my feet, ensnared in the mire, were wrenched from the riverbed by its thrashing. I scarcely had time to inhale before I was once again thrust underwater. It felt as though someone had seized my head, relentlessly pushing me down. The sensation of suffocation overwhelming. I yearned to breathe, yet inhaling would only draw the sediment-laden seawater into my lungs. In that moment, I would be utterly incapable of managing my own breathing, let alone maintaining my grip on the formidable crocodile. Should I relinquish my hold, I would plummet into the depths like a bullfighter tossed from a bull's back, instantly losing all advantage, with only death and dismemberment awaiting me. No matter how robust humanity may be, we cannot combat the ferocity of nature's beasts. Their prowess is honed for the hunt, an essential survival skill. And no matter how powerful our muscles, we cannot contend with it. I strove to regulate my emotions, forcing myself into a breath-holding state. It rolled for what felt like 30 seconds. I lost count of how many times I had been turned. A typical person would surely have succumbed to dizziness. Yet, having undergone training, I managed to remain alert despite my head spinning with disorientation. I sensed its fatigue, or perhaps it believed it had rolled enough. In the instant it ceased its tumult, I swiftly freed my right hand and plunged my dagger into its pale, expansive belly. No matter how tough its flesh, it could not resist the might of human weaponry. This was humanity's extension, the embodiment of intellect. The sharp blade penetrated fully. I knew its powerful heart resided in this vicinity, but for safety's sake, I twisted the dagger rapidly. The crocodile struggled momentarily, but without blood supply to its muscles and brain, it could only roll a few more times before succumbing to its loss of energy. At this point, I felt like a clay figure, my eyes barely able to open. Yet, I could not afford to delay even a second. I pressed my face into the seawater, hastily cleansing myself before racing toward the shore. My mind spun, and with each step upon the muddy riverbank, it felt as though I were treading through syrup. Glancing back, I saw a multitude of crocodiles surging from downstream toward me. Had I delayed even slightly, I would have become a feast for that ravenous pack. I fled the riverbank, gasping for breath. Casting a backward glance, I remain haunted by lingering trepidation, contemplating a return that unsettles my very being. Cursed be this place. It is unfit for human habitation. Chapter 109. Depleting the waters, the fierce battle had sullied my sniper rifle with mud, necessitating an immediate cleansing. Fortunately, I had stowed my night vision helmet securely within my pack. This backpack, an authentic issue from the U.S. military, is specifically designed for the ranks of the Marine Corps. While it is not inherently waterproof, it can repel rain when covered with a protective layer. Inside, however, there is a separate waterproof bag, which I had utilized to encase my helmet securely during the river crossing. Thus, I harbored no concerns regarding the contents being damaged by moisture. Venturing into the woods, I sought a safe and dry spot to pour out the water that had infiltrated my backpack and shoes. I retrieved the attire of Bald Jack from the waterproof bag. My camouflage uniform was saturated with the odor of mud and bacteria, making it unwise to wear damp clothing for an extended period, as it could lead to skin infections. After disrobing, I wiped my body with a towel from my pack to dry off before donning the digital camouflage uniform. The wet clothes were placed into the independent waterproof bag and stowed back in the backpack. I inspected my crossbow, which had been folded and stored in the bag without waterproofing, yet it remained unaffected. Once everything was in order, I shouldered my backpack and firearm, resuming my journey. I was convinced that a stream must exist near the camp. After all, with so many individuals relying on it for survival, the supply ships alone would not suffice for their water needs. Additionally, the presence of indigenous tribes on the island indicated that their settlements could not be far from a water source. Thus, I made my way toward those valleys, where I believed I might discover a stream. Frequent rainfall in the rainforest often leads to the formation of streams in the valleys, a commonplace occurrence. Merely traversing 2 valleys, I stumbled upon a stream. Lush ferns adorned both banks, and by parting these verdant fronds, I beheld the babbling waters, their stones polished and gleaming from the ceaseless flow. While the edges were cloaked in moss, the chorus of birds echoed through the forest, enveloping me in an atmosphere steeped in primal essence. Stepping onto the stones beside the stream, I set down my backpack and waded into the cool waters, gathering several stones to construct a small pool. This would facilitate the cleansing of my soiled garments and shoes, as well as my disheveled hair and beard. After dedicating half an hour to this endeavor, I hung the wet camouflage to dry. At this juncture, I did not intend to hasten towards the camp. It lay at least 5 kilometers distant. Although I could reach it before nightfall, my stomach growled with hunger, and my pack held no provisions. To venture forth in an attempt to scout the camp under such conditions seemed ill-advised. Should a confrontation arise, my stamina would falter. Therefore, I resolved to rest by the riverbank for the afternoon and set out at dawn. If Julia and Catherine had indeed been captured yesterday and had endured torment today, my arrival a day earlier or later would scarcely alter their fate. My foremost priority was to ensure that I was adequately prepared for combat. After consuming the remaining slices of roasted meat, I also devoured the leftover pieces of coconut flesh, which barely sustained me until evening. I ventured downstream, a mere few dozen meters from the creek, where the water's expanse was significantly broader. I meticulously arranged the creek stones to divert the flow, allowing one side to run dry, thereby facilitating the capture of fish within the creek. This method of draining the water for fishing enabled me to procure sustenance in the most efficient manner possible. The only price to pay was the exertion required to stack the stones. Since I had ample time that afternoon, I felt no urgency regarding my evening shelter. After all, I possessed a complete rainforest sleeping bag, designed to evade infrared detection. The 5 assailants had overlooked this item, partly due to their disdain for excess, and partly because they presumed I would either be obliterated or too intimidated to approach the bag. It was never intended for my use. Otherwise, the provisions and medicines within would have remained untouched. After spending several minutes, I successfully diverted a substantial section of the creek, causing the water on one side to trickle down a narrow channel while the expansive surface on the other side diminished rapidly, visibly depleting. The creatures concealed beneath the grass by the water's edge, the small fish, emerged, while the crabs hidden beneath stones scuttled in a frantic search for refuge under larger rocks. I constructed a small fish pond using stones from one of the water holes, adopting the guise of fishermen as I captured the fish and crabs, tossing them into the makeshift pool. In the end, I caught 7 or 8 2-finger-wide fish and 6 or 7 creek crabs. This bounty was sufficient for a hearty meal, promising delightful flavors for the evening. I then recalled the 2 women, Julia and Catherine, who, if not captured, were likely somewhere on the northern coast, gnawing on coconut flesh like 2 desperate mice. Poor souls. While gathering firewood, I suddenly noticed a flock of birds startled from the bamboo grove downstream, taking flight into the sky. Instantly, my senses heightened. Chapter 110, Gunshots at Midnight. Such an occurrence could signify the approach of individuals from the bamboo thicket below. Or perhaps a snake hunting the birds was to blame. I could not afford to gamble. I needed to ascertain the truth. As I had stirred the creek stones earlier, the water had become somewhat murky. If someone were within 100 meters downstream, they would likely notice and follow the creek's course upstream. I swiftly returned to the riverbank. Slipping on my still damp shoes, concealing my backpack in a nearby thicket, I armed myself with my firearm and crossbow, taking cover on a small hill approximately 30 meters from the creek. The disturbance had occurred about 50 meters downstream, and the terrain here was slightly elevated. As I settled into my hiding spot, if there were indeed enemies, they should soon be in the vicinity. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of movement. Was it a false alarm? A wave of uncertainty washed over me, yet I dared not lower my guard. As the opposing party might also be an exceedingly cautious individual, the recent disturbance of the bird flock could compel them to abandon their search altogether, perhaps choosing to resume their endeavors only after nightfall. Such prolonged inactivity could serve to confound the target, leading them to believe that the disturbance was not caused by a person. Alternatively, it might entice the target to venture into their line of sight for an inspection. Regardless of the scenario, this situation is decidedly unfavorable for me. I resolved to cease my search. After lying in ambush for 2 hours, I would depart if no discoveries were made. 2 hours elapsed, and still there was no sign of movement. I disregarded whether it had all been a false alarm and proceeded to pack the fish and crabs into a lunchbox, filling a kettle with stream water to prepare a fish and crab soup later. Once adequately prepared, I swiftly left the area. I rediscovered a rocky canyon, where I cleared a depression in the ground, deciding to rest there for the night. Additionally, I constructed a semicircular stone stove, resolved to commence cooking the fish and crab soup once darkness fell. I pondered that since the pirates were undoubtedly mercenaries summoned for assistance, they must have been scouring the island for quite some time. It was likely they would camp on the island for the night, rather than return to their ship. The vessel itself offered little comfort for overnight stays, given the overcrowded conditions that would force them to sleep on the deck, subsisting only on dry bread. On the island, however, the situation was markedly different. They could even hunt crocodiles for a wild feast, which would certainly be far more fulfilling than the meager provisions on the ship. Furthermore, the 5 assassins could potentially scout the camp tonight. I might inadvertently cross paths with them and become their target, pursued relentlessly. I decided to let the 2 factions clash first, and then I could seize the opportunity to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Moreover, one could never be certain if other forces might also be present on the island, each group eyeing the mercenaries in the camp with keen interest. It would be sheer folly for a lone wolf like me to act prematurely. At long last, the sun dipped below the horizon. I immediately kindled a fire and opened the lunchbox, revealing the crabs that had perished after stewing all afternoon. I poured the water from the kettle into the lunchbox and placed it upon the stone stove to cook. Lacking salt, the flavor would be somewhat bland. However, given my ravenous hunger, I was hardly in a position to be picky. I hastily fashioned 2 sticks into makeshift chopsticks and savored the tender meat of the cooked. Devouring several pieces, I felt no sense of fullness and proceeded to chew on the few meatless crabs, which, despite their scant flesh, were still quite delicious. I crushed the shells and the meat into a pulp, swallowing it down. Finally, I drank the fish soup down to the last drop. Although it was rather insipid, it served as a vital hydration source, especially since my kettle now contained only half a kettle of stream water reserved for tomorrow. After finishing the soup, I poured the remaining stream water from the kettle into the lunchbox to boil and purify it before returning it to the kettle. With these tasks completed, I prepared to indulge in a restful slumber, planning to set out again the following morning. I extinguished the fire. Although the nights on the island are rather chilly, I find solace in my sleeping bag, alleviating any concerns regarding temperature. My sole anxiety lies in the potential presence of wild beasts or serpents encroaching upon my vicinity, a threat that is inherently unpredictable. Thus, I can only shield my head with a mesh net provided with a sleeping bag and keep a handgun pressed against my waist. As midnight approached, a cacophony of gunfire erupted in the forest, rousing me from my slumber. Damn it, what could possibly be the source of such gunfire? Hastily emerging from my sleeping bag, I donned my helmet and activated my night vision goggles to survey the surroundings, which appeared eerily tranquil. Noticing the absence of any immediate danger, I quickly gathered my sleeping bag and equipment. The sounds originated from the northeast, and, judging by the intensity, it seemed to be approximately 200 to 300 meters away, and drawing closer. Evidently, a group was embroiled in a gunfight, and to my misfortune, the defeated party was retreating in my direction, inadvertently dragging me into their turmoil. I glanced at my watch. It was merely 11 o'clock in the evening. I had only managed 3 hours of sleep, yet I felt somewhat revitalized. Driven by curiosity, I resolved to investigate the unfolding situation. I deemed it prudent to conceal myself ahead and ascertain the circumstances, for ignorance would render me vulnerable. Chapter 111. A dilemma within the pitch-black and frigid jungle. The fervent heat signatures were easily detectable by my night vision apparatus. Utilizing its advantages, I swiftly ascended a nearby hill, akin to a Komodo dragon poised for the hunt. My gaze fixated on the direction of the gunfire. Soon enough, the fiery tongues of gun muzzles and a multitude of figures came into view. They had not activated flashlights, relying instead on the faint lunar glow and the flashes from their weapons to engage one another. Their firepower was formidable, and their numbers substantial, indicating a well-manned force. This prompted a troubling thought. Could it be that pirates had uncovered the secret of the gold and were now clashing with these mercenaries? Although the pirates lacked the strength of the mercenaries, a midnight ambush would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. It was a classic case of inviting wolves into the fold. Yet, amidst my apprehension, I felt a flicker of relief. As they fought in the forest, the camp would surely be left vulnerable. If there was ever a time to seize the opportunity, it was now. I promptly stowed away my crossbow and maneuvered around the hill, intent on avoiding any chaotic skirmish with these individuals. As they battled, it was only a matter of time before their ammunition ran dry, compelling them to retreat. My objective was to commandeer their vessel during their withdrawal. With the aid of my night vision gear, I charged through the undergrowth, burdened by heavy equipment, racing like a frenzied stallion through the jungle. I pondered the fate of the 5 assassins. Perhaps they had already reached the camp? Their aim was the gold, and if they had acquired the coordinates from Bell, they would have no need to approach the camp. Their objective was the treasure, not a confrontation with the mercenaries. Once they secured the coordinates, a simple satellite phone call would suffice to summon their mother ship anchored offshore. The formidable forces aboard the mothership constitute their most potent armament. Once they land on the island, they are certain to annihilate all the mercenaries and pirates present. Therefore, the adversaries engaged in battle may not solely be pirates. It is also conceivable that the 5 assassins have summoned reinforcements from the mothership. Regardless, tonight presents the optimal opportunity for me to seize the ship. Should I miss this chance, it may never present itself again. Thus, I dare not pause for a moment, marching tirelessly for 5 or 6 kilometers, completing the journey in a mere 30 minutes. I arrive at the northeastern coast, which, like the north coast of the refuge, is characterized by steep cliffs. However, as I proceeded along the coastline towards the lagoon, these formidable cliffs gradually diminished in height, extending all the way to the eastern shore of the lagoon. At last, I beheld the pirate ship anchored in the sea under the cloak of night. Yet, I detected no other vessels nearby. Clearly, this was not the formidable force summoned by the 5 assassins. Otherwise, their mothership would have been present as well. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that these 5 assassins do not possess a substantial force at all. Perhaps merely a clandestine team organized to seek the coordinates of hidden gold. They might not be able to transport the gold themselves, but could sell the coordinates to certain warlords. I now found myself concealed behind a rock above a precipice, affording a splendid view. I could discern numerous grass huts and military tents in the open area to the east of the lagoon, where several bonfires flickered, yet not a single soul was in sight. Had they all ventured into the woods, or were they resting within their tents? Utilizing my scope for a meticulous observation, I noted only a single speedboat by the seashore, while the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. However, this particular speedboat appeared to be of significant importance. Consequently, I shifted my gaze to the deck of the pirate ship. The night breeze was frigid, and the deck was devoid of personnel. Yet the swaying light bulbs illuminated the area. The situation within the cabin remained a mystery to me. Before me lay 2 possible courses of action. The first option was to storm the camp directly, eliminating any indigenous individuals or mercenaries within, and then commandeer the speedboat to the pirate ship. The second option was to lie in ambush, waiting for those in hiding to emerge. However, the latter choice could inadvertently draw back other enemies lurking in the jungle, transforming my confrontation from 1 or 2 foes into a multitude, thereby jeopardizing my chance to seize the ship. Conversely, the former option could expose me to concealed adversaries, who might take potshots at me. The moment I boarded the speedboat, bullets could swiftly find their way into my back or the back of my head. In that instant, I found myself ensnared in a predicament. Chapter 112. A perilous ascent. The sea wind howled as I lay on the precipice, having just traversed 6 kilometers of rugged terrain, oblivious to the cold. Yet, those scantily clad pirates must surely be shivering in the biting winds. Particularly, the pirates within the forest, if lacking sufficient tents and warm clothing, would undoubtedly be suffering from the cold. At midday, I had not discerned whether their speedboat contained such provisions. If they lacked these essentials, they might have already been preparing to confront the mercenaries, unbeknownst to the latter. No one would embark on a prolonged search on the island without ample provisions. This suggests that they have no intention of searching the island for an extended period. Rather, they are merely feigning activity until nightfall, when they will eliminate the 2 guiding mercenaries. Taking advantage of the mercenaries' slumber, they would swiftly return to attack in their speedboat, catching them off guard. If this is indeed the case, the gunfight I had just endured in the forest, spanning several kilometers, undoubtedly involved pirates and mercenaries. Consequently, In their bid to ambush the mercenaries at the camp, the speedboat would naturally not dock on the beach, but rather on the eastern side of the lagoon, the end closest to the encampment. Were it not for the mercenaries' heightened vigilance, these unrefined, avaricious pirates would surely have annihilated them. The absence of corpses along the coastline indicates that the pirates' ambush was unsuccessful, as the mercenaries remained on guard. After much contemplation, I reached a difficult decision: to swim directly to the pirate ship approximately 200 meters offshore. I would first eliminate any pirates aboard, then seize a sniper rifle to hold the ship against overwhelming odds. However, plunging into the frigid waters to swim 200 meters would leave my body numb, and should any hidden assailants on the ship or shore discover me, I would become a target floating helplessly on the surface. Nevertheless, this plan seemed somewhat more secure than the previous two. With this in mind, I immediately set my plan into motion. I scoured the cliffs for a safe descent to the shore, ensuring that the moonlight would not betray my silhouette against the cliffs. I crouched low, blending in with the surrounding underbrush. The cliffs here soared over 20 meters high, with the lowest sections measuring around 13 or 14 meters. Moreover, the base was predominantly rocky rather than sandy. A fall would likely result in death or serious injury. After considerable searching, I found no suitable spots for descent. Although I possessed a degree of climbing skill and strength, descending at night was perilous, with no room for error should I misstep. I noted that the entire eastern coastline was characterized by such steep cliffs. Given ample time, I could meticulously seek a safe route down. But time was not on my side. Those mercenaries or pirates in the forest would soon return. Thus, I had to choose a location to descend or leap without delay. The dark, tumultuous waters were now at high tide, obscuring the positions of the submerged rocks and the depth of the water. Jumping blindly from a height of over 20 meters was akin to committing suicide. As the urgency mounted, I finally crouched at one section of the cliff, observing intently. Below, the waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks, producing a resounding roar, with the surf eroding the cliff base, creating a substantial indentation of over a meter. Compared to adjacent areas, this section had evidently eroded more severely. Therefore, I surmised that the submerged reefs below should be relatively sparse or situated at a greater depth. Otherwise, when the tide recedes, the rocks will shield the waves, preventing them from crashing against the cliffs. Consequently, the erosion will be considerably milder compared to those cliffs devoid of submerged reefs. Having come to this conclusion, I did not immediately leap down, but rather swiftly surveyed the protrusions and footholds on the cliff. I understood that I could not complete the entire descent, yet if I could manage to reduce the height of my jump to approximately 10 meters, the risk would significantly diminish. As any climber knows, descending is far more challenging than ascending. This is because, during an ascent, all climbing points are clearly visible, illuminating the path ahead, whereas descending relies entirely on memory and intuition. If one fails to prepare adequately before the descent, the eyes glued to the rock face will offer no assistance whatsoever. Time was of the essence. I glanced at my watch, aware that they would soon return. The opportunity was fleeting. Chapter 113. A brief moment, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, mentally retracing the positions of all the protrusions and footholds on the cliff, associating these climbing points with my own body. After completing this mental rehearsal, I finally set off. I grasped the edge of the cliff and leaned forward, stepping onto the first foothold. My body clung to the rock face like a gecko, the sea breeze whipping around me, as the waves crashed below, testing my composure as a climber to the utmost. I remained calm, striving to maintain my balance as I gradually descended. The smooth rock face stood perpendicular to the sea, with a scarcity of protrusions above. I stretched my arms to their limits, resembling an eagle with outstretched wings. However, I lacked the abundant feathers, relying solely on my fingertips to cling to a protrusion barely 2 centimeters in height. Unable to see the position of my feet, only the toes of one foot made contact with the ledge. The other foot swayed for an eternity before finally resting on a horizontal rock seam. I drew my legs inward with force, applying pressure as if to embrace the rock face, thereby stabilizing my body. This was exceedingly taxing, yet I had no choice but to inch downward step by step. I crouched against the wall, gradually shifting my center of gravity downward. Due to the weight of my backpack, my center of gravity was easily pulled backward, threatening to send me plummeting. Truly, what one fears often materializes. Just as I crouched 30 centimeters down, my body lost its balance. Falling here could lead to a high probability of death, as the sea below might be riddled with treacherous rocks. Damn it, just as my body was about to topple backward, I took a gamble, releasing my limbs and allowing my body to slide against the cliff. My fingers clung desperately to the wall, the skin nearly worn away. Just over a meter down, my fingers latched onto the horizontal crack where my right foot had previously rested. My body swayed precariously above. I exhaled in relief, contemplating the possibility of discarding my backpack. However, I refrained, reasoning that carrying it was safer. In the event of a fall, I could curl my body into a ball, facing downward, allowing the backpack to absorb the impact of the water's surface. If there are hidden reefs below, my backpack will first help cushion my fall. At this juncture, I took a moment to observe the surroundings illuminated by the moonlight. To my left, I discovered a protruding ledge, boasting a grip surface of a good 10 centimeters. I swayed my body, leaning towards the left. As I reached the apex of my swing, I released my hands, and in the next instant, I firmly grasped that ledge. My body plummeted over 2 meters once more, yet I was still a considerable distance from the surface of the sea. I had intended to continue my descent cautiously. Just a few more meters down would significantly reduce the peril. By controlling the area of my plunge, I could prevent my body from plunging into the water like a stone, sinking 2 or 3 meters deep in one go. However, at that moment, the searchlight on the pirate ship suddenly illuminated the area. It was directed towards the coastline. I was taken aback. There were indeed people aboard the pirate ship, and they were scanning the shore. My dark form stood out starkly against the moonlit white cliff. If they cast even a fleeting glance in my direction, it was highly likely I would be discovered. I inhaled deeply, and while the crew's attention was fixated on the campsite, I curled my legs up, resembling a goat with limbs drawn together, and then propelled myself with all 4 limbs. My body shot outwards, more than 2 meters from the cliff face, curling into a ball midair, my back facing downwards. With a loud splash, I crashed onto the surface of the sea, plunging over a meter deep. My backpack indeed collided with the rocks, but my stainless steel plate cushioned the impact, producing a sharp, metallic sound beneath the water. The force was not severe, yet had it struck my spine directly, the consequences would have been dire. Had I thrown the backpack down earlier or not descended a few meters, the outcome would have been entirely different. I surfaced, gasping for air, and swam towards the open sea without a moment's hesitation. At this point, I no longer feared being spotted by those on deck. However, the action of the crew, shining the searchlight on the coastline, was certainly not spontaneous. Someone must have alerted them via radio. This indicated that the pirates lurking in the forest were preparing to emerge. They were instructed to illuminate the shore. Thus, my time was exceedingly limited. Chapter 114. Racing against time, the frigid seawater engulfed me, causing immense discomfort. Had I not undergone cold resistance training during my time as a mercenary with Wagner, my body would have been ill-equipped to endure such extreme temperatures. The sensation of heat being relentlessly siphoned away threatens to shatter one's willpower. Having undergone rigorous cold resistance training, my body possesses a natural mechanism to adapt. Upon contact with the cold, it instinctively adjusts, a response ingrained in my physiology. However, combating the psychological discomfort of the cold relies on sheer experience. I have my own methods, such as diverting my attention or envisioning heated intimacy with a woman. Alternatively, I might imagine myself in a sauna or a hot spring, seeking warmth in my mind's eye. This act of deceiving the mind indeed proves effective. The extent to which one can achieve rests fundamentally upon personal experience. It embodies a form of psychological suggestion. I desperately swam towards the pirate ship across the dark, frigid sea, knowing that in the vastness of the inky waters, I was but a mere speck, unnoticed by anyone. I did not push myself to the limit, conserving my strength instead, taking over 3 minutes to reach the vessel's underside. The searchlights on the deck continued to illuminate the jungle along the shore. I observed figures gradually emerging from the thicket. Although their identities were obscured, they certainly posed a threat to me. They could potentially board a speedboat and swiftly approach the ship. I had to ascend immediately, for even if I remained undetected, prolonged exposure in the water would be a torment to both my body and spirit. Damn it! More and more individuals were making their way from the beach, evidently heading towards a speedboat. The shore was merely 200 meters from the pirate's ship, and it would take only seconds for the boat to reach me. I had not anticipated such urgency. However, climbing aboard was impossible. The ship was currently light, and its waterline shallow, standing over 3 meters above the surface. I could only watch helplessly at the tires and ropes hanging from the upper edge. Initially, I thought they wouldn't return so swiftly, allowing me ample time to ascend via the anchor chain. Now, it was evidently too late. Time was slipping away. I could only hope that the sailors on deck would cast the side net in my direction. Due to the currents, the bow faced the shore, leaving me uncertain of where they would throw the net. Otherwise, swimming to the other side would take even longer. I might barely reach it just as the speedboat arrived. At that moment, I would resemble a sea lion ensnared by human nets, utterly unable to escape. They would mercilessly torture me to death. My anxiety surged as I gazed towards the shore. Those people were already preparing to board the speedboat, while the sailors on the ship had not thrown the side net my way. Truly, misfortune seems to target the most unfortunate souls. I had not imagined my luck would plummet to such depths. I immediately swam frantically around the bow of the ship, striving to reach the other side. At that moment, I dared not glance back at the shore, fearing that even a second's delay could spell my doom. I reached the underside of the other side and discovered that the side net had indeed been thrown down. Yet, I could already hear the roaring engines approaching. My heart raced with urgency, but I had to remain composed. I lifted my head to see if any sailors were observing from above, or if they were focused on the approaching speedboat. At this juncture, the speedboat had reached mid-distance. If I climbed up now, they would undoubtedly see me and might open fire. Yet, I had no alternatives left. My fate would be decided in mere seconds. I grasped the side net with both hands and pulled my body upward with all my might. The heavy and frigid body abruptly broke the surface of the water with a splash, and my frozen hands swiftly alternated as I climbed up the trembling net. I dare not glance back at the speedboat, which was merely a few dozen meters away. I even naively prayed that they had not seen me scaling the net in the darkness. However, God is not just with me, and the demons would not choose to close their eyes. A gunshot rang out. Chapter 115. The mysterious sniper. The sound of gunfire emanated from above the cliff, not from the coastal direction beside me. Yet, I could not afford to dwell on it. I had to hasten my ascent, for I had not been shot. I grasped the rough rope and, within seconds, had clambered onto the deck. The 3 sailors on the deck, captivated by the gunfire from the cliff, were adjusting the searchlight to illuminate the heights, their attention entirely focused there. By the time they heard the noise of my footsteps on the deck, it was already too late. I drew my pistol and fired 3 shots, swiftly dispatching the 3 sailors stationed at the lookout. As our bodies fell, the searchlight was inadvertently raised, casting a brilliant beam into the sky. Immediately after firing, I pressed myself against the wall of the cockpit to avoid an imminent attack from anyone bursting forth from within. Simultaneously, I shot out the chandelier above. The deck was instantly plunged into darkness, and the light of the searchlight pointed skyward did little to illuminate the deck. A dull thud echoed as the speedboat collided with the starboard side of the ship. I immediately leaned out to fire at several individuals on the speedboat's deck. A series of gunshots rang out, and those still swaying on the boat were promptly taken down. It was then that I realized the speedboat's driver had been shot by the sniper on a cliff. This revelation sent a chill down my spine. The sniper had fired from a position perilously close to where I'd just been hiding. He must have noticed me, but chose not to act against me. This individual, at such a critical moment, had clearly intended to aid me. Furthermore, he fired only after the speedboat had set off, demonstrating his ample confidence and strategic prowess as a marksman. If he had shot them while still on land, the other pirates would have still been able to utilize the speedboat, splitting their forces between pursuing him into the mountains and commandeering the speedboat to the larger vessel. His single shot had resolved an endless multitude of troubles. It was evident that he was no ordinary person. Upon witnessing this, the remaining pirates immediately retreated into the woods, possibly seeking other speedboats in the lagoon. Before they could return, I needed to eliminate the other enemies within the cabin. Otherwise, I would find myself besieged from both sides. I plunged into the cabin, which rose above the main deck and featured 2 levels. The cockpit was on the upper level, with the lookout above it. I was currently on the lower level of the cabin, which housed the kitchen and the captain's quarters. Originally intended as the crew's resting area, it had been transformed into a spacious captain's lounge. I descended the spiral staircase to the lower cabin. The lower cabin of the fishing vessel served as a refrigeration room. However, in order to maximize crew capacity, all available space beneath, aside from the engine room, has now been transformed into a communal sleeping area for the crew. The ship, measuring over 60 meters in length and 8 meters in width, contains 2 rows of bunks welded to either side of the cabin. This chaotic living space emanates the pungent odor of the pirates, and refuse is strewn about haphazardly. As I descended, I did not simply walk down. Instead, I illuminated my flashlight and tossed it inside. The pirates lurking within, upon seeing the beam of light, might have reacted with gunfire due to their anxiety. However, the silence that greeted me assured me that I could proceed into the cabin. The flashlight landed on the second deck, revealing a cluster of 7 or 8 young women. Their attire tattered, huddled together. Their terrified gazes fixated on me. Among them were both young women and tender girls, of various ethnicities, all scantily clad. Not all of these women had been captured by pirates. Some had been rented from the red light district on shore. Living in such squalor, they likely harbored numerous viruses, yet I chose not to impose upon them. Instead, I approached and inquired whether there were any other pirates aboard, assuring them that if they revealed their whereabouts, I would spare their lives. I spoke in French, as many countries in Africa were once French colonies, and French is widely spoken there. My familiarity with the language stemmed from my time with Wagner, where I encountered numerous French soldiers and instructors. Although they spoke Russian, it was often not in a standard manner, and they frequently communicated in French privately, prompting me to learn the language for ease of communication. The women shook their heads in response. Among them, a bold young white woman stepped forward, indicating that the pirate captain's wife was present. She pointed to a slightly better-dressed black woman, who appeared terrified and marginalized by the others. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for my gunfire. This black woman possessed a physique and demeanor that distinguished her from the others, lending credibility to her claim of being the piratess wife. Yet, I refrained from immediately pulling the trigger. After all, she was the pirate captain's spouse, likely privy to many secrets, and her presence on board could serve as a deterrent for the pirates regarding any potential assault. Of course, this was contingent upon the captain's affection for her. "Where are the weapons?" I demanded, prompting the black woman to open her eyes. "In a small room on the first deck," she replied. I recalled seeing that small chamber upon my descent, but it had been locked. "Do any of you possess weapons?" I queried, to which the black woman shook her head. I then comprehended the situation. Even the pirate's wife was unarmed, clearly indicating that the pirates held no trust in any of the women aboard. They feared that these women, enduring torment, might retaliate with gunfire. "Everyone, follow me," I commanded, proceeding towards the external ladder. The scantily clad women had no choice but to comply and emerge alongside me. On the deck, they trembled in the sea breeze. I instructed them to ascend to the lookout via the outer wall ladder and to cast the 3 pirates I had slain into the sea. Simultaneously, I promptly retracted the side nets. Without these nets, their attempts to board the ship would surely be futile, unless they employed grappling tools to seize the edges. Such tools do exist among pirates, typically found on their speedboats for the purpose of plundering larger vessels. Thus, time was of the essence for me. I needed to weigh anchor swiftly. After the 8 women disposed of the 3 pirate corpses into the sea, they returned to the main deck. "Will you raise the anchor?" I inquired of the black woman. She nodded, indicating her long familiarity with life aboard the ship, though she alone could not manage the 2 anchor chains. At least 3 individuals were required. One person was needed to steer the vessel upstream at a slow pace, while the anchor winch was activated when the anchor chain was perpendicular to the surface of the water. This process required precise coordination with the ship's speed. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Hence, an experienced sailor was essential for this task. Now, I had no means to seek out such a sailor. "Can you teach 2 women to operate the anchor winch while I steer?" I asked, and she nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Select 2 individuals to assist you," I commanded, my tone serious as I instructed the 7 women to comply with the black woman's arrangements, warning them that any deceit would lead to their swift demise. My threat proved effective. The white woman who had earlier identified the pirate was bewildered, likely believing I had come to rescue them, only to realize that I was akin to those pirates, her face paling in fear. The black woman disregarded her, selecting her and another slightly plump black woman to learn the operations at the anchor winch, while I patrolled the perimeter of the ship. calculating that the pirates would take at least 20 more minutes to emerge from the lagoon. It would take time to reach the lakeshore, and navigating around the lagoon's outlet would also require time. The journey upstream from the outlet to our grand vessel was considerable. Thus, I was not concerned about the pirates arriving immediately, but rather about the potential presence of other snipers on shore. The sniper who had aided me might not hesitate to eliminate me as well. So I concealed myself behind the cabin, retrieving my headset to attempt to intercept surrounding signals. If the sniper on shore was one of the 5 assassins, the signal used would remain unchanged. Conversely, if it was a mercenary sniper, I could still receive signals through the intercom previously used by Bell. That individual, having assisted me, might perceive me as an ally or have other intentions. Regardless, I had to establish contact with him. In other words, he was likely even more anxious to reach me, for without that connection, his rescue would hold no significance. Chapter 117. Refusal to cooperate. The headset of Ball Jack remained utterly silent, prompting me to retrieve Bell's walkie-talkie. Upon activating the device, a cacophony of static was followed by a voice at the other end. "Hey, mate, you are quite astute to anticipate my response." A man's voice emerged, imbued with the unmistakable accent of London, reminiscent of Bell's. It was evident they shared a camaraderie, being fellow countrymen. I initiated the exchange with the code 131,236. I refrained from beating around the bush and stated the password directly. "Indeed," came an excited reply from the other side. "What do you mean by indeed?" I inquired deliberately, eager to uncover how he had deduced I was the individual he sought. I saw Bell's corpse, as well as the bald assassin whom Bell had dispatched with that .50 caliber, the man proclaimed, and it dawned upon me that he was the same individual I had encountered earlier with the pirates by the riverbank. "So, you recognize who I am?" I asked. The man chuckled. "Although I do not know your name, your audacious attempt to rescue Bell sufficiently attests to your reliability. Though you were unsuccessful, I suspect Bell holds you in high regard." I was not taken aback by his observation. As an exceptional marksman, it was entirely reasonable for him to infer the entire sequence of events from the scene. The pirates' failed ambush was likely due to his keen perception, enabling him to evade their grasp and alert the camp. Otherwise, those mercenaries would have met their demise on the beach at the hands of the pirates. "I'm sorry I couldn't save Bell. Have you taken the 2 women to my refuge?" I inquired, anxious to ascertain whether they had fallen into his clutches. "Yes, we went there, but your trap injured 2 of my brothers," the man replied. "Well, it was you who attempted to breach," I retorted with a cold smirk. Yet, I refrained from directly asking whether the 2 women were in his possession. Such a question would reveal my vulnerability. Furthermore, he might not have captured them, and in my moment of uncertainty, he could easily fabricate a claim of their capture, thereby manipulating my actions. "Mate, I'm called Pawnee. Listen, I didn't capture anyone in the refuge, but I require your cooperation. I saved your life, and you owe me a debt of gratitude," the man stated plainly, acknowledging the futility of deception with earnestness. "What sort of cooperation do you seek?" I asked. "Brother, that gold lies in the brackish river. They have dumped over 40 tons of gold into its depths. The pirates cannot hope to pan for gold in peace. Our brothers have not been completely annihilated. Should they dare to mine, we will undoubtedly launch a counterattack," Pawnee declared. His words carried an additional implication. They had not made contact with the outside world, or were utterly incapable of doing so. Otherwise, even if they refrained from ambushing the pirates, external forces would have swiftly dispatched mercenaries to cleanse the island upon receiving word. "Are you not summoning the main force?" I probed cautiously, unable to make a call, and setting aside the fact that I lack a satellite phone. Even if I possessed one, it would be futile, as the island is likely equipped with satellite phone jammers whose locations remain unknown. On this island, apart from short-range communication devices like walkie-talkies, all other means of communication are rendered ineffective, Pawnee remarked. I remained silent, and Pawnee continued. "However, if a supply ship arrives, information from the island will inevitably be transmitted." Upon hearing Pawnee's words, I realized the duration of my safety on the island. If a supply ship were to come and relay information, mercenaries tasked with clearing the island would soon arrive, and while Pawnee may remain unharmed, both the pirates and I would face reckoning. "What do you propose to collaborate on? Assisting you in eliminating the pirates?" I inquired. "Mate, I understand your thoughts. You are not merely aiding me in dealing with the pirates. These pirates should not be so audacious. My current concern is that they are allied with certain warlords in Africa. Bell must have mentioned to you previously that another hidden treasure site has been discovered, which is under the control of the African warlords. It won't be long before this place mirrors that situation. So what now? I asked. To survive on this island, we must collaborate, Paney asserted. Then why not board the ship and leave together? I suggested. Do you not wish to part with the gold? Ha! I do cherish that gold, but I cannot abandon this place. I must redeem my freedom. Only by fulfilling my contract can I return to England and enjoy the rest of my days in peace, Paney replied. It is truly unfortunate. These matters bear little relevance to me. I still wish to depart from this island of troubles as swiftly as possible. I had been crouching against the wall of the cabin, avoiding Paney's gaze, fearful that he might shoot me for my unwillingness to cooperate. For someone as astute as him, feigning agreement would be futile. It was far better to outright refuse. Chapter 118. Negotiations. Bang. A gunshot rang out from the cliff, striking the anchor mechanism at the bow of the ship and igniting a shower of sparks, startling the women who promptly crouched on the deck. Listen, mate, you cannot be so heartless. Otherwise, you shall not escape. Paney's furious voice echoed through the walkie-talkie. Meanwhile, I donned my thermal imaging helmet and crouched in the corner, sighting the fiery muzzle of the gun from the cliff above. Yes, you saved my life, and now you threaten me. I could easily take your life with a shot. Yet I have refrained, granting you a chance for survival. We are thus even. Should you believe I cannot see you, I invite you to test that assumption. I harbored no desire to kill him. After all, he bore no grudge against me and had indeed saved my life. Had he not intervened, my circumstances would be dire. However, this did not necessitate my compliance with his plans, as his motives for saving me were not entirely altruistic. It was merely a transaction. His anger at the prospect of failing to achieve his aims stemmed from wounded pride. Had he acted out of genuine goodwill, I might have considered assisting him. This deal he proposed was exceedingly unfavorable to me. It not only entailed a prolonged timeline, but also posed numerous risks. When his main forces arrived, I would find no time to escape. I could not gamble on his purported benevolence in deceiving his main forces to allow my departure. After all, I'm already aware of the location of the gold. Although I may not know the exact stretch of the river, a metal detector would easily uncover it. That amounts to over 40 tons of gold. Simply selling this piece of information to a certain warlord in Africa would certainly yield substantial profits. Of course, obtaining money from a warlord is no trivial task, as it indeed requires a certain level of skill. However, that is a matter for another time. What I need now is to set sail and leave this place. The sniper on the cliff lacks Bell's cunning, yet he possesses a stroke of luck. Without Bell, he would struggle to make an impact. Are you really that confident? Pawnee asked, still visibly irritated. I know you have another sniper who has yet to fire. So, do you truly believe that before I shoot you, your comrade will have a chance to kill me? I replied, all the while keeping an eye on the other sniper on the cliff. Meanwhile, I worried about the impending arrival of pirates. I would then have to contend with 3 groups, which would be quite disadvantageous for me. Even if he couldn't kill me, he could certainly delay me, forcing me to engage in a battle with the troublesome pirates, leaving me no opportunity to escape. You are quite clever, Pawnee remarked. I have many people on this ship. If one of them fires simultaneously with me, do you think your companion can kill me? Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It's just that if I help you, I wouldn't be able to escape. If you insist on a fight to the death, neither of you will survive. Trust me, you cannot kill me. I responded with calm assurance. If I decide to eliminate them, rest assured they have no chance of survival. Having made my intentions abundantly clear, if they remained obstinate, I would have no choice but to send them to their demise. After hearing my words, they fell into a long silence. The pirates would soon return. I would destroy their speedboat's engine, allowing you to take your time in shooting them. As for the warlord brought by the pirates, I would be powerless to intervene. This would serve as a favor returned to you, wouldn't it? I suggested. I understood that if I were to be killed by the pirates, and they boarded the ship with heavy weaponry, they would be unable to escape. A single rocket launcher aimed at their position would be sufficient to incapacitate them. Thus, despite their bravado, they were unlikely to genuinely shoot at me, especially since I could retaliate. If they couldn't solve such a simple mathematical problem, they certainly wouldn't have survived this long. Damn, we don't have many of us left. If the warlord comes, we won't survive. Banykerst. That is because you were unwilling to leave with me. If you had chosen to accompany us, once the pirates occupy this place, your superiors would regard you as dead. You could then hide in some African countries for a time. And when those in power have completely lost their influence, you could return without any repercussions, I proposed. Mate, that's a rather appealing suggestion. We have considered such an option. However, doing so would mean forfeiting our rightful share of the gold reward. What if we eliminate the pirates and find a way to extract some gold before leaving? That wouldn't cause any delays, would it? My good friend, Pani, realizing he possessed no advantages, adopted a more conciliatory demeanor. Do you know when the warlords backing these pirates will arrive? Moreover, we lack any salvage equipment. Are you truly risking your life for money? I retorted. Chapter 119. Ultimately, there is no escape in response to my sarcasm. They showed no resentment, but rather sought better arguments to persuade me. Listen, we mercenaries live either for money or for freedom, and we must claim at least one. We need your pirate ship to transport the gold. We'll navigate the large vessel into the brackish river, laying an ambush for the warlords at both ends. Once we spot them, we can escape in advance. Pawnee insisted, resembling an old man ensnared by the allure of wealth, earnestly imploring me. After all, if I commandeered the ship, his plans would be in vain. He would have to wait a month for reinforcements to receive intelligence and return to re-establish their position here. Even if your plan is feasible, there are 5 known assassins on the island. Are you certain we are not merely providing free labor for them? After we toil to salvage a portion of the gold, they might strike from behind, leaving us as mere fodder for crocodiles. Had it not been for his saving my life, I would not have wasted my breath with him. You two seem quite engrossed. Dylan, you should heed him. A third voice interjected, a woman. Upon hearing it, I instantly recognized her as Hela, one of the 5 assassins. She called out my name. A chilling premonition washed over me. Who are you? What have you done, Wade? Pawnee exclaimed, clearly realizing that this communication device belonged to his companion Wade, now in Hela's possession. Rest assured, your dear brother is conversing with a merciful God, Hela replied, prompting Pawnee to curse. He understood that Wade had been killed. They have night vision. Your brother must have been spotted, I remarked. Dylan, you ought to be more concerned about your 2 lovely ladies. If you wish for them to survive, follow Pawnee's advice. Together, we will transport the gold, and then we can all share the spoils. Hela declared. As soon as she uttered my name, I surmised that Joya and Catherine must be in their custody. Otherwise, she would have had no way of knowing who I was. Curse it, you are Dylan, the Zero Killer of the Wolf Organization, Pawnee exclaimed, equally astonished. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering me here. I had indeed gained a modest notoriety in the assassin world, yet such fame was merely a chain and a curse binding my soul, utterly devoid of value. Being an unnamed pawn afforded greater freedom. Have you harmed them? I gritted my teeth and demanded. No, we treat them like royalty. As long as you obediently comply and steer the ship into the brackish river, we can cooperate amicably. After all, we seek wealth as well, Hela replied with a smile. Very well, I shall navigate the ship in, but I require to see them at dawn tomorrow. I asserted. At this juncture, I can only deliberate for the long term. No issues. Once Hela spoke, she fell silent, and Pawnee found little left to say, as I had acquiesced to their demands. At that moment, the roar of the speedboat's engine filled the air. They had not illuminated their lights, rendering their positions unclear. My night vision could only discern a few hundred meters. Yet, the thunderous sound of their engines could be heard from several kilometers away. They were approaching. You, ascend to the lookout and direct the searchlight towards the western sea. I shouted urgently to the women. The black woman was the most eager, rushing to assist as if vying for credit. The others followed suit. Soon, a beam of light sliced through the darkness like a sharpened blade, illuminating the 7 speedboats racing towards us. Their hulls reflected a brilliant white light, appearing like pearls upon the sea from our vantage point. Clearly, they intended to storm aboard. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that I possessed a high-caliber sniper rifle. No matter how swift they were, evading the aim of a top marksman would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it was likely that their armaments had been significantly depleted in the jungle, and they lacked heavy weaponry. I needed them to approach within approximately 2 kilometers before I could take my shot. Firing too early would yield no hits, while too late might allow 1 or 2 boats to reach the large vessel and disrupt me with gunfire. This situation demanded a sniper's precise timing. Chapter 120. Assault on the ship, I lay prone on the deck behind the cockpit, simultaneously instructing all the women, save for the pirate lady, to return to the second deck cabin. My intention was not to safeguard them, but rather to prevent any interference with my combat or potential treachery against me. For the women, the overwhelming numbers of the pirates offered a greater chance of victory, and they could well resort to harming me in an attempt to curry favor with the pirates. Furthermore, based on the psychological phenomenon known as Stockholm Syndrome, after enduring prolonged torment, they might develop an unhealthy fixation on their captors. This could further incite them to act against me. During the battle, I could not afford to be distracted by them. Thus, I commanded them to retreat to the cabin, forbidding any ascent to the main deck without my explicit order, thereby averting such unfortunate occurrences. The reason for allowing the black woman to remain was twofold. Firstly, to ascertain her true loyalty to me, which would influence my decision regarding her fate later. Secondly, she had likely endured the least humiliation among the women, possessing a greater courage that made her less susceptible to Stockholm Syndrome. Even if she temporarily entertained thoughts of turning against me, I could easily manage the situation. My current position was one that could not be observed from any vantage point on land. Although we had reached a consensus, I remained vigilant, wary of these killers who had emerged from the murky depths. Their inner worlds were not easily fathomed. My survival thus far, while partly due to fortune, was undeniably attributed to my caution and skill. Fortune is a gift bestowed by the divine, beyond the grasp of humanity. However, I can master technique, evade unnecessary peril, and mitigate the occurrence of misfortune. A killer who has escaped the clutches of death countless times would never attribute their survival solely to exceptional skill and mental fortitude. For such a belief breeds complacency and a lack of gratitude. As the 7 speedboats approached from 3 kilometers away, they swiftly dispersed, fanning out in a formation to assault the larger vessel. Clearly, among them were astute individuals who understood that even if I employed a rocket launcher against their boats, several would inevitably close in on the larger ship. Once they neared its perimeter, they could launch grappling hooks from all directions, rendering me incapable of countering their advance alone. It must be said, this indeed plunged me into a more precarious situation. The assassins on shore might offer assistance, but I could not rely on them. Thus, my strategy must ensure a complete withdrawal without their intervention. 6 of the 7 speedboats quickly slipped beyond the reach of the searchlight, leaving only one, controlled by a black woman, illuminated and tracked. Soon, that illuminated speedboat entered my firing range, within 2 kilometers. This distance was still too far, affecting shooting accuracy, yet I could not allow it to approach any closer, as doing so would grant the other boats precious time. At a speed of approximately 50 nautical miles per hour, it would take 12 minutes to reach this point, factoring in wind speed and direction. My mind raced, calculating and adjusting the trajectory based on experience. 8 seconds after the speedboat entered range, I fired. Bang! A tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle of my .50 caliber weapon, and the bullet sliced through the night, colliding with the speeding boat. Under the searchlight, I distinctly saw the bullet pierce the driver, tearing through their body, while simultaneously striking the engine behind. Despite the impact, the speedboat continued its forward momentum, careening toward another vessel. I shouted emphatically, and although the black woman was momentarily puzzled as to why I ceased firing at the illuminated boat, she quickly responded to my command after a brief pause, redirecting the light toward the second speedboat. Meanwhile, I promptly ejected the spent casing and chambered another round. The next boat was now merely 1,600 meters away, steadily closing the distance. Bang! Another shot fired. This round proved equally effective. The angle was fortuitous, allowing the bullet to penetrate the human target and subsequently damage their speedboat-S engine. The third boat, I called out again, and this time the black woman reacted swiftly, having tracked the next vessel after I had reloaded. This boat was positioned toward the stern. To prevent it from entering the blind spot at the rear, I crouched and aimed in a standard crouch position. At this moment, I was entirely engulfed in combat mode, my focus razor sharp as if the world around me had slowed down. This was the culmination of my extensive training, the sniper's flow state. Bang! The third shot was fired. This time, it detonated the speedboat. It is likely that the presence of cigar smoke on the ship, combined with a bullet striking the fuel tank, caused gasoline to spray and ignite upon contact with a spark. At this moment, the remaining 4 speedboats had entered a 1-hour range. Simultaneously, they commenced firing at the large vessel, attempting to take me down with indiscriminate shots. The lookout tower was hit by bullets, producing a resounding metallic clang, causing the black woman to cower in fear against the railing. The searchlight was swiftly extinguished by the barrage of bullets. The sea was plunged into darkness, save for a dim moon suspended over the inky waters. In this tense moment, I refrained from firing my weapon. Should I pull the trigger now? The flash would betray my position, inviting a concentrated barrage upon me. "Return to the cabin," I shouted, prompting the black woman to snap out of her terror and descend from the ladder beside the lookout. Once she entered the cabin, I hesitated to follow, uncertain if the pirates still possessed grenades or smoke bombs. Entering would render me entirely vulnerable. I forcefully shot the lock off the armory door. The armory, though modest at 6 square meters, was crammed with inexpensive weapons. I had little interest in them, as I already held 2 handguns, which would afford me greater agility in the darkness. My gaze fell upon the grenades nestled within a box. I swiftly grabbed 4 to 5 grenades, along with the only smoke bomb available, securing them to my person. I also fastened a flare gun to my waist. At that moment, the hull was jolted by the impact of the speedboats. I realized they had reached both sides of the grand ship. They must have positioned themselves to peer up at the deck. The instant anyone poked their head out, the moonlight would reveal my location, prompting immediate gunfire. There was no way for me to expose myself to shoot back. They hurled grappling hooks overboard, more than 10 in total, and I quickly deduced their positions from the clustered hooks. Simultaneously, I bit down on 2 pull rings, yanking the pins from 2 grenades. I hurled them in opposite directions. Boom! The twin explosions erupted almost simultaneously, followed by cries of agony and the sound of bodies plunging into the water. Yet other pirates swiftly ascended from different directions. However, I was not idle. As I tossed the grenades, I had already thrown the sole smoke bomb onto the deck. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed into the cabin, retrieving a gas mask from the fire hose. Then, crouching low, I exited swiftly. The group of pirates boarded the vessel, their flashlights illuminating nothing in the haze. I immediately raised both guns and fired at the illuminated figures. Bang, bang, bang. Several of them fell lifeless under my fire, prompting them to cleverly extinguish their flashlights. Yet, they were unaware of my night vision goggles. Their silhouettes were starkly visible through the lenses, and I felt no compassion as I unleashed a continuous barrage, targeting their torsos, causing them to collapse one after another. Some fired back in my direction, but I had already rolled away to safety. As soon as their men opened fire, chaos ensued. They began shooting at one another, oblivious to who was friend or foe. In a cacophony of screams and shouts, they leapt into the sea. However, I did not afford them the chance to ascend the speedboat. I immediately cast grenades into the waters to the sides and ahead. 3 grenades detonated successively in the water. Those pirates who failed to reach the boat met their demise amidst their cries of anguish. The grenades exploded underwater, although the shrapnel's harm was nullified. The immense shock waves generated pressure that would rupture their lungs, inflict severe internal injuries, and cause catastrophic bleeding, leaving them no hope of survival. Yet, even in this dire situation, other pirates sought to escape. I promptly fired a flare gun into the sky. The brilliant flare illuminated the surroundings for several kilometers. At that moment, the 2 snipers, Pawnee and Hella, positioned on the cliff, finally took action. Utilizing the flare's light, they swiftly eliminated the fleeing pirates. These marauders were merely a band of savages wielding human weaponry. Faced with our elite assassins, they possessed no means of retaliation, having never undergone any formal military training. Relying solely on their possession of lethal arms, they had acted with impunity, yet had never encountered true terror. At this juncture, I discerned Hella's position. She was not atop the cliff, but rather perched in a tree by the shore. Their gunfire now signified their trust in me. Previously, they had refrained from firing, fearing that I might seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Now, they could unleash their sniping skills without restraint. This band of pirates was destined to perish in the waters they so cherished, paying the price for their greed. Chapter 122. Setting sail, none of the speedboats surrounding the large vessel managed to start. Anyone daring to approach the helm would be immediately targeted by the snipers. The pirates desperately swam toward the shore. However, such actions appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of 2 top-tier snipers like Hella and Pawnee. The pirates' frantic struggles in fear and panic resembled a horde of demons plunged into a cauldron of oil. Gradually, their screams and thrashing subsided, and the dark sea was littered with floating corpses. Had it been daytime, the blood staining the waters would have been particularly vivid. Their ignorance cost them their chance at survival. When the gunfire erupted from the cliff, they should have realized they could not approach the large vessel and instead should have concealed themselves within the jungle, like startled field mice, refraining from re-emerging. Their overconfidence ultimately led to their downfall. In their encounters with ordinary civilians, their arrogance and brutality prevented them from objectively assessing their own capabilities, sowing the seeds of their own ignorance and demise. Well done. I generously praised them. Ha ha, a bunch of misguided pirates. Pawnee exclaimed with exuberant laughter, while Hela remained silent. Truly, the #1 assassin of the Tsanglong organization. Just now, I was on edge, fearing you would perish aboard the pirate ship, Pawnee said gleefully. It was merely luck. After I spoke, I reiterated that we could not ascertain the number of pirates we had eliminated. It was possible that other hidden pirates remained in the forest, posing a future threat. This was an unavoidable circumstance. In the pitch darkness, it was impossible to account for the bodies, as Pawnee remarked. I shared his frustration, noting that some had been shot, others blown apart by grenades, and some burnt by the explosion of speedboats. Therefore, it was utterly impossible to count them accurately. I now steered the vessel into the lagoon, planning to navigate into the saltwater river at dawn, where we would regroup the following day. Pawnee and Hela responded in unison. I returned to the cockpit, securing the armory door with a rope. If disturbed, it would be irretrievable. I summoned the female crew and the 2 women trained in anchoring. I instructed the black woman to take the helm. Steering the ship was not a daunting task for her, as she had been shadowing the captain daily. I refrained from appearing in the cockpit, as it faced the shore, and I was uncertain if there were other snipers lurking nearby. I guided the 2 women managing the anchor chains, ensuring they synchronized their movements with the ship's speed. The coordination of these 2 elements was crucial. If the ship moved too swiftly, they might not manage to anchor in time, risking damage to both the anchoring mechanism and the chains. In severe cases, the chains could entangle the propeller, resulting in the complete loss of the vessel. Once the ship was set in motion, slowing down or stopping would not be as straightforward as in a car. In the event of an accident, we would merely have to watch it unfold. Under my direction, the 2 anchor chains were gradually reeled in amidst the cacophony of the dragging chain and engine sounds. As the chains were secured, I immediately instructed the black woman to reverse the propeller, for the distance ahead was insufficient for the vessel to turn around without risking grounding. The ship continued forward due to inertia for a short distance before slowly reversing. I directed the black woman to execute a full left turn, maneuvering the vessel until it lay across the sea, aligning the port side parallel to the shore. At this juncture, we could set sail westward. My anxious heart began to ease, knowing the ship still had 8 nautical miles to reach the lagoon's entrance. Once there, we would need to turn the vessel again, and I was uncertain if the lagoon could accommodate such a large ship. If the waters were too shallow or the rocks too numerous, this endeavor would be perilous. Should the ship run aground within, our cooperative arrangement would inevitably alter. Chapter 123. Life aboard the ship having departed the coast. I exchanged a few words with the black woman, Sandy, who had once been a French fashion model but found herself on a pirate ship due to unfortunate circumstances for 3 years. Those women regarded themselves as the wives of pirates, as they had garnered the favor of the pirate captain, sparing them from the torment of other men. I inquired why. At the moment I held a gun to her, she had not attempted to explain. She replied that she felt her words would not be believed and that she perceived no end to such a life. Thus, at times, she feels that succumbing to death might be preferable. I can comprehend her state of mind, recognizing that she speaks truthfully. Furthermore, her demeanor reveals that she is indeed an intellectually astute and wise black woman. Otherwise, she would not possess the knowledge to navigate a vessel or operate the anchoring machinery. Other women have been aboard for half a year, yet remain oblivious, enduring daily torment from men, living a life worse than death. Some afflicted women are cast into the ocean to feed the fish. The captain has long understood that ill women are not permitted on the ship. Thus, even if male crew members contract infectious diseases, they are not executed, but rather removed from the pirate ship, permanently forfeiting this lucrative profession. This revelation surprised me, as most pirates of yore were riddled with ailments, reckless miscreants. However, according to Sandy, this change arose after a female humanitarian doctor, who had traveled to Africa for medical aid, was captured aboard, subsequently improving sanitary conditions on the ship. Tragically, that doctor succumbed to illness. It was her sacrifice that awakened the captain to this critical awareness. After all, what is wealth without life to enjoy it? In the captain's quarters, I discovered an abundance of safety supplies for both genders, indicating that these women might indeed be free from infection, thanks to that humanitarian doctor. Though she perished, she provided the women aboard with at least a semblance of safety. The grand vessel sailed westward in waters approximately 300 meters from shore. Yet I remained apprehensive of running aground, as the vicinity near the island is densely strewn with rocks. The only source of reassurance was that the ship was quite empty, with shallow draft. Had it been laden with cargo, the risk of grounding would have been significantly heightened. Soon, we approached the lagoon's entrance. Unable to discern the conditions of the waters, I resolved against entering the lagoon that night, thus dropping an anchor chain. The ship swiftly stabilized upon the sea, and I returned to the cabin. I observed that the women were awake, awaiting my descent to announce their impending fates. Though they had not left the cabin, they were not foolish. They understood that I had dealt with all pirates attempting to board, alongside the snipers on shore. They likely perceived me as one of the mercenaries. Their future, too, might be entwined with control or death. After all, in this lawless expanse of open sea, losing their value could lead to a commonplace demise. I regarded them with a serious gaze. You must obey my commands without question. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you burdensome souls. Is that understood? I inquired coldly. All 8 women nodded in agreement. I felt no need to extend kindness, for such gestures could incite rebellious thoughts. Resistance does not only arise in confrontational circumstances, but can emerge when one believes they can challenge you without perceiving you as a threat. Much like the benevolent, who are often inexplicably victimized by others. Although these two situations are incomparable, they share certain fundamental principles. Therefore, I maintain an image of wielding power, which serves as a significant deterrent to them, as they have previously been subjected to the tyranny of pirates, leading to their subjugation. There is no need to instill in them a yearning for freedom. As long as they remain obedient and are no longer subjected to abuse, they will behave like docile slaves. I instructed them to clean the area thoroughly to avoid contamination and, once finished, to cleanse themselves before returning to their quarters for rest. They are not to set foot on the main deck without my command. Do you understand? I stated coldly. They all nodded in agreement and began their tasks. I directed Sandy to accompany me to the main deck to clear away the corpses and bloodstains. I warned her not to touch any weapons on the bodies, or I would kill her the moment she attempted to seize one. I also informed Sandy that our delay in leaving was due to others on the island needing to board the ship. Once we completed certain tasks, I would grant her freedom. Sandy nodded, unwilling to speak further. Women like Sandy possess wisdom, insight, and a measure of courage that surpasses that of others. I needed to offer her some hope. Otherwise, she might act foolishly, believing that she could overpower me and sail away. I began by retrieving the pirate weapons from the deck before instructing Sandy to call another woman to assist in lifting the corpses and disposing of them in the water. I had no desire to come into contact with the bodies to avoid unnecessary infection. Although Sandy claimed there were no pathogens, this could not be guaranteed, as some germs might be present to which they had developed immunity, but I, as a new crew member, did not. After clearing the deck, I then had Sandy and the women clean the main and upper decks, ultimately sanitizing them with alcohol. By the time the 2 levels of the ship were spotless, the women were utterly exhausted. After taking cold showers, each wrapped themselves in tattered clothing and crawled under thin blankets. These blankets were meager, as the pirates had spent long periods in tropical regions, and there were limited warm blankets aboard. Sandy could only find 4 spare quilts for them to cover themselves with. To my dismay, I noted that the pirates were also scantily clad, clearly not intending to remain on the island for long. Otherwise, they would have procured warmer supplies before departing. Although winter had yet to arrive, the nights were still quite cold. Upon returning to the captain's quarters, where the armory is located, I closed the door, allowing myself to rest without concern for the women approaching. It was only then that I shed my damp clothing and entered the private captain's bathroom for a relaxing hot shower before donning a clean camouflage outfit and reclining in the captain's bed. This room was far cleaner than the communal sleeping quarters. Sandy likely served the captain here regularly, and I could not dwell on it too much. Resting in this place was certainly more comfortable than in the makeshift shelters on the island. I could not help but wonder whether Catherine and Julia were faring any better in the hands of their captors. Everything will yield results only after dawn. Chapter 124. Entering the Saline River. Since departing from the medical ship, I have never enjoyed such restful repose as I did today. A soothing hot bath followed by reclining on the soft, pristine bed. Such simple comfort stirred profound emotions within me. I pondered how joyful Julia and Catherine would be if they could also lie here. Yet, they remain under the control of their captors. Their ability to achieve restful slumber or even avoid the biting cold remains uncertain. The threat to their lives is a looming specter. After all, those killers are far from benevolent. Although they might refrain from tormenting them for my sake, the situation would shift drastically if they attempted to escape. Exhaustion soon enveloped me, and I swiftly succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, no one disturbed the cockpit door, nor did anyone knock upon my cabin door. It was not until the dawn's first light filtered through the window that I lazily opened my eyes, greeted by the opulent captain's quarters, which bestowed upon me the illusion of returning to the civilized world, resting in a hotel. I relished this feeling, but knew I could not indulge in it. For upon opening the door, I would be thrust back into the harshness of reality. I could not abandon the two women. If I sailed away, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The thought of their helplessness and expectation of me in their final moments, alongside their past kindness, rendered me unable to leave coldly. After arming myself, I completed my morning routine and stepped out of the lounge. I descended to glance at the weary women from the previous night. Their bodies intertwined beneath a quilt, their exposed faces furrowed in worry, revealing that even in sleep, they could not find solace. The perilous environment made it exceedingly difficult for them to return to a state of normalcy. Even upon returning to civilized society, their minds would remain unwell, as this harrowing experience would haunt them like a nightmare for the rest of their lives. A few women maintained relatively calm expressions. They were the young black women. Their days aboard the ship might have been more pleasant than those on land, for in coastal African nations rife with piracy, many ordinary citizens struggle to find food. On board, they are afforded daily meals, the only cost being their subservience to men's whims. In the face of hunger, they do not perceive this as a loss of dignity. In contrast, the few white women, some merely 21, appeared akin to naive university students on an ill-fated trip to Africa, tormented daily by their captors. They likely long for death. Alas, even death requires courage. I refrained from waking them and returned to the upper deck. The morning sea breeze, warmed by the sun, retained a hint of coolness, yet was infinitely more comfortable than the night before. I gazed at the lagoon, encircled by its watery embrace resembling an ear ring. Its thickness a mere 5 to 10 meters, elevated just slightly above sea level. A single wave could easily wash over the lagoon, yet it is adorned with lush greenery, adding vibrancy and resilient character to its landscape. If, at this moment, a sniper were lying in ambush on the shore, he would have to remain prone on that narrow islet throughout the night. The distance to other locations would render them ineffective for a shot. However, enduring a night in such a position would exponentially increase the likelihood of being attacked by crocodiles to nearly 100%. Thus, it would be unwise for a sniper to lie in wait there. My concern, therefore, does not lie with the sniper, but rather with the circumstances following the arrival of the large vessel. Even the most seasoned captain would not dare to navigate such treacherous waters lightly. Yet I need not be overly anxious, for the ship transporting gold has already taken the risk and ventured in. Thus, the safety of my empty vessel entering should be relatively high. Although this direction leads northwest, it is highly probable that the gold-laden ships approach from the southeast. They would certainly not enter the brackish river from that side, as it flows downstream, and the river's width is insufficient for a vessel to turn around. Should a ship anchor in the river, the current would inevitably push it off course, leaving it trapped in the channel forever. Therefore, the gold-carrying vessels must ascend the river against the current from this side. I stood atop the lookout tower, observing the entrance to the lagoon. The morning's crystalline waters allowed me to discern the depths and the distribution of the underwater rocks. With ample assurance, I returned to awaken the women and instructed Sandy to prepare breakfast for everyone. Sandy appeared to be well acquainted with this role aboard the ship, skillfully locating the necessary eggs and various ingredients. As a model, she possessed remarkable height and beauty, her chocolate-hued skin accentuating the brilliance of her teeth and the white sclera of her eyes. She kindly prepared the first breakfast for me, fried rice with eggs. I watched her as she cooked, untroubled by any fears of poisoning, for there were unlikely to be any dangerous substances aboard. Although the pirates were arrogant, they were not ignorant of safety. If the ship's provisions were to spoil, they would face dire consequences in this confined space. Additionally, the women had never left the vessel, so they would not have had access to any poisons. However, the pirates did possess a considerable amount of products like marijuana for their own leisure. These were stored in the supply room, rolled into shapes resembling cigarettes, and during their idle moments, the pirates would indulge in smoking them. The women were sometimes compelled to partake as well, and they may have already become addicted. Such substances are best avoided, as they can adversely affect one's emotions, memory, brain function, and immune system, leading to a myriad of serious consequences. Many mercenaries with poor self-control have succumbed to such vices. Naturally, I would refrain from engaging with them. Otherwise, my reactions and thoughts would become exceedingly sluggish. In the face of danger, my body and mind would fail to respond, leaving me with no escape. Thus, while Sandy prepared breakfast, I seized the opportunity to dispose of those substances into the sea. In addition to their various pastimes, such as smoking cigars, cigarettes, chewing gum, playing cards, and engaging with gaming machines, pirates also regarded women as merely one option among many. After breakfast, we weighed anchor once more, and the grand vessel glided slowly into the lagoon. Upon entering the lagoon, we made our way directly to the broad mouth of the salty river, flanked by mangroves, where the crocodiles retreated at the sight of our ship. A mere 15 minutes later, we found ourselves within the salty river. The temperature dropped several degrees instantly, and flocks of seabirds were startled into flight from the lush mangroves lining the banks. Our ship resembled a colossal steel beast navigating through a primeval jungle. Amidst the melodious chirping of birds, we arrived at the very stretch of river where Belle had been interrogated. I promptly instructed Sandy to reverse the propeller to slow our progress, then began to drop anchor, this time deploying both anchors to ensure the ship could remain stable in the center of the river, rather than drifting towards either bank. Now, we awaited the arrival of Pawnee and Hella. Chapter 125. Ignoring the greatest variables, we have taken our positions. Where do you find yourselves? I retrieved Bald Jack's headset and, seated on the bridge with my back against the wall, called out to Hella. My current position was exceedingly exposed. Other mercenaries lurked within the jungle, unscathed by the pirates. And should they become aware of my presence here, they would stealthily approach the vicinity of the ship like assassins. At that moment, they could open fire upon us from the vessel. Thus, it was imperative to exercise utmost caution. I dared not rise and expose myself at the window. Simultaneously, I directed the 8 women to the deck to survey the banks. Although they would likely be unable to detect the mercenaries' disguises, their presence might inadvertently draw gunfire. Should shots ring out, I could swiftly retaliate in that direction. Surely, the mercenaries who had been driven into the jungle by the pirates and forced to endure a night in the cold would return to the shore by day to gather intelligence. They would discover that the pirate ship had vanished. The bodies of pirates and speedboats would not have entirely washed away from the coast. Some remains would inevitably be cast ashore. In that moment, they would comprehend the nature of the battle that had transpired by the sea the previous night. The remaining mercenaries would undoubtedly scout the jungle, making the discovery of our ship an eventuality, unless Pawnee deceived them into believing that he had single-handedly repelled the pirates, thereby temporarily misleading the mercenaries and persuading them to remain complacent in their tents, waiting for the supply ship's arrival. The mercenaries would trust Pawnee, for had he not warned them to flee, they would have all perished at the hands of the pirates. Therefore, I resorted to Bald Jack's headset rather than walkie-talkie, as the latter could easily be intercepted by nearby mercenaries. Of course, it was also possible that some astute mercenaries had followed the pirates back to shore the previous night and overheard my conversation with Pawnee and Hella. If that is the case, then some of those mercenaries must be aware of our gold-seeking plans and may be lying in wait around the grand ship. Should they launch a surprise attack on us, they would undoubtedly achieve great renown. Currently, I am on guard against this very possibility. Moreover, Hella and her companions must have met with Pawnee last night to discuss strategies for dealing with the remaining mercenaries. I wonder how their deliberations fared. I wait patiently for Hella's response. If I receive no reply soon, I shall have no choice but to resort to the intercom. However, using the intercom means I cannot directly call Pawnee. Rather, I must lure out any lurking mercenaries in the vicinity to eliminate them before I can devise any further plans. After approximately 5 minutes, Hella's voice finally reached my earpiece. Dylan, the plan may have changed. This was the last thing I wanted to hear, prompting me to inquire. What has happened? My mind raced with speculations about potential changes, But what Hella said next drew my attention away from critical issue. Catherine persuaded them. She left the island last night and headed to the mothership we came from. Hella expressed her frustration. What do you mean? Are they summoning most of your crew? I asked, puzzled. We hardly have a large force. We merely rented a fishing boat at great expense to wait for us along the eastern coast. Hella's words illuminated the truth. They were indeed a band of assassins conspiring to seize the gold. Naturally, their primary objective in coming was reconnaissance. Should they ascertain that this island indeed conceals a treasure, they would promptly retreat, either to summon others to seize the gold or to sell the information for profit. However, if Catherine could propose a more lucrative opportunity, those mercenaries, driven by greed, would surely follow suit. Furthermore, Catherine had previously collaborated with them. Damn it! I cursed inwardly, realizing I had overlooked the cunning and manipulative politician that Catherine was. She aligned herself with me out of necessity, but now, in the company of those assassins, whom she had once partnered with, she would undoubtedly prefer to exploit them. This would enable her to expedite her escape from the island and secure her safety in returning home. I truly underestimated this woman. Is that little girl in your possession? I asked urgently, deeply concerned for Joie's safety. I found it hard to gauge Catherine's emotional landscape and whether she held any affection for Joie. No, I left her behind. That is precisely how I came to know this information. Hella replied, that shouldn't be the case. What about your boyfriend, Billy? I probed, still skeptical of her words. How do you know of his existence? Hella retorted, somewhat surprised. I witnessed everything that transpired near the arrow poison tree. I stated plainly. At this moment, Hella must have felt quite embarrassed. When the bald-headed Jack barged in, he spotted her rendezvousing with Billy, never expecting I would also be present. Fully aware that I had the opportunity to eliminate them. He is dead, killed by those filthy bastards. Hyla was not as awkward as I had imagined. Instead, she spoke with profound anger. Upon hearing her words, I finally comprehended the gravity of her earlier tone. Why must we kill him? I inquired in astonishment. For such a scenario seemed implausible, given their prior alliance. Catherine had persuaded them, and both Hyla and Billy could have easily joined forces with them. Thus, there was no justification for slaying a comrade. Moreover, with Billy dead, it was improbable that Julia would escape unscathed. This predicament was my fault. It appeared that Hyla harbored unspoken burdens. First, bring Jia back. Speaking over the radio is unsafe. I urged. I was eager to uncover the unfolding events between them and the conspiracies at play. Chapter 126. Hyla's tears someone is approaching. At that moment, Sandy shouted from the lookout. From which direction? I hastily asked. Upon hearing Sandy mention the east, I cautiously peered toward the riverbank. Two women, burdened with camouflage backpacks and accompanied by a dog, were making their way toward us. Those two were none other than Julia and Hyla. Hyla had already spotted the large ship anchored in the river. I see you. Is there anyone tailing you? I inquired again through the earpiece directed at Hyla. No one has been detected, she replied. A twinge of concern crept in. I suspected that Hyla might be deceiving me, for I was an outsider to them. If those 5 assassins conspired against me, it was entirely plausible they could use this ruse to expose me and then strike from the shadows. Let me speak with Julia, I requested of Hyla. She did not refuse, and promptly positioned the earpiece next to Julia's ear. Since the earpiece was connected to the power source and receiver, both of which were on Hyla, she could not walk behind the cover to converse with me privately. Julia, is Billy dead? I asked directly, knowing Julia had been with those assassins for an entire day and should know whom I referred to. Yes, dead. They killed him. Julia sobbed. What kind of person was Billy? I inquired, for Julia's tears suggested either she had been coerced or that Billy had treated her well. Witnessing someone who had been kind to her being slain would undoubtedly cause her deep sorrow, especially in dire times when the person who had aided her was killed before her eyes. Thus, my question was earnest. This response could not have been fabricated. Uncle Billy was a kind man. He took good care of me, Julia replied, her voice thick with anguish. I could discern that her sorrow and fear were genuine. All right, return the earpiece to Hyla, I instructed. Julia complied, handing the device back to Hyla, who, being astute, understood the significance of our brief exchange. Now, do you believe me? Hyla asked, her voice tinged with irritation. I felt helpless, facing assassins more cunning than a fox, and knew I had to tread cautiously. It was merely a routine inquiry, and I found myself sympathizing with your plight. However, we are all unfortunate souls, and our lives are not to be trifled with. Allow me to shield your passage across," I proclaimed, retrieving an AK-47 from the armory. This firearm, while not possessing great initial velocity, could penetrate the water to a depth of over a meter. Had we employed a sniper rifle, the bullets would have shattered upon striking the water surface. At high speeds, the rapidity of the projectile makes it increasingly difficult to penetrate the depths. A crossbow, on the other hand, would not suffice for swiftly targeting multiple foes. "Very well, let us not be devoured by crocodiles," Hella remarked. I emerged from the cabin, instructing the women to lower the side netting. Concurrently, I procured a bundle of rope from the vessel and forcefully cast it towards the riverbank, a distance of over 10 meters. "Bind your backpacks to the rope," I directed, as Juya and Hella swiftly secured their belongings. I then hastily reeled in the rope. The backpacks briefly skimmed the water surface, absorbing little moisture before I retrieved them onto the deck. The two women promptly plunged into the river, splashing towards the grand vessel, and the dog, under Jia's guidance, followed suit. Jia, frail in stature, struggled to keep pace with Hella, who had already begun to ascend the side netting, positioned midway between the ship and the bank. Before long, the commotion stirred the camouflaged crocodiles lurking by the water's edge. Those oblivious reptiles began to glide toward the rippling waters where Juya was floundering. Without hesitation, I aimed my AK-47 at the oblivious predators, causing Juya to nearly submerge in fright. "Juya, hurry!" I shouted, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Amidst the cacophony, Juya overcame her terror and finally swam towards us, her slender fingers grasping the side netting, pulling her drenched form onto the deck. Exhausted from her efforts, she collapsed in pain once she reached safety. I instructed the women to hoist the dog aboard, retract the side netting, and then led Juya and Hella into the captain's quarters. There, they would find dry clothes and hot water. "You must change out of your wet garments promptly and wash up inside to avoid succumbing to a chill," I advised Juya and Hella. This marked Hella's first formal encounter with me. Though we had crossed paths previously, she had never truly engaged with me directly. It was evident that she harbored some preconceived notions about me, a robust Asian man, and I could sense the discrepancy between her expectations and reality reflected in her gaze. "Jia, you should go wash up first. I will join you shortly," Hella urged, shivering like a drowned rat. Juya complied and made her way into the bathroom. Dressed in her wet camouflage, Hella extended her hand, requesting a cigar. I obliged and lit it for her. Hella was evidently still engulfed in sorrow and fury. Unable to reconcile with the fact of Billy's demise, her eyes reddened with grief. "I shall not let those brutes escape my wrath." Hella inhaled deeply from the cigar, her enchanting eyes ablaze with vengeance. "Why did they kill Billy and spare Juya?" I inquired, still perplexed by the enigma. Juya was spared from death, not because she was inconsequential to them, but rather due to Catherine's intervention, allowing the girl to survive. Billy, however, was at odds with their scheme, leading to a heated dispute that resulted in his untimely demise. They were acutely aware that upon my return, I would not let them off the hook, so they hastily departed without waiting for me. Hella, recalling these events, clenched her jaw in distress. What plan did they have? And why did Billy dissent? This was my fault. I had assured Billy that after this final heist, we would retire, and with the knowledge of my pregnancy. He was resolute in his unwillingness to collaborate further with them. Yet, Catherine's plan held a lethal allure for the other three. At this point, Hella tenderly caressed her abdomen. A silence enveloped me. For a couple of assassins yearning for retirement, the prospect of freedom and familial bliss was tantalizingly close, rendering them averse to further risks. I could feel Hella's anguish in that moment. A woman on the brink of motherhood. Her sole desire was to complete one last task and then relish a peaceful existence with her beloved in a tranquil land. However, this simple wish was marred by unforeseen complications. They had effectively dashed Hella's retirement dreams and her future. Hella would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon her return, and they likely wished to avoid confrontation, opting instead to leave with Catherine under the cover of night aboard the same speedboat. I was at a loss for words to console her, choosing silence while Hella wept quietly. She murmured, "Perhaps this is the fate of individuals like us. We can never return." Chapter 127. A new plan, perhaps, is only after becoming a mother that a cold-blooded female assassin like Hella would exhibit such emotion. I was unaware of how she had embarked on the path of an assassin, yet it was evident from her eyes that she was conflicted. torn between a desire for revenge and the wish to retire. Does Pawnee know about your situation? I inquired. Hela shook her head. He remained behind, gathering the remaining mercenaries by the seaside, deceiving them into believing the pirates had been vanquished. This buys us over 20 days to amass gold. In light of this, we should seize the opportunity to depart. We must leave this treacherous place, and you should give birth to Billy's child, or else. The love between you and Billy will remain unfulfilled, devoid of a testament. I said to Hela. Upon hearing my words, her emotional state became increasingly unstable. Tears that had been held back began to flow. I reached out to take the cigar from her hand. As an assassin, Hela displayed her vulnerable side before me, revealing her reluctance to continue living on edge. Was Billy's death in vain? Hela gritted her teeth, evidently still unwilling to accept this reality. What was Catherine's plan? I shifted the conversation. They ensured Julia was not privy to it. Otherwise, she would not have survived, Hela replied, shaking her head. How far is the other treasure spot known to Pawnee from here? I inquired. Approximately 50 nautical miles, Hela replied. One more question. Those pirates were hired by these mercenaries. Yet Pawnee mentioned that satellite phones are unusable on this island. How then were these pirates notified? I asked. Given that Hela had met with Pawnee, she would certainly not overlook this inquiry. Once they navigate beyond a certain area, they can utilize satellite phones. Moreover, they have collaborated with those pirates numerous times, and the previous encounters went smoothly. However, this time is different. It is perplexing how they discovered the island's secret and aimed to eliminate the mercenaries to seize the gold for themselves, Hela explained. Her words instilled a sense of foreboding within me. Normally, these pirates would not engage in such behavior. Their connection to the warlords suggested that someone had betrayed the island's secret to that warlord, who subsequently dispatched these pirates to gather intelligence. This approach minimizes the cost of acquiring crucial information. After all, the actions of a warlord could easily attract the attention of other military spies, making the pirates' involvement a more clandestine operation. The pirates' one-way journey signaled a clear message to the warlord behind them. Those warlords would undoubtedly come here. Much like the other treasure spot 50 nautical miles away, they were likely transporting gold from that island at this very moment. Once they completed the transport from there, it will be our turn. Each treasure site holds over 40 tons of gold, and there are approximately 200 such sites worldwide. These warlords would never cease their pursuits. Furthermore, upon returning to her country, Catherine would likely leverage the treasure site to coerce the former power holders into collaboration, seeking to topple the current authorities to elevate herself. Should she succeed, her character suggests she would burn bridges to secure her position, ensuring no future repercussions. At that time, she would reclaim the gold, leaving the warlords with little time. They would be compelled to expedite the transportation of the gold. From this reasoning, it seemed inevitable that the warlords would dispatch troops to the island within the next few days. There was no way they could afford over 20 days for gold mining. The notion of 20 days was merely Pawnee's assumption, as the supply ship would only arrive after that duration. For the warlords, following the pirates' incident, their window of opportunity would be exceedingly narrow. Hence, if they failed to establish contact with the pirates within the designated time frame, they would promptly set sail for this island. I shared this deduction with Hela, and she found it quite plausible. If we intended to leave, it was imperative to do so immediately. Any delay might render it too late. As for Pawnee, he was a treasure enthusiast and would undoubtedly resist leaving at this moment. Therefore, I resolved not to disclose this matter to Pawnee. Instead, I planned to depart stealthily under the cover of darkness. Let him and the mercenaries remain on the island. They would then have to face the wrath of the warlord's armed forces. DeLong, I heed your counsel. Although we have failed to seize the gold and lost Billy's life in the process, there exists an ancient Chinese proverb: as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. At this moment, Hyla has come to a realization and speaks with newfound determination. We can only embark at night. It's broad daylight now, and Pawnee will undoubtedly detect our escape. He is a consummate miser, and should we attempt to flee in daylight, he may resort to desperate measures, leading to a perilous confrontation. I conveyed to Hyla. Indeed, that is a distinct possibility. I sensed it when I interacted with him last night, Hyla acknowledged, nodding in agreement with my assessment. While Pawnee alone may not pose a significant threat to us, our departure would sever his dreams of fortune, likely inciting him to hastily commandeer a speedboat and summon reinforcements via satellite phone. The reinforcements are regular troops, should they lose their position. They will undoubtedly disclose the location of the hidden gold, allowing the military to reclaim it. Inform the reinforcements that someone has absconded with the gold aboard a pirate ship. At that juncture, a swarm of warships might scour the Indian Ocean, and ports across coastal nations would be sealed. We would find it nearly impossible to land nearby. Should we attempt to reach Africa, their satellites would swiftly detect us, and we would be intercepted in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Last night, his claim of lacking a satellite phone was a blatant falsehood. After all, who alerted the pirates? Though he may not possess Bell's intelligence, he certainly has his own survival strategies, and engaging him in a deadly confrontation would be ill-advised. Hyla comprehends this reality as well. Pawnee shared with Hyla his method of contacting the pirates, which explains his lack of concern about my awareness of his satellite phone. His intention was to caution Hyla and me against making off with the gold without him. Otherwise, he would unleash the regular troops upon us. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that our plans have shifted. Thus, under the cover of night, we shall quietly set sail, and by the time he realizes our absence, we should have already landed. At that moment, Julia emerged from her bath. Without a change of clothes, she stepped out in her natural state. Her youthful form illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. "Uncle, do you have any clothes to spare?" Julia implored, her arms crossed over her chest in a pitiful manner. I retrieved a set of camouflage attire from the wardrobe for her. Though it was not a perfect fit, it was better than being unclothed. "Hyla, you should also take a shower. Given your current condition, you must not expose yourself to the chill. I shall fetch you some clothing," I suggested to Hyla. Hyla nodded, grateful for my concern, and proceeded directly to the bathroom. Chapter 128. Deeper issues. Julia sat aboard the vessel, drying her damp hair with a clean towel, while I indulged in Hyla's unfinished cigar. Upon reflection, Catherine's departure is indeed understandable. Had she remained here, she would likely have faced capture, resulting in her complete downfall. As the former sovereign has abdicated, there exists no regular military force to mobilize. Should this island fall into the hands of rival factions, it would likely result in a massacre, or at the very least, mercenaries driven by survival would divulge the locations of hidden treasures. Agents dispersed across the globe, upon receiving such intelligence, would swiftly deploy regular troops to secure the area. These regular forces are what Pawnee refers to as the main contingent, in stark contrast to the mercenary battalions. The former sovereign could not possibly sustain a large contingent of mercenaries poised for conflict, particularly when they remain mostly idle. Unlike certain mercenary companies, whose operatives are perpetually engaged in service worldwide, ensuring their patrons continuously provide remuneration, mercenary firms are not burdened with the costs of idle personnel. I also harbor suspicions that the former sovereign did not station mercenaries at every treasure site. It is not merely a matter of expense. For maintaining a cadre of 30 mercenaries at a single site would not deplete significant resources. The real concern lies in the constant supply shipments to these treasure locations, which would inevitably expose them. Hence, I suspect that only a few islands are fortified with mercenaries, while others remain unguarded. The reasons for the presence of mercenaries on only select islands may be due to factors unknown to me. After all, the intricacies of political machinations are concocted by think tanks, far beyond the comprehension of a mere mercenary, such as myself. Yet one day, this incident of stolen gold will incite a more significant political upheaval, at which point all shall be revealed. It is evident why a former head of state would orchestrate such an event upon taking office, with a timeline aligning precisely with his downfall. The monumental conspiracy concealed within this narrative is beyond the grasp of someone as insignificant as I. I chose not to linger in the lounge, stepping out onto the deck. Julia followed me outside, with a carcass of a crocodile, gunned down in the saline river below, attracted the attention of other predators. The turbulent waters captivated the gaze of the 8 women on deck, who observed with a mix of awe and trepidation, akin to a group of tourists embarking on a boat tour of a subtropical island. Had they donned more tropical attire and adorned themselves with finer makeup, they might have resembled a gathering of affluent ladies seeking to savor the unrefined charm of the subtropics. I instructed them to return to the second deck, as I needed to interrogate them regarding their origins. It is perilous to keep a group of women whose backgrounds I do not comprehend close to me. However, I could not resort to violence against them, for that would betray my conscience, unless they pose a mortal threat, which, at present, did not seem evident. The women follow me back to the cabin, where they settled onto the bunk beds. The second deck had been thoroughly cleaned the previous night, devoid of the unpleasant odors that had lingered upon their arrival. The lower deck was cooler than the upper, and the women, clad in light garments, wrapped themselves in thin blankets, casting puzzled and anxious glances at me and Julia, awaiting my instructions. I called for Sandy. I requested Sandy to provide me with an introduction to the basic backgrounds of these individuals. I sought to comprehend their original professions and nationalities, as well as the reasons that brought them aboard the pirate ship. Upon hearing my inquiry, Sandy appeared somewhat taken aback, likely not anticipating my interest in these women. After all, they were merely ordinary women, as lowly as the African female slaves from centuries past. If I so desired, I could easily dominate their bodies and lives. Their only plea to me was to spare their lives, willing to comply with any demands I might have. Who would truly care to understand a group of such humble beings? In Sandy's gaze, an inexplicable gratitude suddenly emerged towards me, though she remained unaware that my motivations were not rooted in compassion, but rather in self-preservation. I first had Sandy introduce their names and experiences, and once the conversation flowed, I allowed them to introduce themselves. I could discern the truths and falsehoods in their accounts through their subtle expressions. It is natural for everyone to possess privacy and hesitate to share certain aspects of their lives, and as long as it posed no threat to our collective existence, I generally refrained from probing further. After their self-introductions, I learned that 5 of the young white women were university students. They had traveled together in the Indian Ocean, only to tragically encounter pirates. Due to their appealing appearances, the pirate captain had decided to keep them aboard, intending to alleviate the crew's loneliness for a time before demanding a hefty ransom from their home countries. They had already endured 3 months of torment at the hands of the pirates, yet fortunately, none were pregnant. In addition to Sandy, there were 2 black women. One had voluntarily come to the island seeking to earn money, while the other had been purchased from a widow in Somalia. Originally, there had been 5 black girls on the ship, 3 of whom were there to earn money and 2 were bought. However, after the arrival of the 5 white women, the 3 slightly less attractive black girls were sold off to older men in Kenya as wives. Thus, only these 8 women remained. These women's backgrounds seemed relatively untainted, posing no significant danger. Furthermore, with an average age of 21 and decent appearances, they had, under the pirates' torment, lost the delicate essence of womanhood. In comparison to Julia, despite enduring hardships both at sea and on land, still retained a unique elegance and refinement. These women had all but lost their former luster. Their eyes appeared vacant, as if the mere approach of a man would instinctively compel them to kneel or assume a position that facilitated the man's actions. There was no sign of dignity or the resilience of humanity, more vacant and numb than the overworked urbanites who toiled for 30 days straight. I empathize with them. However, each individual has their own destiny. The repercussions they face are largely a result of their ignorance and excessive self-confidence. Blaming anyone serves no purpose, for both life and body belong to oneself. Should we escape this island, their tragic fates would, in a sense, reach an end. This experience will undoubtedly imbue them with a deeper appreciation for their new lives. Yet my own dismal fate shall not find solace simply because the ship docks. Only by returning to my homeland can my soul attain freedom and renewal. At this moment, Hella emerged, having finished her bath and donned a new camouflage outfit. Cascading golden waves framed her exquisite face, adorned with the refined features of a Western woman. Most striking were her eyes, a captivating shade of blue reminiscent of an artist's palette, stirring emotions within those who beheld her. Hella's refreshed aura radiated wildness and sharpness, confidence and wisdom. Standing before this group of women, she undeniably exuded the presence of a queen. Chapter 129. Pawnee VI, I instructed Sandy to prepare breakfast in the kitchen, while the other women were free to roam the deck, keeping a vigilant watch on both shores. Jia had also made her way to the deck to bask in the sun. Hella and I returned to the captain's lounge, awaiting contact from Pawnee. Pawnee would certainly reach out to us. However, he could not establish communication from the camp, and to avoid detection by other mercenaries, he needed to approach this vicinity to contact us while also changing the communication frequency. Hella sat on the edge of the bed, drying her damp hair with a towel. I inquired whether, during our confrontation in the forest park back home, she had been lying in ambush on the opposite hillside, waiting for me to reveal myself. Hella nodded without hesitation. I had assumed that when those individuals scoured the mountain for my whereabouts, she would have vacated her rocky concealment. Instead, she remained there, like a turtle retreating into its shell until nightfall. She remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you not afraid of being discovered by the security personnel?" I asked. I disguised myself remarkably well. They walked right past me without noticing. There were many times I considered leaving, yet I could not find a more opportune moment. And thus I lingered until dusk, Hella replied, shrugging her shoulders. Fortunately, they did not bring hunting dogs. Otherwise, you may not have escaped, I said. Perhaps not. I released a chemical powder that stimulates canine senses in the vicinity, so any approaching dogs would have to take a detour, Hella noted. Though Hella is a female sniper, she possesses a delicate sensibility and meticulous reasoning. Without either, she would not have survived to this day. DeLong, do you know who is responsible for the elimination of your Tsonglong organization? Hella inquired with a sense of accomplishment. Was it the regular army, under the pretext of eradicating terrorists, that did this? Surely this is more complex than it seems. I frowned as I questioned her. This is merely the surface. Those in power could easily dissolve your group. Unfortunately, a member among you pilfered incriminating evidence against the authorities, which triggered this calamity. That individual was later apprehended, and through severe interrogation, those documents were uncovered, leading to your group's downfall, Hella explained. How do you know all of this? I asked. The authorities apprehended the thief of documents through our connections. We are not their exclusive assassins, but merely hired hands. Thus, this matter does not threaten our safety. You are fortunate. Others have met their demise, Hella remarked. Why me? I inquired, perplexed. You should be grateful for your blood type and organs. Precisely what the former ruler required. He purchased your life from the authorities for a handsome sum. After all, no one is indifferent to gold, Hella explained. So, I owe my gratitude to the former ruler? That old wretch should have exchanged organs with me in the homeland rather than come to the Indian Ocean, leaving me with no means to escape. I retorted. Indeed, they found themselves in a predicament. On one hand, the homeland is rife with spies. On the other, the gold transactions occur in Indonesia. Thus, by a twist of fate, you were delivered to a medical ship in international waters. As you know, many affluent individuals from North America and Europe procure organs in this vicinity rather than locally. I was aware of this due to the well-established organ trafficking network here, which allows the wealthy to evade legal complications entirely. They transported me to the medical ship, and aside from the lengthy journey, there were no lingering concerns. The former ruler, unable to acquire my organs, must be suffering greatly now, I mocked. You think too much. You are merely one of his candidates. The replacement of organs does not guarantee full compatibility, necessitating numerous suitable matches. As you were slated for execution, you were simply the first to be chosen, Hella responded. At this, I was genuinely disgusted by these beasts. They toyed with power and lives, wielding the world's wealth, truly the apex players of this realm. Fortunately, death is impartial to all. Otherwise, allowing such individuals to maintain supreme authority would be a terrifying prospect. As we engaged in idle chatter, the intercom crackled to life. Calling Dylan, calling Hella, this is Pawnee. Hella and I exchanged glances. He has finally arrived. He truly fears our escape, doesn't he? Shall we lure him aboard and eliminate him? Hella suggested tentatively. I shook my head. Though he may not be particularly astute, he will not meet us until the gold is secured. Deceiving him into boarding would raise his suspicions. Regardless, we plan to leave tonight. Let it be. Very well. You handle it, Hella nodded. I pressed the intercom button. Received. What's the situation on your end? All is well here. Today was spent clearing the corpses of those natives. Those damned pirates slaughtered them all, leaving me unable to send anyone to you for gold. Pani exclaimed angredi. Where exactly is the gold located? I asked. It is in a stretch of river where Bell was killed. You should be stationed there now, correct? Pani replied. Certainly. We remain here. I could not help but glance outside, uncertain whether that fellow Pawnee was in the vicinity. If he were to discover that the other assassins were absent, it could arouse suspicion. Let's discuss how we shall mine for gold, I suggested. This was precisely the reason I reached out to you. Today, I captured a living pirate, from whom I discerned a means to contact the warlord behind them. I plan to leverage this connection to inform the warlord that we have secured the area, allowing them to transport the gold mining equipment to us. At that point, we can take control of that group. You truly are audacious, I exclaimed in astonishment. There was no alternative. That warlord is the one governing the gold deposits within 50 nautical miles. He possesses complete gold mining apparatus, and utilizing their equipment to retrieve the gold would be ideal. Furthermore, even if we chose not to proceed, they might send troops directly, making our situation even more precarious. Pawnee replied, "Very well. When do they arrive?" I inquired. "They might arrive this afternoon." "I already sped over to the non-restricted area this morning to make a call," Pawnee responded. "Did you not claim there was no satellite phone?" I feigned annoyance. "Mr. Dillon, with your keen intellect, how could I possibly deceive you?" Pawnee retorted. "Now, remember to ambush those individuals. Compel them to assist us in retrieving the gold, and then eliminate them." Pawnee cackled wickedly. Chapter 130. Merciful God, we stood watch by the seaside. Once they arrive, I shall notify you. There is no need for you to emerge. I will inform them that we have anchored the ship within the river, allowing them to navigate into the lagoon without suspicion upon seeing the pirate vessel. Pawnee stated, "On what basis do you believe they will fully trust you?" I queried. "Because we have captured the pirate captain. I interrogated him last night. They have a code, and we have matched it with the warlords. When the salvage vessel arrives, you will simply need to confirm the code again," Pawnee explained. "What is the secondary code?" I asked. I need not ascertain the credibility of this code for Pawnee. As a marksman, undoubtedly comprehends interrogation techniques. If he were unable to verify the accuracy of the code, he would not divulge it. Moreover, discerning the truth of the code is not particularly arduous. Trained professionals possess numerous methods to ascertain the veracity of the intelligence derived from interrogation. Techniques include observing microexpressions, rapid questioning, espionage rhetoric, and feigning the capture of a second accomplice for interrogation. Particularly, the latter method nearly guarantees authentic intelligence. The procedure unfolds as follows. A third party approaches in view of the subject and claims to have captured a second pirate. The interrogator then stands, adopting a domineering posture, which can psychologically pressure the subject, informing them that they are to interrogate the newly apprehended pirate, and upon return, re-interrogate the subject. If the information provided by both parties does not align, they will simultaneously lose a finger. During the initial interrogation, regardless of the truth of their statements, a finger must be severed. If the statements of the interrogated are indeed truthful, his emotional expressions will be characterized by profound anger, complaints, curses, helplessness, and tears. During the second interrogation, in order to avoid further mutilation, the subject must ensure that the information aligns with both parties. Should he fail to do so, the only recourse to evade further harm would be to disclose the veritable intelligence. If his credibility is in question, another finger may be severed. Generally speaking, unless one is a professionally trained assassin or operative, the loss of a single digit is often sufficient to extract accurate information. There exist numerous other methods as well, but it is unnecessary to enumerate them all. Pawnee relayed the secondary code to me and discussed the frequency to be utilized for our next communication. Given that we are currently using a public frequency, any interception by rival mercenaries could lead to significant complications. "Dylan, let us leave it at that for now. Await my good news," Pawnee exclaimed with unbridled excitement, completely oblivious to the absence of other assassins surrounding us, save for myself and Hella. After muting the intercom, I exchanged a glance with Hella. Pawnee, in his eagerness, inadvertently jeopardized our plan. It appeared that our escape this evening was thwarted. I sighed, acknowledging that while Pawnee may lack skill, fortune seemed to favor him consistently. Had Bell possessed even half of his luck, he might have evaded death. Let us simply await the salvage vessel. Perhaps we could escape with a shipload of gold alongside Pawnee and his companions, Hella suggested. I nodded, recognizing that this was our only viable course of action at present. Initially, our intention to flee stemmed from the inability to conduct a swift salvage operation, lest we fall victim to bombardments by warlords and regular troops. Now that the salvage vessel has arrived, retrieving the gold from the riverbed will not consume much time. It is far more convenient than salvaging from the sea, where the depths and rugged underwater terrain necessitate extensive diving operations and salvage robots. Here, it suffices to have a salvage net. Experienced salvagers would attach weighted spheres to either side of the net and drag it underwater. The gold and gravel would be hoisted from the riverbed by the steel net. The vessel's lifting apparatus would gradually retract the net, completing the salvage in a day or two. This endeavor could be deemed half successful. Hella's expression, too, appeared somewhat more relaxed. She would not succumb to prolonged sorrow over the loss of a loved one, as an ordinary woman might. While her heart bore wounds, she would allow them to settle to avoid impairing her professional capabilities. Hella's assassin codename is Angel. She indeed possesses the visage of an angel and the physique of Siren. Typically, the names of assassins remain obscure, known only by their aliases. As a preparation for severing ties with their organizations and regaining freedom, my own circumstances were more lamentable. Following the annihilation of the Tsanglong organization, I too became a figure of misfortune, leading some insiders to be aware of my true name. For an assassin, this is indeed a most unfortunate predicament. Dylan, do you believe we should devise some contingency plans regarding this matter? What if Pawnee's excessive confidence leads to the warlords uncovering our hidden forces aboard the salvage vessel? Will we not be doomed? After a moment of excitement, Hella directed her inquiry towards me. I had contemplated this issue as well. Pawnee is merely fortunate and not particularly dependable. Although my acquaintance with him has been brief, our encounter last night allowed me to discern his character and modus operandi. Let us have Pawnee send over the pirate captain. If the salvage vessel arrives before dusk, we shall have the captain and the women stand upon the deck to greet them. Once they cast anchor, we can swiftly assassinate the salvage crew. Should there be others aboard, they will surely react. Naturally, to prevent the soldiers on the ship from disembarking and mingling with us before our meeting, we shall descend first and monitor their movement from the lagoon. Should we observe such a scenario, we shall hold the upper hand. Eliminating the warlord subordinates would pose little difficulty. I remarked to Hella, then it is settled. I shall reach out to Pawnee, who has yet to depart. Hella declared, seizing my walkie-talkie, switching to a new frequency to contact Pawnee. Ah, my dear beautiful angel, have you missed me so soon? Pawnee, still buoyed by excitement, flirted with Hella, who chose to ignore his advances. Novice, I require that pirate captain, Hella stated, explaining the situation to Pawnee. He fell momentarily silent, struck dumb. Well, I killed him, Pawnee stammered, his face likely flushed with embarrassment. Hella and I were momentarily speechless. This fool had actually eliminated such a pivotal figure, and without even completing the handover. Surely you jest? Hella pressed, suppressing her anger. I'm not jesting. I interrogated him too harshly. He bled profusely, and seeing his agony, I ended it. Pawnee lamented with a wry smile. Ah, you are indeed a merciful God, Hella replied, her expression darkening. Chapter 131. I shall return. What do we do now? Pawnee asked, his tone laced with helplessness. Clearly, he had not considered the ramifications, believing that merely knowing the code sufficed. After all, the personnel aboard the salvage vessel could not possibly be the warlord himself, and they might not discern the absence of the pirate captain. However, he overlooked the fact that the captain might serve other purposes. This is no longer your concern. Simply inform us when they arrive. I took the walkie-talkie from Hella, switching off the transmission button while retaining the listening function. Hella wore a look of exasperation. Dealing with clever individuals would spare her from frustration. The situation was not dire. Once they entered the brackish waters, they would have no retreat. With one of us on land and the other aboard, we could easily take out the salvage personnel, I asserted. Hella nodded in agreement. I need to rest. I have not slept a wink all night, Hella said wearily. The death of Billy has left her in a fragile mental state, undoubtedly. She did not rest well last night. With the impending battle this afternoon, it is imperative that she maintains her optimal condition. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall refrain from intruding further. I nodded to Hella, who reciprocated, and I exited the lounge. In the corridor, I found Jia seated, and upon noticing my presence, she approached me. You should take a moment to rest below. I imagine you did not sleep well last night. I remarked, observing the weariness in her eyes. It's fine. I will rest after breakfast, she replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Yearning for an embrace, but hesitating to reach out. I sensed the conflict within her. After everything that had transpired, I had become a stranger to her, instilling a sense of all that comes naturally when one holds the power of life and death over another. I took the initiative to envelop her in my arms, at which point she began to weep openly. Everything will be all right. We will leave this place safely, I reassured her. Jia lifted her head from my shoulder, her pitiful expression evoking a deep sense of compassion within me. Uncle, if you knew that Catherine had already departed, would you still have steered the ship in? She posed a rather pragmatic question. My primary objective in returning was to rescue Catherine, for her presence would facilitate my continued survival in the civilized world. Her influence remains potent. As long as she lives, I can secure a more advantageous identity and conditions for self-preservation, perhaps even exact my revenge. Jia, on the other hand, was merely a secondary consideration. After a moment of contemplation, I gently wiped the tears from her face. I will return. In truth, I was uncertain. My return was fraught with peril. Had I known Catherine had left the island, I could have easily departed directly, landing in a nearby country. After some time, I could have contacted Catherine to restore my identity. At that juncture, I would reach out to her to facilitate my return home, and once vengeance was exacted, I could request her assistance in securing a clean new identity, allowing me to return to Russia and eventually come back home under the guise of a retired mercenary. Although this identity might not be esteemed, at the very least, I would not be labeled a criminal. However, such actions would condemn poor Jia to perish on this desolate island, never comprehending why I would so callously abandon her. The helplessness and injustice she would feel in her final moments would remind me of Alina from Ukraine. This guilt may haunt me for a lifetime, my conscience continually reminding me during peaceful days that I had forsaken a gentle girl who had shown me kindness. My father must have contemplated abandoning my mother in Mexico as well, yet his conscience compelled him to return to her side, which ultimately led to my existence. Otherwise, I might have become a member of the Mexican underworld, lost in the shadows of that realm, ultimately unaware of where my lifeless body would be discovered, rotting away on some street frequented by addicts. Upon hearing my response, Juya's eyes glistened with tears, and she clutched me even tighter. After some time, Sandy prepared breakfast. With an abundance of frozen meat aboard the ship, she served everyone a delightful seafood porridge. The flavors were exquisite. It had been quite some time since Juya and I had enjoyed a proper meal, and this feast left us thoroughly satisfied. After breakfast, I suggested that Juya rest on the bunk in our cabin, while I settled in the corridor, indulging in a solitary cigar. Such days of drifting through wind and rain had become second nature to me, yet for Juya and the other women aboard, it was a daunting ordeal. The further they ventured from home, the more the feelings of insecurity and loneliness intensified, fostering a sense of solidarity among them, as they huddled together for warmth. The comfort of the spirit is as vital to humanity as the sustenance of the body. For each individual, such solace may stem from the joys of a happy childhood or the warmth of family. Ultimately, during times of suffering, it is the cherished memories and spiritual anchors that provide healing and encouragement throughout one's life. Should childhood or family be marred by misfortune, the individual may find existence to be profoundly empty and depraved, devoid of steadfast will and purpose. This is particularly true for those rebellious girls who feel unloved and estranged from home. In their moments of anguish and helplessness, any hand extended in assistance, even if it bears ulterior motives, will be grasped as a lifeline. Regardless of how they may be treated, they are unlikely to depart, even willing to compromise their dignity for the sake of a man, lavishing him with their earnings. Their joy becomes contingent upon his happiness, and a mere feigned gaze of concern or a fleeting embrace can evoke a profound sense of self-affirmation within them. It is both pitiable and tragic. Such women are not uncommon across nations. Men, too, exhibit similar behaviors, merely with roles reversed. My deep concern for Anna resonates with this situation, as I too was once rebellious. Discontent with my father's stringent demands, I now reflect on my folly. Despite my understanding of the reasons behind this mindset, I remain unable to dismiss the memory of my first love, who offered me the greatest tenderness during my tribulations. It seems to be the most wondrous time of my life. The more I dwell on it, the more I long for her. Unbeknownst to me, I had finished my cigar, sitting there in a daze, idly lost in thought. Eventually, Hella awoke, roused by hunger. I instructed Sandy to bring me some porridge. I placed it on the table and noted that Hella's spirits were still not quite right. I knew she had exhausted every method to find sleep, likely plagued by many distressing dreams. "Let us eat something," I said to Hella, who glanced at me before suddenly embracing and kissing me. I understood her desire to vent her frustrations, yet I refrained from reciprocating, wishing to spare her any post-event regret. "I'm sorry," Hella wept, revealing her sense of helplessness and confusion upon awakening to find her beloved absent. "It's all right," I replied with little emotional fluctuation, indicating my understanding of her actions. "Do you find it amusing that a killer, like me, possesses such a sentimental nature?" Hella inquired, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Every individual harbors a vulnerable facet and treasures certain people or things. I do not perceive Hella's sentimentality as incongruous with her professional demeanor. Rather, it is a testament to her humanity. Much like myself, who may appear to outsiders as an unfeeling entity impervious to destruction. I often find myself shedding tears in the solitude of night, haunted by memories that refuse to fade. Hella is no different. Moreover, she is on the brink of motherhood. Describing her as merely a killer does not encapsulate her role accurately. She is part of a small, elite mercenary group. Their assignments encompass, but are not limited to, assassination and poisoning. These diminutive bands of mercenaries can often be spotted on the battlefield, contrasting sharply with larger companies boasting hundreds of thousands of hired guns. They resemble more of a boutique mercenary operation. Though fewer in number, they are exceptionally skilled, primarily consisting of retired special forces agents, or those disillusioned by the meager earnings of larger firms, who have opted to form their own clandestine units. Within the industry, these mercenary collectives are often referred to as assassin organizations. Each member is essentially a stakeholder in the company, bound by mutual interests, thus fostering teamwork on the battlefield. However, this particular mission diverges from the norm. It is not a third-party assignment, devoid of contracts or post-completion rewards. It is driven solely by personal interests. This explains why, under Catherine's persuasive influence, they departed to pursue greater gains. This reality bears resemblance to the cold-blooded killers depicted in film. Yet Hella's undertakings often lean towards the realm of black-on-black operations. The Songlong organization and Hella's group share a certain kinship in this regard, albeit Songlong operates exclusively. While Hellas is more accessible, tasks can be commissioned on the dark web for a price, though they reserve the right to decline. For instance, they disdain lowly assignments, such as avenging ordinary individuals or silencing witnesses, typically catering instead to politicians and organized crime syndicates. Hella bowed her head, clearly engulfed in shame. Should we have engaged in any physical intimacy, her feelings would have transcended mere embarrassment. She would have loathed herself, regretted her actions, and grappled with the psychological burden for an extended period before she could embrace her former life anew. "Thank you, Dylan," Hella expressed gratefully as she embraced me. I understood her gratitude stemmed from my role in her moment of clarity, preventing her from straying into error. Although her partner had passed, her actions would not constitute betrayal, yet they would betray her own heart and the emotions she once cherished. Let us gather our emotions and have something to eat. One can never predict when that salvage vessel will arrive, I suggested, to which Hella nodded in agreement. She began to eat her porridge as I exited the lounge. The arrival of the salvage vessel would not require much time, yet they would need to complete the handover of the treasure location. Thus, in 1 or 2 hours, they should be here. I must disembark at the entrance of the lagoon to observe them, tracking their movements as they enter the brackish river. Should any mercenaries stealthily descend from the vessel during this time, it will fall upon me to eliminate them single-handedly. Entrusting this task to Hella would be ill-advised, not due to her professional capabilities, but rather because her emotional state would undoubtedly compromise her proficiency. The mutt that Sandy had pulled from the river is now cleansed of the foul mud, with women gathered around it on the mottled deck, basking in the sun. As the dog shook off the water, droplets splattered onto the women, provoking a chorus of laughter and shrieks. With a canine companion, the women were spared from overwhelming solitude. Meanwhile, I busied myself with my gear, ensuring I had an extra set of camouflage attire in my backpack, as I would soon be crossing the river and would inevitably get wet. If only there were a couple of speedboats aboard the large vessel, this would not be necessary. After consuming seafood porridge, Hella also prepared her equipment, and we awaited the afternoon. Just after our lunch, the voice of Pawnee crackled through the intercom. "Dylan, Angel, my good companions, vessels have been sighted to the west. Prepare yourselves," Pawnee announced. Due to the limitations of the intercom, Pawnee must be in the jungle while his partner keeps watch by the sea. "Received," I replied. I briefed Hella on the mission details, ensuring we could coordinate flawlessly if necessary. At that moment, Jia was by my side, her face etched with concern as she realized I was about to embark on another task. "Uncle, please be careful," she said gently, and I pinched her cheek affectionately. "No worries, we hold the advantage. There's little risk in this endeavor. Just stay close to Hella. She will look after you," I reassured her, patting her shoulder. Jia embraced me, muffling a soft hum in my arms. I then lowered myself down the side of the vessel, barefooted, and descended with ease. Given that most of the crocodiles in this area had been eliminated, the satiated ones had retreated to more comfortable sunbathing spots. With my backpack secured, I successfully reached the shore. Once ashore, I found a spot to change out of my wet clothes, hanging them on a nearby bush, and donned the shoes I had taken from my pack. The dryness brought me considerable comfort. Throughout my journey, I maintained communication with Pawnee, receiving updates on the salvage vessels. As they drew nearer, Pawnee's companions gained a clearer view. Approaching from the west, they would first traverse the entrance to the lagoon. They were already aware of the large vessel's location and would likely head straight in upon reaching the lagoon entrance. However, the distance remained beyond the intercom's signal range, preventing them from contacting Pawnee. Only upon entering the lagoon could Pawnee theoretically exchange the secondary signal with them. This signal could also be relayed by me, as I was situated at a point along the brackish river where the signal was clearer. After hastily advancing for several minutes, I finally arrived at the entrance of the lagoon where the brackish river flows in. Here, the river's expanse offered a broad view. At this moment, the large vessel arrived at the entrance of the lagoon, and through the scope of my sniper rifle, I discerned a specialized salvage ship laden with recovery equipment. 2 soldiers clad in jungle camouflage stood atop the ship's lofty observation platform, scrutinizing the rocky conditions at the lagoon's entrance and relaying information to the command center below. The vessel had a displacement of approximately 300 tons, appearing significantly smaller than our pirate ship, yet it was still capable of accommodating a formidable assault team. As the salvage vessel progressed deeper into the river, it came as no surprise that a multitude of armed black soldiers emerged from the ship's hold. I quickly counted a total of 31 fully equipped soldiers. Each of these men bore fierce visages and agile physiques, clad in matching camouflage. 5 among them adorned with distinctive insignia featuring skulls and crossed AK-47s, accompanied by motifs of wheat. Given that these warlords were part of an illegal militia rather than a formal army, their ranks were self-imposed, diverging from conventional military classifications. Nevertheless, it was evident that these 5 individuals served as the commanders of the 26 black soldiers. These soldiers possessed an array of 72 rocket launchers, a lightweight anti-tank weapon developed by the state in the 1960s, utilizing 66mm rockets. While this weapon had become obsolete within the ranks of the U.S. military, it remained highly coveted among African warlord factions due to its low cost and substantial firepower, as evidenced by their eager expressions. They were not merely cautious of Pawnee's scheme or bringing soldiers for protective purposes. Their intent was to eliminate this band of pirates, unwilling to share their gold with such unworthy adversaries. How would the pirate captain feel upon realizing he had been used, leading the charge only to meet his demise? The truth was that they had no intention of sharing their golden riches. The salvage vessel moved at a sluggish pace, while the black soldiers lowered 2 wooden boats equipped with outboard engines into the water using lifting apparatus, seemingly planning to land from both sides and encircle the pirate ship from the forested banks. They numbered 31 armed soldiers in total, with 13 set to land on each side and 5 officers remaining aboard the salvage vessel. I promptly relayed this intelligence to Hela. Received. I will handle the 13 soldiers on the east bank. Informed Hela. If the other 3 assassins were present, these soldiers would pose no threat. But I could only take on the 13 on one side, rendering me powerless against the other. I longed to eliminate the 5 black officers aboard, yet it was unattainable. The proximity was too great and the targets too numerous. I could not dispatch all 5 swiftly. On the ship, they could easily find cover, and once I initiated my attack, it would provoke a barrage from their rocket launchers. Otherwise, the African soldiers, bereft of their commanding officers, would be as disorganized as scattered sand, posing no real threat. I understand. I shall handle the situation on the other side, Hela declared. They would reach the pirate ship's location in approximately 30 minutes. Understood. Wait, are there only 2 of you? What about the others? At that moment, Pawnee's voice came through. At this juncture, there is no longer anything to conceal. They betrayed us and abandoned this island. If you can assist, please do so swiftly. We did not anticipate Pawnee's help, as he needed to monitor the salvage vessel's course and would undoubtedly be far from our position. Damn it, I'm just east of the lagoon. Time is of the essence, but we will hurry over. Be cautious. Pawnee replied. Hela, I will reach out to you shortly. I informed her. All right, Hela affirmed. She was using a headset, ensuring her communication remained discreet and did not expose her position like a walkie-talkie would. But I had to turn off the radio. By the way, Hella, you can leave the 5 officers on the ship to me. Instruct all the women to stand naked on the deck, awaiting the approach of the African soldiers. They are less likely to fire upon seeing women, which could grant us some precious time. I suggested to Hella, concerned that she might struggle against the 13 African soldiers on her side. Thus, when a salvage vessel encounters the pirate ship, the soldiers might directly hurl grenades and smoke bombs into the hold. Once the women emerge from the hold, they will be met with gunfire. Death would be inevitable. However, by having the women stand naked on the deck in advance, we could avert such a fate. This was a means of saving their lives. I understand, hela replied. All right, you must ensure your safety. I urged. I will be fine, she assured me. I nodded and switched off the radio. Meanwhile, the 2 wooden boats with outboard motors were moving toward the shore. If only I had a rocket launcher at that moment. I could swiftly eliminate everyone aboard. Alas, the pirates' weapons had sunk beneath the waves, leaving only rifles and a handful of grenades in the armory. I hastened toward the pirate ship, advancing over 100 meters. I retrieved a grenade and fishing line. On a conveniently accessible path, I set up a tripwire. I understood the psychology of soldiers on the battlefield. When they triggered a grenade, they would either retreat or remain motionless, awaiting orders. At this moment, I could use a crossbow to eliminate them, prompting them to suppress the direction from which the arrows came. After I ceased any movement, they would send someone to investigate. Therefore, I needed to place another tripwire on these paths. Once they triggered such traps again, their morale would begin to crumble, leading them to believe the area was rife with dangers, and they would hesitate to investigate further. They would take cover, directing fire at potential target locations. This would afford me greater operational latitude. As long as they do not approach me, I shall remain the ghostly butcher on the battlefield. In a jungle, where one faces many, the game is all about mindset. By mastering the distance to my targets and concealing myself, I seize the upper hand. This encapsulates the essence of guerrilla warfare in the jungle. Soon, I had completed 2 tripwire traps and lay in ambush atop a small hill, approximately 40 meters from the path of the traps, where I could easily take down each target with a single arrow from my crossbow. Here they come. Like a hunting beast, I lay low behind the hill, patiently and vigilantly awaiting the arrival of my prey. This group of soldiers, seasoned veterans of countless battles, believed themselves to be in command, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. After all, they presumed that the pirates and mercenaries they had encountered were now significantly diminished. Moreover, the pirates were oblivious to their presence. Little did they realize, this was no ordinary conflict. A storm of intrigue had already stirred among the decision-makers by the time the soldiers reached the battlefield. The miscalculations of the strategists would cost these ordinary soldiers dearly, in blood and life. Chapter 134. The Phantom of the Battlefield. The black soldiers, armed and advancing in small groups of 3 to 5, were employing a method of safe movement through the jungle, designed to minimize casualties from landmines or tripwires. This was not merely caution. It was a habitual formation they had cultivated in combat. Originally, they were supposed to maintain a certain distance in groups of 3, yet their complacency led to insufficient spacing. With some groups comprising 5 members, particularly the lively cluster at the front, which had swelled to 5. The 8 soldiers at the rear were divided into 3 groups, 2 groups of 3 and 1 group of 2. They remained blissfully unaware that a predator was intently watching them. I silently counted their advancing steps. Just as they were about to trip over the concealed fishing line, they suddenly halted. My heart raced. The crossbow in my hands peeked over the hill, aiming through the sparse underbrush at a black soldier in the forefront. Should I take him down? His body would inevitably trigger the tripwire. However, I quickly suppressed the urge to shoot. The men ahead merely assumed they were gathered around to indulge in a few puffs of marijuana. How could they be so lax on the battlefield? Or did they genuinely believe that the pirates would not dare to confront them? Indeed, the pirates would not dare to challenge them. They would not even entertain the thought, eager instead to appease these warlords. Otherwise, they would not risk their lives to confront the mercenaries on this island. This was clearly an act of flattery and submission. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were about to face not pirates, but elite mercenaries of the highest caliber. After a few puffs, they continued on their way. The first 2 men fortuitously crossed over the fishing line, but the 2 behind, still puffing away, dragged their feet and inadvertently kicked the line. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The distance resonated with a dull thrum in my ears as a cluster of soldiers, 5 of whom were directly injured by an explosion, succumbed to the shockwave, rendering them momentarily unconscious. The mercenaries behind them, relying solely on their combat instincts, promptly dropped to the ground, utilizing the surrounding low timber for cover. However, this disoriented group remained blissfully unaware that they had become targets of death itself. With a swift motion, I released 5 arrows, their silence a consequence of their ringing ears, even from a mere 5 meters away. They could not perceive the sound of my assault, let alone from this distance. My shot struck true, hitting 2 from the rear group, and 3 from the one preceding them. Yet, 5 combat-capable soldiers remained. Their prone positions hindered my aim, and, as I shifted my location, they discovered that their comrades had been struck. The wounded soldiers, though not immediately dead, let out anguished cries upon realizing their fate. The remaining 5 soldiers, witnessing this, quickly took refuge behind a large tree, peering out to unleash a barrage in my direction, tracing my position from the trajectory of the arrows. Their aim, however, was too broad. Bullets ricocheted overhead, causing branches and leaves to rain down. I had already maneuvered to the shelter of a sturdy tree, swiftly reloading my crossbow with arrows. Though I bore 2 Glock handguns at my waist, suited for close combat, the distance afforded me a considerable advantage, negating the need to risk employing them. At that moment, one of the soldiers seized a rocket launcher from the ground. With a thunderous explosion, it detonated where I had just stood, in the heart of the jungle. Smoke billowed ominously. Yet, they remained oblivious to my relocation, lying in wait along their retreat path. "Go, check if that guy is dead," urged one soldier, pushing a frail comrade forward to investigate. The weak soldier, his face etched with terror, had no choice but to advance, gun in hand, his dark visage framed by wide, fearful eyes. The soldiers' radios crackled with inquiries from the officers aboard the vessel. I cannot decipher their words, but it mattered little. The soldiers on the opposite bank were powerless to assist, left to their anxiety. The officers on the ship would undoubtedly refrain from risking disembarkation. Thus, my remaining adversaries were limited to these 5, with one already on the path to demise. Boom! The unfortunate frail soldier fell victim to a tripwire I had set, exploding at once. At such proximity, his body was surely riddled with shrapnel, limbs likely severed and flung to unknown corners, his wounds gushing blood. In a stroke of grim fortune, he was knocked unconscious by the blast, passing away without suffering, a fate far more merciful than that of the 5 who had preceded him. Though they survived, they were grievously wounded, shrapnel having torn through fingers and toes, their ears rendered deaf, helplessly writhing in agony. The remaining 4 soldiers could no longer withstand the onslaught. Deciding to retreat to the position of the wooden boat, I aimed to catch up with the salvage vessel ahead. However, they were oblivious to what awaited them on their retreating path. I observed their hasty withdrawal, disregarding the injured, moving at a remarkable speed, which deviated somewhat from my initial plan. Nevertheless, this would not impede me. I sheathed my crossbow and drew my twin pistols. As they approached, I swiftly emerged from behind the tree. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots were fired in under 2 seconds, striking their chests with precision. I quickly followed up with a few more rounds. The urgent inquiries from their commander echoed through the radio, but they received no further response. Now, only the few wounded men remained, crying out in agony. I chose not to approach them for execution. Killing the wounded served no purpose, and they might possess weapons that could lead to mutual destruction if I got too close. Thus, I disregarded them and instead seized a rocket launcher. Hastening toward the wooden boat, I needed to utilize the wooden vessel to cross to the opposite shore, coordinating a surprise attack with Hela against the 13 black soldiers stationed there. Upon hearing the commotion, these soldiers would undoubtedly become exceedingly cautious, hesitant to advance further. The salvage vessel, upon confirming the assassination of the 13 soldiers, would either press onward to confront an unknown adversary or retreat. I surmised they would realize they were not facing pirates, but mercenaries intent on seizing their salvage boat. Hence, it was highly probable that the 13 mercenaries on the opposite shore would also retreat back to the wooden boat, re-embarking. The officer aboard must be engulfed in fury and regret at this moment. He would likely be loath to engage in a second coded exchange with us, fearing the pirates would uncover their intentions. Little did he know, he was unwittingly ensnaring himself in a passive position. Yet, I could not afford to be complacent. These individuals were merely unaware of the number and identity of their foes. Once they gained clarity, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage. Just as I was preparing to board the wooden boat, a flash of insight struck me, illuminating a superior tactical plan. If I disturbed the vessels here, those retreating black soldiers would discover that I had crossed to the opposite shore. That would effectively expose my position. I promptly abandoned my original plan. I made my way to the rear of a nearby banyan tree, approximately 30 to 40 meters from the riverbank. Yet unable to directly observe the wooden boat situated 60 or 70 meters away. They may withdraw. I have set an ambush at their landing site. Inform me of any new developments. I conveyed to Hylar. Received. I'm nearly there, Dylan. Where are you? Pawnee inquired at that moment. Do not concern yourself with my location. Just remember that the black soldiers are the enemies. And do not aim your weapons at our own, I replied. Haha. Rest assured, Dylan, I can distinguish between yellow skin and black skin, Pawnee responded. I knew Pawnee would find his way here, as I had hinted at the landing point of the black soldiers, which would certainly have boats. Thus, he merely needed to walk along the riverbank to arrive here. If I disclosed my exact position to him, and someone were to eavesdrop, I would become a sitting duck, that we might block their retreat at the other end of the river. The likelihood of them contacting us for negotiations was certainly present. Upon switching to that channel, I heard repeated calls from the other end. Damn it, do not harm our people. We have tens of thousands of soldiers. If you dare to strike us and seize the gold, that would be tantamount to seeking death. Do you hear me? Damn it, do you receive this? Just as I was about to respond, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, mate, I'm not your enemy. The ones who ambushed you are two other killers, and they're few in number, one on the east bank and one on the west bank. The killer on the east bank has already set up an ambush at your landing point. Do not retreat. Keep moving forward. Upon hearing this, my hair stood on end. I never expected someone to have intercepted our intelligence. The only plausible source of such knowledge could be Pawnee. Yet this voice was not Pawnee's. There was only one possibility, and that was Pawnee's new partner. This individual was remarkably careless in choosing associates. Who are you? The black officer inquired. I am one of the mercenaries stationed here. The pirates you previously dispatched have been completely annihilated by our group. We are left with fewer than 10 mercenaries, and there is a fellow named Pawnee who, along with these two assassins, seeks to eliminate you all and exploit your salvaged ship to retrieve gold. I have convinced the remaining 7 mercenaries to cooperate with us. Why should I trust you? The black officer inquired, his skepticism palpable. Do you truly have a choice? The man retorted with a derisive laugh. Indeed, they were devoid of options. Retreat would lead them into an ambush, while advancing would only increase their peril. I presume you do not wish to collaborate, do you? You intend for us to confront those 2 assassins, and once we have secured the gold, you will turn against us, correct? The black officer seethed. You may perceive it that way, yet we harbor no desire to offend you warlords. When the time comes, simply have your men send out a wooden ship laden with gold, and you may keep the rest. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, would it not? The man proposed. Very well, but you had best adhere to your promise. Otherwise, you shall not fare well. The black officer warned. Rest assured, our sole desire is the gold. We cannot carry away more than that, and we can manage with less, the man replied. I can no longer revert to the original communication channel. That individual is already eavesdropping. Hela is a clever woman. If she observes that the black soldiers do not retreat, she will know how to act. I swiftly descended from the tree. At this juncture, the gravest threat to us was not the black soldiers, but rather those 8 mercenaries. They had certainly vacated the beach and now lay in ambush within the foliage, eavesdropping on our conversation and mocking us as if we were 3 foolish assassins. The man collaborating with Pawnee had taken great care in using the prearranged channel to converse with the black officer, as the officer had repeatedly called out without receiving any response from Pawnee or me. This signified that we had not entered that channel. He had persuaded the black officer in a remarkably brief span, indicating his shrewdness, having concealed himself amidst the mercenaries. Pawnee's alliance with him was not mere coincidence. He likely approached Pawnee, who mistakenly believed he had found an ally, unaware that he was merely a puppet master. These mercenaries are all treacherous beings, none of whom are merely guarding the island. Now, I face 2 formidable challenges. One is the inability to inform Pawnee and Hela of the current predicament, as they must confront the remaining black soldiers and their officer alone. The other is to locate those 8 mercenaries and eliminate them. However, I must first sow confusion among them. Hela, Pawnee, the remainder rests upon your shoulders. I have sustained a gunshot wound to my thigh and am unable to assist you further. I need to find a place to rest. Be cautious. I communicated to Hela and Pawnee via the original channel. Both Hela and Pawnee were utterly astonished. Are you all right? They simultaneously inquired. It is of little consequence. However, crossing the river has become quite inconvenient. I shall lie in wait for them by the riverbank. Should they attempt to retreat, I will unleash a rocket launcher upon them. If they do not retreat, the burden will fall upon you, Pawnee. Proceed to the opposite bank and assist Hela in a pincer movement against the remaining soldiers. I commanded. Very well. Pawnee reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, I swiftly withdrew to the dense thicket over 200 meters from the riverbank. Chapter 136. The cold shot by the bank to survive on the battlefield. One must exploit every available resource. Pawnee remains unaware that I have manipulated him. This fellow is fortunate, for if he survives this ordeal, his luck shall indeed be counted among his skills. My earlier words were a deliberate ploy to lure Pawnee to the riverbank, subtly indicating that I too lay in ambush nearby. The 8 mercenaries intent on eliminating Pawnee and myself would need to venture to that very spot. Yet, by explicitly instructing Pawnee to cross to the opposite bank, I implied that I would not abandon my position to encounter him. Thus, when those 8 mercenaries approach, even upon sighting Pawnee, they would hesitate to fire, fearing my concealed presence would lead to an ambush. I did not place Pawnee in harm's way without any form of protection. Of course, had it been Bell, he would likely surmise that my revealing my location over the radio and summoning Pawnee here was rather unusual, especially since I had not disclosed my position during our last communication. This time, however, I did. As a seasoned mercenary, Hela likely possesses a more advanced level of reasoning than Bell. She might very well discern the hidden implications behind my recent words. Moreover, the leader among the 8 mercenaries, Pawnee's newly formed ally, is exceptionally astute. However, he currently holds the upper hand and assumes an aggressive posture. While my words inadvertently suggest that we have fallen into his trap, unwittingly stepping into the snare he designed. In such a psychological state, it becomes challenging to recognize the oddity in my prior statements, for their mindsets diverge significantly. It is akin to a group of robust men ambushing 2 isolated adversaries in an alley. They remain in the shadows, their numbers and strength overwhelming, rendering it difficult for them to adopt the mindset of the weaker party seeking self-preservation. Conversely, we are outnumbered, and a single misstep could lead to our undoing. Consequently, my words will compel Hela to ponder them repeatedly. She is well acquainted with my character. If I can evade her gunfire and conceal myself behind stones until dusk, she should recognize that I am inherently cautious and would not easily divulge such intelligence. At present, I find myself atop a colossal tree, 200 meters from the riverbank. Here, it is naturally difficult to observe the situation of the wooden boats at the river's edge. However, I can detect any movement within a radius of 150 meters. This location was chosen strategically, as upon seeing Pawnee, the 8 mercenaries would either take action or scour the vicinity for any trace of me. In truth, the likelihood of them attempting to eliminate Pawnee stands at a substantial 70 to 80%. Due to my earlier mention of my thigh injury in conversation, it becomes evident that I am at a disadvantage when it comes to escape. Even if I were to lie in ambush nearby and witness them slay Pawnee, I would not dare to strike first for the sake of my own safety. This is precisely why I assert that if Pawnee is fortunate enough to evade this fatal predicament, then luck indeed becomes an integral part of his prowess. Should he perish, I can only offer my apologies and nothing more. Failing to act would leave me unable to locate those 8 mercenaries, posing an enormous threat to our future survival. Entering the mercenary life necessitates the acceptance of being exploited and potentially killed. I hope that if Pawnee finds himself in the depths of hell, he will not hold me accountable. As time ticks away, I cautiously crouch atop the treetops with my crossbow in hand, my eyes meticulously scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement, akin to a python on the hunt. Before long, that rascal Pawnee appears, clutching his weapon and stealthily navigating through the woods like a furtive thief. With each step, he inches closer to the roots of large trees for cover, then peers towards the riverbank, attempting to catch a glimpse of the wooden vessel. Naturally, he would not swim across the river directly. Such an action would be far too perilous. Although there are no adult crocodiles in these waters, They reach maturity at 15 years, and most have been hunted by humans before then. The 7- or 8-year-old crocodiles are still exceedingly fierce, far beyond what a mere human body could withstand. Having crossed the river once, I still feel a lingering trepidation. At this moment, I become even more vigilant, paying close attention to the surrounding thickets. The forest is devoid of wind, and should the underbrush stir, it would easily fall under my watchful gaze. After a while, Pawnee finally spots the wooden boat. Through the scope atop my crossbow, I observe that his face is adorned with camouflage paint, executed quite well. Such fine gear was not found on the bald-headed Jack. While Hella might possess some, I had not procured any upon departure, believing this task would conclude swiftly. Nevertheless, during my river crossing, I smeared mud on my face. When the mud dries, it takes on a dark gray hue, rendering my visage obscured amidst the treetops. The effect would not be significantly different. Upon spotting the boat, Pawnee becomes exhilarated and promptly retrieves his walkie-talkie to contact me. However, I had already turned mine off. Not receiving a response, he deactivates the walkie-talkie and clips it back onto his chest. He prepares to approach the riverbank to board the boat. At that very moment, I notice a rustling in the underbrush behind a tree approximately 100 meters away. This location is elevated about 3 meters above the riverbank on a small hillside. From behind the thicket emerges a mercenary donning a beanie, clutching a scoped 164 automatic rifle. This weapon has endured countless trials of warfare, capable of both 3-round bursts and continuous fire, renowned for its precision and lightweight design, making it a favorite among the U.S. military. With an effective range of 600 to 800 meters, it can even function as a sniper rifle, proving to be far more effective than the sniper cannon I currently wield. I did not immediately take aim at him with my crossbow, for once I eliminated this individual, the other mercenaries would undoubtedly flee. Thus, my ambush would lose its significance. I needed to ascertain the locations of all the mercenaries. Of course, they might not all have gathered here, yet I still had to bide my time. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Pawnee in the back. His body lurched forward, entirely concealed by the low thicket. Whether he was alive or dead was of no concern to me. What mattered was that his demise held a certain significance. Therefore, my gaze remained fixed upon the marksman as I surveyed the surroundings. 1, 2, 3. I spotted 3 mercenaries, their crouched positions forming a triangle. This was a typical ambush formation, allowing them to observe and fire upon the target from any direction. I too utilized this formation as a clue to examine my environment. Was it merely 3? A wave of doubt washed over me. Evidently, their leader was astute, dispatching only 3 to this location. What might the remaining 5 be? Chapter 137. Premium treatment. These 3 fellows remained motionless, clearly intent on waiting for my appearance to ambush me from behind. However, they were unaware that I had been watching them all along. I could not afford to wait any longer. I understood that if they did not see me soon, they would undoubtedly depart. I would miss my opportunity to eliminate these 3. Once night fell, my advantage would manifest. The only potential victim would be the woman aboard the ship. However, even if the 5 officers on the vessel were to harm her, they could not possibly draw me and Hella out. Of that they were well aware. Thus, the woman remained safe, albeit likely to endure some interrogation. Whoosh! An arrow flew from my position, striking the first mercenary 100 meters away. The arrow's descent was considerable, yet well within my calculations. After releasing the arrow, I did not linger to observe the first victim's condition. I swiftly aimed at the second. The first man, struck by the arrow, had no time to emit a sound. He merely felt as if he had been struck by a stone. By the time he realized he had been hit and cried out, I had already succeeded in striking the second. At this juncture, the third man, alerted by the cries, was too late. My arrow pierced his back like the scythe of death. The 3 men, though wounded, would not perish instantly. Injuries to vital organs might hasten their demise. Yet wounds to other areas could lead to a slow death from poison, taking at least 10 minutes. During this interval, they would undoubtedly attempt to contact or crawl towards their comrades. Furthermore, should their teammates be nearby, even if their radios were turned to the lowest volume, the piercing sound emitted when the signal was disrupted would not diminish, thus revealing their position. I believed their leader would not activate the walkie-talkie. Yet the remaining mercenaries are another matter, as they must be poised to receive commands at any moment. I strained my ears, listening intently. Though 100 meters away, I could not hear, yet if they were within my vicinity, I would surely detect them. There was no need for me to change my position at present. As the three mercenaries lay lifeless 100 meters away, utterly oblivious to my whereabouts, incapable of hearing the whisper of my arrows or the twang of my bowstring. On the contrary, should I shift my location, the treetops would inevitably tremble, betraying my presence. Indeed, from a hill approximately 30 meters distant, an abrupt, jarring sound pierced the air. The noise ceased almost immediately within a second S-span. That individual displayed a degree of alertness. Yet it was insufficient to evade the prowess of an assassin like myself. At this moment, he faced a choice: either swiftly relocate, thus exposing himself to my gaze, or pray that I remained oblivious to that jarring sound. Clearly, he opted for the cautious latter. Like a startled guinea pig, cloaked in green camouflage, he lay concealed among the bushes atop the hill. His hasty silencing of the walkie-talkie had caused the branches above to sway, and though he had camouflaged himself adeptly, had he remained still, I would never have discovered his presence. Undoubtedly, he had arrived only after I ascended the tree, as I had not sensed his approach. It was evident that he possessed skills in stealth and camouflage, demonstrating a certain level of combat proficiency. I surveyed the area around him for several minutes, yet found no sign of others, which left me feeling uneasy. Those few individuals must be as tense as I, awaiting each other's exposure. 4 of them remained undiscovered. For their leader, they could afford 3 mistakes. As long as one of them survived to witness my error, their mission would be deemed victorious. From their tactical arrangement, it was clear that their strategy was exceptionally astute. The 3 had taken a triangular formation to ambush me, which is typically an invincible setup. Should I fire upon the one who shoots from within their 50-meter radius, the other 2 would immediately return fire, leading to a decisive victory. However, I stood at a distance of 100 to 150 meters, a tactical advantage they could not compensate for, dictated by experience and intellect. Had their leader been a master, he would recognize the caliber of opponent he faced, yet he too would struggle to maintain composure. Naturally, I found myself lacking in significant advantages as well. Although the fellow 30 meters away had revealed himself, I refrained from immediately eliminating him. This individual was a backup marksman, poised to execute a kill should the triangular formation falter. If he were within 20 meters of me, he could potentially detect my presence and unleash fire upon me. Here, I had relied on a stroke of luck. The mercenary leader did not underestimate me. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for a backup marksman. This is a strategy befitting a top-tier assassin, akin to a funeral protocol for elite killers. Thus, I find myself in a state of tension. This mercenary leader is indeed formidable. His tactics and cunning are on par with my own, and he possesses even greater advantages. I strive to control my breath, seeking to ease my anxious demeanor. The sun has now descended in the west, and the light in the forest is gradually dimming. The efficacy of my night vision equipment will soon become apparent. The adversary is aware of my possession of night vision. He surely wishes to conclude this assassination before darkness envelopes the land. Otherwise, he would be forced to flee and seek another opportunity to eliminate me or perhaps engage in collaboration. I remained still, refraining from shooting at the exposed backup assassin, unperturbed by the possibility of my position being compromised. The dense canopy of leaves conceals me. As long as I remain motionless, discovery is highly improbable unless the enemy gazes upward from directly beneath my perch. The remainder is now left to the passage of time. I'm not in a hurry. It is they who should be anxious, as their lives will wane with the sun's descent. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the distant shore. I am aware that a skirmish has ignited across the river. I cannot ascertain the fate of Hela, and I can only pray for her safety. As I ponder this, I observe that Pawnee has risen and is making his way toward the wooden boat by the riverbank. Does this man possess 9 lives? I am taken aback. Is he merely fortunate, or does he possess an invulnerability? I surmise that he may be clad in body armor. What a preservationist he is. This bodes well. With him aiding Hela, I can rest easier. Meanwhile, I am left with no choice but to wait, with no alternative recourse available. I dare not take the risk of shooting the exposed backup assassin unless I ascertain the positions of the other 4. They are likely lurking like voyeurs in the shadows, scrutinizing every detail in their surroundings, biding their time for my next move. Chapter 138. No chance of survival concealed within the treetops, shrouded in both light and shadow. The dense foliage makes it exceedingly difficult for anyone outside to detect my presence. Yet, through the gaps in the leaves, I can observe the open environment beyond. This is an advantageous sniping position, albeit with the drawback of not being as comfortable as lying flat on the ground. I must find a suitable sitting posture to ensure prolonged observation. Currently, both sides are in a state of observation, hesitant to act rashly. However, the adversary knows I am alone and understands that the onset of night will favor me. Before darkness falls, they possess a window of opportunity to strike. As long as they remain oblivious to my presence, I will have achieved a significant victory. Throughout my mercenary career, I have seldom encountered a situation as precarious as this. Most challenges are typically easier to resolve. Yet, at this moment, I find myself in a considerable predicament. Waiting is my only option, leaving me utterly devoid of alternatives. Whenever there exists even a modicum of operational latitude, I shall seize it without hesitation, for remaining stationary may very well render me susceptible to disadvantage. Generally speaking, when the number of team members is limited, the supplementary sniper will find himself devoid of any other sharpshooters to shield him, meaning that should I eliminate him, there would be no immediate retaliation from others. However, I am acutely aware that 5 of them still remain. Thus, unless they are executing their tasks in isolation, 4 individuals should be lying in ambush around this supplementary sniper. At this juncture, I am unable to ascertain whether they are indeed undertaking their mission separately, with a portion seeking the African officer, while only this supplementary sniper remains here. The 3 individuals I recently shot perished amidst the underbrush during their final struggles. Their unified crawling direction pointed directly towards the supplementary sniper. I can only imagine the expletives that must be swirling in his mind. Their actions were tantamount to betraying their comrade. Had it not been for that signal interference, I would have discovered him due to the crawling trajectory of those 3 individuals as they met their demise. I now suspect that the other 4 mercenaries might be concealed in the trees surrounding me, as such locations offer advantageous hiding spots and a broader field of vision, which is more conducive to capturing targets on the ground. Thus, I waited for approximately an hour. An hour is sufficient to erode the will of most snipers. The longer the wait, the more they succumb to self-doubt, ultimately negating their belief that the target remains nearby, leading them to cease their futile waiting. The gunfire from across the way transitioned from a cacophony to a sparse few shots. An analysis of the gunfire suggests that the situation on Hela's side is tilting towards victory, for if the African soldiers had slain Hela, the subsequent shots would not have occurred. It is evident that those soldiers have yet to ascertain Hela's location. Occasionally, a shot is fired, likely a consequence of Hela utilizing decoy targets to lure them into revealing their positions. Furthermore, with the involvement of Pawnee, their combat appears to be proceeding more smoothly than mine. Naturally, I cannot anticipate their assistance, for under the current circumstances, their arrival would render them mere targets. Otherwise, Pawnee would not have fled with the swiftness of a mouse after feigning death. With at least 3 hours until darkness envelopes the forest, I feel as though time is dragging on interminably. The individual lying in wait has begun to waver, their movements growing more pronounced. The surrounding underbrush quivers with their actions, yet their body inches backward. Upon closer inspection, I discern that they are deliberately prodding the foliage ahead with the barrel of their weapon. Clearly, this is a test of sorts. Should I fire at the location of the disturbance, I would only miss my mark. I refuse to fall for their ruse. After a brief period of movement, noticing my lack of aggression, the individual's courage swells, prompting them to commence crawling backward. Evidently, this indicates a retreat. Observing this maneuver ignites a flicker of excitement within me, as the earlier movements evidently served to assess whether I was observing from nearby, and upon noticing my lack of reaction, he likely concluded that I had vacated the area. Thus, he resolved to withdraw. The caution with which this individual retreated was remarkable. My excitement stemmed from the notion that their departure signified their abandonment of any intention to confront me. While this news was not entirely favorable, it certainly was not the worst outcome. I watched the sniper vanish from my line of sight, refraining from launching an attack. Naturally, I remained steadfast in my concealed position. Should they surmise the reason behind my hesitance to fire, deliberately revealing their retreat to provoke a reaction from me and thereby exposing themselves, I would fall into their trap. Despite this, I clung to my vantage point for another hour. At last, new activity emerged. 2 mercenaries stealthily approached the 3 comrades I had dispatched. Their actions indicated a post-battle reconnaissance of the field. They aimed to analyze the battlefield to ascertain the trajectory of my arrows, hoping to pinpoint my shooting position and uncover any pertinent clues. The absence of the remaining 3 heightened my pulse. I knew that combat was imminent. All previous maneuvers had merely been a test orchestrated by the mercenary leader. Typically, such mercenaries are self-serving, unwilling to risk their lives for reconnaissance, even if ordered by their leader to deliberately expose themselves to draw fire. The only scenario in which they would undertake such actions is when they perceive themselves to be in a secure position. Clearly, these 2 mercenaries believed I had retreated, which is why they dared to inspect the corpses. Under previous circumstances, they would never have been willing to do so. Astute indeed, I refrained from targeting the 2 mercenaries, fully aware that the other 3 were likely lying in ambush at some location directly opposite me, poised to strike should I reveal myself. If I remained passive, these 2 would inevitably identify my concealed position through the arrow wounds on the 3 bodies. The mercenary leader intended to compel me into action by this very method. Whether I acted or refrained, death loomed. Damn it! I cursed inwardly, astonished at the level of cunning displayed by the mercenary leader, who had the audacity to establish a base in such a precarious location. Truly unfathomable. The 2 mercenaries advanced incrementally, scouring the surroundings for any potential hiding spots I might occupy, while I still had yet to ascertain the positions of the other 3. I understood that the moment I released an arrow, those 3 ambushers would undoubtedly unleash a hail of gunfire in my direction, leaving me with no chance of survival. Chapter 139. Extreme slaughter at this moment. My heart raced with extreme tension. In life and death situations, it is impossible for anyone to remain as calm as still water, even for assassins like ourselves, who have anticipated such a day. This was the raw emotion of survival instinct and innate response. If a person loses this instinct, it becomes impossible for them to excel as a killer, for the instinct of survival is the driving force. The notion of disregarding life and death is associated with a noble will to die heroically, a state that occurs only when the possibility of survival has been entirely forfeited. It does not stem from emotions exhibited in perilous situations. In moments of heightened tension, humanity often finds itself quick-witted. Such instinct proves far more advantageous than a forced calmness. Just as in the face of a potential brawl, anxiety heightens one's responsiveness, whereas feigned composure can lead to sluggish reactions. Thus, being cognizant of this mechanism, I allowed my emotions to envelop me, enhancing my vigilance and physical acuity. As the 2 mercenaries drew nearer, I was acutely aware that the attention of the 3 concealed mercenaries would likely be fixated on these 2, for only in this manner could they swiftly ascertain my location upon the release of my first arrow. Otherwise, they would have to await the alarm raised by the 2 soldiers, a scenario that would render my actions meaningless. Thus, I seized the opportunity to rise slowly, minimizing the disturbance of the branches, and gradually slid back into the embrace of the tree trunk. I understood clearly that if my adversaries intended to eliminate me, they would have to position themselves somewhere in front of me, for it was impossible for them to approach from behind. The rationale was simple. Should they attempt to do so, the towering trees would obstruct their line of sight, leaving them unaware of my actions until it was too late. Most likely, they were ambushed in a fan shape ahead of me, enabling them to quickly retaliate from any angle. I successfully positioned myself amid the trunk, 7 meters above the ground, realizing that descending at this juncture would be futile, as any significant movement would expose me. I steadied my sniper rifle upon a sturdy branch beneath my feet, using the tree as a shield. I aimed at the mercenary who was trailing behind the 2 approaching figures. The reason for targeting him first was that his collapse would not immediately alert the mercenary in front. He would need to turn to comprehend the unfolding situation upon hearing the sound of his comrade's fall. Within this fleeting moment, I could swiftly release a second arrow. Conversely, should I shoot the front mercenary first, the one behind would instantly seek cover, complicating my efforts. With no hesitation, I released my first arrow when they were approximately 50 meters away. Immediately, I nocked another arrow with remarkable speed, the entire sequence taking scarcely over a second. As I loosed my second arrow, gunfire erupted from my 10 o'clock direction. A cascade of bullets rained upon the tree before me like shattering gravel. Countless leaves and splinters were sent flying. Simultaneously, Shots were fired from my 2 o'clock and 12 o'clock positions. Fortunately, they were unable to pinpoint my exact location on the tree and could only unleash a barrage of bullets against it. One more remained concealed. I positioned my body against the great tree, clinging tightly to its trunk like a frozen soldier, limbs drawn in to avoid exposure to any stray bullets. The tree bore the brunt of the assault, its branches splintered and leaves scattered, rendering it a pitiful sight. This unfortunate state granted the enemy an expansive line of sight. Among the 3 adversaries, 2 had expended their ammunition. Seizing the opportunity while they reloaded, I swiftly crouched down, grasped my sniper rifle, and fired a shot toward the source of gunfire at 10 o'clock. I need not ascertain the enemy's exact location. Merely targeting the area of fire sufficed, for the rifle's power could even pierce through the tree and eliminate foes positioned behind it. Following my shot, a more intense barrage of gunfire erupted, revealing that my position had been completely compromised. One enemy remained silent, likely armed with a sniper rifle, intent on pinpointing my location before delivering a fatal shot. With the gunman at 10 o'clock dispatched, I could shift my body slightly. The adversaries at 12 and 2 o'clock were perched in the tree, either refraining from fire to change positions or maintaining suppressive fire. However, I wagered they would not relocate. Their sustained fire aimed to keep me hidden, granting the concealed sniper the precious time needed to reposition for a shot at me. I had perhaps only 10 seconds to act. I had foreseen this predicament, so I promptly aimed my sniper rifle without exposing myself, fully aware of the assailant at 2 o'clock, a mere 40 meters away. At this distance, precise aiming was unnecessary. My shooting instinct would suffice to bring him down. Bang! The second shot rang out, and the foe at 2 o'clock tumbled from the tree. Now, only the adversary at 12 o'clock remained, but 8 seconds had elapsed. I could not linger in my current position. I leapt forward, cradling my weapon. Just as I jumped, a bullet whizzed perilously close to my helmet, a shot that could not have come from the 12 o'clock position. In that fleeting moment, I surmised it originated from 9 o'clock. Had I hesitated for a second longer, the bullet would have pierced my temple. I plummeted from a height of 7 meters into dense underbrush, landing on my back, with my backpack cushioning much of the impact. Nevertheless, the fall inflicted a degree of injury. There was no time to dwell on the pain. Clutching my weapon, I rolled away and swiftly maneuvered 6 meters toward 3 o'clock, taking cover behind a large tree. A torrent of bullets rained down from the previous 12 o'clock position. Their accuracy diminished due to the obstruction of the tree I had just hidden behind. I found refuge at the slope beneath the tree and immediately fired at the mercenary positioned at 12 o'clock. Caught off guard by the imminent threat, he attempted to escape the tree, his silhouette starkly outlined against the setting sun. Bang! Another resounding shot echoed through the air. Immediately following was the dull thud of that fellow hitting the ground after falling from the tree. After firing my shot, I pushed the barrel of the rifle through a thicket, then removed my backpack, placing it behind the sniper rifle to simulate the presence of a person crouched behind the bushes and the towering tree. Swiftly, I crouched and maneuvered towards the 3 o'clock direction. The remaining concealed marksman, at that moment, would surely not dare to recklessly direct his fire towards me, for he was alone, without any comrades to provide cover, positioned at 9 o'clock while I was at 3 o'clock. A multitude of grand trees and tall shrubs lay between us, effectively placing me within his blind spot. If he were to fire upon the rustling branches, it would spell his demise. Thus, as long as I remained unseen, he would be loath to expose his position by firing carelessly. I arrived at a small hillock of bushes, approximately 30 meters from the sniper position. Lying on the ground, I gasped for breath, my heart racing to its zenith. Taking a few deep breaths, I endeavored to calm myself, a method that had proven effective time and again. Within moments, my heart rate returned to normal. The adrenaline surge had dulled my pain, but now I had the opportunity to assess my physical condition. Chapter 140. The wandering soul. My neck bore scratches from the bushes, and my body ached from a fall into the thicket, where protruding branches had inflicted pain. Fortunately, my resilient clothing had spared my skin from harm. Despite the multiple cushioning effect from such a height, I still felt slightly breathless. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, just some superficial wounds that required no urgent care. At this point, I had a clear understanding of the caliber of the adversary I faced. Dealing with such an individual could not rely solely on the crude deception of my backpack and sniper rifle. That was merely a minor ruse. The true strategy lay ahead. Now, In this one-on-one situation, I need not worry about other ambushes. This afforded me greater operational freedom. I took a handgun from my person and meticulously wound fishing line around the base of a small tree in front of me until the handgun was securely anchored to the trunk. I then looped the fishing line over the handgun's trigger, fastening one into the same trunk while allowing the other to extend towards the rear of the hillock. After advancing 2 meters, I circled around another small tree. Utilizing this small tree as a pulley, I maneuvered towards the 9 o'clock direction of the hill, positioning myself 5 meters away. The relationship between the handgun and my position formed a right triangle, with the fishing line and the small tree serving as the two shorter sides creating the right angle. By pulling the fishing line, the handgun would be triggered, with my distance from the handgun exceeding 7 meters and the handgun situated on the northern slope of the hill while I was on the southern slope. When an assailant targeted my backpack's disguise, I would pull the handgun's trigger. This would draw the target's fire towards the location of my disguised handgun, allowing me to ascertain their true position. Due to the adversary's keen intellect, upon discerning the ruse of my backpack, they may resort to tactics that involve simulating gunfire directed at it, thereby enticing me, hidden in ambush, to reveal my position. Little do they know, this was merely a fade on both occasions. Such a double disguise is sufficient to confound most snipers. However, when confronted with this seasoned opponent, I remain somewhat uneasy. Yet, as long as I do not expose my true location, they cannot harm me. I lay prostrate on the hillside, and, after approximately 10 minutes, a sharp report echoed from the 8 o'clock direction of my backpack, emanating from a hillside 30 meters away. Instantly, I pulled the fishing line. The pistol, under the tension of a line, discharged a shot. In the next moment, another shot rang out, directly targeting the position from which my pistol had fired. Had I been deceived? I quickly glanced in that direction, which was less than 3 meters from the site of the initial shot. It too was a small hillock. Clearly, the first shot had also been fired by that individual. After firing, they had swiftly relocated 3 meters to observe. Following the second shot, they hastily concealed themselves beneath the hill, rendering them invisible to me. This individual had not employed any camouflage. Both shots were genuine. Meanwhile, having just discharged my pistol, I could not pull the trigger again, lest they realize I had survived their attempt on my life, thus pinpointing my location and thwarting my stealthy escape. The dense underbrush obscured visibility, preventing either of us from confirming the other's fate. They could only lie low behind that small hill, awaiting developments. I, on the other hand, began to crawl backward, heading toward the riverbank, resolved to circle around to a more advantageous position for a shot. I swiftly descended the slope, crouching low as I moved. Within 30 seconds, I reached the 11 o'clock position of the target hill, situated between 70 to 100 meters to the enemy's left rear. At such a distance, unless perched in a tree, discerning their exact location would be challenging. Approaching stealthily would also pose considerable risk. Thus, I decided to ascend a tree. With utmost caution and speed, I climbed a tall tree, resting against its trunk to elevate my crossbow's scope and scrutinize the state of the opposing hill. It appeared utterly deserted. Had the individual vacated the area, or were they investigating the scene of the supposed casualty? It is unlikely they would seek the body, given the lessons of past encounters. At the very least, they would refrain from doing so today. Thus, it is probable they had stealthily withdrawn after firing those 2 shots. This would be the most prudent course of action. However, their departure posed a potential threat to me. I must pursue them. They are likely contemplating the same. Should I chase them, I would find myself in a precarious position, susceptible to their hidden firearms at any moment. In that moment, I found myself ensnared in a dilemma. Should I let them go, knowing that one day they might lie in wait in the woods, poised to ambush me upon my return to the vessel? Or should I pursue them, despite having no assurance of success in eliminating them, and potentially falling victim to their counterattack? Descending from the tree, I resolved to abandon the pursuit and hastened towards the riverbank. Upon arriving at the site where the mercenaries had met their demise, I was greeted by the incessant repetition of a recording emanating from their walkie-talkies. "Dylan, I know you're not dead. I have departed from this battleground. Let this conflict come to an end. We are merely seeking gold, and further combat serves no purpose for anyone. It won't be long before the warlord's forces descend upon us, and we shall be hunted like rats. Should you wish to collaborate, feel free to reach out. I am a lone spirit." I picked up the walkie-talkie and switched it off, astonished to discover that this individual had perished a year and a half ago in Israel. The Lone Spirit was the legendary Zero killer of the previous generation of the Lone Wolf organization. His myth had always lingered within the ranks. It seemed I had inadvertently engaged in a dialogue between two generations of assassins. Damn, I cursed, never anticipating that I would face such a terrifying figure. This man had evidently faked his death over a year ago in Israel and had been living in seclusion on this island. I quickly departed and found refuge beneath a great banyan tree, over 300 meters from the battlefield, and reopened the walkie-talkie. Lone Spirit, this is Zero. I harbor no desire for conflict with you. I seek only gold. Let us cease hostilities. I must confront those 5 black officers, or else we shall return empty-handed, which cannot be in your interest, I declared. Before long, the voice of the Lone Spirit resonated through the device. Well, you are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. It is no wonder you've managed to assume my code name within the Lone Wolf organization. A wry smile crossed my lips. Such hollow accolades were rather embarrassing. I heard the Lone Wolf organization has disbanded. You've truly had a stroke of luck to still be alive. I am not as clever as you otherwise. I would have returned from Ukraine long ago. I have long seen through the ugly faces of those politicians. They would never allow us to leave alive. If we do their bidding, we are their guns. If we refuse, we are labeled as terrorists. I have had enough of this existence. The Lone Spirit expressed his indignation. Chapter 141, Post-War Recovery. I must return to eliminate those 5 black officers. I have no time for idle chatter with you. I will inform you of any new developments. I replied to the Lone Spirit. Very well. I await your good news, he said before terminating the connection. With no time to retrieve the weapons, I proceeded directly towards the pirate ship, simultaneously opening communication channels with Hela and her crew. Hela, Pawnee, the battle on my end has concluded. What is the situation on yours? Please respond. I inquired. Our battle has also ceased, Dylan. What transpired earlier? Why was I attacked at the boarding area? Pawnee questioned. You should direct that inquiry to your dear companion, I retorted. What happened to him? Pawnee asked, puzzled. You do not know who he is? I replied coldly. We shall discuss it later. Hela, are you unharmed? I pressed, having no time for further elaboration. I am unharmed. Currently, their salvage vessel has anchored right in front of the pirate ship. I have observed that the deck of the pirate ship is now deserted, and the women must have returned to the cabin. Do they not heed your command? I inquired, surprised. No. I meant that the few black officers have taken them back to the pirate ship, Hela responded. Have you made contact with the black officers? I asked. I discovered their walkie-talkies on those soldiers, and the black officers reached out to us voluntarily, Hela replied. What did they say? I inquired. They warned us not to interfere with their salvage of gold, or else their main force would come and settle the score with us, Hela stated. What are your plans? I asked. I assured them that they could salvage the gold, provided they leave a portion for us, Hela replied. What do they mean by that? I inquired. They promised to leave me enough gold for a wooden ship, so we can come back for it, Hela explained. Then let them proceed with the salvage. It would save us time, I suggested. In truth, we were all calculating that once they had salvaged everything, we could then eliminate them. I have thought the same. But what about the women on the ship? Hela questioned. Let them remain on the ship. There is nothing for us to eat here anyway. Salvaging that gold will take several days, and there won't be any danger on the ship, I replied. Jia has come ashore with me. The ship is filled with the women from the earlier pirate vessel, Hela noted. All right, I understand. Pawnee, you should stay on the shore and keep an eye on them. Inform us immediately if anything arises while they're salvaging the gold, I instructed Pawnee. All right, Dylan, quickly tell me about the ambush that occurred at the shore. Pawnee asked impatiently. I had no choice but to recount the events to him. Damn it, I fell for his trick. He has always acted quite mediocre in the mercenary group, yet he turned out to be a lone wolf. I've truly been caught off guard, Pawnee exclaimed. Despair etched on his face. He now certainly comprehended how close he had come to death, having been utilized by both me and the lone wolf. He somehow managed to survive. One must admit, this fellow is indeed lucky. Thank goodness I wore a bulletproof vest. Had they possessed crossbows, I would have met my maker. Pawnee lamented. The arrows from a crossbow can indeed penetrate bulletproof vests. I implore you all, please do not use me as a target again. I would genuinely die. I still have many women I have yet to embrace, and I do not wish to meet my end so soon. Pawnee expressed his deep frustration. Naturally, he harbored resentment towards both me and the lone wolf. However, despite his anger, he had to restrain himself. Otherwise, the two of us might very well consider him an adversary, a scenario he wished to avoid. This was a matter of necessity. Now that the lone wolf had established a partnership with us, our shared objective was gold, and there was no need for mutual destruction. This is splendid. Such a wealth of gold to squander for a lifetime. Let us refrain from further bloodshed. Each of us can take our share, and that will suffice, Pawnee remarked. He must be quite anxious that we would eliminate him as well, seizing all the gold for ourselves. In truth, he has no reason to worry about such matters. Our greater concern should be whether the warlord's formidable forces might arrive prematurely. Hela, you and Jia must manage to spend the night together. I will reach out to you if any issues arise. I conveyed to Hela. Understood, she replied. Jia has proven to be quite astute this time. I instructed her to stay close to Hela upon my departure. Otherwise, Hela would not have taken the initiative to bring her ashore. This decision spared them from the coercion of the black officers aboard the pirate ship. The other women held little trust in Hela and were reluctant to follow her to the shore, fully aware of the dangers that lay in fighting on land. Thus, I devised a plan for them to disrobe on the deck, not to entice the black men, but to convey to these war-sensitive soldiers that they bore no grenades or explosives. Otherwise, they might find themselves shot without understanding the peril they faced. As dusk descended, I activated the night vision on my helmet, returning to the battlefield of the day. The Spectre could not possibly remain here. He was well aware of my night vision capabilities and would not linger, knowing I could potentially eliminate him. I retrieved my pistol, sniper rifle, and backpack. There was no need to probe my backpack for grenade traps, as I had meticulously memorized every detail and crease when I placed it there. If the Spectre had tampered with it, I would recognize it instantly. In truth, he dared not touch my bag, uncertain if I'd set any traps. Generally speaking, one must not disturb an enemy's belongings. On the battlefield, many soldiers, in their final moments, might clutch a grenade hidden beneath a comrade's body. Advancing to retrieve an enemy's weapon could lead to injury from an explosion. After organizing my gear, I proceeded directly to the riverbank. I discovered the wooden boat, taken by Pawnee, was not secure to the river's edge, but had been swept downstream around a bend. I followed the riverbank until I reached the boat, leaping aboard. The current was not swift. I could glide across the water using just the wooden paddles without needing to engage the propeller. I intended to bring Hela and Jia to the cave for shelter, as it was safer and would allow us to contact Pawnee. Before long, I reached the opposite shore. I activated the intercom to contact Hela. Hela, take Jia to the arrow poison tree immediately. I'll be waiting for you there. I have a good place for us. Please confirm receipt. Chapter 142. The anticipated night, the battery life of my thermal night vision device above my head was only 5 hours, and I had already used a considerable amount. Now, with the charge less than half, I switched off the night vision as I made my way to the arrow poison tree, proceeding with a flashlight. Traveling at night, once I determined my direction, I estimated my speed and calculated the walking time, allowing me to arrive near my destination. Then, I continued toward the coast, quickly identifying familiar landmarks, ensuring I would soon reach my goal. Hyla must be closer to the direction of the poison arrow tree than I am, but with Juya accompanying her, her pace would not be particularly swift. Thus, when I arrived near the poison arrow tree, the two of them had yet to make their appearance. However, it was not long before they emerged from the coastal direction. Hyla was also illuminating her path with a flashlight. From over 30 meters away, I could see the beam of her flashlight. Hyla, is that you? I see the light. If it is indeed you, please flash the light 3 times in front of you. I communicated with Hyla via the walkie-talkie. Soon, I perceived the flickering signal from her. Dylan, did you see it? I did. I'm already waiting beside the poison arrow tree, I replied. In a short while, Hyla and Juya arrived at the clearing by the poison arrow tree. At that moment, I called out to them from the darkness. Upon seeing me, Juya approached with excitement, tears of warmth in her eyes, and asked, Uncle, are you all right? I am fine. Are you hurt? I nodded, gently caressing Ja's delicate face, and turned to Hyla, inquiring, Is everything all right? Yes. Thankfully Pawnee arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might have found myself in dire straits, Hyla responded. Then let us proceed. I know of a cave nearby where we can rest, I suggested to Hyla and Jia. Uncle, there's a scar on your neck. It's merely a superficial wound. It's nothing to worry about. Come along. I waved my hand dismissively and headed toward the cave, with Hyla and Jia following closely behind. Along the way, I recounted the battle on the eastern shore to Hyla and the others. Hyla expressed her astonishment, not expecting that the adversary I encountered was the Lone Soul, a legendary figure in the mercenary world appearing in such a place. I'm truly grateful that you managed to survive his grasp and even killed 7 of his companions. Hyla said, a look of lingering fear in her eyes. Have you ever faced him? I inquired. How could that be? I have only heard tales of his exploits. He was originally an underground assassin operating in Mexico. We had attempted to recruit him before, but he preferred to work independently, and thus we were unsuccessful. I do not know why he was later solicited by the Lone Wolf organization, and it seems he met his demise in Israel. Although it now appears to be a feigned death, Hyla explained. That fellow is indeed a formidable mercenary. I nearly lost my life to his gunfire. I patted my tactical helmet, which still bore the marks of bullets that had whizzed past my head during his leap from the trees. At that moment, it seemed that the lone soul had not anticipated my decisive jump from such a height. Had I hesitated for even a second, the bullet would have pierced my temple. Before long, we arrived at the cave. Hyla and Juya set down their backpacks. This is the place. Let us go inside and assess the situation. I previously spotted a large python here. I wonder if it has returned, I said to the 2 women, simultaneously inspecting the cave entrance. I noticed that the stones at the entrance had not fallen, but the other side was obscured from view, so I proceeded to crawl inside. Holding my flashlight, I surveyed the interior but found no sign of the giant python. It seems that it may have gone elsewhere to prepare for its hibernation. A hibernating snake is quite vulnerable, and if its lair is discovered, it generally will not return. Hey, you can come in. I called out towards the cave entrance, and Hella and Joie entered, dragging their backpacks behind them. I illuminated the interior with my flashlight, and the spaciousness of the cave alleviated any feelings of oppression. Hella and Joie settled onto the flat stone surface, relaxing. How did you discover this place? Hella inquired. I initially intended to scout for intelligence in the east, and happened upon this location, only to unexpectedly encounter you both, I replied. Hella, upon hearing this, fell momentarily silent, undoubtedly recalling her intimate moments with Billion near the arrow poison tree. What do you have in those 2 bags? I asked. Uncle, I have some provisions. Taken from the corpses of those black soldiers, Joie responded. It appeared that Hella had sent her to scavenge the battlefield. We had yet to have dinner, and Joie emptied her bag, revealing an abundance of rations, including several packets of chocolate. It struck me then that I had also intended to bring back chocolate for Joie. I patted my pocket and found a packet of chocolate, which I had meant to share with her and Catherine. I had forgotten to do so on the boat. As I placed the chocolate among the supplies, Joie eagerly snatched it up. Thank you, Uncle, she exclaimed. What is there to thank? You have several packets of chocolate as well. Let us share them as our dinner, I replied, taking a packet for myself. Hella also took one. We gathered around the provisions, satisfying our hunger, and then washed our hands and faces at the nearby stone spring. I finally cleaned the mud from my face. I handed my sleeping bag to Joie and reclined against her bag, while Hella, weary as well, nestled into the sleeping bag on the other side to rest. The battles of the day had drained us of our energy, and in the comfort of the stone cave, we soon succumbed to sleep. I chose not to dwell on Pawnee and the solitary spirit. There was no need for excessive contemplation, as everyone awaited the recovery of the gold. The only concern for the 2 of them was that the 5 officers might secretly abandon the salvage operation at night and depart by boat. This would pose a significant danger for us. If they fled, the army would soon arrive, and we would find ourselves in dire straits. However, I need not worry excessively. After all, Pawnee and the solitary spirit would surely manage the situation, and my concerns were unwarranted. Instead, I pondered the life that awaited me after acquiring the gold. Now that Catherine had left us behind, as long as she did not seek to trouble me, I could evade for a time in some underdeveloped nation in Africa with the gold. Once the commotion subsided, I could sell the gold, securing my freedom for the latter half of my life. With money in hand, I could obtain citizenship in any African country and then devise a way to return to my homeland. As I indulged in these thoughts, I gradually drifted into slumber. The transformation is imminent, expected to unfold within the next 3 or 4 days, and I am filled with anticipation. Chapter 143, Kindred Spirits. In the depths of a subtropical island cave during late autumn, the temperature remains quite low, especially while lying on the cold stone surface. Juya, concerned for my well-being, instinctively unzips her sleeping bag in the middle of the night and drapes it over me, her body curling up in my embrace like a gentle creature. As I lie flat, half of her form rests upon me, and I wrap an arm around her, with her head resting on my left shoulder. Our hearts beating in close proximity. I can sense her inner turmoil, her anxiety and helplessness. At such a tender age, having endured numerous harsh realities, she finds herself devoid of anyone to rely on or trust, which must be utterly despairing. In this moment, a sense of responsibility wells up within me, compelling me to acknowledge her feelings. I can envision the sorrowful expression on her face when she is frightened and helpless, reminiscent of children in war-torn regions. At this moment, I represent her sole source of security, akin to the aid that brings warmth and sustenance to orphaned children. Yet, even those benevolent forces eventually depart, leaving them to wander. The only distinction for Julia is that she can remain with me. She harbors uncertainty about my commitment, mirroring how Catherine abandoned her. In her subjective reality, emotions have become unreliable. She feels the need to prove her worth before me, rather than being seen as a burden. Thus, when she nestles her head against my abdomen, I do not resist. Perhaps this will provide her with a greater sense of security. Her movements are gentle and tender. I stroke her hair softly, as one would caress a beloved girlfriend nestled in their embrace. Though Julia's movements are minimal, Hella still perceives them, yet she continues to feign sleep. Time passes, and eventually, Julia grows weary and drifts back into slumber, remaining so until the following morning. Hella and I awaken, her beautiful blue eyes fluttering open in a haze of sleep as she glances at Julia nestled in my arms. Dylan, shall we venture to the riverbank? Hella inquires. Let's take a look, I reply with a nod, as Julia stirs awake from my embrace. She hastily rises to wash her face at the basin. Julia, you should stay here. It's unsafe for you to accompany us. We will return once our task is complete, I advise her. Oh, she responds, a hint of disappointment shadowing her features as her eagerness to wash up reveals her desire to join us by the river. I reach out to gently pinch her cheek. Do not worry. I promise I will return, I assure her, gazing earnestly into her bright, dark eyes. Julia purses her lips and nods. We shan't be gone long. Remain in the cave and do not wander. Take this dagger for protection, I say, retrieving a dagger and placing it in her delicate, soft hands. Julia grips it tightly, a determined expression adorning her face. Uncle, I will protect myself. You must also be cautious, Julia said with understanding. I nodded in agreement, and after a brief wash-up, I acquired the camouflage paint from Hella. Lacking a mirror, we assisted each other in applying the paint. Once prepared, we had some dry rations for breakfast, then shouldered our gear and set off. On the way, I activated the walkie-talkie to contact Pawnee. Pawnee, how did you sleep last night? I inquired. I nearly froze to death. I didn't have a sleeping bag, and I had to stay alert to prevent them from sailing away in the dead of night. How could I sleep soundly? Pawnee replied listlessly. For the sake of gold, you've endured much, I acknowledged. Believe it or not, they began dredging last night. By morning, they had already recovered some gold. The radiant gold, coated with silt, still gleamed brilliantly under the searchlight, captivating to behold. Pawnee's demeanor brightened at the mention of gold. Did you see it? I asked. I did, and all I want is to cradle my gold as I sleep. Pawnee exclaimed with excitement. Have you contacted the lonely soul? I queried. That fellow returned to the camp last night. He slept comfortably with food and drink, while I am here, hungry, tired, and weary. Pawnee lamented. At that moment, a cough echoed from the walkie-talkie. Do not envy me. I am not as fortunate as Dylan, who at least has 2 beautiful companions with him. Does he not? The lonely soul remarked. Enough. You nearly met your end in my hands yesterday. I have yet to enjoy life. I retorted with irritation. You cannot kill me. You've eliminated so many of my men, yet my life remains intact, the lonely soul replied. Spare me. I haven't even seen your shadow. You know very well the traps I set, and yet you dare to shoot openly. In fact, I figured out your tricks last night. Did you already suspect my methods? I probed cautiously, because with traps like mine, few dare to shoot openly. He fired twice, then hid. By the time I moved elsewhere, he had already escaped. If he lacked absolute confidence, he would have remained still on that small hill. He was aware I had left, which allowed him to flee during that window, he explained, revealing my oversight. I see through your ploy, but I truly did not know your whereabouts. As you moved toward the riverbank, I noticed some bushes shaking, prompting my swift escape without pursuing you. The lonely soul confessed. Had you pursued, I would have become your prey, I admitted with resignation. You think too highly of yourself. How could I know if that was your ruse? Pursuing you would have been reckless. It was wiser to contact you through the walkie-talkie, he concluded. I then understood why the lonely soul activated the walkie-talkies recording in playback. He indeed knew I had fled toward the riverbank, likely approaching the corpses of the mercenaries. Such details, if not pondered deeply, are easily overlooked. We continued our conversation. Those unfamiliar with our bond might presume we are decades-long friends. Little do they realize the numerous life and death battles we have endured in the brief span of these days, transforming from adversaries into allies. In truth, there exists a profound camaraderie among the strong, as each recognizes their own solitary reflection within the other. No one desires to bear the burden of loneliness indefinitely. I have no inclination to remain your foe. Let us agree that this abundant wealth is sufficient for us to share. The fortune we possess could sustain us for lifetimes, rendering further conflict unnecessary. Let us preserve our lives and relish in the joys that await. Thus spoke the wandering spirit,